just quite neutral, which I think is going to be one of the better ones. He's talked about the important, at least resisting Dragon Breath and still getting the metal sound damage in, and otherwise you only have Torcus, you don't really have other options.
And now we see the Empoleon being brought in. There's the adjustment from Boom, but is it going to be enough? It's going to be into that Aegis Slash, and an immediate Licky pivot leaves Tauntaun Batuse a little bit frozen here. He doesn't know what to do just yet. Will he launch this Gyro Ball immediately? Yes, he does.
The Gyro Ball is coming in, and this will allow you now to get a shield advantage, and you can swap out into your own Licky straight afterwards, so you don't have to worry about any damage coming in or any shields that you need to use. Well, let's see what Tauntaun is going to do. We're gonna see him stay in actually, and now you have to kind of decide if you want to shield the body slam. You're gonna risk it.
No way!
You're gonna risk it.
He no-shields the body slam for the first time in this tournament, and it absolutely pays off. The Shadow Ball gets caught onto the Licky. It's absolute cinema here in the Grand Finals.
This is absolutely amazing. First, calling the body slam bait, and then catching the Shadow Ball onto a normal type Pokemon, getting an energy lead here as well already on the Licky, which means that the Empoleon is not going to enjoy the Shadow Ball too much either. It's not going to be the best matchup now.
Keep in mind, Boom is also down a shield. Aegis Slash, Hydreigon, both in the back. These two Pokemon thrive when they have shields, and now the Licky is happy to take this Hydro Cannon. Gonna force Boom to throw out another charge attack before that next Shadow Ball is reached. Here it comes. That's heavy hitting neutral damage, but he's gonna have to commit to one more Hydro Cannon.
Are we gonna see a shield here coming up? No, we're gonna see the no shield straight away from Tauntaun, not wanting to knock out the Empoleon here with the Shadow Ball, rather trying to get maybe an energy lead onto that Hydreigon.
Here comes Hydreigon.
Hydreigon is going to be able to get a ton of energy, which will be crucial for the matchups, because even now you're going to be able to do so much damage against the incoming Torcus afterwards.
I love the choice not to throw the charge attack there on charge attack priority. Giving away the shield and preparing for that Torcus is much better for Tauntaun Batuse, because he just needs to reach a Fly.
Fly is definitely there. Of course, we've seen already the Eagle Slash as well. The Fly is coming through. Are we going to see the Protect Shield? We're going to see the Protect Shield immediately.
Protect Shield from the Torcus means that Aegis Slash is free to raid. Does he make the swap, or does he make another flight? He makes another catch. Aura Sphere, it's resisted. It's going into the shield form. Aegis Slash. Tauntaun Batuse is on an absolute heater right now. Boom, what do you even do? How do you recover from this?
This is absolute cinema. You see on how strong Tauntaun plays here. So many catches, so many great plays, so many great predictions, and we're gonna see the Shadow Ball not doing enough at all here, even not super effective. And there's a shield form of Aegis Slash. It's just not gonna be enough.
Here comes a Gyro Ball. It's going to be doing a huge neutral damage to this Licky. Always so consistent, so strong, and so threatening. It's neutral, but it doesn't look that way. Here comes the Gyro Ball onto the Licky from the Blade form. Can Boom get this Shadow Ball off? Does Tauntaun Batuse go for a catch? No, it's just another Gyro Ball, and all that energy goes down the drain. Tauntaun Batuse, it's going to be tricky now. You have to get the Togekiss off the field, but how can you do that? You just need to get to the Fly.
And you have a lot of energy, I think, still on the Hydreigon start, don't you? We're going to see though him staying in still, and we see the no swap out at all. We have still a shield left though for Tauntaun, and the Fly is there. We just try to get some extra damage in there with a Psycho Cut from the Aegis Slash to put it into the Fly range. Fly is coming through. This should be enough to knock out. Oh, get him in low only. It's not going to be enough to knock it out, but there's still the shield left, and so the Dragon Breath is all it takes for Tauntaun to win the first battle.
Tauntaun Batuse pulled out all of the stops there. Boom, he's literally head in his hands. This is a player who's so calm, he's so collected, and you can see in real time the train is falling off the tracks. He wears his emotions on his sleeve, and you can see Boom is extremely frustrated with the way he played that game. Tauntaun Batuse, so calm as ever. He's ready to get this done. He's ready to reset that bracket and turn the tables on one of Europe's finest.
Tauntaun is always able to put himself into a position where the Hydreigon can get some energy to set up, so even if there's going to be a Togekiss, it doesn't really matter. And we see on how strong the Hydreigon actually is. I feel like this is the MVP for Tauntaun right now, because there's nothing that Boom really can do right now in order to deal with this Pokemon.
It feels like there's so few options, and all of them require impossible situations, such as having Tauntaun Battus not having shields. Getting your Togekiss perfectly under the Hydreigon, but not having shields also means that this Aegis Slash is completely free against you. So what can you do if you're Boom 20? You either shield and get rid of the Hydreigon and then lose to the Aegis Slash, or you do it the other way around. It's a Hydreigon into the Empoleon. It's a great lead from Tauntaun Battus.
And what we're going to see as well is that the Hydreigon is going to be able to charge faster to the Brutal Swing than the Empoleon here getting to a charge move, but we're still going to see just a bit of extra energy because we know we kind of want to keep a little bit just in case there's going to be a Togekiss in the back.
A couple of fantastic plays here. Hydro Cannon just in case there's a catch made, and Tauntaun Battus just over farming as much as he can. Doesn't want to throw the Brutal Swing immediately because it wouldn't knock out, but now he has that residual energy for the Togekiss in the back.
And it's still not going to be enough, but we can see the full farm down. But
It's
the Hydreigon
gone!
does not get reached, and now we're going to have so much energy onto that Hydreigon. Fly is coming through against this Togekiss, getting no shielded.
This Fly gonna do huge neutral damage onto the Togekiss. It's now in Brutal Swing range. Can he get to this Brutal Swing before this Aura Sphere? It's gonna be a charge attack priority, but he tries to make a catch onto his own Togekiss. It's a Side Shock. Boom reads the room. He reads the situation. No more catches for you, Tauntaun Battus. Here comes that Side Shock, but how will you deal with this Togekiss? You have to take an Aura Sphere.
Yeah, you have to take an Aura Sphere here, and this is going to do some massive damage, but you're very likely just going to invest your shields. But when the shields are down, we have the Aegis Slash, which is going to be able to go for those Gyro Balls against you, and we've seen already on how much damage this can do, and we still have that charge move stored onto the Shadow Hydreigon.
I think if you're Tauntaun Battus, you don't need to worry about this Licky as long as you can peck it into a range where a Gyro Ball will knock out. You're going to throw the Aura Sphere here. If Boom shields, you should be in the clear. Now you just need this Aegis Slash to get to that Gyro Ball. There's no real way for him to get that damage onto it. It's taken so much damage already. You're in range.
But now we have so much energy on that Licky, and the Shadow Ball, of course, is going to do some super effective damage. So can we reach 3 or even 4 Shadow Balls before we get to the Gyro Ball? We are, of course, having a very slow charge here from that, from the Aegis Slash here.
Boom is getting pretty close to the end goal here. Number 2, Shadow Ball. It's super effective. It's not doing a whole lot of damage, but he needs one more to take it out. Does he get to this Gyro Ball? They both wait a turn. He eventually throws it off. Boom. Can he peck this down? It's going to be in the blade form. It's going to be taking extra damage, but Hydreigon in the back has something to say about that too. Still has a little bit of energy. Tauntaun Battus is so close to taking this game, but can Togekiss from Boom fight back? Gyro Ball, take it out the Licky.
Let's see here, we're gonna have the Togekiss coming in, only a few HP left there, and I'm fairly certain there's still some energy on the Hydreigon as well. But the fast move down from the Aegis Slash is going to be enough already to knock out the Togekiss.
Psycho Cut down, absolutely criminal. Those did so much damage. Boom. He needs to lock in. If there's any time to lock in, it's now. You're down 0-2. You need to take a risk. How are we going to address the Aegis Slash and the Hydreigon? It seems so difficult. It seems almost impossible. But if anyone can do it, it's Boom 20.
Absolutely, Boom has definitely the ability to do that. But now Tauntaun is on such a run, being able to reset the bracket, now being up at 2-0 already that fast. Boom already locked in. Let's take a look at what Tauntaun wants to run here, though. He still has to decide on what he wants to bring. But again, we have to see the Hydreigon. The Hydreigon is such a threat against Boom's team.
It's so menacing, and at the same time, it just feels like there's nothing Boom can do. He tried to use the Empoleon to tank the Brutal Swing. He got farmed down. He's been getting farmed down on his Empoleon. His Togekiss has been getting farmed down by the Hydreigon. But let's see what gets farmed down this game. It's the best lead possible. Aegis Slash into Togekiss. How will Boom recover?
Tauntaun is living the dream here, having the best possible lead, being 2-0 up, and now having again the Licky. We've seen this matchup over and over again, letting the Shadow Ball go down here, letting the Shadow Ball hit the Aegis Slash. It's not going to do that much, but if you're going to take a look at the damage that we can see here as well, most likely from the Gyro Ball soon, that is going to do so much more damage here. And we see the immediate shield coming up from Boom.
This shield is a very, very smart. Understanding this probably does more than anything else that is going to hit you this entire game. You just want to preserve your Licky as well. It's only your best ways to neutralize the Hydreigon. Gyro Ball comes through. Does he try to make a catch? Does he make it? No, doesn't get it successfully. Boom, reads the room. Doesn't throw that Shadow Ball. Just going for the body slam now. Just going to start spamming these out, trying to desync those clocks so that Togekiss doesn't end up onto that Aegislash.
And now we will see the Stunfisk coming in actually, which is the hardest answer to the Aegislash here, but it's still going to be a very solid as well against the Licky. Shadow Ball is going to chunk away a little bit, but of course he's going to be able to resist the rollout here from the Licky, which makes this a very solid matchup.
This Unova Stunfisk just happens to be fantastic into this line of 3 from Tontonbatus. We haven't seen that Quagsire in the last couple games. This is a fantastic read from Boom, but is it going to be enough? He reaches another Mud Bomb. Very, very smart. He doesn't throw it off yet. He knows it won't knock out, but if he keeps this Mud Bomb stored, he might be able to make use of it against the Aegislash or the Hydreigon. He's just going to continue farming up. Doesn't let Tontonbatus get that rollout off. Just throws the Mud Bomb immediately. So worried about the catches Boom 20. He's been caught on so many times, and he doesn't want to get caught out here in a potential game number 3.
Of course, here we see now the Hydreigon coming in. I think Boom at this point definitely expects the Hydreigon every single game, and we have to shield up, of course, all those charge moves because Hydreigon doesn't really have the ability to survive it. But we're gonna see here as well the Togekiss coming in, and we have an energy disadvantage, but also that's now locked into the matchup against the Aegislash.
Aegislash comes in to tank this energy. Hydreigon farms up to the moon. It's in the bag. It's waiting. It's ready to launch those against the Licky and the Unova Stunfisk. But for now, is there any way Togekiss can bully through this Aegislash? You get to this Aura Sphere, but it's so close to back-to-back charge attacks. I don't think the Togekiss can get the job done here. One more Aura Sphere gets launched. There is no way you can pack this down. Gyro Ball gets thrown. Tontonbatus, he can knock this Togekiss out, and then has another Gyro Ball stored for any other Pokemon from Boom.
He needs one more fast move. Well, let's take a look here. We're going to be able to see that Togekiss go down from the Gyro Ball, and in comes another. Oh, we're going to see the swap actually.
He goes for the catch. He goes for the catch. He doesn't get it, and now Hydreigon, it's going to be throwing these brutal swings off at the Licky. Just needs 2, and then the Gyro Ball is stored on the Aegislash.
The Gyro Ball is going to do so much here, but now we have to see that Boom is going to keep that final shield here, because otherwise the Gyro Ball is just going to take you down. But you can't. You just can't. You have so much damage coming through from that Hydreigon. The Brutal Swing is going to be enough to get this final shield here, and you might even be able to reach another one.
There's the final Brutal Swing. It's going to be coming through onto the Licky. Tontonbatus, he comes from the lower bracket. He reverse sweeps against Boom 20. He gets the job done here and locks the invitation to the World Championships.
What a grand finals where we have here as a Prague regional champion an Aegislash as well as a Shadow Hydreigon. What a surprise in a Tinkaton meta. That's what we thought, but no, Tauntaun read the room correctly and brought Pokemon that nobody else expected.
You have to innovate. You have to create new Pokemon. You have to find Pokemon out of the void, out of nowhere. And we're coming out on top of a Tinkaton meta with Hydreigon of all Pokemon. Tontonbatus, the Dragon Master, the Dragapult Ambassador. Here he is, all the way from France.
And then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at his final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got.
bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Hello and welcome, trainers, to the 2026 Los Angeles Regional Championships. This is going to be an absolute movie this weekend in downtown sunny SoCal, and I can't wait to get the show on the road.
We've got some of the world's best gathered here in Los Angeles to compete for the regional championship. And I cannot wait after what won Prague, because that team was absolutely unbelievable.
Henry, I know we're going to have a fantastic weekend. I was just listening to you break down so many interesting points about that matchup and how intricate and detailed and explosive it was. But first, I want to talk about our regional champions in NA, because we are back across the Atlantic here. Nighttime Clasher, as well as Elam, Stone Collection, DHC United, Dunebug, Meteor Fallian, and TZ Steiner. But there are 2 spots left, one being Los Angeles and the last being Indianapolis.
We've almost filled out the big board here. Only 2 more trainers get that automatic qualification. And as we take a look at the leaderboard in North America, we have North America's best here. Nighttime Clasher, Rise to Occasion, Out of Pocket, Dunebug, Septile Ice. All 5 of the top trainers are here in Los Angeles. They are continuing to rack up points and climb this leaderboard.
And I think it's so important too, right? You can't just rest on your laurels. You want to continue to improve your skills, go up against the best, because the biggest tournaments are actually still on the way, those being NAIC and then Worlds. But let's take a glance back at Prague and our event winners. We had Tonton Batus locking down that Worlds qualification slot off the heels of a Shadow Hydreigon and Aegislash-Core, as well as Boom and Inadequates.
Shadow Hydreigon and Aegislash, both a first-time regional winner for those Pokemon. Boom, arguably the most consistent trainer in the world at number 2, and Inadequates with his trusty Giratina rounding out the top 3. Usage in Prague, honestly, there were not a lot of surprises. Licky, honestly, the surprise might be that Licky wasn't higher in day number 2, only at 67% usage. Licky really feels like the safest Pokemon in this meta.
It absolutely does. I think that the decrease in fighters and the rise in ghost types like Galarian Corsola have created that opening. I think there's a lot of room still to innovate. I saw Talonflame at the back of that chart there. Maybe Fire will find a place here in the meta in LA. Let's take a look at our regional champions in EU overall, though. This is our season snapshot. I'm very proud of Palasha and Tauntaun for locking in their spots, but there's still Utrecht and Turin on the road ahead.
Maxi, 1 million P, and Hikami, also first-time regional winners over in Europe. It's been a pretty incredible season so far, and we see our fellow co-caster Inadequates winning 2 of those regionals. Let's take a look at that leaderboard, but Inadequates only down to number 7. At number 1, we knew it was going to be Pato, man.
Yeah, a few surprises, but some things tend to stay the same. Our 2 finalists, actually, from EUIC leading EU. Let's take a look at LATAM, where thousands of talented trainers reside. Our leaderboards there, LNDS Harjef at the top, Zardy at number 2, and Marto Galladay, the pride of Argentina, at number 3. We haven't seen him compete as much, but maybe he'll make an impact later on this season.
I do want to highlight Ashton Ash at number 5. Ashton Ash, I got to say hi to him before broadcast started here. Ashton Ash is here in Los Angeles. He has been one of the most consistent trainers. Querétaro top 16, 3rd in Merida, Las Vegas and Pittsburgh top 8s. For me, Ashton Ash winning a regional, it's not an if, it's a when. The consistency is there. He's just looking for that breakout performance where he can take the crown.
I'm so glad that you said that, because I was thinking the exact same thing. That's a trainer that is so consistent at such a high level over so many seasons, and was actually the runner-up at NAIC a couple seasons ago as well. So Ashton Ash, it might be his time indeed. But I'll tell you what, we're going to take a look at our players to watch. We've got Rise to Occasion and Out of Pocket. But look at that trainer in the middle, everybody. We got the world champion returning to Southern California, and he's going to make some noise.
Man, this tournament is so stacked. Rise has won a regional every single season. Out of Pocket, a regional and international champion. The world champion, Bezo Boy in the middle. My goodness, this bracket is stacked.
Absolutely stacked. Like you said, top NA leaderboard trainers here, but we also have talent from across the world. I gotta say, It's beautiful here in LA. We had a lovely
is.
walk this morning. Very sunny, very calm. But there's a forecast inside the venue as well. Some Pokemon trending way up and others are sliding down in usage. Let's take a look at the Pokemon that are on the rise that you can expect to see quite a bit. We've seen it all over, Henry. Fortress, whether you're talking Volt Switch, you're talking Shadow with Bug Bite. I think there's been a gradual evolution for it. But one thing I want to point out is that Fortress has won 5 events in a row since Sevilla.
Wow, the dominance of Fortress continues, but now it's competing in a new way. And that is because Fortress is evolving from the Volt Switch variant to Shadow and Bug Bite. And even though Bug isn't typically thought of as a very strong typing offensively, Bug Bite has really great stats. It does a lot of damage, and when you have the damage multiplier from being Shadowed, the damage multiplier from same type attack bonus, if you don't have a resistance to Bug, Speedy, Fortress is farming you down.
I know Malamar and Grumpig hate to see the Fortress coming, but let's take a look at another Steel-type Pokemon that has made tons and tons of impact. That's going to be Aegislash. Now, for me, I saw flashes of it with Toad. I thought Toad was incredible in Orlando, but Tonton Batus, he paired that Pokemon with a Dark Dragon Hydreigon, and it was absolutely unstoppable. This Pokemon is a 3rd shield. It's a double charge attack Pokemon. It can do anything you need it to.
I think Aegislash is arguably the most skill-intensive Pokemon in our game. It has limitless upside, and we saw it in Tauntaun's performance there in Prague. Tauntaun was masterful with that Aegislash, consistently pulling out games and being able to find win cons out of thin air, but it is a very difficult Pokemon to use as well. So there's a lot of upside, but there's also a pretty significant downside as well.
Exactly. You have to know how to handle it. But one Pokemon that's ever reliable is that Licky. Again, my personal theory is that we've had a few less fighters in the meta. You don't see the Annihilate, you don't see the Primeape, but you do see more Ghost types, namely the Galarian Corsola. So not only does Licky have a sure target on a lot of teams, but it's also flexible enough to work its way through matchups outside of them.
I wouldn't be surprised. Day 2 here in Los Angeles, if Licky is not only #1 in usage, but is putting up prime Metacham usage numbers, Speedy. It feels like Licky is the bedrock on which teams are currently built.
My goodness. Let's take a look at a couple Pokemon that are on the downtrend. That #1 pick being Wigglytuff. This Pokemon, it doesn't have the dragon and fighting type targets that it normally enjoys battling against. And there's so many obstacles in the way too. You've got Spammy Quagsire, you've got steel types like Tinkaton and Fortress and Empoleon. It's really tough for Wigglytuff to find footing. No pun intended.
I do think that there are just a lot of competition for the role that Wigglytuff would usually fill. There's better normal types with Licky. There's better fairy types with, honestly, we thought it was going to be Tinkaton, but it really feels like people are more opting towards Togekiss because this is a very water-heavy meta, and that's something where even though Gigaton Hammer is an extremely efficient move, it is resisted by water types. So with Togekiss, you end up having more neutral matchups. And another Pokemon that really doesn't want to see Togekiss is Corviknight, Speedy.
No, absolutely. Corviknight is having a really tough time. That's a Pokemon that was nearly ubiquitous on teams for probably a month or two this season. But when you have Togekiss meeting it in the air, firing off those Aura Spheres, and then you have outside pressure like Unova Stunfisk, like Fire Punch Digger Speed, Corviknight just can't get a win in the air or on the ground.
Corviknight's in a tough spot. The reason why it was so ubiquitous was it felt so neutral, but unfortunately, time and shifting meta means that it often feels more like a liability than a help, and that's why people are taking Corviknight off the team. They're running different steals, they're running different flyers, and they're instead, when looking for neutral play, instead going for Licky.
Exactly. Well, Henry, those are the Pokemon that we can see trainers are bringing more or less of. But let's talk about our predictions. You and I, as well as Soph and Butters, picked out 4 Pokemon we think will see massive success this weekend. My list is a little spicy, but I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I did go a bit normal here with the normal for Alligator, but I do feel like there could be a bit of a chill in the air here in Los Angeles. I have 2 ice types, the Shadow Alolan Ninetales and the Shadow Celio. Now, ice, at first glance, may not seem like it has a place in this meta, but these are 2 ice types that have win conditions into Licky, and a lot of teams rely on Licky to be the Pokemon that scares off ice. So being an ice type that has actually some winning shield scenarios into Licky, I think could prove to be a bit problematic for certain trainers this weekend.
No, I agree. I think it has a definite niche. Got to keep it away from those steel types, of course, but I do think there is some gameplay for it. Ever versatile, Alolan Ninetales is very solid. Look, everybody, you got to follow the broadcast. You got to stay engaged. You got to follow along with us through all the action this weekend and at upcoming events. Visit Pokemon.com/broadcast. We're also active across all kinds of social channels. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon whenever you post. Make sure to follow us on X, as well as YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. And don't forget those official streaming channels where you will get the live streams of these tournaments. /Pokemon on YouTube, /Pokemon Go on Twitch. Henry, that's all from us in the intro lounge. Is there anything else you want to say before we toss over to the format?
My goodness, we have some unbelievably good trainers competing this weekend, especially after the innovation we saw in Prague. I'm excited to see what takes trainers have on this meta, because it definitely feels like there are like 3 to 4 Pokemon that currently feel like they are the strongest options. But if Prague taught us anything, it's that trainers can think outside the box and have success, as Shadow Hydreigon and Aegislash ended up winning their first regional championships respectively. So I'm excited. We have great competitors here. We have innovative competitors as well, and I'm excited to see their takes on the meta.
All right, everybody, let's see who takes it all the way to Sunday. But if this is your first time watching a Championship Series event, here's a quick preview of the format.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon GO matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a bring 6 pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
It's time to get the 2026 Los Angeles Regional Championships started. I am 2O Butters, joined by Self-Toph. It is a perfect morning to play some Pokemon and Self-Toph. Let's look at what is on the line for these trainers here in Los Angeles.
There's tons on the line. Obviously, you know, if you win the tournament outright, you get an invite to Worlds, but also look at all this prize money, the booster packs. I mean, winning a tournament here or doing very well could definitely fund your travel to a future tournament.
And this is the final sprint of the season. A lot of trainers are on that bubble, trying to get qualified, trying to get top 75 to make it to the World Championships this season. And the moment I'm always waiting for, do we have that top usage for day number 1 in the Los Angeles Regional Championships? I am fascinated to see that.
I really want to see how it compares to Prague. We saw Pokemon like Togekiss, like Licky Licky doing really well, but it's always interesting to see how that translates to North America. I still see Licky Licky at the top. You know, even Stunfisk, I think that's a Pokemon that definitely has risen in usage between Prague and now.
Number 2, that is surprising. This is a heavy water meta. Quagsire was that water type that was also the sub-ground type that was more popular in Prague in previous tournaments. That was the top usage ground type. Now it's Stunfisk. Grumpig coming in at number 12. And how about Togekiss? I think coming in at 9th place there as well. We have 3 fairies on the bottom 7, 8, 9 with Wigglytuff, Tinkaton, and Togekiss.
And that probably means that most trainers are actually running a fairy, but it's just a question of which one, and the meta hasn't quite settled yet as to which one is actually the best.
Wow, so how many Pokemon are in the 20% range? That is a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 Pokemon within the 20% range. That is a wide meta. You don't actually usually see that in day number 1 usage.
Well, this is only the 2nd tournament after Tinkaton with Gigaton Hammer was introduced, so potentially that's why we still see trainers starting to experiment around. You know, of course, we saw Tauntaun, one of the most experimental trainers in the world, doing so well in Prague, so maybe trainers in North America are picking up a little bit of that spirit.
Well, 2 trainers that were experimental in the Orlando Regional Championships are up next. Habibi EX and Toad were 2 of the most spicy trainers, both running Aegislash actually at the Orlando tournament. Toad got 7th place with that Aegislash. Habibi, I believe, was just 1 battle away from that top cut at number 17, and both the trainers don't have Aegislash. They completely changed up their team for this competition.
Well, we've mentioned the importance of being original, of being innovative. I see Toad has brought back the Lapras. That's a Pokemon that we haven't seen a ton of this season. And Habibi EX actually running a different water-ice type in that Shadow Celia, which I believe was some of our caster picks.
Yeah, Shadow Celio has a lot of play. It's been really strong in the Go Battle League as well. It's been good since the change. Obviously, it got buffed just slightly, and now maybe it's going to have its chance. Of course, you have to take the super effective rollouts from that Licky Licky, but that matchup is just fine. It's a really strong neutral pick. It doesn't want to see a fighting type on the other side, though. Toad actually has that Shadow Primeape, which, interestingly enough, Habibi EX had a Primeape in Orlando, but now Toad is the one here in the Los Angeles regionals running that Shadow one, also bringing in the Corsola as well. And I gotta look at that Fortress. Is that Fortress on the side of Habibi EX? It is running that Bug Bite. We typically do see that with the Shadow variant.
And I'm really interested to see how this Shadow Primeape plays out. As you mentioned, the Fortress has Bug Bite. That's going to be sort of technically resisted by the Primeape, but I think this Primeape also has Ice Punch for the Altaria, so could be a really interesting matchup where that Primeape could have its chance to shine here.
And we do see one of those Corviknights. Corviknights we thought was trending down in this current meta, but it was actually 6th in usage here. It's on Habibi EX's team. Two trainers that were really strong in Orlando. Can they pick that back up in Los Angeles? Let's get it started. That's the Shadow Primeape into the Corviknight. It's a clunky matchup for Shadow Primeape because these air cutters just get there so quickly, but seems like as of now, Toad wants to stay in, maybe just go for a Rage Fist and then dip out, or just stay in this matchup.
Toad might try to just muscle through with the Primeape. I like this no shield from Habibi EX. He knows the damage is only going to ramp up from here, and Corviknight, of course, very, very bulky, as he's going to try to start spamming out these air cutters.
And it looks like Habibi is running double flying types, and Toad is just letting this go. It's going to be super effective. It's not the strongest attack, but it's same type attack bonus. And do you get to that next? Oh, there's an attack boost. Can you get to the Rage Fist? Yes, you get there regardless, even with the attack boost. And do you soft win the zeros? That would be quite nice for Toad, but Habibi decides to give up a Protect Shield.
Yeah, he's going to go for a switch advantage here, as Toad is going to let that double boosted Primeape go down. Probably want to bring in the Unova Stunfisk. Yes, here it is, as Habibi's going to be forced to reach for the payback. But I think he mentioned that this Corviknight is boosted now, so this is going to do quite a bit of damage.
And now you're going to be able to chunk with this payback. Also, the super effective sand attack damage. And now the Stunfisk is over, lost half its health already. And now the discharge is coming into the Altaria, one of the best Pokemon to come in and neutrally take this charge attack damage, running double fly into a Stunfisk, but no problem for Habibi, just bringing in another flyer to it. And here comes the Licky Licky swap from Toad.
Yeah, you do have these super effective rollouts, which are adding up a bit. Maybe Shadow Altaria could be reaching Shadow Ball range first. And Toad at this point, he's only down to 2 Pokemon, low health on the Unovan Stunfisk. Got to start shielding something so he shields up the Sky Attack.
A great point about trying to go for that Shadow Ball here. I expect that. And now to bank up enough energy, great timing from Toad, knowing that you can bank that extra energy before Habibi gets the next Sky Attack. Will the Shadow Ball be enough to knock out the Shadow Altaria? Habibi doesn't want to find out, uses the protection, but is there going to be a back-to-back on the Body Slam? No, doesn't throw that chip damage, but you should be able to endure the Sky Attack, but Toad decides to shield it anyway.
And this is a good shield from Toad. He hasn't seen that Licky Licky in the back from Habibi EX yet, but that Licky Licky is not going to have very effective charge attacks. And here it comes, maybe trying to catch a Shadow Ball, but luckily for Toad, he did hit that Body Slam.
I love that attempt from Habibi EX, trying to get that double resisted Shadow Ball. It didn't pay off, and now coming into the Stunfisk here, and it's dangerous because you're getting close to Shadow Ball range. You're going to be able to get to that Mud Bomb, but the Shadow Ball is going to be really close to knockout. I think this Stunfisk will be able to hold on, but it's going to be very low health.
I think it is going to hang on, but can you get rolled out down from here? Ooh, it looks like you kind of can. Mud Bomb going to come through, and now Habibi EX maybe hoping that 2 rollouts is going to be able to take out this Unovan Stunfisk.
Rollout's probably doing 1 damage at this point, but it doesn't matter. Just 1 more damage. No, actually going to take 2 rollouts to do it, but that's even better for Habibi, able to bank up more energy, and you're not in Body Slam range, but I don't think Habibi is in Body Slam range either, and there's that Altaria in the back.
And this is looking very good for Habibi. He also has the Corviknight,
yes.
Even so many Pokemon, so much HP remaining, as Toad has to go for a Shadow Ball here. I really like that switch from Habibi, forcing Toad to use the more energy expensive attack in that Shadow Ball.
Can he do it though? Was that Licky Licky in range of Body Slam? I think it's out of range. That's what you need. You need to get that Licky Licky in range of Body Slam here. Habibi can come in with the Licky Licky note, coming with the Altaria, trying to do some fast attack pressure, getting to that Body Slam. That will knock out, but did Habibi have that Body Slam banked already on his Licky Licky?
I think he does have some energy, but like you said, he's also out of Body Slam range, so no matter what he has, no, he's actually dry here, but I'm pretty sure, unless you have a terrible Licky Licky, that you can hang on here. I believe Habibi is only 1 rollout away from the body slam. Let's see how much damage this does. Yes, easily hangs on as, oh, that rollout actually just knocked out.
Yeah, Toad was shaking his head. He knew it. Body slam just doesn't do enough damage in that mirror matchup. Even though you have same type attack bonus on it, it's not the strongest attack. You would need double body slam in that range. Toad almost able to close it out with that licky licky, but Habibi with the double flyer able to hold on to game number 1.
And Licky Licky, not known for being an especially heavy-hitting closer, but Toad did his best there, you know, farming up as much energy as he could in various spots. So good effort from Toad, but not quite enough to come over this, I would say, pretty big HP advantage that Habibi had throughout the entire game.
In talking about adjustments going into game number 2, I really like the team composition that Habibi EX brought into this matchup. Having the double flying type, having the Altaria, the Shadow Altaria is not terrible against the Stunfisk. You're able to do enough Dragon Breath pressure and double flamethrower to knock out the Stunfisk in that matchup. And then you have the Corviknight, yes, which is a little bit weak to that Stunfisk, but he saw you got a boost in the lead. You still have play into that matchup. I think you're going to see the double flyer and Licky Licky run it back in that game number 2. And I think it's up to Toad to decide how does he counter that now.
Well, I still really like the Unova Stunfisk pick from Toad, so I expect him to still bring that. It's good into Habibi's 3 that he just brought, but also pretty safe into Habibi's wider team. I do think one potential adjustment for Toad, if he continues to bring that Primeape, is to just invest in it a little bit more. He didn't get a ton of usage out of it. Yes, it got its shield, but it really didn't do that much in terms of health to the Corviknight, and then Habibi, of course, had the Licky Licky to just absorb all this energy from Toad.
I like that. I think especially bringing that Shadow Primeape in the back, it was in a clunky position where you're in the lead with that Corviknight, and you can't really utilize the fact that Shadow Primeape paces so quickly. Because that Corviknight also paces incredibly quickly to the Air Cutter, and you just don't want to just go into the game down so many Protect Shields. Maybe you bring that Primeape into the back, try to put it into a window where you can get up on energy, or maybe even target a Licky Licky in the back. Here we are, locked into game number 2. It's going to be the double flyer. No, actually, no. It's the Altaria, Licky Licky, and Stunfisk into that Primeape in the back for Toad.
Oh, and this is the adjustment for Toad. He actually switched up the order, now leading the Licky Licky, and I really like this team. Yes, he does have the advantageous matchup into Altaria here, but I really like how Licky Licky, you know, as one of these soft win, soft lose Pokemon, could potentially set up the Primeape to do well later down the line.
And this is so good for Toad. He just got an early Protect Shield with the Licky Licky, a Pokemon that doesn't usually take Protect Shields off the board. So now you just let this go, and you try to somehow have that 2 Protect Shield Shadow Primeape in the back to clean up, because you're going to have that super effective Ice Punch for the Stunfisk, swapping here into his Stunfisk on that Body Slam. I think Primeape has a great opportunity in the back now.
Let's see what Toad decides to do. He does reach for the Primeape, and let's see these super effective Ice Punches. Even these Karate Chops are adding up quite a bit, Butters, as Habibi is going to reach for this discharge.
And now the clunky thing is one Ice Punch going to be enough to knock out the Stunfisk? Because if it's not enough to knock out the Stunfisk, you would rather double Rage Fist in this scenario. But I think with these Karate Chops, the Ice Punch will be enough. It's on charge attack priority, and unless you want to go down 2 shields, Habibi just has to let it go. It's super effective. Can it take out the Stunfisk?
Oh, he's hoping his Stunfisk barely hangs on.
It does!
And that's fantastic for Habibi. Toad's Primeape did use up a bit of energy now. Oh, actually, he's going to let this discharge go, realizing maybe that he needs to preserve his shield for that final Pokemon. But here comes the Altaria. Oh, and I don't know if this is a charge attack priority, but luckily for Toad, he does get that Ice Punch off first.
I think it registered. I think Habibi is shaking his head. It's a Protect Shield into this Altaria. Did it register on charge attack priority? Yes, it did click in, and now the Sky Tag is going to be going through. Toad is able to take that, but it's at so low health. You were trying to throw that and waste all the energy of that Primeape. It was unsuccessful, and now it's going to be Stunfisk versus the world. It's going to be Stunfisk versus that Licky Licky in the back.
And this is the best case scenario for Toad. He doesn't go all the way for the Shadow Ball, settling just for a Body Slam here, but that should be enough to maybe put the Altaria into fast attack downrange. Let's see. Oh, it's kind of close. I think you're going to have to take a Flamethrower definitely from this Altaria, but hopefully that's all for Toad.
And will this be your best Protect Shield left? Shadow Altaria throwing a Flamethrower. Toad deciding right now, thinking, do I use it? Yes, he does. Last second, thinking it's the Licky Licky in the back. It is that Licky Licky in the back. But remember, Habibi also has a swap out. Now it has 2 Pokemon that he can swap out into. Here comes the Mud Bomb into Licky Licky. This Licky Licky is Energy Dry, just entered the battlefield.
And this is the more optimal move to throw in this matchup, so it's going to be a slow one. We'll have to see how many Mud Bombs you need to take out the Licky Licky. Maybe just 3 with all of the fast attacks, but potentially 4. We'll see.
And the problem is you also cannot farm down that Stunfisk in the back, because discharges, or sorry, the Thunder Shock is going to be doing absolutely nothing. I mean, it is at such low health. Maybe you can with just 1 or 2 discharge there, but if Habibi is 1 or 2 discharges, or Thunder Shocks away, excuse me, from that discharge. He could get to an attack here. You need to knock out this Licky before it gets to another charge attack, and there's a swap trying to catch on the attack. Doesn't do so, but gets to a body slam. That's huge.
And that's huge. I think the Unovan Stunfisk does have a charge attack banked. Habibi EX probably going to go for the full rollout down here. Now might come down to a charge attack priority. No, Habibi EX actually going to switch out. And now this is interesting. What do you do as Toad here? Just go for the Thunder Shock down?
Yeah.
Oh, but now you're kind of low.
Yeah, you are low. Are you in range of the body slam? Is there a Shadow Ball bank? Toad is already crossing his fingers. It's a charge attack priority. It's a Shadow Ball. We've seen a Stunfisk hang on from Habibi. Can Toad Stunfisk do the exact same thing and endure?
No! And Habibi EX barely takes it. Toad crossing his fingers, and the Unovan Stunfisk. That must have been a picture-perfect KO there as Habibi EX takes a 2-0 victory over Toad.
Stunfisk has a ton of stat product. As you saw, Habibi's EX Stunfisk took a super effective Ice Punch from a Shadow Primate, but Toad was not able to endure. If he was able to endure, he would have won that matchup with the double charge attacks. He did bank so close in that game number 2, but Habibi EX, continuing his journey from Orlando, is able to move on to, actually, he's already going to be in winners round 4 here in Los Angeles.
And I took a look at that CP leaderboard before this match came up. Habibi EX is right on the cusp of that world qualification at this point, and he's doing so well in this tournament already. I think if he probably wins, 1 or 2 more rounds, he's going to be in a great position looking at the rest of the season.
And a really interesting team. He swapped it up from his Orlando team completely. Had the Aegislash in Orlando. Also, I believe, had the Primate too. Had a Diggersby for Alligator, Wigglytuff. He completely threw his whole team out. Had a Shadow Drapion. It's a whole 6 new Pokemon here in the Los Angeles Regional Championships for Habibi. And one Pokemon I feel like might give him a little trouble is possibly a Tinkaton. Would be strong against his team in general, but Tinkaton is much lower usage than we thought it would be at this point in the season, so he has a good chance of avoiding it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Butters, Habibi may have switched up his entire team, but he definitely knew those matchups. We saw a couple times where his Pokemon, the Licky, the Unovan Stunfisk, were hanging on with just a couple of HP, and that was a great second game from Habibi, especially because I thought Toad looked like he was in a good position early on.
Yeah, especially once he got that Protect Shield with the Licky, having that 2 Protect Shield Shadow Primate in the back. Maybe if he did Protect Shield, he double Protect Shield, but remember that Sky Attack came in, almost knocked him out anyway. So Habibi is going to be moving on to winners round number 4. Up next, we have XGerald X versus Herv hitting the stage. This is going to be Group B. We also are picking up in winners round number 3.
And XGerald X, of course, a player who we've seen do well at many tournaments throughout Championship Series history. I believe his most recent top finish was in Seattle, where I think he was top 4. Herv, on the other hand, traveling here all the way from Mexico. I think Herv has done well in some of those LATAM tournaments, but maybe has yet to prove himself here in North America.
And remember, XGerald X was one of those first trainers that heavily relied on that double flyer match, that double flyer team of 3. There's been multiple tournaments where XGerald X, he would run the same 3 Pokemon for 7 games in a row. So XGerald X has that Altaria in this tournament, his favorite Pokemon. He also does have the Corviknight as well. I think we're probably going to see a lot of double flyer from XGerald X. He does have a little bit of a different team to round out. There is no Shadow Celio. Instead, he has the Feraligatr, and he has the Diggersby. And then on the side of Herv, we do have that Togekiss, which is a Pokemon I think we need to talk about a little bit, because that Pokemon took off in Prague, right?
It did very well, but before we get to that matchup, let's take a look back at the last matchup and hear from Will and Habibi.
All right, everyone, we're here with Habibi UX, who just had a very, very impressive win over Toad up on stage. Habibi, the one word that comes across when I watch your gameplay is poised. You look very poised, didn't get flustered. Were you nervous up there?
Absolutely. Toad's a really great player. He's beaten me in side events, and I was, it's always a possibility. Just gotta remain calm.
He's very talented. I'm a big fan of his Aegislash gameplay. I also like your gameplay as well, especially your patience with your Licky and how you maneuver the pieces around. Are there any Pokemon on your team that you feel like are the key to success?
Well, I didn't use it in that game, but Shadow Fortress for sure. It's won 5 tournaments, and I think there's a good chance it might win this one.
All right. Well, Habibi, I think that was your round 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that was round 3.
So are you feeling good, or are you feeling nervous still?
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot less nervous after that. We'll see what happens. I got a fun thing to go to afterwards, so either way, it's going to be a good day.
Awesome. Sounds like a plan. Is there anybody you'd like to thank for your success that you've had so far?
So many people. Like anyone who's ever scrimmed me, you know, I'm sure you know who you are. Thank you. I'll shout out Hungry Wolfpack. We're running the same team. We scrimmed together the most, and he also, yeah. Thank you. It's working out so far.
I feel like sometimes if you try to name everybody, you're always going to forget at least someone, so totally understand. If you're a fan of Habibi EX, make sure to follow along with him on the bracket. He said he might actually face Toad again, which, I don't know, that'd be pretty epic. Let's get back over to the stream, everybody.
Thanks so much, Speedy and Habibi. Well, Habibi said that he is hoping that Fortress is going to win a 6th tournament in a row, but these 2 trainers coming up, neither of them has a Fortress, so they're definitely hoping that's not the case.
Yeah, one of them went for the Steel type and the Corviknight, and the other one, no Steel type at all for Herv. Actually running that Togekiss that we were talking about a little bit. I think a Pokemon that showed all of its greatness in Prague. How do you feel like Togekiss is in this current meta, Soph?
I think, honestly, it's been good even before we're in the middle of the season here, but I would say Tinkaton being introduced to the meta kind of caused a shift. But I've been really impressed by Togekiss all season long, starting, even back in Seattle. I think it's kind of been a fringe meta pick, but it is so flexible. Even against Tinkaton, you might think, oh, the Fairy Steel type, of course it's going to beat Togekiss. But actually, Togekiss does quite well in that matchup. You force Tinkaton to throw the heavier hitting Gigaton Hammer, and meanwhile, you're doing very consistent damage with the Pex and Aura Spheres.
Yeah, and you have the Aura Sphere also for the most common Pokemon in the meta, Licky Licky. So I really like that. I wish the Aura Sphere could do a little bit more damage because Licky Licky still wins that matchup in neutral scenarios. But if you're able to get some chip damage, and a lot of trainers will swap in their Licky Licky or swap around their Licky Licky, and if you're able to bank that energy in the back, it can be quite effective. Also, it's a huge core breaker to what I think XGerald X would like to bring. I thought he would really like to bring the double flyers, of course. He was 4th place at the Seattle Regional Championships with that double flyer of the Altaria and Corviknight. Altaria is his favorite Pokemon. He leans on it heavily, but in this matchup versus the Togekiss, it's really hard to bring the Altaria and Corviknight together because of how strong Togekiss is into those Pokemon. And I love Togekiss, how it looks into XGerald's entire team. I'm definitely expecting Herv to bring it a lot. Could be a safe swap, could be a lead, could be a closer, really could be anywhere. I'm not sure about that Grumpig. I know that's something that Gerald actually pioneered a little bit in Seattle, so Gerald definitely knows those matchups, how to play around it, so we'll have to see what these trainers decide to bring. Grumpig is such a strong neutral Pokemon. I had Shadow Grumpig on my caster list. I think Shadow can be a little bit more effective against Quagsire and the Licky Licky, but the problem is a lot of the trainers have that Shadow Fortress with the Bug Bite. It is devastating into that matchup in particular. So we don't see any Fortresses in this battle, so maybe you will see the Grumpig, maybe you will see the double flyer from XGerald X, but one thing I know for sure, you're gonna bring that Togekiss if you're Herv, because there's nothing that really stops you from bringing it. Yes, the Corsola has some decent play into it, but otherwise, it's just safe to good against every single Pokemon on XGerald X's team. As we get into game number 1, there is XGerald X's favorite Pokemon, it's the Altaria, versus the strongest Pokemon on Herv's team, that is the Togekiss. And this is a great lead for Herv. You're gonna resist all these Dragon Breaths, and Gerald doesn't really want to switch out here. If he brings him to Feraligatr, he's behind, and Tinkaton, that might be a shiny Tinkaton. I mean, it would also be behind on energy, and Togekiss with 2 shields up is quite scary. Gerald gonna try to chip it a little bit. Herv is going to take this first Sky Attack. Shout out to XGerald X. He's bringing the triple shiny team to start us off here, and here comes the swap in, trying to bank. Oh, actually catches it on the side shock here. That's gonna be resisted into that shiny Tinkaton. That is a great swap, counter swap into that Stunfisk. You can get to Bulldozes against the Stunfisk, and it's not absolutely terrible, but the problem is now you're going to be in range of double Mud Bomb guaranteed. And it was a tough lead for Gerald, but he's making the most of it with that catch.
this is kind of a tough counter swap, but Tinkaton, especially if you can start getting some of these defense drops as he did with that first bulldoze, it's not too terrible as you are doing super effective damage to the stun fist.
And super effective, actually the bulldoze is going to be coming out first. This is charge attack priority. You said it, there was a defense drop there, so it's doing a little bit more damage. Another defense drop for that stun fist. Here comes the mud bomb, super effective into the Tinkaton. This is not enough to knock out the Tinkaton, so it's a little clunky here. Do you get back to your timer here? Yes, you do get back to your timer. Swap into the Altaria, and you catch the discharge, but more importantly, you're going to be close to a Sky Attack to throw at the Togekiss that's likely coming back in.
And Herv doesn't really need this discharge damage necessarily, but he does need it to get back to his Togekiss. Here it comes. Now he throws the Side Shock. This is the correct move to throw here, but Altaria can definitely tank this and still get to its Sky Attack.
And XGerald X really pinned down in this matchup so far. Can't get to a Sky Attack to maybe force a Protect Shield here. Gonna throw at lower health so there's no more farm down, but Herv decides to use a Protect Shield to ensure that farm down, knowing that Togekiss is so strong. Why not invest into it?
Yeah, I like this, and you get this huge peck down, 3 more pecks as the Altaria goes down, and so much energy now. The Tinkaton definitely in range of Aura Sphere, and I think if you're Togekiss, you just start spamming these Aura Spheres. I actually don't know if you can get to a third, even though you are at the back-to-back here. So let's see if Herv decides to throw this next Aura Sphere and switch out.
And maybe Gerald is trying to swap on it into the Tinkaton. No, there is no swap, and the second Protect Shield might come back up, but remember, there is a Stun Fist in the back. You have to take a super effective discharge possibly, so keeping that Protect Shield for the in-game, and here comes the swap into his own Feraligatr, and now it's going to be Shiny Feraligatr versus normal Feraligatr. Here comes a Hydro Cannon that's going to be resisted into Herv.
And this is a great switch from Herv. Might have been tempting to switch in that electric type Stun Fist, but this Feraligatr is going to be so much better at absorbing the energy already at this first Hydro Cannon here, and Gerald kind of running out of health, running out of options, is forced to use his shield here.
And running out of time, except for the switch timer is up. Can you catch a Hydro Cannon? But you might get knocked out by Shadow Claws. Here comes the Hydro Cannon that will probably get Protect Shield from Herv here unless he wants to hold on to it for the Stun Fist. No, uses that last Protect Shield. Gerald has to swap here. He has to swap on the Hydro Cannon, and he doesn't go for it.
He doesn't go for it. I think he probably would have gotten Fast Attack down eventually, even if he did make that catch. So tough position for Gerald. But Herv, you know, really played that matchup very well. Yes, a little bit of a stumble in the lead in the beginning, but I think he's going to be able to take this game. Gonna get to the Stitcher right before the full dose, so no need to worry, Butters.
Yeah, I was thinking if he could get there at the exact same time, he wins Charge Attack priority, but it does not happen, and Herv is able to 3-ball flex his way to victory in game number 1. Well done to Herv. That Togekiss just causing too much problems for XGerald X.
And Gerald's definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how he wants to deal with this Togekiss. I mean, leading Altaria, Feraligatr, Tinkaton into Togekiss might not seem that bad, but, you know, if you want to get out of that lead matchup, where can you go? If you bring in Feraligatr, you get outpaced. You know, similar situation with Tinkaton. So I think if you're Gerald, maybe you have to reach for something like that Corsola. That's probably your best answer to the Togekiss. And if you're Herv, you just bring Togekiss and 2 things that can take on Corsola.
And to that point, he felt strategically pinned down the entire battle there against Herv. He just could not set or dictate any of the tempo. It was just all Herv deciding everything, and he was just trying to swap around to try to get some advantage somewhere. He just couldn't land anything. And I think that's a great point to where if you lead that Altaria and you don't have a proper safe swap to take care of the Togekiss, you're in a tough position if they lead Togekiss. But the problem is there's not even a really good option to counter that Togekiss. One thing I might like to see, maybe you go for a Galarian Corsola lead, because Galarian Corsola is pretty neutrally strong against everything on Herv's team, obviously except for that Licky Licky.
I really like the Corsola as well. I think it's a must bring if you're Gerald here. Otherwise, you're kind of just taking a gamble on whether you can get like ahead on energy with one of your other Pokemon versus Togekiss. So I'm curious to see what Gerald decides to do here. It's a really tough matchup for him, but we've seen him get out of bad situations before.
And a really tough decision for Gerald to sit his favorite Pokemon, but can he have the discipline? Let's see if he locks in without the Altaria. No Altaria! You have the shiny Feraligatr versus the normal Feraligatr. Can you see? There's definitely a bulk point going on here. XGerald X is taking less damage from that Shadow Claw than Herv is. Am I right?
Yeah, but Herv is, you know, maybe noticing these things and switches out into his Licky Licky to catch this Hydro Cannon. And what do you do if you're Gerald here? You bring in the Diggersby, I assume. Maybe you want to bank up a little bit more energy. And this is actually really great for Gerald. Switch advantage was so important in this matchup. Herv could have had Togekiss on Diggersby and Licky Licky on Corsola, but gave it up here. This is honestly a terrible matchup for Licky Licky. The rollouts are doing absolutely nothing, and the body sims don't hit very hard either.
And this is the perfect counter swap for that Licky Licky. That's why one of the reasons Diggersby has been more prevalent in the meta here. And now just going straight for a Scorching Sand here. And does he understand undercharge it to try to get a little more farm down. No, actually just goes for the full Scorching Sand, and it's not enough to knock out anyway, so you still get that quick attack down. I believe he is on quick attack, not on mud shot.
Yeah, this is quick attack, but this is a beautiful farm down range for Gerald. I think you just keep quick attacking. Who cares if Body Slam comes through? Herv realizing that that could be a very ugly farm down. Gonna bring in the Togekiss, and I think this is a good play from Herv. He can absorb these Fire Punches pretty well. Yes, you are going to be aligned with the Corsola now, but at least you have, you know, a 2-peck advantage.
And you know Licky Licky is out of the way, so you just come in with that Corsola. Corsola is so safe here, and you just can absorb these Psyshocks so easily from the bulk of that Galarian Corsola. You can maybe even go for a really greedy farm down. You might have to Protect Shield on one Psyshock on the third one eventually, but otherwise, actually no, just decide to go through a Nightshade. Oh, first, here comes the Psyshock, but it looked like Gerald was reaching for that Nightshade.
Yeah, maybe just one turn away from that Nightshade. And Corsola now going to do one more Astonish before throwing the Nightshade. This is going to knock out the Togekiss, which is, of course, Herv's best Pokemon in this matchup. Let's see what he can do here, because he did bank up some energy, I think, on the Feraligatr before switching out, so that could come in handy. But I think Gerald also has energy on his own Feraligatr, and now you have to throw it right away, otherwise Corsola could get to a Nightshade.
And that's perfect for Gerald, because you waste all of that energy on a low-health Corsola here. You have the own Feraligatr in the back. You are having that bulk point. Swap, though, into the Licky Licky. A great swap from Herv, trying to stay alive in this battle, able to absorb that Hydro Cannon.
And Herv trying to do everything he can here. Gerald, it looked like he tried to reach for the Diggersby there, didn't quite get it, but that's okay for him. His Feraligatr is still well out of Hydro Cannon range, and Herv is going to be forced to shield his very last Pokemon here.
And there was 4 Protect Shields remaining on the battlefield. Now 1 goes down. There's only 3 remaining, I believe. Probably giving up the next Protect Shield. Actually, no, just going to rely on Diggersby here. It's not going to knock out either. And since you have that bulk point, swapping into this Diggersby here, the Hydro Cannon is going to get the Protect Shields, but now you just go Fire Punch, right?
Yeah, this Feraligatr is way too low, especially because this is a quick attack Diggersby. Look at how much these are doing. I think just a couple more quick attacks and this is Fire Punch range. Nice canning from Gerald, making sure to throw before the Hydro Cannon, and I think this is looking like a great way for Gerald to reset, or not, to tie up the series.
Yeah, he is pacing to get to a tie at 1-1 in the series. Just needs to Protect Shield, needs to throw the Fire Punch. There are no Pokemon left on the battlefield for Herv to try to swap into. He is helpless here to take this not very effective damage that will surely knock out a Feraligatr that low health.
Well, this was an interesting game, Butters. I really like that you pointed out that Feraligatr mirror bulk point in the lead, because
I don't want to interrupt you, but if we can replay that, can we replay the lead matchup between Feraligatr and Feraligatr? Because this is really important for the meta in general. And it's funny because Gerald has the shiny one, and he's the one with the bulk point. And, you know, you catch less shinies than normal ones, so you would think the shinies, you had less options. But if we can't see that Feraligatr going off, I'd love to see that.
I'd love to see it as well. I actually didn't even know that was possible. But
it's
you're right.
really crucial, actually, in the matchup. Yeah.
Yeah, that was really crucial. And I think with that, you know, obviously we saw Herv give up switch advantage, but even if he hadn't, all right, well, we're getting a replay. Sorry, Butters. We'll have to, maybe we'll get to see it in game number 3.
Yeah.
But
at the end, stick around. We'll maybe see it after game number 3, after we know who wins the battle.
All right, well, let's take a look back at game number 2 first. I don't know, it's kind of hard to see in that matchup. Herv, of course, doing his best there with the catch, but really just only one Pokemon left and not able to hang on.
In that matchup, you can really dominate the matchup by just taking 1 less Shadow Claw damage as the Feraligatr mirror, because you're able to hang on to the Hydro Cannon to get to another Hydro Cannon in the end. So that one small bulk point, which means that Gerald has a Feraligatr that has waited for defense. He has more defense on his Feraligatr than on Herv's side, so he is able to take less damage from a Shadow Claw, and taking that 1 less damage might seem so little, but it can really add up in a battle and completely flip the matchup. So if it's Feraligatr on Feraligatr again, Gerald is going to have the advantage, and here it is. All right, notice this right now.
All right, let's take a look at these Shadow Claws, or maybe Herv knows what's going on. He's going to switch out, but no, he just stays in. Let's take a look at this Shadow Claw damage. Kind of hard to tell from this point, but as we get deeper into the matchup, yeah, it's really obvious now. Look at Herv's Feraligatr. It's getting like 66% health or even less.
Yeah, see how much lower Herv's Feraligatr is after that Shadow Claw damage than on Gerald's side. That is all because of the bulk point of the Feraligatr, and you are at the double Hydro Cannon here. Maybe you will win the charge attack priority. We're going to find that out, but Gerald is able to take the first Hydro Cannon, no problem, and the second one will be able to knock out here, so he actually does have to give up the Protect Shield.
Right, but I wonder if he didn't have a bulk point, maybe he could potentially get Shadow Claw down himself. I'm not totally sure, but let's see what Gerald does. Probably could have farmed up a little bit more there, but is going to throw the Hydro Cannon. I think Herv would hang on here.
But remember, Herv has not taken a Hydro Cannon yet. That was the first Hydro Cannon, and now Herv is not going to get to a Hydro Cannon. Oh, actually does just barely get to the Hydro Cannon, so it looks like Herv's Feraligatr is good enough to be able to get to that last Hydro Cannon without getting knocked out. So it's not terrible here, but in the end, XGerald X does win that opening matchup and has more health to show for it.
Right, and oh, this is a tough farm down for Herv. Can he get there before the Hydro Cannon? No.
Oh!
And you know what? Winning that lead matchup might not have been that great for Gerald because, oh no, he has switched. This is great for Gerald.
Yeah.
I was going to say that farm down was kind of nasty.
Yeah, it was. Sometimes you would prefer to soft win or soft lose the lead so you can get that farm down, but to be able to have that Diggersby in the backline for that Stunfisk, that Diggersby is really great against the flexible Pokemon of the Stunfisk and the Licky, where number 1 and number 2 usage in this tournament. I think Diggersby is a great meta prediction from XGerald X.
Yeah, this is looking great for Gerald. He made a great meta read in Seattle with the Grumpig, and here again with the quick attack Diggersby and the Corsola, of course, which has served him quite well in this matchup as well. As you know, we're going to see this matchup play out between the two ground types, but really, I think Gerald is in a fantastic position here to potentially take game number 3.
And no debuff there on the Scorching Sands. That was slightly reduced in the past, and here comes the Mud Bomb, but it's doing nothing. I mean, these Mud Bombs are body slams from Licky. It's just doing nothing to the bulk of the Diggersby here, and the Stunfisk really doesn't want to take a Scorching Sand, so the swap isn't up, so it just has to sit there and take it. Super effective.
It's going to do a lot of damage. Stunfisk is very bulky, but the Scorching Sands does take it into the yellow, almost into the red there. But, I mean, Diggersby can take a million, well, not a million, maybe like 3 more Mud Bombs. But let's see this land right here.
At least a million. All right, well, the Mud Bomb does go through. The next one will not knock out, and obviously these Thunder Shocks are not doing enough. Swap onto the Scorching Sand into the Cradilly here, and it's going to be able to take this no problem, but it's not even easy to get through this Diggersby because obviously you're running Acid here, so it's just not going to do that much damage. Got the debuff on the attack fall too. Here comes the Corsola to throw the Nightshade. Insult to injury here is going to be able to knock out the Cradilly.
Cradilly is going to go down with all that energy. Still, 60% health left on this Corsola as this Unova and Stunfisk trying its best, but I don't think it has enough as Gerald is going to reach for the last Nightshade to take out Herv's Stunfisk and take game number 3.
Wow, this series swapped quickly. XGerald X thought it felt like he had no options against the Togekiss, and suddenly he reverse sweeps it on the back of Diggersby and comfortably wins 2-1.
I would say on the back of the Feraligatr, actually.
Fair,
because that's what gave him swap in game number 2. And Herv actually, we didn't mention this during game number 3, but he actually dropped the Togekiss, which we were saying was his best Pokemon.
Yeah, that's surprising. Togekiss was so strong into what XGerald X has on his team. You would expect to see it more often, but didn't bring in that series, and XGerald X was able to capitalize with that Diggersby, with that bulk point on the Feraligatr. It did seem like Herv was able to take enough Shadow Claws to get to that last Hydro Cannon regardless, but I think XGerald X won that charge attack priority as well. So he had the bulk point with the defense, and he had enough attack to win charge attack priority. That's a nice, shiny Feraligatr from XGerald X.
All right, well, maybe Gerald has the 15-15-0 Feraligatr. We'll never know, or unless maybe I don't know, he's probably not going to share until the tournament's over. But that is a great meta read by Gerald. Really goes to show the power of preparation. Yes, you can learn matchups, but you can also figure out ways to get advantages in these little ways.
Yeah, I mean, the most famous one is obviously the Medi Slayer from its accent. Helped him win the World Championship by running a Metacham that beat other Metachams. This is the Gator Slayer right here from XGerald X, able to beat other Feraligatrs. We'll have to see if it does face other Feraligatrs, how it fares off, but so far it is doing great, and that means XGerald X is moving on, advancing, continuing his success from Seattle where he got top 4. Can he become the Los Angeles Regional Champion?
It's interesting because in this matchup, of course, it worked out that he got switch advantage, but against other players with different teams, it might be a little bit tricky giving up that farm down. So in some cases, like you were saying, it might be better to soft lose as opposed to soft win the lead.
Yeah, and I think it also is more advantageous maybe in the back line also if you were facing it there, but it's true. Sometimes if you want to soft lose a matchup, it could be more advantageous, especially in this meta where it is kind of flexible. Licky is the top meta Pokemon, and that Pokemon is extremely flexible, but so is XGerald X. He had the flexibility to sit his favorite Pokemon ever, Altaria, and he was able to win that series. Well done to Gerald.
Well, Gerald is going to be moving on to winners round 4, so we'll have to catch up with him a little bit later, but we've still got a couple matchups in winners round 3 as we slowly make our way down the bracket here.
All right, well, I think we're going to hear from Gerald right away, straight off the stage. Take it away, Home Slice.
Thank you so much, Butters himself, Home Slice Center here on the floor with XGerald X off a big win on stage. You got to talk to me. Quick Attack Diggersby, kind of seemed like an MVP for you there. I know people are talking a mudshot. Talk to me about the choice to run Quick Attack.
Well, I actually chose Quick Attack Diggersby the night before because I was talking to my teammate Dre Flames on whether or not Mudshot was the move. I decided for farm down potential against Togekiss and for Alligator that Quick Attack does more damage, and in those late games, they make a difference.
And you are doing pretty well in your home state regional, rocking the SoCal Swablu jersey there. Tell me, does it mean a little bit more to pop off here in California?
Yes, it does. I didn't do so well in the first LA Regional a couple years back, but I'm here and going to the next round, so I'm really excited to do this in my hometown.
And finally, I know our game is a very collaborative game. There are always people to thank, people cheering for you in the crowd, people who help with scrim, stuff like that. What do you got for us?
I'm going to say shout out to the SoCal Swabaloos, Just Me, Josh Lee, Dre Flames, Dapper Discs. A lot of the guys helped me out during practice, so shout out to them and my fiance, Siklali, as well.
Big congratulations, big win on stage. Quick Attack Diggersby taking names. So thank you so much. Good luck the rest of the way, and we'll send it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Henry, and congratulations once again to XGerald X, a local here, and a lot of locals to the Los Angeles area. And one up next, a local, a new local, I believe, is Ashton Ash. I've always said he's one of the best trainers to not win a title so far. What better place to do it in your home territory? You had great sleep, the travel was easy. I feel like he is set up for success here in Los Angeles.
I think so as well. Ashton Ash really had a fantastic start to the 2026 season, had like 3 top cuts in a row or something. Here we are almost at the end of the season, and like you said, it's all maybe being set up for him. He's in winners round 3 at his home regional, but let's not put too much pressure on Ashton Ash. Maybe that's how you can get the downfall sometimes. So we'll just sit back and enjoy the show, because it's always a great time watching Ashton Ash on stage.
It is, and he had his breakout performances at international championships where he was always putting on a show with typically unique Pokemon, extremely animated, a fantastic trainer. What does he have in store for us today? He has the Grumpig, he has the Fortress. I'm assuming that is gonna be the Bug Bite. It is the Bug Bite, and he has the Diggersby, but this Diggersby is Mudshot Diggersby. It's gonna be a little bit worse into that Togekiss matchup, but a little stronger against some other meta picks as well. And on the other side, I believe Mystic Raccoon, I don't have any information on him. I think this could be his first tournament ever. So he is a lower seed coming into this battle, and he has made it to winners round 3 already. So congratulations.
That's a great accomplishment for your first regional ever. And, taking a look at these teams, I see some flashbacks to previous matches. Ashton Ash's team actually looks like a kind of a blend of the last 2 teams we saw. Mystic Raccoon rocking that Cradilly, which, I kind of thought that fell off the map in the last couple of months, but I feel it's popping up a couple times here and there.
And has that Charge-a-Bug as well on Mystic Raccoon's side. That's kind of interesting. There is no Stunfisk on the side of Ashton Ash, so could that have some flexible play? But there's just so many bulky Pokemon on Ashton Ash's team too, running that Galarian Corsola, running the Diggersby, running the Licky. Grumpig's even bulky. It has that Shadow Fortress, and it's going to be the lead. Shadow Fortress into that Charge-a-Bug. There's a Sableye and Gastrodon backline. I got to check out what attacks Sableye has.
Well, this is an interesting lead matchup right here. Fortress, I'm pretty sure if it wants to, it can just shield through the Charge-a-Bug, but he's actually going to let this first discharge go as Mystic Raccoon fires off the first charge attack of the game. Ashton Ash going to farm up a little bit more energy. Probably want to throw the Rock Tomb before the next discharge is reached, and that's exactly what he does.
And the Rock Tomb is going to be super effective into that bug type of the Charge-a-Bug. So Mystic Raccoon does protect you here. And Sableye in the back has that Power Gem as its second attack with the Foul Play here. Throwing the discharge, which will knock out. You probably just let it go at this point. Ashton Ash thinking with Grumpig, you don't need to have the alignment as much if there's not going to be a Bug Bite Fortress in the back. So just letting that go, I assume, probably going to come down with the Grumpig. And can you get that full side wave down before the X Scissor? You're not going to be able able to get it. Do you swap into the Togekiss? No, just gonna maybe protect shield it.
And that would have been a great opportunity to catch on the Togekiss because, of course, you know that Mystic Raccoon is going to throw the X-Scissor here unless he's running some 5-head strategy. He's going to get the full farm down here, but now it's kind of awkward because Mystic Raccoon has switch advantage. Now going to bring in the Sableye. You throw the Shadow Ball and then maybe you go straight into Togekiss?
Yeah, dump this energy that you gained on that matchup by Sai waving down, then swap into the Togekiss probably, and the Togekiss has a great matchup versus the Gastrodon in the back, and you swapped into the Gastrodon. Mystic Raccoon is shaking his head here because that is not great. It's going to be these Mud Slaps that are double resisted into that flying type of the Togekiss. At least you do have the Water Pulse instead of the Earth Power to throw into it.
That's nice coverage for the Gastrodon to have, and oh, nice shield by Ashton Ash, I think. Oh wait, actually the Sableye does have power jumps, but it's okay. I'm sure he'll outpace the Sableye later down the line as he throws the Aura Sphere into Gastrodon. I'm curious to see whether this Aura Sphere puts the Gastrodon into potential peck down range. I don't think you will be able to do that before Gastrodon reaches another attack, and so Ashton Ash is going to throw this Aura Sphere.
Just decides to get this Gastrodon out of here, and now Sableye has the Protect Shield advantage, but how does it get through the Togekiss? The Togekiss already has an attack banked, and it's just 5 away from the double Aura Sphere here. The Aura Sphere is going to be coming through. Gets the Protect Shield from Mystic Raccoon. You're going to have to throw a charge attack before the next attack is available from Togekiss, but the Grumpig is sitting in the back there too. Are you going to throw the Power Gem right when you have it? There's the swap, and a little bit late into that Grumpig, but maybe you can farm down with Shadow Claw?
Oh, I don't know about that, but that's what you have to go for as Mystic Raccoon. You need to take out both the Grumpig and the Togekiss, and you definitely power jump to take out the Togekiss, but Ashton Ash closing in on the Dynamic Punch, and that's going to be enough to take out. Well, actually, it might not be enough to take out. Well, okay, Butters, let's hang on here.
I think it will. I'm calling it out right now.
Oh, no, okay, we were wrong. That's okay.
1-0. I was right. You were wrong.
What?
All right.
Okay.
Ashton Ash takes game number 1 with that Grumpig. Flexible Pokemon, able to farm down the Charge Bug, get to double charge attacks to finish off that Sableye and win that Game 1 matchup.
You know, it's interesting. I actually think that Ashton Ash might have given Mystic Raccoon a little bit of a window of hope there by shielding the, I think it was the Water Pulse on the Togekiss.
Right.
Because that opens up your Togekiss to get basically one hit by the Power Gem. And I think if Ashton Ash, you know, you can say it was a skillful catch, but I think he got a little bit lucky with this catch, and if he didn't get it, I think Mystic Raccoon had a pretty good chance to get foul play on the Grumpig and Power Gem onto the Togekiss.
Ashton Ash definitely went a turn too early on that catch. I mean, if Mystic Raccoon could have saw that, he probably would have banked up some more energy. Foul play, Power Gem, like you said, that would have been an opportunity for Mystic Raccoon. But, you know, also, Ashton Ash knows he's the higher seed, knows you're playing maybe a newer trainer to Championship Series. Oftentimes, sometimes newer trainers throw when they have energy. So that's actually a smart adaptation from Ashton Ash to just swap when he knows his opponent is just about to have energy. And it did help him win the battle there.
Definitely helped him out there, but I think it was a close call for Ashton Ash, so we'll see what he does in game number 2. I think the way he played the lead matchup was interesting. I liked the farm down with Grumpig. Maybe got a little bit unlucky that there was the Sableye waiting on the other side. But you know what? He came out of that Charge Bug matchup with quite a bit of energy, so it wasn't a terrible position.
Yeah, well, Ashton Ash up 1-0 in this series. Ashton Ash, one of the few trainers to be top 5 in 2 international championships. I believe 2 international championships in a row. An extremely talented trainer, has not won a regional championship yet. We will definitely see him at the World Championships, but can he reach his ultimate goal, and will Los Angeles, his home turf, be that opportunity? The Licky Licky into the Sableye. That's a pretty good lead, but it's not devastating for the Sableye.
Not devastating, but I do think it's a good advantage for Ashton Ash, especially as this foul play comes through and Ashton Ash gets an entire rollout through. He does have another, I believe I saw the Diggersby in the back, so another normal type. So he has a lot of really great coverage against the Sableye here. Does have to be careful of a potential Shadow Ball catch, but luckily this Shadow Ball is going to land on the Sableye.
Yeah, it's tough. He threw at turn 12, which is turn alignment with the rollout as well. So that means you get a three free turns of energy for that rollout. And here comes a swap into the Diggersby here versus the Togekiss. And I really want to see this matchup, because obviously you do need the double Aura Sphere, but the double Fire Punch is just not nearly threatening enough. This is such a good counter, in my opinion, to that Diggersby.
Right, this is a wonderful matchup for Togekiss. Second Fire Punch coming through because Mystic Raccoon was a little bit ahead on energy, but you're going to see this damage land on the Togekiss. I'm pretty sure it can take another Fire Punch even after this. Yeah, barely into the yellow there as Togekiss farming up a ton of energy here, and I expect to farm up even more before throwing the next Aura Sphere.
Yeah, and especially running the Mud Shot as well. It just does no damage, just 1 damage per Mud Shot here. It's just not threatening at all. Probably going to throw on Charge Attack priority. Yes, throws perfectly on Charge Attack priority to knock out this Diggersby here. Mystic Raccoon in a tough position. Gonna let his Diggersby go down, but what do you farm this Togekiss with? The Togekiss has enough energy. If you go into the Charge Bug, you can get that Volt Switch down, but you'll have to take probably 2 Side Shocks and actually just going for a bait, because no, it's the Sableye.
Right, this is the move you want to throw. A single resisted, but Side Shock would be double resisted. And at this point, you know, Ashton Ash, I don't think he can lose this game. He's got 2 normal types, both of which can take out the Charge Bug, and this is looking pretty set in stone from my perspective.
Yeah, it's a blowout here. It's a blowout for Ashton Ash. Ashton Ash has this Diggersby into this Charge Bug. It's such a great matchup, obviously. I mean, it's going to be able to double resist the electric type damage. It's going to be able to neutrally take the X's or no problem and deal back super effective fire punch damage. So this looks like it's going to be a clean 2-0 for Ashton Ash. But Mystic Raccoon, I think it's his first tournament ever, and to get to winners round number 3 in your first tournament ever is a great start. And then unfortunately you will have to face some good players eventually. So running into Ashton Ash here.
Right, and I think, you know, at winners round 3, even if you just win like 1 more match on the loser set, I think you are going to pick up a decent number of championship points. Ashton Ash trying to speed up the game a little bit here for us by getting these super effective rollouts in as he takes game number 2 and moves on to winner semis.
Clean win for the home Los Angeles local Ashton Ash, able to take that 2-0. He's in group number D. He's going to be in winners round 4. And can this be his tournament? He is definitely on pace to make it to day number 2, just a couple of match victories away.
And it's always a pleasure to see Ashton Ash and follow his journey. So, you know, hopefully we'll get to see him in, I guess, winners finals potentially. I'm not sure if we'll get to see winners semifinals, but, you know, we spotlighted him at the top of the show. You mentioned all of those different accomplishments. Of course, I would say that NAIC, the year he got second, was really the time when I think a lot of people looked at him and said, oh my goodness, this is one of the best trainers in the world, and he's continued to prove that with top cut after top cut.
And he definitely is. It's just, it's so hard to get over that final hump. I mean, someone that had that similar journey. How about Elam, right? Elam was always doing so well, but could never get that regional championship. He would do well in internationals, do well in regionals, and finally he got over that hump. And then since then, he has really taken off, right? So maybe Ashton Ash is kind of in that Elam stage. He just needs that one final victory to really stabilize himself as one of the top players.
I would say something similar happened to Wadaj. He was top cut after top cut, then one Hartford win, and then boom, NAIC win, World's top 3, Pittsburgh win right after that, all within a couple of months. So I think, you know, the stage before you have your first win, you do need to build up a little bit more confidence to reach that, you know, best player in the world stage. But Ashton Ash can definitely be there.
And that's the story for almost all the trainers at these competitions, right? It's not like one person wins. It's not like you don't have the opportunity. Only one person will win the tournament. So everyone is building towards something. And something that I think we're going to cover this tournament in particular, because it's a sprint to the end here in Indianapolis from the North American side of things, we're going to try to talk about these trainers that are in the bubble, that are close to qualification or maybe on the edge of qualification, because it's not only about the trainers that win first place at these regionals. It's all about the road to Worlds, and the road to Worlds, you can see it on the horizon. San Francisco is right there. So some trainers are so close, and we're going to try to cover all those trainers here in Los Angeles today.
And even several of the trainers that we've seen on stream already, I mean, Habibi EX, also Toad, I think both of them are looking for, you know, even just a couple of championship points. That's going to secure their Worlds invite. I think Toad last year actually kind of had that last second sprint. He got very, very far, NAIC to like barely qualify to Worlds. So there's definitely still time, but it's, you know, you definitely want to sit quietly and comfortably and lock in your points early.
Absolutely, and I believe we do have Ashton Ash, so let's hear from the trainer himself. Take it away, Speediest Chief 2.
Thank you so much, Butters. I'm here with Ashton Ash, who just had a great win on stream. Ashton Ash, the casters have been hyping you up all morning. We think that you have the potential to take it all the way. Are you feeling pretty good at this point in the tournament?
I am. After Querétaro, I was heavily burned out. So I took a break. I went to Acapulco with my friends, actually. It was pretty cool. So in this tournament, I did something different. I'm just having fun. You know, it's, because sometimes you get like in your head, you try to win, and that can just like stumble you over. So this time I'm just here to have fun. So I'm feeling pretty good.
I feel like flow state is a thing, right? You don't want to force it too much. How are you feeling about your team? You said it might be inspired by another very talented player.
Oh yeah, this is Kai's team. So I was running something like fairly similar, but I think, dude, he's the world champ. Obviously, he has a world champ difference. He made a pretty good team. It has some weaknesses, which I'm not going to say here, obviously. But it is a very well-rounded team. I had a lot of reps with the Pokemon that I have here, so. Yeah, thank you, Kai, all the way to China. Yeah.
Well, Ashton Ash, is there anybody that you want to shout out or say thank you to for your journey here to LA and what's coming next?
Yeah, sure. First of all, thanks, Kai. I'm pretty sure you didn't even know that I took your team, so like, thanks a lot, dude. Secondly, I would like to shout out as well, like the two people that I scripted most, actually, or a lot with, Lil Sparty and Hungry Wolfpack. He's actually going on stream right now, so thank you very much. Obviously, say hello to Monica. Thanks for always supporting me. My friends Rigo, Luis, Damien, and all the people. PvP Steve, never forget that guy. Yeah.
We adore PvP Steve, right? He does so much for the community. Well, Ashton Ash, best of luck in the rest of your bracket run. For now, we're going to take a look at some qualified advice from some qualified trainers. I'm here with Worlds qualified Dre Flames. Dre, what number are you on the boards right now?
I spent most of the season on page 1. I think I fell off a bit after Orlando, but I'm looking to bounce back and hopefully get back on page 1. I should be around 30, I think, right now. So I would say most likely qualified, but it's not just about that. We always strive to do more and try to be as high as possible on the leaderboard.
Well, I'm excited to see you here in LA. I wanted to ask you, when you saw the players that were competing, did you notice any names that were here this weekend but maybe aren't yet qualified for Worlds? I want you to pick one and give me some advice.
I'm sure there's a few, especially part of our group, SoCal. I think probably if I had to pick one, maybe Sai Rhino. He's a very talented kid, a very busy kid as well. But he doesn't go to as many events. I feel like it's a number game, and the more you can maximize your chances, the better. And it obviously, even if you go to every single tournament, it doesn't guarantee that you're going to qualify. So at the end of the day, preparation is the most important thing. So you can either go to many events or just a few, but what matters at the end of the day is the prep. So structuring the prep, Sai Rhino, I know you're a busy guy. Do track and field, college, instruments, you play music as well. So I think it's, instead of cramming it at the very last moment, like the week before or 2 weeks before, start prepping like a whole month before. If you just do like 3 sets of scrims a day, think about it. You just do the math. It's like about 90 sets of scrims, more or less. And depending on how many games per set, if you do a best of 5 or best of 3, it's gonna be around like 150, 200 games in a month that you just, and it's not even gonna feel like it because it's like maybe 40 minutes a day. That's just the bare minimum, and you're gonna be way ahead of the competition. So yeah, stay ready so you don't have to get ready. That's probably what I would say.
Awesome, Dre. Well said. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
I'm here with 4-time Worlds qualified Arrow. Arrow, what's your current spot on the leaderboards?
In NA, I'm currently either 11 or 12. I haven't looked at it in a few days, so not sure.
You're like the highest one we've talked to so far. So I'm really excited to hear this advice. A lot of players here in LA are competing this weekend. They want to make the final push to getting their own qualification. I want you to give advice to someone in particular.
Yes, so I'm gonna take the mic from you, okay? I would give advice to my good friend and my teammate, Kim Coop. He's got the skills. He got a top 3 at Portland last year. I believe he was runner-up. He's just got to believe in his gut. Maybe show up to a few more tournaments and he'd get more points more equally. But if he trusts himself this weekend, I'm sure he's going to move forward in his qualification.
I'm surprised you didn't tell him to play dart tricks.
I mean, I'm playing dart tricks. I think everyone should play dart tricks.
Will everyone play dart tricks in LA? Let's find out, everybody. I'm here with multi-time Worlds qualified trainer out of Pocket. Pocket, what is your current spot on the leaderboards?
In the US and Canada rankings, I am number 3.
I'd say you're pretty clear they qualified for Worlds again this year. There are a lot of trainers here in LA that are looking to punch their ticket, get the final points that they need. Do you want to give advice to any of them in particular?
Yeah, I actually know someone that is right on the bubble. You guys may know him as a regional champion, but this season's been a little tough for him. You guys know Elite? That guy's Elite Zero. He's been on the bubble for a while. Pittsburgh, there's some problems there. He only played, he's really good in side events, and Vegas, he also had some trouble. So he's definitely on the bubble right now. And going to NAIC, this could make or break his and a lot of other people's qualification run for this championship series of 2026, right? And, you know, I've been looking at the meta a lot. And, you know, the first thing I thought of when I looked at the rankings on exterior websites was Oxy. I've been hounding people for Oxy trades. Swift coverage with confusion, really swift pacing, and you have Stab Future Sight or Thunder, or I think that's it. But those two moves, really strong nukes, makes Oxy, which is already a very bulky Pokemon, have a lot of oomph and swift pacing. I've also been looking at one I had just saw that I thought was very interesting was Orbeetle. It's a bug and psychic type Pokemon. It's quite bulky, and it has Psycho Cuts, Psy Shock, and Bug Buzz. So it has very strong coverage moves, very unique typing. So that could be what your NAIC team needs.
What I really like is that I asked you for advice for Elite to qualify, and you just went straight to NAIC, because maybe you don't think Elite's going to get the points he needs this weekend, and maybe he should just bank on NAIC. I really like that you did that. I think it's Uxie as well, but I know what you're getting at.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Oxy, Uxie, potato, right? It's the same thing. We're all roads lead to Rome, and in this case, it's Oxy versus Uxie, right? But yeah, I wouldn't be too confident in his LA performance, but if he goes to NAIC, I would bet it all on 0 Elite 0.
All right, let's see if Elite 0 is able to get the points now, or if he's going to have to wait until New Orleans. On here with multi-time Worlds qualified Dunebug 97. Dune, what's your current spot on the NA leaderboards?
Currently, at this point, I sit number 4 on the North American leaderboards.
Awesome, and very well said too. Dune, there are a lot of trainers here that are competing this weekend. I want you to pick one of them and give them very specific advice on how they can get the final points they need, 100 points, 200 points, whatever it is. How can they get over the hump and get qualified for the World Championship?
So I think a good person I can give this advice to is J-Jan. J-Jan is a very analytical person I've seen, very much into spreadsheets and data analysis. But I think if J-Jan just puts in the work to learn more matchups and just learn how teams play against each other, I think J-Jan could have a lot of success this weekend.
So maybe a little less numbers and play with his heart a bit more, huh?
Yeah, instead of crunching the numbers, J-Jan needs to crunch debuff his opponents.
You heard it here first. Let's see how many crunch debuffs J-Jan gets in Los Angeles. I'm here with the multi-time world qualified Caleb Pang. Caleb, what's your current spot on the leaderboards?
Right now in North America, I'm 35.
That's actually really good. Caleb, there are a lot of trainers here this weekend. Are there any competitors in LA that you want to give personal advice to on getting those final points they need to qualify for Worlds this year?
Yeah, I live in LA myself, so I know a lot of the locals are here, but the person I'm really rooting for is not actually a local. It's a teammate of mine, Toad, who got top 8 in Orlando, and he's still looking for more points to lock in that qualification. My best advice to him, though, is I hope he's not running that Shadow Primate that I saw him practice against me with, because I don't think he's that good, and I don't know if he's going to get the World's qualification he needs if he runs down his team. So hopefully he didn't bring it into his final team.
Thank you so much, Caleb. We'll see if Primate is the sauce. Let's get back to the stream.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2026 Pokemon GO Los Angeles Regional Championships. My name is Henry, and I have the absolute privilege, the honor to share the desk with the one and only Speediest Chief.
This guy. When Henry and I saw the schedule, we were over the moon. Cannot wait to get into the commentary for this LA Regional. It's been epic so far with Butters and Soph taking us through, but we looked at the bracket here, Henry. We have some insane matches coming up soon.
We were taking a look at the stream queue. Honestly, we were jumping for joy backstage. We have some incredible matchups coming up, some of the best players in the world, and I, for one, cannot wait.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be epic. It's been a great show so far. We have not seen as many Aegislash as I would have thought, and we're not seeing as much Spice as I would have expected, but let's see if those trends change. We're going to take a look here at Rise versus Hungry Wolfpack. I see the Gorgeist, I see the Shadow Fortress, I see the Celio. What's standing out to you, Henry?
I'm seeing ice types on both sides here. Rise is running the Alolan Ninetales. Now, for the trivia buffs out there, Rise back in the day ended up winning a regional with Alolan Ninetales. And he's also won a regional this season with Gourgeist, so it seems like he is kind of relying on more old favorites here. But Hungry Wolfpack is an ice type as well with that Shadow Celio.
Shadow Celio, something I've seen pretty active in Go Battle League. A lot of high-level trainers are playing that Pokemon, but will it translate well over to the Championship Series and Show 6? That's the main question in my mind right now. Our trainers are locked in and ready to go. Henry, let's jump right into it.
Game number 1, Rise to Occasion versus Hungry Wolfpack, and that's exactly the lead Rise was hoping to see. Shadow Bug Bite Fortress into the Celio.
Rock Tomb is going to deal a lot of super effective damage. Celio can fight back with the Surf. Obviously, Body Slam is a little bit tricky here. This is a bold bait, but Hungry Wolfpack gets it early on.
Shadow Fortress often feels a lot of pressure to shield because it can debuff that Celio's attack with Rock Tomb. Hungry Wolfpack now has some residual energy, but is going to get outpaced. Rock Tomb available for Rise. Hungry Wolfpack puts up the shield, as otherwise he would lose to Celio.
And at this point, I think the Celio, even if it does land that Surf, Rise can probably just Bug Bite down, right?
That Surf will now not take the knockout. Shadow on Shadow, but it's at -1 attack. Rise with a no shield. He will still have to fire off some energy here, but Hungry Wolfpack is going to opt out and send in the ever-neutral Licky Licky.
Licky Licky hops out here. Oh, actually catching on the Body Slam and getting the rollout through. Very well done by Rise to Occasion. I thought he might stay in for the debuff. He doesn't want to take any more damage on that Fortress.
I love the precision there by Rise, throwing 8 Bug Bites and the switch. Getting that rollout sneak is so important. That is 13 free energy to that Licky Licky. And if we know anything about this meta, Licky Licky energy always has a place to go.
Rise does win the charge attack priority tie over Hungry Wolfpack's Licky Licky as well, which is valuable information as this battle goes on. I think that Hungry Wolfpack is probably 1, maybe 2 rollouts ahead.
Body Slam will connect. Really not going to do much, but this honestly feels more like the Lickitung mirrors that we had back in the day. He tries for a catch. Rise not going to fall for it, and instead we'll get to connect with the significantly harder hitting Shadow Ball.
That internal timer just ticking away for Rise. He knows exactly where the swap is, and he is not going to allow his opponent to catch on him. Comes into the mirror match now with his Unova Stunfisk. I don't think a single Mud Bomb is quite enough to KO, but that health advantage for Rise is huge.
Rise's Stunfisk will be able to survive 2 Mud Bombs here. Because Thundershock is triple resisted, you can never really Thundershock down, whereas Hungry Wolfpack is actually in double Mud Bomb range. So for Rise, this ends up being very valuable information, and he also learns the information that he wins charge attack priority not only in that Licky Licky mirror, but in the Stunfisk mirror as well.
Wow, that's really, really good for Rise. He can control, the pacing of this matchup as it progresses. And as Henry pointed out, the double Mud Bombs are not going to be near enough because of those triple resisted fast attacks.
Timer up for Hungry Wolfpack, not going to switch out just yet. Switch timer not yet up for Rise. Rise farms up. Hungry Wolfpack tries to go for the charge attack priority tie catch, but because switching takes a turn, that Body Slam should not have been triggered.
Exactly. Does give Rise a chance to swap out into a different Pokemon, but he's going to allow this Unova Stunfisk to absorb the Body Slam, take that damage there, drain a bit of the energy out, and then look for a more favorable matchup.
He could try and go for farm down with the Fortress here, but no, going to send it into Licky Licky. He's saving the Fortress, tries to make the Body Slam, but is unable to get there. Hungry Wolfpack able to outpace due to, once again, the one-turn switch.
Body Slam connecting here in the mirror match. At no risk, really, of getting rollouted down. Double up on the Body Slam. Ryska has both, but he goes up for the charge attack priority because he knows he wins that as well.
That's really, really good optimization by Rise. Hungry Wolfpack shaking his head. He's saying, how many charge stack priority ties can I lose in one singular match? But that Body Slam loaded very nice as in comes the Stunfisk.
Doesn't want to miss out on this valuable energy. Rise fires the energy immediately. His switch timer isn't up, so he's going to lose that Licky Licky here. But actually coming in with the Celio and gets Powdered Snow down.
Celio does get a 1 Powder Snow head start. Rise still it's a Stunfisk, but it's on 1 hit point remaining. The Fortress very close to a move. Fortress will fire off the Sand Tomb. Hungry Wolfpack forced to put up the shield, but now Celio's defense is going to be lowered.
Yeah, this is the attrition, right? Fortress is going to kick in here with that Bug Bite damage. Debuff is assured. Bug Bite's raining down. Catches the Body Slam for the flex. Rise is going to lock down this battle.
Rise to Occasion. What a play. Body Slam lands on the 1 hit point remaining on that Stunfisk. Rise Bug Bites down. In comes the Stunfisk. Stunfisk gets Bug Bitten down as well. And that's a brilliant game 1 from Rise to Occasion.
I gotta be honest with you, Henry. After all those cap tie wins and all those favorable matchups and swaps, that game still came down to the wire in the very end.
One thing that I do really appreciate about this meta is it feels like a lot of these games, especially when there's very frequent mirror matches, it ends up feeling like a very positional game, where rather than just having a dominant alignment, it's a lot of neutral play, very similar matchups, Licky Licky versus Licky Licky, Stunfisk versus Stunfisk, and how do you navigate the matchups? A critical moment in that match was when Hungry Wolfpack sent in the Licky Licky. Rise stayed in and threw 8 bug bites, and being able to store that energy and get the catch and sneak allowed him to make a Sand Tomb later in the game, and that was absolutely pivotal. It was this moment right here, throwing 8 bug bites and getting the catch and getting that rollout sneak as well.
Replay is absolutely on fire, and I agree. I think that was the difference maker, and with so much neutral play to go around, finding those small gaps, those narrow openings is the best way to kind of shore up your win condition and build some space between you and your opponent.
And with that defense team of Celio was still able to hang on and make the body slam, but Rise, the counts were on. He gets the catch. He saved the Stunfisk for that exact reason. And then Shadow Bugbite Fortress does what it does best, farming down everything and taking the game for Rise.
Yeah, still though, I mean, I look at the Fortress's HP, it's probably 1 or 2 Thundershocks away from being KO'd. So even though on the surface of it, it looked dire for Hungry Wolfpack, he still did a great job of making that game competitive. So going into battle number 2, Henry, is there anything you want to see differently in terms of team composition or approach?
Honestly, I really liked Rise's approach. Rise is often a master at playing at very mirror match intensive matchups. Now, the fact that he now knows he wins charge attack priority in both those matchups is critical information. A lot of the times people will ask in chat, what are these trainers writing down? They have their notebooks, but that's information that Rise can write down, being like, I won charge attack priority in the Licky Licky mirror, I won it in the Stunfisk mirror, and you can write down like what composition did my opponent try, what did they go for, did they bait, trying to pick up on these tendencies, because game 2 for Hungry Wolfpack is all going to be about adjustments. It was a very close game 1, but Rise with that 11th hour catch slammed the door. Now it's on Hungry Wolfpack to try and adjust and get the equalizer.
Rise already locked in with his team for game number 2. Hungry Wolfpack taking just a little while longer to think about it. This is the winner semis of Group C, and getting past Rise, whether it's winner semis or grand finals, is a feat in itself. So Hungry Wolfpack is taking all the time he needs to figure out exactly what the right formula is, and I think he's got it figured out.
We've got lock-ins. Game number 2, Group C winner semifinals. Rise to occasion versus Hungry Wolfpack. It's going to be Alolan Ninetales staring down Licky Licky.
Now, we mentioned Ice-type Pokemon against Licky Licky, and the rollout can be a little oppressive, but there are win conditions here for the Ninetales. Is that correct?
Ninetales can actually make this matchup quite close. Rise just going to bank energy. Hungry Wolfpack will go for the body slam bait. Rise has to decide, will he put up the Protect Shield? He will not. He has the Feraligatr in the back, so he did run a line that's very soft to Licky Licky. He's hoping that if he can successfully neutralize this Licky Licky, then the Feraligatr will have play in the end game.
Great bait early on by Rise to occasion, builds close to the Dazzling Gleam energy, but throws the Weather Ball, and Hungry Wolfpack is not happy with that decision. Tries to add insult to injury with a catch of the Shadow Ball, but doesn't quite get it. We see counter swaps into Shadow Fortress.
This is honestly a pretty good spot to be in for Rise to occasion. Up energy in this matchup. Shadow Ball is survivable for the Fortress, but it will leave a serious dent in the health. Hungry Wolfpack will put up the shield, really trying to prioritize health remaining, but with no protections left to hide behind in the end game, that could spell disaster for Altaria.
Yeah, exactly. It can be a little bit tough. You don't want to lose any more advantage than you already gave up, but you might have to double down in situations like this. Rock Tomb does pull the shield from Rise, though, a bit of an equalizer, but the Shadow Balls are just not going to stop.
Licky Licky so far ahead on energy. It's at -1, but there's no Protect Shields remaining for this Fortress. Shadow Ball will connect. It looks like Shadow Ball would be able to pick up the KO. Will Switch Timer come up for Hungry Wolfpack? No, it does not, but able to make a last-second Sand Tomb.
I almost wonder if Licky Licky can endure this. It is a Shadow Fortress. It is going to be close, but it might be able to hang on, and it absolutely does.
Rise pivots out, maybe predicting a potential catch. He sends it the Altaria, but this Altaria is about to get absolutely destroyed by Ice Beam.
Henry, you mentioned it. Giving up those shields early leaves your other Pokemon exposed or freeze-dried. Here comes an Ice Beam from the Shadow Feraligatr.
Double super effective one-hit KO, and that could be the game for Rise. Rise has a lot of energy stored on the Licky Licky. There's energy on the Alolan Ninetales as well, but there's so much energy available on Hungry Wolfpack's Licky Licky as well.
Yeah, he is going to continue to fight back. As we saw in game number 1, it was close up until the very end. Rise calling the body slam, ice in his veins, and Hungry Wolfpack cannot believe it.
What a call by Rise. Shadow Ball could have been the end of Feraligatr, but he successfully calls it. Now he gets the Hydro Cannon into the Licky Licky. He goes for the combination play, but Hungry Wolfpack says no with a well-timed catch onto the Fortress.
Fortress absorbing the resisted body slam here from the Licky Licky. The question is, can it do anything with it? The answer is no. Licky Licky bears down with the rollout and gets the KO.
Hungry Wolfpack needs this to knock out, and it does. There's so much energy available. In comes the Ninetales, but the Weather Ball is loaded. Rise to occasion. What a series. The energy management, the switches, the bait call, no shielding the body slam. That was sensational from Rise.
I mean, it really felt like a 3v2 at some points, right? Because when the Altaria came out and the Feraligatr just slammed the Ice Beam into it, there was really nothing that Hungry Wolfpack could do. Very talented trainer in his own right. I know a lot of people watching the broadcast this weekend are hyped to see him play, but coming up against Rise is just tough.
That was surgical from Rise. You really felt the intentionality behind every decision throughout the course of that match. Shadow Fortress is a Pokemon that really values an energy advantage, and I feel like in that game number 1, he did such a good job of getting it that advantage. It ended up paying off in that end game, and then in that seat, it was right here. The 8 bug bites, I keep bringing it up because that is just absolutely perfect Fortress gameplay. Getting yourself close to a charge stack because Fortress is very powerful, but it doesn't have particularly strong pacing.
Yeah, exactly right. Those small interval plays, I think a lot of this, if I'm being honest, I think it comes from Rise's experience, not only in the championship series, but also in the grassroots, where you are competing sometimes in limited formats. He's just adept at this kind of approach, and it shows here in spades.
And that catch, end of game 1, was devastating. Fortress just bug biting down the remaining Pokemon to take the win. Stunfisk so close to a move, but not quite able to get there. And in that game 2, that poor Shadow Altaria, it had nowhere it could run. There was a Weather Ball in the Ninetales, Ice Beam on the Feraligatr. Ice damage was everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely nowhere to hide from that onslaught of damage. The Fortress, though, came in and was able to catch that move, but it couldn't do anything else with it. Alola Ninetales winning the cap tie on arrival, and that is all that she wrote for Hungry Wolfpack there.
I think one very pivotal thing that kind of put Rise over the top in that series was the Fortress energy management. Rise was always very, very particular to try and ensure that his Shadow Fortress was not behind on energy. Yeah. Whereas Hungry Wolfpack ended up answering the Licky Licky save switch with a Fortress, and we saw that down energy, that matchup can actually get quite spooky for the Fortress, because Fortress, it's all about the fast pressure and the debuffs, but if you're down energy to a Pokemon that gets Shadow Balls as efficiently as Licky Licky, we really saw why Licky Licky is so high in usage. Licky Licky absolutely shone in that game number 2.
I don't think we talk about this enough, but some Pokemon do succeed with just a little bit of energy on their side, and I think that we talk about lead Pokemon with debuffing charge stacks like Wild Charge or Superpower. Those tend to be in the lead for those reasons, because they want to debuff themselves and then get out, but some Pokemon like Kingdra, like Fortress, they need that initial start to get revved up and get the engine going, and then you might see the pivot out. But like you said, staying ahead on energy can make the world of difference, especially with Pokemon that are built that way.
And it did remind me a little bit of the old Lickitung mirrors back in the day, where someone would save switch a Lickitung, you'd bank as much energy as possible, and then throw your own Lickitung at it. But with the specific optimization of trying to, when you get the catch onto your Licky Licky, get that rollout sneak. Because even though you are giving your opponent an energy head start, getting 13 free energy is a really good way to get yourself back in that game. And so it was just, I mean, I already described it as surgical, and I feel like the word just fits. That was surgical from Rise.
Yeah, absolutely perfect way to phrase it. We didn't see the Gourgeist there, but if you're a Rise to Occasion fan, make sure to continue watching the stream, because he might play Gourgeist down at the stretch. Personally, Henry, as you saw in my caster picks, I think there's a place for fire in this meta. We'll see if it shines through with Rise's Gourgeist or maybe some other way.
It sounds like we actually get to hear from the man himself. We have Rise down on the floor, and we're going to get to hear from Butters and Rise as Rise talks about his win down on stage.
All right, thank you so much. We're here with Rise to Occasion, and I want to do just a little check-in with you, Rise. You're one of the best players of all Pokemon GO Championship Series, obviously one of the best players in North America. How are you feeling at this point of the season right now? Soph told me you were feeling a little sad because of your last 2 tournaments. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, I can't be too pessimistic, right? I've had a great season overall with a lot of good performances, but my last 2 tournaments in particular, I got knocked out pretty early in Orlando, and then Prague. Took that trip across the pond, and it was a great vacation, but I went 1-2. It was my first time actually going negative in a tournament under 500. So that was pretty tough, but still had a fun time. And I think just trying not to be like too hard on myself and just have fun here and in LA and just enjoy the experience.
Well, that's kind of crazy, though. How many tournaments have you played? This is your first time to be under 500. Insanely impressive. There was one Pokemon that obviously won the regional championship of this season that you brought back. Was that because you felt there's going to be a rise of Stunfisk? Why'd you bring that Gourgeist?
That was a big reason, was the rise of Stunfisk. I had Galarian Corsola in that spot, but I felt like Gourgeist breaks apart Stunfisk in Fortress, which are on a lot of teams, or maybe Quagsire in Fortress. So usually you're getting at least 2 hard punish matchups for Gourgeist, which can just make the opponents, you know, have to think a little bit extra before they bring those Pokemon.
All right, well, actually, one other Pokemon I want to talk about quickly was that Alolan Ninetales. It doesn't have the Chilling Water, though, either. Why'd you make that decision?
I thought about Chilling Water. It's nice for Fortress as well, but I opted for Dazzling Gleam just because of the other water types, things like Feraligatr. It's a little bit painful, right, if shields are down and you can't really hit that Feraligatr. So that was probably the main reason for Dazzling Gleam, and just a harder hitting neutral attack as well in certain situations.
All right, well, nice to see you cheering up with your success here in Los Angeles Regional. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out before we head back to the action?
Yes, I forgot to shout out last time. Huge shout out to Lulu. She knows who she is. And shout out to Legends Unite. Also, shout out to, who have I missed recently? Axon helped me scrim like once. I didn't do too many scrims. Yeah.
Wow, a lot of people that also helped you just once is going to be feeling real sad now. But congratulations once again to Rise of Occasion. Let's head back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Butters, for that interview with Rise. Always a pleasure to talk with one of NA's best. But up on stage, we've got Mushroom Queen and Bezo Boy, the reigning world champion, about to square off.
This is an incredible matchup, and look at the teams. There is a Poliwrath on the side of Mushroom Queen, and it is the counter Poliwrath. Now, Mudshot did get buffed this season, but we just saw Inadequence in Prague get a 3rd place with counter Poliwrath. It seems like Mushroom Queen was inspired by that, and counter Poliwrath makes an appearance here in Los Angeles.
I mean, it's such a versatile Pokemon. If you do have Icy Wind and Dynamic Punch, which Mushroom Queen does, it means you can Icy Wind the flying types, you can Dynamic Punch through the steels, and the counter is going to apply some consistent damage as you move through those charge stacks. So I do think it's an interesting Pokemon. We'll see how impactful it'll be here, but I think on Bezo Boy's team, there's a lot of targets for it.
There definitely are. There is Licky Licky and Empoleon which both take massive super effective damage from counter. There's the Quagsire, but Bezo Boy is actually running a moveset that can help fight back against Poliwrath. This is not the Stone Edge Quagsire, it is the Mud Bomb Quagsire. So Quagsire at least will not be walled in that matchup. But a Pokemon that really caught my eye on the side of Bezo Boy is Togekiss. Taking a look across this team, I would argue that Togekiss has no bad matchups. Like Licky Licky and Credillia are probably the best matchups there, but surprisingly enough, Tinkaton into Togekiss is very playable as the Togekiss because there isn't really a lot of damage done unless you can land a Gigaton Hammer, and in the 2s, trying to land a Gigaton Hammer on a Togekiss can be a bit difficult.
No, absolutely. I think there's a lot of opportunity to bait there, and it's very, very tough to land that hard-hitting charge stack when you can see it coming from a mile away. So going into this matchup, excited to see some Poliwrath action. I think that Bezo Boy's got to respect it. The Togekiss maybe plus the Galarian Corsa would be a good combination here, but then you have to avoid Mushroom Queen's Licky Licky and Guzzlord if you're playing Galarian Corsa. So there's a lot of interplay here between our two trainers, and Bezo Boy has been pretty active on the grassroots, been staying sharp since his World Championship victory, and I think he had also a really good performance in a previous regional this season.
I believe that was EUIC, the European Internationals across the pond, where he ended up in that limited meta, showcasing that world champ difference. He was on stage quite a bit. I believe it was a big losers run that they ended up making at the European Internationals.
Yeah.
So Bezo Boy, no stranger to the stage, no stranger to the pressure of the moment. We have one trainer locked in and another trainer making last-second adjustments here before this Group D winners semifinals matchup.
All right, here we go, everybody. Mushroom Queen versus Bezo Boy in the winners semis. Let's take a look.
And it's going to be a very neutral lead matchup. Galarian Corsola into the Tinkaton. Now, this Tinkaton is running its Calm Day move of Gigaton Hammer. Tinkaton will have a slight pacing advantage here. Corsola will take massive, massive damage from Gigaton Hammer, but importantly, will survive it well enough to not get fairy weighted down after.
Yeah, Galarian Corsola, ever the bulky Pokemon, but my goodness, does Gigaton Hammer slap. We're going to see the Licky come in, trying to catch the Nightshade there, but doesn't succeed, and the Empoleon comes out to meet it.
That was incredible patience from Bezo Boy, not letting that Nightshade land. And now Bezo Boy is going to be no shielding as Shadow Ball is going to connect.
Shadow Ball hits that Empoleon, dealing about half of its HP. Empoleon gears up for the Hydro Cannon here after 4 more fast attacks, and here it comes.
This is survivable for the Licky. No shield comes out from Mushroom Queen. Empoleon not quite in body slam range yet. Licky reaches for the Shadow Ball, but Bezo Boy able to outpace.
Bezo Boy looking to pick up the KO. Mushroom Queen's going to invest in that Licky, give it a Protect Shield here to keep it in this battle. And I think she's already got the Shadow Ball too, so this is a good investment. Switch timer not up either, so I don't think there's any way Bezo Boy could have escaped this.
Empoleon will get knocked out here, and Bezo Boy is okay with letting that go, because presumably the win condition he has identified is going to be the Togekiss. Togekiss energy goes very, very far in this matchup. Licky will reach for the Shadow Ball. This will inflict some pretty significant damage. Bezo Boy still has the 2 shields left to hide behind. Is he going to use one here? He does, and he gets the shield call right.
Yeah, I do like this for long-term HP management. Tinkaton comes back out. Corsola comes out to meet it, looking for the charge attack, but the Bulldoze does get fired off, and Bezo Boy's been counting. He knows this is not another Gigaton Hammer.
Gigaton Hammer, known for its damage. Bulldoze, not so much. That is a very comfortable survive, but the Corsola is going to need to fire off both charge attacks if it wants to pick up the knockout. Corsola, the name of the game is bulk. It doesn't do a lot of damage, so for Tinkaton, this is a pretty easy no shield.
Absolutely. Tinkaton gathering some energy, but it's going to be forced to take another charge attack here unless Mushroom Queen is going to give it that final Protect Shield. She decides to let it go, going to invest in her final 2 Pokemon.
Bezo Boy tried to go for an undercharge, wasn't quite able to get it. Can Licky get the farm down? Corsola very low. Corsola does get farmed down, and that is very good for Mushroom Queen.
We see Poliwrath come in versus the Togekiss though, but this Togekiss has so much energy. This is going to be really tough for the water and fighting type Pokemon. It's only got 1 shield left.
There is a charge attack banked on the Licky, and that will be very critical for Mushroom Queen. Counter does a lot of fast move damage in most matchups, but against the Togekiss, where Togekiss is going to be double resistant to counters, they really don't do much. Bezo Boy sees the win condition. It is to farm it into a range where Psyshock will knock out and have the Aura Sphere loaded for that Licky to win the charge attack priority tie.
Yeah, exactly. Going way up on energy. Bezo Boy reaches for the Psyshock when he's comfortable. He's got the 2 attacks banked. Gonna fire that one off. Connected. Poliwrath goes down. Final Pokemon's Licky, and just like you said, Henry, he's got the energy to boot.
Very nice energy management there from our world champion Bezo Boy. Togekiss, what a Pokemon. Its energy goes everywhere, and that is going to be a Game 1 win.
Looking very uphill here for Mushroom Queen. A lot of her Pokemon do not want to see that Togekiss, especially down shields, and that's where she found herself early on in that battle. She's got to find a way to take a shield early from Bezo Boy, and then, I guess, rain down some charge attacks to try to find an opening down the stretch.
I felt a pivotal moment in that game was in that Licky versus Empoleon mid-game, where Mushroom Queen ended up going down a shield, and Bezo Boy decided to let the Empoleon go, trusting in the fact that Togekiss, at advantage, up energy, up a shield, would be able to deliver the win, and it did exactly that.
Yeah, exactly right. Bezo Boy looking like our Game 1 winner, but our trainers are having a little discussion up on the stage. Let's see if that yields any changes to the outcome.
Poliwrath, there is a bit of a debate, right, between Mudshot and Counter. Counter would look really good in a lot of the matchups. It does make it significantly better into the Bug-Bite Fortress, a lot better into, obviously, the Licky and the Empoleon, but I felt like we did kind of see the downside of Counter in that Togekiss matchup, where unfortunately you don't have the pacing.
Well, it does look like we have a little confirmation here. Apparently there's a little team sheet mix-up on stage. We'll see if our judges can sort that out and get things figured going into game number 2. But that being said, yeah, I think there's a ton of play here for Bezo Boy and the Togekiss, as we've alluded to a few times before. Outside of that, I mean, it's going to be a little tough. Like I said, I think shield advantage would be the key here for Mushroom Queen to start to find, I guess, an opening, make some headway in this series. But for now, we're going to see if we can get things sorted out.
I think leaning on Credilli and Licky could be wise, just because both of those Pokemon have a lot of fast attack pressure into the Togekiss. Togekiss is very flexible. It has incredibly fast pacing, only 10 turns to the Aura Sphere and the Psyshock, but that does come at a bit of a cost, and that is that Togekiss, it's not the bulkiest Pokemon ever. So having fast food pressure into it could be key just to chip it down, where even if you're not able to let a charge attack on it, you're at least able to generate some kind of advantage, whereas in that Poliwrath matchup, so many counters landed, and the Togekiss just basically took no damage.
Oh yeah, absolutely, just struck them all off. I think you're right, the Cradily seems like such an interesting wedge into this team. The more that I look at it, I think that could be the key. We're gonna get some team sheets swapped out here on stage. I think we might have everything settled.
Glad to hear it. We obviously want to make sure all our players have all the correct information that they're going to need for this upcoming game number 2. But this does still look like a very tricky matchup for Mushroom Queen because, man, that Togekiss, even Tinkaton, which is supposed to be allegedly the best answer into the Togekiss,
right?
It just, the pacing is not quite there, where even though 2 Aura Spheres plus the Pex don't quite take the knockout, it still really feels like Togekiss, as long as it has 2 shields to hide behind, has the upper hand there. Looks like we do have confirmation. It was a team sheet error, so based on the incorrect team sheet, game 1 will actually be awarded to Mushroom Queen.
A costly penalty against a talented trainer like Mushroom Queen. Let's see if she can take the 2-0 over the world champ here. I mean, sometimes it can feel really, really, easy to just focus on the games and do your best, but there are small things you still have to take care of as you move through official championship series events. So let's see if Bezo Boy can actually win 2 straight, or if Mushroom Queen can take the series.
It'll all come down to that Togekiss. It really feels like the X factor here. But I think an underrated choice from Bezo Boy was the decision to go for the Corsola. Because I would argue Corsola has 4 very fine matchups. Obviously, it does very poorly into the Guzzlord and the Licky, but considering the amount of pressure that Togekiss puts on the team, Guzzlord feels like a really big risk. So suddenly, instead of 4 out of 6 good matchups, it feels like 4 out of 5 because it's very tough to bring the Guzzlord into this team.
Yeah, I agree. Guzzlord definitely has some matchups that it cannot recover from, no matter how much energy lead or shield advantage it has. So bringing that Pokemon always is going to bring with it its inherent risk. But I don't know, we might see one of those curious alignment plays where it absolutely works out. It's just a bit of a gamble, right? A bit of a risk to lean into that Pokemon in such an important series.
Very feast or famine, high risk, high reward. And to be fair, being up 1-0 in the series, there is wiggle room here to try and run something riskier, maybe catch Bezo Boy off guard. So having that 1 win in the bank does open up a lot more flexibility here, even though it does still feel like an uphill matchup.
It really does. Our trainers are getting locked in here, taking just a few moments to analyze those teams and get their picks in. Again, I think it's a little bit tougher for Mushroom Queen due to the comps that we see, but let's find out if she can make some magic happen.
We've got dual lock-ins. Game number 2, Group D winner semifinals. It's going to be Cradily into the Corsola. So Corsola manages to dodge that Licky, but Cradily can fight back here.
Cradily can fight back. It's not going to be via those double resisted acids, but it will be with the Rock Tombs and the Grass Knots, especially outpacing the Galarian Corsola is always going to be key. Here comes Rock Tomb number 1.
Instant no shield from Bezo Boy. Bezo Boy could look to try and bank the energy or try and watch for the catch. Bezo Boy is going to overfarm, watching for a potential catch. Mushroom does not go for it this time, as Mushroom knows that Cradily is usually favored here in the Zero Protect Shield scenario by virtue of barely outpacing.
Nightshade connecting into the Cradily. Does deal a little bit of chip damage there. Looking for the Grass Knot now that the debuff has come through. I do like this because it does a little more damage than the Rock Tomb. Both charge stacks, though, being same type attack bonus.
Cradily is one of the Pokemon that does actually have that fast attack pressure into the Togekiss, so neutralizing it could be very helpful. Oh, we do see that catch. Mushroom Queen didn't get the catch game 1, but does get it game 2. Nightshade double resisted onto Licky, and Licky did sneak through a rollout as well.
Yeah, very stylish catch there by Mushroom Queen. In comes the Empoleon to match it, just like we saw in battle number 1. The steel typing does give it quite a bit of an advantage, but that rollout that you pointed out, Henry, that's going to be huge because it allows Mushroom Queen to get to the Shadow Ball real quick.
I believe Empoleon did sneak through a Metal Sound there as the Shadow Ball was thrown. Bezo Boy going to farm up to 11 Metal Sounds, and now this comes down to a potential charge attack priority tie. Does Mushroom Queen try and make the prediction that Bezo Boy tries to throw in good timing? Mushroom Queen will put up the shield. Does Bezo Boy then throw on alignment? Bezo Boy does, and Mushroom gets the prediction correct that he would throw on alignment and gets the free rollout.
Yeah, free rollout through another batch of energy to add to the stack here. Licky takes about, I'd say, 40% damage from the Hydro Cannon there. Going to go for the Shadow Ball into the Empoleon. This will surely pick up the knockout after what we saw the first one do.
I like Mushroom Queen's strategy in this matchup where there's a lot of stored energy. Cradily has energy, Licky has energy. In comes the Togekiss. Oh, Oh, but Bezo Boy gets the catch right back. Catches the Shadow Ball. What a play.
Does he get the catch? Because the Shadow Ball is still going to be super effective. Probably was hoping for just a body slam, but either way, that's going to be a big knockout. Cradilly comes back out with that energy banked. Togekiss goes for the Aura Sphere.
And Cradilly is going to shield because this is now Bezo Boy's final Pokemon. That means Bezo Boy will have no ability to reset this Rock Tomb attack drop there. So final shield does come up. Bezo Boy is forced to put up the shield as well, but Bezo Boy is going to be in an endgame where his Togekiss is perpetually at a state of -1 attack.
-1 attack, but it's going to be up big on energy, especially if it gets a peck down here, which it absolutely will. Togekiss ramped up, ready to go. There's a healthy Poliwrath in the back, but this feels so similar to battle number 1, where Poliwrath just couldn't do anything.
Poliwrath has a long road ahead if it wants to make it to an Icy Wind. In comes the Poliwrath. Bezo Boy has so much energy, firing off the Psyshock. This is debuffed, and Poliwrath is a bulkier Pokemon. So Poliwrath will be able to hang on here, but Bezo Boy is already doubled up.
Already doubled up. Peck is going to add up 2 seconds. Psyshock ready to go. No switch coming through. Poliwrath going to get melted by this psychic pressure after the second charge attack connects.
Mushroom Queen did lose a lot of energy when the Shadow Ball was caught. Needs to make it to a body slam. Cannot get there. It's going to be a charge attack priority tie, and Bezo Boy gets to the Aura Sphere and is going to be taking game number 2.
In spite of the incredible theatrics from Mushroom Queen, the perfect catch, catching a double resisted Nightshade into her Licky Licky. She is able to, I guess, put up a good fight, but Bezo Boy is just, I guess, just cannot be answered here in battle number 2.
That Nightshade catch onto Licky Licky was devastating, but then Bezo Boy said, anything you can do, I can do as well, catching the Shadow Ball onto the Corsola. Normally, you don't want to catch super effective charge attacks, but with how low the Corsola was, that ended up being a very nice play. 50 energy from that Licky Licky kind of went down the drain, and then Togekiss was in prime position to sweep.
You're right. I think if there was an undercharge or even a body slam there, the risk of undercharging and then getting rolled out down would have put that Licky Licky up big time on energy. So that was a really, really good play to catch that Shadow Ball. It might have looked like a mistake or an accident at first, but that was 100% calculated.
I really liked the decision-making by Bezo Boy, consistently trying to overfarm with the Corsola to not let the catch happen. But if you don't throw after 1 in the move, then the next good time to throw would be 3 in a move, because if you throw 5, you're getting outpaced by the Cradilly.
Yeah.
So in trying to not be predictable, it ended up being slightly predictable timing, and Mushroom was able to punish there with a very nice catch and sneak.
Let's see what we get for battle number 3. Again, the stakes are super high here in our winners semis. This is winners round 4 of the event, but after you win this, you go to the winners finals, and that's going to lock you in for day number 2. So these trainers definitely want to put their best foot forward, not only today, but heading into Sunday. A lot at stake here for both of our players, and we might expect, right, Bezo Boy to get an easy win, but Mushroom Queen has proven to be a tough opponent regardless.
Mushroom Queen, I feel, has been playing this matchup very well. The games have been very close, has consistently brought the Poliwrath, but unfortunately, it feels like Poliwrath has kind of been a magnet for that Togekiss so far.
Yeah.
If Poliwrath can avoid that Togekiss, then Poliwrath can put in a lot of work, but it's always going to be a gamble.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I was thinking the same exact thing. Let's find out which Pokemon sees who in the lead. We're going to get Licky Licky into Empoleon.
Now, this matchup will typically favor Empoleon, but Mushroom Queen's Cradilly does look very, very strong in the back. Empoleon will strike first with the Hydro Cannon, but Licky Licky can very comfortably survive here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Mushroom Queen would have loved to see her Poliwrath lined up against the Empoleon, but she's got to make the best of the situation that is given. Gonna look for 3 more rollouts. Oh, actually, I mean, you have to shield at this point, right? You've got so much energy.
Mushroom Queen tried to avoid being predictable there by not throwing 1 in the move, but Bezo Boy, it seems, made that read. Now Mushroom Queen at 100 energy, and is forced to go over 100 there or throw on alignment, so ends up getting cycle reset.
Yeah, really, really tough there. To not get any energy for your fast attack, you want to get damage and energy. Those are the 2 values we look for. Going into the, oh, finally gets it. 3rd time's the charm. Poliwrath soaks this Hydro Cannon.
Poliwrath going to absorb this energy very well, but this feels like the moment for Togekiss to shine, where Togekiss is going to get so much energy. Bezo Boy could consider going for a 1-shield farm down, or could just go for charge attack priority here. Will go for charge attack priority. This will knock out the Poliwrath, and Togekiss exits the matchup with 2 pecks of energy and basically at full health.
Yeah, this is really, really tough sledding for Mushroom Queen. Right on 7 when that Icy Wind was ready. Bezo Boy knows his counts. In comes the Cradilly though, trying to put up a fight, but beating down that shield early on is just so difficult, and Bezo Boy's gonna sniff out these cap ties every time.
And look at the energy management. Already almost 2 Aura Spheres locked and loaded. Mushroom Queen will be able to apply a debuff, but the Empoleon was preserved. The Empoleon is still around, and that's a very awkward health range for Credilli to potentially try and have to deal with later on. Bezo Boy lets it go, fully sacrificing it because he's trusting in this Empoleon.
Super effective Metal Sound, swapping into the Licky Licky with the Body Slam ready to go. Will Bezo Boy save the Empoleon and its energy? The answer is yes, because even at this range, the Body Slam could be enough.
Empoleon could look to pivot out, and he does. He's going to be sending in that Licky Licky, and now Licky Licky doesn't really have anything to fear. Licky Licky can just try and overfarm as much as possible and exit, hopefully as close to a Shadow Ball as possible, because the win condition in this game will be landing a Shadow Ball into switching the Empoleon and then landing a Hydro Cannon.
Body Slam coming through here from Bezo Boy will pick up the knockout versus Mushroom Queen's Licky Licky. We see a little head shake of disappointment. She's not feeling good about this position. Can't really blame her. It looks pretty uphill. Credilli comes back out trying to put up a fight. Rock Tomb does get fired off here.
But this Licky Licky is just too healthy, and Bezo Boy knows it. Instant no shield. This is now going to be a debuffed Shadow Ball. Switch timer not quite up for Bezo Boy, but Bezo Boy can fire off the Shadow Ball, pivot into the Empoleon, and the Empoleon should be one away from that game-winning Hydro Cannon.
Well, if that's step 2, this is step 1. Shadow Ball connecting, Empoleon coming back out. Henry is on the money. One more Metal Sound into the Hydro Cannon.
Bezo Boy proving why he is the world champion. What a series. In game number 3, saying even though Togekiss has been the MVP, I'm going to let the Togekiss go, fully sacrificing it and using that Empoleon Licky Licky duo to great success.
Well, if you're one of Bezo Boy's friends in the venue, just give him a little nudge and say, hey, hold on to your team sheet. don't leave that anywhere that you might forget it.
But hey, even with that game 1 loss due to the team sheet error, Bezo Boy able to bounce back, not letting it affect his mental or anything like that, still staying composed and reeling off those back-to-back wins. So very well played series by Bezo Boy. Bezo Boy making quick work of this winner's side of the bracket. He's already on, this early in the day, already on the group finals.
Wow, I'm excited to see where he takes it next. But Mushroom Queen, I got to shout out to the ingenuity of that Poliwrath. As we saw Inadequence play it in Prague, can be a very versatile Pokemon, but it's also really tricky to find the right spot. So I'm sure that later on, maybe in her loser's bracket run, she will find the spots for it and make a deep run through that bracket and make some good progress.
That game number 3 line from Bezo Boy, that was a diabolically weak line to the Poliwrath lead. Empoleon lead
ABA.
with the Licky Licky at the back. He just said, I have led Corsola 2 games in a row. You are not leading that Poliwrath, and that read was exactly right. Poliwrath lead would have been catastrophe for Bezo Boy, but it was in the back, and that allowed Togekiss to feast.
I think that's one of the implicit storylines of every series is how it develops as the games go on. Like you said, leading Galarian Corsola, dissuading your opponent from leading a specific pick, it can be that signal that maybe you think, okay, well, it's not smart to play this, so I just won't. Or it could be them saying, I'm going to convince you so much not to play it that my 3rd lead is just going to be the opposite of what you expect.
I believe the term that some of the players use for that is line sequencing.
Yes.
It is basically trying to exert pressure onto your opponent with the lines that you're running to make them run what you want them to run, or maybe make them not run what you don't want them to run.
Yeah.
So in that case, leading so strong into the Poliwrath, just to set up the Licky Licky Empoleon duo to not see the Poliwrath. They were able to dodge both of them. That was brilliant line sequencing from Bezo Boy there in games 2 and 3.
Or maybe Bezo Boy just said, you know what, Poliwrath in the back, I guess I'm always going to see it there. I'll just put my counter weaknesses out in front. But I'll tell you what, Henry, let's put something else out in front. That's your local cards, shops, and places to play your challenges and cups. This is such a great way to get involved with your local community. You don't have to come all the way to LA to play some competitive Pokemon. You can do it in your own community.
And playing at these events can get you championship points, which can help you qualify for Worlds. Another great place to qualify for Worlds is going to be the North American International Championships, which is coming up on us a lot sooner than we might expect. Beat the crowd. Reserve your hotel for NAIC now. We've got this beautiful QR code. You can even pause the stream if you got to pull out your phone and scan it, but make sure to get those hotels booked.
I'm telling you, if you want great fashion, you want jambalaya and gumbo and shrimp etouffee and anything else you can imagine, got to get down to New Orleans, everybody. Don't wait to book your accommodations. Make sure you get down and join all of your Pokemon friends at the North America Internationals.
Now, we actually got to see a bit of a sneak peek as to the rules or the rule set for that North American International. I've got to say, after seeing the Latin American international meta, the European international meta, I'm so excited to see the North American international meta, because so far, I feel like we're 2 for 2 on having incredibly interesting and very, very fun to watch limited metas.
We really are. I feel like you had a formula at LAIC, at EUIC you had dragons, you had a lot of bug, a lot of interesting interplay there, but this cup seems to be psychic heavy, psychic based. 4-turn confusion is something we haven't seen outside of a Rangaroo at LAIC, so seeing it return here at NAIC is going to be fascinating to watch.
And speaking of the North American International Championships, Speedy, you know what Pokemon is legal that might actually be very helpful for some trainers who are watching along today? That is Oinkologne. I believe, if I'm hearing correctly, we have a Lechonk Calm Day today. Where you can evolve Oinkologne to get access to its new legacy move of Mudslap. Now, a bit of trivia as the battlers get set up on stage. Oinkologne male and female actually have different stats. Oinkologne female, or evolving from a female Lechonk, you will actually get a bulkier Oinkologne. So as you're out catching these Lechonks during the combat, if you can find a good PvP IV that is a female, you can evolve it, get Mudslap, and it looks to be a very strong Pokemon for that North American Internationals meta.
Hey, this guy's got all the answers. I hope everyone's taking notes, because Henry is a student of the game.
It will be on the test.
It will be on the test at the end of the stream, so I hope everyone's taking notes. But man, that's great advice. I cannot wait to play. At these events, we do have all the Pokestops and the lures constantly going, and it's going to be really, really fun to kind of turn on my plus and just let it ride. But speaking of letting it ride, Henry, our trainers do have their headsets on. We might get some team previews here any second. I cannot wait to talk about Dre Flames and his opponent, DMES.
Now, Dre Flames is in home territory here, as Dre Flames, he is a frequent player at these California regionals, and he's running a team that has some old, some new. He's running one of my favorite core pairings of all time, and that is Malamar plus Tinkaton.
Ooh.
I do think Shadow Bug-Bite Fortress does make it a bit more difficult to run this core, just because Bug-Bite Fortress can actually defeat Tinkaton.
Yeah.
But the Fortress on DMEG's side is actually on Volt Switch, so that is very helpful for Dre Flames Malamar.
Yeah, maybe that just opens up that core for him just wide open, and he's able to bring it every single game. Such a good point. I feel like a lot of the times you can have these stable cores on your team of 6, and you can say, well, if I see this, I'll play this. If I see something else, I'll switch it up, play something different. And that is the key to a versatile and flexible team for Alligator. Diggersby, a Pokemon we did see quite a bit in Orlando. I like the Fire Punch pressure from that Pokemon, and the Scorching Sands is great. I think, honestly, Henry, in this series, we'll see a lot of Diggersby from Dre Flames.
Diggersby has so many targets. I was just looking through DMEG's team, counting the steel types. I think I counted up to 4, Speedy. We have 4 steel types. We have a Stunfisk, and there's a Credilli. Now, Empoleon does do pretty well. I gotta take a look at the movesets here, and it does look like it's Mud Shot Diggersby. So it is not the quick attack that we saw earlier on stream.
Yeah.
But Diggersby is going to be brought early and often in this matchup, because Diggersby looks incredibly, incredibly strong.
Well, let's see what we get. Malamar, Tinkaton, Diggersby, Altaria, so many different Pokemon to go around. If you were wondering why we don't see any Wigglytuff, I think that DMEG's team is a great example. So much steel, so much heavy metal. No Wigglytuff in this series, but we might get a little bit of normal action regardless.
4 steel types, a Credilli. He's okay with battling against any Pokemon, but Wigglytuff, no. Wigglytuff is not allowed to have any success here. We have 1 battler locked in already, the other making last-second adjustments. We've actually got 2 lock-ins, and we've got a game number 1 coming up momentarily.
Battle number 1, leads on the field. We're going to get Unova Stunfisk into Malamar. Dre Flames piloting that Malamar in the lead position. This means you can superpower and switch. You can also just stay in foul play in this Stunfisk matchup. I think he's safe to go ahead and catch a double resistant Mud Bomb. What the heck?
Oh, what a catch by Dre Flames. Mud Bomb going to be practically healing that Altaria. That really does not do much. DMEG's going to stay on the field, look to bank up some energy, and now send in the Fortress. Fortress does have access to Rock Tomb, but it is so far behind on energy.
It's so far behind, and I think that DMEG had 2 Steel-type Pokemon he could have chosen from. The Tinkaton would be able to deal a knockout blow, but the Flamethrower coming through as well. Oh my goodness, one-shotting that shiny Fortress.
DMEX actually chose to leave the Credilli behind, and that means the Diggersby is unanswered here. So Dre Flames in the driver's seat in game number 1. Discharge from Stunfisk does hit for neutral damage. Part of the reason trainers bring Altaria is the bulk. Altaria just able to withstand charge attack after charge attack and really just command this matchup.
No, exactly. It's that Dragon typing too, right? Because you're not going to take super effective. It's only neutral. Dragon typing so good defensively against almost everything besides Ice in itself. We're going to see a Flamethrower get fired off, and this time DMEX is going to opt to shield.
Shield advantage, very, very good for Dre Flames. Dre Flames did bank a charge attack on that Malamar before pivoting out. This charge will come very close to knocking out. A good Altaria should be able to hang on here. It is going to be very, very close, though.
Dre Flames trusts in his Altaria, and his trust pays off. Tinkaton comes in looking for the Fairy Wind down, but doesn't get it. Flamethrower still gets triggered.
And that's going to pressure the final Protect Shield away from Tinkaton. Just for the reveal, it's the Diggersby in the back. And Diggersby up 2 shields to 0 is just in a completely dominant position.
It's gone from tough to desperate, right? This Tinkaton is going to get the bait, though, with the Bulldoze, which is one step in the right direction. Can it connect to a Gigaton Hammer? Let's find out.
Dre Flames miscount there, but he's just trusting in the fact that he would rather shield a Bulldoze than end up no-shielding a Gigaton Hammer. But this Scorching Sands, there's no Protect Shields left for the Tinkaton, and that is critical health lost.
Another Bulldoze here from DMES, trying for the double bait. You gotta do something wild to get back into this battle, and this is actually a positive step in that direction. Is he gonna catch a charge attack from the Diggersby on the Stunfisk?
2 Bulldozes, 2 debuffs, but unable to get the catch, and this Fire Punch will also hit for super effective damage.
Fire Punch KOing that Tinkaton. Out comes the Malamar to finish the job here that it started in the lead, going straight for the superpower. This might be just barely outside of range. It's hard for me to tell.
Stunfisk is known for its bulk superpower from the Malamar. You're exactly right, partner. Barely misses the knockout, reaches for the Mud Bomb, gets the Mud Bomb, but even with a debuffed Malamar, the Malamar just has too much HP remaining, and this is Dre Flames' game to win.
Well, Dre locked in to start this series. Game 1, I don't think he really broke a sweat. Great calls there. The energy lead on the Altaria in that mid-game was just so helpful because, I mean, I think you and I realize when you're that far behind on energy in the Altaria matchup, if you send out the Fortress, you could even try to force, I guess, the double shield. It's really difficult to win because if one single flamethrower connects, it's over for that Fortress.
Altaria is frequently a very strong safe switch into Tinkaton teams, which sounds a little bit crazy. You're a Dragon Flyer into a Fairy Steel, but because Gigaton Hammer is a Steel move instead of the old move that it ran, which was the Fairy type in Play Rough, then Altaria can actually, as long as it's not the Shadow, make the Flamethrowers survive the Gigaton Hammer, and Tinkaton is unable to farm down.
Yeah.
So, in a weird way, by getting a better move, it does actually make the Altaria-Tinkaton matchup a lot more playable for the Altaria.
Going into game number 2, do we see more Altaria safe swaps here from Dre Flames, or do we see an adjustment from DMES? Going to be interesting to, I guess, decode how this is going to go. He has other steal options. He doesn't have to bring the Tinkaton or the Fortress. He does have the Empoleon and the Corviknight too, so there might be some interplay there for him.
I would love to see that Credilli brought. Credilli or Empoleon really feel like the only ability to fight back in this matchup against that Diggersby.
Yeah.
We saw in game number 1 just how dominant it can be.
Battle number 2 on the field, everybody. Malamar from Dre Flames yet again, this time into that Unova Stunfisk.
Last time, Dre Flames was able to get a devastating Mud Bomb catch. Dre Flames gonna farm up, and he gets the catch again. 2 for 2.
Absolutely insane. 2 for 2 on a double resisted Mud Bomb. Last game, DMES stayed in, fired off about 3 mud shots, then pivoted. Let's see if he does the same thing here. Gonna stay in about 3 or 4 mud shots. Doesn't look for the switch though. Gonna leave the Stunfisk in.
He is so weak in the back to Flamethrower. He has Corviknight and he has the Fortress. He's forced to stay in, but unfortunately for DMES, even if he's able to neutralize the Altaria, that Diggersby in the back just looks so incredibly strong.
Again, Altaria using that dragon typing. Oh my gosh, here comes the Corviknight. Like you said, Henry, though, the Flamethrower is so oppressive, and now Dre Flames has a mountain of energy to go off of. This is going to singe the wings on the Corviknight if it lands.
Corviknight puts up the shield. Corviknight will need a payback, but even a payback would not take the knockout from here. DMES tries to reach for the air cutter, but before he can get there, there's another Flamethrower. The energy advantage on this Altaria is just absolutely shredding through Corviknight.
Absolutely insurmountable. Doesn't go all the way to the payback, so Dre Flames has been counting. He knows, and he no-shields the air cutter. Just gonna deal a bit of chip damage, but Altaria's got really no reason to fear.
A boost comes through for the Corviknight, but there's the pivot into the Diggersby. Diggersby, even a +1 air cutter is not going to do a lot of damage, so Dre Flames more than happy to no-shield. The mud shots will slowly add up as this Corviknight is already firmly in Fire Punch range.
Now, this might feel like an unnecessary swap, but I like it so much, and it's that point you made earlier on, Henry, that this is a Volt Switch Fortress. So even if Dre Flames would have sent out his best Fortress answer in the Diggersby, and it would have gotten KO'd, I was thinking, man, what if the Fortress lines up against the Malamar? Then it's double super effective. But no, it's Volt Switch and not Bug Bite. So Dre Flames keeping the team comps in mind, as well as the movesets.
The Volt Switch decision unfortunately backfiring here as it just can't really gain any ground. The Volt Switches are double resisted, really not doing much. Fortress will reach for the Sand Tomb, but Diggersby has the type advantage. Diggersby has the bulk advantage, and Diggersby just feels absolutely unbeatable in this matchup.
It really does. It shakes off that Sand Tomb, no problem. In comes the Malamar. Gonna go for another charge attack here. Dre Flames doesn't even need to shield. He knows this is not a hard-hitting attack like an Earthquake. Just gonna be the Sand Tomb yet again. The Volt Switches are gonna add up by the pivot into the Stunfisk.
This is a -1 Malamar, but it should still survive out of the Mud Bomb or the Discharge. DMES does go for the Discharge bait, and Dre Flames does end up calling it.
Very easy and straightforward so far for Dre Flames. Gonna go for a foul play. This is not gonna be enough. He's gonna need a second charge attack to really pick up the KO, but I think that positionally, it's gonna be really tough for Megs to make an impact here.
He's reaching, trying to get the Discharge. He does get there, but loses charge attack priority. Dre Flames counts on point. He will take the knockout, and there's just nothing that DMES can do against the Diggersby. It is 2 Protect Shields, and it's still very, very healthy.
Diggersby coming back out with that Fire Punch utility. He says, you know what? If you give me double steals, I'll give you double Fire Punches. Here's a right hook from the Diggersby to pick up the KO on the Fortress. He's gonna need a big uppercut to reach up and KO that Corviknight.
Corviknight will make the Air Cutter, but Air Cutter just not going to be enough. Even a payback would not be enough to secure the knockout. Diggersby feels like a standout performer so far here in Los Angeles, and Dre Flames is showing quick attack or mud shot. Either fast move can be very, very strong.
1-2 Fire Punch combination as Diggersby takes the knockouts, and Dre Flames takes game 2 over DMES. Very, very talented trainer here in our winners round 2, but with that much heavy metal and no answer to fire, there was really nothing he could do against Dre Flames himself.
Very good punt there, Speedy. Unfortunately, the 4-time steal ended up backfiring because Diggersby was just so incredibly strong. Diggersby's energy was always going to go everywhere, and because that Fortress was on Volt Switch, it also allowed Dre Flames' Malamar to have very consistently neutral play. So Dre Flames could always rely on, even if it ended up in a matchup where he didn't necessarily like it, Malamar could always kind of dictate the tempo of the game, and then that Diggersby was just absolutely so strong.
Yeah, I'm used to seeing a lot of, like, I would say sweatier Malamar gameplay where you're coming in, you're side-waving, you're super powering, you're swapping out, you're trying to figure out if your opponent's going to try to cap tie you and all those kinds of things. But Malamar, like you said, really just controlling the pace, felt very reliable, very neutral in this matchup. And I think that on top of that, plus you had, as you mentioned, the Diggersby and the Altaria Flamethrower asset, which cannot be understated. Those 3 together, I mean, it was very easy for Dre Flames to kind of pilot his way through that.
Now, Dre Flames' idea of a team composition there is what we would frequently call an ABB style team, where the goal, even if he didn't get the catch, was to use the Altari to bait out a potential Credilli in the back. Because once Credilli's out of the way, then Diggersby's energy goes everywhere. But there wasn't a Credilli in the back, and that just meant the Altari, as a safe switch, ended up wreaking havoc across that team because flamethrowers, fire punches, I mean, there was fire all over the stage.
Well, a lot of trainers in the video game or the trading card game, they look at Pokemon Go and they're like, sometimes they ask, what the heck is going on over there? I think that when you made that point about the Tinkaton versus Altaria matchup, that was a little bit surprising because those Dragon Breaths are triple resisted, but the Flamethrower is just that much of an asset. So, as you said, when there's no Cradilly to fear, Altaria and the other 2, Malamar and Diggersby, had nothing to fear themselves. So, very, very well played by Dre Flames, and he's going to move on to winners round 3.
A lot of the California locals seem to be having very good performances so far. We had, I believe it was Gerald earlier, doing well on stream. Now we have Dre Flames.
Ashton Ash did well.
Oh, yes, true, yeah. People are showing out in their home state. You'll love to see it.
Absolutely love to see a hometown hero, and one of them might become our champion here when all is said and done on Sunday evening. So you're gonna have to stay tuned. Make sure to follow the official channels per usual. We know you're following already, but we're just saying if anyone who isn't following is listening, we would really appreciate it.
Now, taking a look at this upcoming matchup, and it seems like we are staying with more California locals as we're gonna have Dapper Discs coming up here shortly. And Dapper Discs, oh my goodness, he's running some spice, Speedy.
Oh, I haven't even looked at the team yet. Dapper Disc, all right. Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, there we go. He saw it. He saw it.
All right, now I was thinking about one of these Pokemon, but I was like, where else can I get Thunder Punch? Oh wait, did I say too much? I might have said too much.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like we can keep chat guessing for just a little bit longer. It does have Thunder Punch, but Thunder Punch may not be the moveset that most people are used to seeing on this Pokemon. So a spicier Pokemon running Thunder Punch. Get your guesses in chat while we get these players set up on stage. Because man, I was looking through the team sheet and I saw something where I was like, whoa, that's spicy. And then I went 2 down and I was like, that's way spicier.
That's
oh my
way
goodness.
spicier, my goodness. Up the, what's it called, the Scoville scale, where it gets spicier and spicier.
Yes.
Exactly, we just go up the rankings. But man, you know what, and I said this too when we first started. I said, we're not seeing as much spice as I would have expected, not as much innovation, but I think the wait might finally be over, and that's gonna be at the hands of Dapper Discs. But man, Henry, it's been so much fun. Again, no Aegis Slash so far in the event, as far as I recall, and we're only 1 rotation in, but we'll see what else, what other secrets we can uncover as the stream goes on.
Now, Dre Flames, fresh off that big 2-0 win on stage. I believe we'll get to hear from him here shortly as we have Soph live on the floor with Dre Flames, talking us through that win and presumably talking to us about Diggersby, because Diggersby and Altaria were so strong in that matchup.
Thanks, Henry. I'm here with Dre Flames, who just won Winners Round 2 in Group F. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Good, thank you. I guess it's good to start off on stream. You know, get loose, not having to overthink at the table sometimes. I feel like round 1s are the most nerve-wracking. You don't know what to expect. You have, oftentimes you don't know who the player in front of you is. And so, yeah, it feels good to just, be extra focused on stream and be able to move on to the next round.
Definitely a good way to lock in, and whatever happens, you've already got that win on stream. I'd love to hear about your Malamar pick. Was there any particular inspiration for that?
Not really. I had a different team. I guess actually it was the same team as XGerald X. And then eventually I didn't really like much how Corsola was pretty RPS into Licky. And so I wanted something that was less RPS, but with a similar role. And I don't have a good Shadow Malamar. And so I was looking at the regular and I actually found out it was a really good core breaker for a lot of the common picks in the meta right now with the little extra bulk. You're still pretty spammy, and I think it's a really good pick. Let's see what it can do.
I think Malamar is definitely a really interesting pick. I've been looking at some practice data and I've been seeing it kind of trending up, so I think you're right on the money there. I also know that you're a kind of a big leader in the community here in SoCal. I wonder if you want to talk a little bit about your role in that.
Yeah, you can say I'm the head of the SoCal PvP. Started obviously as a grassroots community. And, like I said in an interview yesterday, we're heading more towards an esport org direction while still preserving our local community. We have so many talented players in SoCal, and we have multiple grassroots teams at the moment. And, I'd like to be involved overall with the operations and the vision for the brand and the team and the community. But it's very important, obviously, to delegate to the right people. And I think that's one of the reasons why we have been so successful.
That's really exciting. Congrats on that direction you're moving in. And is there anyone in particular from that community or anywhere else that you'd like to shout out?
I definitely need to shout out my fiance, Leslie. She really let me prep for this tournament. She gave me time to lock in. She was super supportive, so I appreciate you. And then obviously the whole SoCal Swablues. I don't think everybody's special. Everybody has their important role in the organization. If anybody really, the backbones, RC Cola, Dapper Discs, Mipichu, Calidad, all the people that contributed in growing to the point where we're at right now, and all of the new guys as well. Everybody's special.
Well, I'm sure they're very grateful for you and definitely cheering for you. But for now, let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Thank you so much, Soph. Ever humble, ever kind, and always recruiting. Dre Flames, great to talk with him on that point, about, I guess, about his matches and the local community. Did anything in that conversation really stand out to you, Henry?
I love hearing trainers talk about trying to work to build their local community, because our game is such a collaborative one. Like, behind every champion, every winner on stage, there is the friends, the family, the support along the way, the hours spent theory crafting teams, team building, testing matchups. So I always love to hear about the support systems behind these players.
Well, Henry, I got good news for you, because yesterday I sat down for a full-length interview with Dre and some of his teammates. Let's take it to that interview and hear what they all have to say. Welcome in, trainers. I'm here with one of LA Grassroots PvP's best, strongest, and longest running teams. I want to give you a chance to introduce your team and yourselves, starting with you, Dre.
We're SoCal PvP. Also, our community is more known as SoCal Swablu. We have been around for a while, like you said. I'm Dre Flames.
Mystic Mamba 24. Sai Rhino.
And I'm Toasty Paw Rick.
Well, I have a few questions I wanted to talk to you about because I'm fascinated by these grassroots communities that have continued to persevere over the years. And not only that, but grow and reach new heights. So the first question I have is about recruiting. The one kind of reputation that you have is that you're always recruiting, always looking for new players. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, I mean, obviously, for the success of an organization, recruiting is always very important. You don't always want to pick the most talented player or the most recognizable, but I think it comes down to fit at the end of the day. We're very selective with people. Obviously, we want people that are committed and they want to grow and improve and really take advantage of all the resources that our organization can offer. But at the same time, we value very much personality and who you are as a human being at the end of the day. And that has been one of the keys to our success and to the fact that we were able to grow and scale this group. And now we have about maybe like 50 players, you know, some competing only in grassroots and some in the championship series who are probably more recognizable. But obviously, as you grow, it's hard unless you have a good group of people on a personal level.
Well, speaking of growing, I feel like organizing events is really hard because everybody has a busy life. It's difficult to get out of your regular schedule and go attend these events in person. Can you talk about that and the difficulties or the rewards that come with it?
Yeah, definitely. And Play Pokemon is doing a good job, obviously, with the whole local scene and SoCal being a big region with a lot of talented players and a lot of stores. Shout out to Psycho Turtle, one of our preferred stores and our preferred partner. We like to host events at their store specifically. We even started casting games that gives a chance to people for people to, you know, explore even that part of the game, and you know, it motivates people to really show up, be on a stream and socialize, obviously do dinner after a tournament. Maybe it's a big region, so we try to get as many people as possible. And then through our server also, you know, we try to organize events. The GO tour every year has been in LA over the last few years, so that helps as well. You know, we're in SoCal, so not a bad place to visit. So anytime there's a chance to organize an event here, we'll try to do our best and make it happen.
Toastypaw, I heard that your first event was very like spur of the moment. You just kind of walked in.
Yeah, so I had like just discovered what PvP even was. This was back in 2023, right? So I had just discovered what PvP was and then saw that there was a tournament happening in Fresno. And I had just moved to LA at the time and I was like, oh, that's super close. So, you know, I'll just grind the game and get good and obviously win the whole thing, right? I showed up and got 2-0'd every game. It was fine. But part of what kept me motivated to continue being in the scene was the social event that the Swablues hosted afterwards at one of our members' houses. And that's where, you know, I literally showed up knowing nobody. So it was really cool to be able to like see this more organized group, and they, you know, took me under their wing. And that's how I was able to like get more connected with the Pokemon Go community in LA. And, you know, now I'm here tryharding every time. So yeah, it's been great.
Well, speaking of meeting new people, I'd love to hear from Mystic Mamba or Sai Rhino. How have you made new friendships at these events? Because it can be super intimidating. I remember I also didn't have the best time at my first grassroots tournament. So how does it feel when, if you get a win or a loss, no matter what, your opponent across the table is very kind and very welcoming?
Sure. So, I mean, I've been around the Swablu organization for years now, and it's kind of been crazy to see how much it's grown, and I've gotten to meet a lot of different people. So it's been pretty cool, like Dre was saying regarding like social events after. It's been fun outside of the game. Like when I first started, I was really invested in just like getting good at the game, and I kind of like took a while to really see the value behind like what it's really about, which is just like meeting new people and like making each other better, and in that, you know, enjoying the game as a team.
Yeah, similarly to Mamba, I've been playing Pokemon Go since grassroots time, and I've been with Swablu for a long time, since like I was really small back then. And yeah, I guess watching the organization grow has been great. I've met a lot of, I would say, lifelong friends through it. Shout out Flying Pizza. And yeah, it's been really fun competing with these guys, and they motivate me to do better every time.
So real quick, anyone can jump in on this one. I just want you to tell me what success, your community has had in the championship series. Just go real quick. We'll take about 30 seconds.
I think we've had some decent success, but we're hungry for more. We've had a few medalists like XGerald X, Ashton Ash, Dr. Roast Beef, some nice top 5, a lot of top 8 performances. Myself, Andy recently had a nice top 5 in Houston. Who else am I missing? Flying Pizza, like you mentioned, and Dapper Discs, of course. Yeah, he's had a great season. He's been very consistent, and this guy next to me as well.
Yeah, every California regional that I've competed in, I've gotten top 8. So it'd be cool to keep that streak alive.
I'm winning LA actually. So
that's
Wait,
good
I thought you already won it.
Well, it hasn't happened yet, but like I know it's going to happen. So
Okay, so real quick, I know you're building a lot of things. We talked about that a lot. Give us just a little teaser, a little preview of what's coming next for your community.
Yes, we can say we are evolving. We would really like, one of our long-term goals will be to make sure that from our grassroots community, we can really evolve fully into an esport org, maybe starting with Go and then with maybe another Pokemon title and expand from there, while still maintaining our grassroots community. But definitely more into an esport org, and it's already happening. We recently got our first sponsor, and we have a few more down the line and a few more surprises, so stay tuned.
All right, big things happening with SoCal PvP. I hope you enjoyed this segment in this spotlight. Let's get back to the LA Regionals.
So great to hear from some locals of Southern California as we're here continuing day 1 of the Los Angeles Regional Championships. I'm sure all of those players are cheered by seeing Dre Flames win just a couple of minutes ago, as we get ready to see a couple more of those teammates on stream in just a second.
Yeah, they're up next. We have Dapper Discs. I know we got a little bit of preview of the Spicy team versus Sai Rhino. Dapper Discs maybe can afford to run the Spicy team because, as I can see right now, it looks to be 12th in North America. So his world's position is extremely solid at this point. On the other side, Sai Rhino only had a top 32 at the Las Vegas Regional Championship. So this is really important for him on his world's journey. If he can have an awesome performance here plus locals, he might have a chance at the World Championship still.
And I think Sai Rhino traditionally doesn't really compete much outside of California, so really has to make the most of every single opportunity. And like you said, I think if Sai Rhino can maybe pick up 100 or a little bit more championship points here, he'll be in great position for that world's contention.
So can he do it against a teammate? We saw them together in the interview. They're probably very familiar with each other, but there's no way he'd be familiar with these types of matchups, because as we get into the teams here between Dapper Disc and Sai Rhino, you have on the left-hand side the Chestnut, which is running that Thunder Punch that I think Home Slice Henry was previewing to. Obviously really good against Stunfisk. Stunfisk is really high up in the meta. It's really good against Licky Licky and Stunfisk in particular, but there's actually no Licky Licky or Stunfisk on the side of Sai Rhino.
Chestnut could definitely be interesting here. There is, like you said, some of those targets might be missing, but there also is a hard wall in that Shadow Altaria. This Chestnut, well, I mean, it does have Thunder Punch, but that's still a pretty terrible matchup for the Chestnut. There's also a bunch of other spicy picks on Dapper Disc's side. We've got the Pidgeot, for example, which I don't know if we've actually seen many people run it with that Heat Wave buff, but we're already getting into game number 1.
And that Pidgeot does have Wing Attack, it does have Heat Wave and Brave Bird, so it's going to be hitting hard with that Brave Bird or landing that Heat Wave that could be super effective into some of the Steel types. Here we are, the Shadow Altaria into that Stunfisk matchup. I actually like this matchup better as the Shadow Altaria here, so Sai Rhino is going to start us off with a Flamethrower.
And I think you do just a little bit more Dragon Breath damage with the Shadow Altaria. It looks pretty small on Dapper Disc's screen, but let's see how this matchup goes. Flamethrower does put the Univin Stunfisk quite low, so the next Flamethrower will probably threaten a knockout.
And already a double discharge for Dapper Disc. In the back line, you had that Grumpig and the Empoleon. Both of these trainers actually have the Grumpig in the back. Sai Rhino has the Sableye, which is actually running Drain Punch, which is a fighting type attack that will boost the defense of that Sableye, and also running the Foul Play, of course. Can get to that Flamethrower right before the discharge, but swapped, trying to catch a discharge, but instead catches a Mud Bomb into the Sableye.
And this is the right move to throw. Not a big deal, though. Sableye can definitely take this, and you did get that Shadow Claw.
Oh, Empoleon comes out!
Yeah.
The Drain Punch!
the Drain Punch indeed. And you are a little bit ahead on energy. I think maybe Sai Rhino is thinking that Drain Punch, even though it's super effective, it's also non-stop and doesn't do quite a lot of damage. So just going to go for the foul plays.
Well, it would have been great there because you got the Protect Shield, would have increased your defense. But yeah, the problem is it's not a very strong attack. It might even do less damage than a foul play, even though it's super effective here. Here comes the Protect Shield in the Sableye. Will you see the Drain Punch to try to up the defense? And no, another foul play.
Just going to throw right away. I think you are ahead on energy, but you don't quite have a big margin of error. Dapper Discs, pretty sure you hang on here. You can still get to your Hydro Cannon. Yeah, very comfortable. So going to farm up a little bit more energy, maybe afraid of a catch as he throws the Hydro Cannon, which would knock out the Sableye if this goes unshielded.
This is a pretty nice soft loss, though, if you want to farm down this Empoleon. So this Hydro Cannon does knock out the Sableye, and looks like Grumpig is going to be coming out for both these trainers. Maybe you're one Sai Wave ahead if you are Sai Rhino, because you got in there before the swap from Dapper Discs. And yes, you are a Sai Wave ahead, but you baited. This is a Dynamic Punch, and you get the Protect Shield.
Oh, he wanted to make sure he was really far ahead. That's absolutely huge. That's going to guarantee that he's going to be able to win this matchup. I believe Dapper Discs also is locked in here. He's going to go with a bait of his own, but like you said, Sai Rhino one Sai Wave ahead, and that's going to make the difference here as we look to see the pacing on this super effective Shadow Ball.
Going to be able to get to the Shadow Ball that's super effective. That's going to be able to knock out this opposing Grumpig, and all you have to do is finish off the backline. I don't think there's energy on anything in the backline for Dapper Discs as it gets knocked out by the opposing Grumpig. Stunfisk is just sitting there with nothing left, and the Empoleon is going to try to get to a charge attack. Do you swap out onto the Altaria? But no, you get the Sai Wave down.
Barely feints with that Hydro Cannon, and Sai Rhino going to be able to finish off the game with Sai Waves. Nope, actually going to go for the Dynamic Punch as Grumpig wraps up game number 1.
Wow, Sai Rhino, Sai Wave, Grumpig dominant with the full sweep of the backline of Dapper Discs to take game number 1. This is winners round 3 of Group E. So Sai Rhino, if he gets one more game victory, he's going to be on pace to get championship points, which is going to be really important here for his journey to Worlds.
And we saw how crucial just a one Sai Wave advantage was there in that late game, right? Both players got the bait. Could have come down to a charge attack priority, but with that one Sai Wave advantage, right? Sai Rhino bringing his Grumpig in fresh off the bench while Dapper Discs had to get that one-turn swap.
Yeah, I'm bringing in the Sableye, which does have the Drain Punch. It's a new attack available for Sableye that we haven't seen utilized by the Sableye that often. Even a lot of the trainers running Sableye will run a Dazzling Gleam or a Power Gem. Also, a quick shout out to the Taiwan Regional Qualifiers champion, Hinji IC, I believe, was also using that Sableye to win the Taiwan Regional Qualifiers.
All right, well, maybe Sableye is on the up and up here, especially if we're going to see an uptick in Grumpig. I believe it actually was on our day 1 top 12 usage, which is kind of crazy for something that's usually considered quite a fringe pick, but I remember it being pretty successful in Prague. Of course, for these two trainers, maybe inspired by their friend Gerald in Seattle. So Grumpig, you know, maybe on the rise here.
Well, I just wanted to confirm it. It does seem like one foul play will do more damage than a super effective Drain Punch into the Empoleon. So it was a smart play by Sai Rhino, even though you got the shield and you would have got the defense boost there. And here's a Pokemon we haven't seen since Doombug was running a Shadow Pidgeot on the stage at last year's regional. It's the Pidgeot running Wing Attack, Heat Wave, and Brave Bird into the Grumpig.
And Heat Wave is a great coverage move for Pidgeot. Gonna give it something to hit back with against those steel types. I don't know what you go for in this matchup versus Grumpig, though. Obviously, Brave Bird would do a ton of damage. Let's see what Dapper does. He goes straight for the Brave Bird. I don't think this would knock out the Grumpig, but Sai Rhino doesn't want to find out and gonna shield it up.
You have to respect it here. The Brave Bird does go through. You're gonna probably swap into the Empoleon here. There's not a clear answer in the back for Sai Rhino. Empoleon is actually just really strong against Sai Rhino's entire team. There's no clear answer. And here comes the Dynamic Punch, just staying in with this Grumpig, knowing that you have the energy and the super effective Dynamic Punch, picks up the Protect Shield from the Empoleon.
And you're absolutely right. This energy goes everywhere as we see the matchup again with Sableye into Empoleon, but this time the Sableye is a little bit behind on energy. Dapper already at back-to-back Hydro Cannon.
And was that charge attack priority, or did a Shadow Claw go through? Let's see if it registered. I think the charge attack priority did register. Yeah, that is great actually for Sai Rhino, because if it didn't register, you could actually back-to-back Hydro Cannon, which would be brutal because you're not winning the charge attack priority against the Empoleon, as you just saw the Protect Shield onto the foul play here. Now you have a bunch of energy. You have to be patient here. You're not going to get to the double, and now you swap into the Fortress and catching a foul play into the Fortress. This is probably Volt Switch because it's not Shadow, but we have to double check.
Well, we'll see in just a second as the foul play lands tons of energy, and that Bug Bite is going to allow this farm down probably. Sai Rhino trying to reach for the swap, but doesn't get it as the Sableye goes down. And now what do you do? I think you have to bring in the Altaria, but this is very uncomfortable as Fortress is pretty close to a Rock Tomb.
One of the few Bug Bite Fortress that are not Shadow here. You usually see the non-Shadow have the Volt Switch variant. Here comes the Rock Tomb, super effective, gets Protect shielded by Sai Rhino, still has that Grumpig in the back, and once again, can it sweep? You're gonna be able to just knock out with Sky Attack. You don't even have to get to the Flamethrower. This should be just about enough from a Shadow Altaria, even though you are one stage attack down.
It might not be enough from a regular Altaria. Oh, actually, Fortress does barely hang on. I don't think it has anything, though, as Dapper brings in the Pidgeot. Tons of energy on the Altaria, maybe hoping that someone's losing count here, and Dapper is going to be able to reach this Heat Wave, but it is resisted, so Altaria should be able to hang on.
And now Altaria has the opportunity to maybe even Dragon Breath down, depending how much this Heat Wave. That Heat Wave did nothing. Heat Wave is not the strongest attack. It just relies on its super effectiveness versus the Steel type, and suddenly Sai Rhino is going to be able to throw this Sky Attack into the Pidgeot here. Dapper's Discs Pidgeot is going to go down. There's 2 Pokemon remaining in the back. That Fortress has almost no health. Empoleon has double attacks though. Charge attack priority, yes. Sai Rhino's regretting he could have thrown it.
I think he could have thrown it and maybe needed to try and farm down, maybe make a catch somewhere, but this is really tricky now for him as he's going to bring in the Grumpig, but it's energy dry. I don't think this Hydro Cannon knocks out, but I don't know if Grumpig can reach the next Dynamic Punch before the next Hydro Cannon.
And maybe there's going to be a swap onto the Fortress. That Fortress just gets one Bug Bite through. That's going to do some damage too. Does he get to Dynamic Punch? But no, instead there's a Hydro Cannon first, and Dapper Discs, it looks like he was in such bad position in this game, but the energy from Empoleon, Dapper Discs ties up the series.
All right, Dapper staying alive here on the winner's side off the back of his very spicy team, showing the Pidgeot in game number 2, showing a little bit of versatility as Sai Rhino going to go back to the drawing board, maybe figure out, can I position my Grumpig just a little bit better in game number 3.
Yeah, and I really like how Dapper Disc was able to prioritize his Empoleon in that game number 2, because that Empoleon is just so strong against the entire team of Sai Rhino. You're not even really affected by any fast attack damage anywhere, so just able to bank up a ton of energy, swap around, and use that energy later. You're winning charge attack priority against literally everything on Sai Rhino's team, except for maybe the opposing Empoleon. So well played by Dapper Disc. Yes, he does have a lot of spice picks, but he utilized that Empoleon quite well in that game.
And I really like how in the end game he recognized that all he had to do was settle for the Heat Wave with Pidgeot versus Altaria, right? Remembering that he had all the energy on Empoleon, so as long as you get the Altaria into Drill Peck or Hydro Cannon range, you're good to go.
And this is what Sai Rhino regrets right here. He could have thrown the attack, but instead he Dragon Breaths first, trying to get to the Flamethrower. He could have just thrown the Sky Attack, which would be resisted. It might not have been enough damage, but he tried to reach for that Flamethrower, got outpaced, and got knocked out. But, I mean, a Sky Attack, this thing would have been knocked out already, right?
Right, but you also would have lost charge attack priority to the Empoleon. Did Sai Rhino have a shield?
Well, the thing is, Dapper Disc threw one Metal Sound,
right.
So you could have just thrown the Sky Attack right away, and you would have had that opportunity. That's why Sai Rhino was a little bit upset with himself, but he thought that he needed the Flamethrower damage to ensure the knockout, but had that opportunity to get the Sky Attack, maybe that would have been the difference there, but it doesn't matter because now we're in game number 3. Winner goes on to round number 4. This is really important for Sai Rhino's journey to Worlds. Dapper Disc, can he bring this spicy team into day 2? That would be absolutely insane as well.
Well, Dapper has brought Spice before. He's made day 2 with Spice before. For Sai Rhino, like you said, a pretty critical point in his journey here. I mean, he's 1-1 in the series, maybe thinking that game 2 slipped through his fingers just a little bit at the end. So, I mean, you could just run it back and hope to play a little bit differently as well.
Yeah, you have a lot of opportunity there. You know you're going to see Empoleon, so how are you going to deal with that Empoleon as we're locked into decisive game number 3? These are 2 teammates on stage right now, and it is the Shadow Altaria versus the Stunfisk, a matchup that we saw before, and once again, there are 2 Grumpigs in the back. Of course, there is that Empoleon for Dapper Discs.
Right, and this is a matchup that we've seen before. Pretty nice for the Shadow Altaria here. We see that Flamethrower pretty much threatens, and like you said, it's probably just going to come down to that back line.
And the first discharge goes through. You need to get over 3 discharges to be able to knock out the Shadow Altaria. So this Flamethrower is going to be going through into the Stunfisk. But the thing is, you also need to get to the next Flamethrower. You're going to be able to get to that Flamethrower before the next discharge is available. So, but it's just slightly. So you get there right before. I believe it just maybe a turn before that 3rd discharge is available. So we're going to see if Dapper tries to swap on it or if he just lets this Stunfisk go down.
Yeah, like you said, has to throw right away there as Unovan Stunfisk barely gets to the move, but it's going to actually go down here. Dapper going to try to get a little bit of farm done with whatever he has next because, like you said, Altar has to throw right away. This could be a really nice opportunity, but Sai Rhino recognizing that, looks like he's tapping the Sableye there.
And it looks like Sableye is pretty free against the team, and now he has a little energy advantage. Does he go for the Drain Punches here? It looks like he's clicking on it. He's going to go for the Drain Punch. This is super effective. It does less damage than a Foul Play, but it's going to increase the defense of the Sableye here, and Dapper Discs actually just lets it go. Super effective, but doesn't do that much damage, but now your defense has been risen by one stage.
Oh, and this looks very good for Sai Rhino. He nodded at the crowd, and here's the difference, right? I think this is why he Drain Punched. He's now seen the Grumpig and the Empoleon, so he probably knows that if he just 2 shields the Sableye, this game and the series are his.
And the next Drain Punch is going to be on charge attack priority here. This is going to be enough to knock out. Does Dapper Discs? Yes, you don't want to waste all that energy that you've already gained on your Empoleon here. The timers are coming back up, but not quite yet, so going to throw this Hydro Cannon. Now you just let it go. I was thinking maybe that you have 2-stage defense, you're up 2 stages of defense, you just let this go, but instead going for the Protect Shield here and keeping the Sableye around. Can you even maybe take a Shadow Ball? Probably not. Here comes the Foul Play right before the Shadow Ball is available.
Well, I think you can take a Shadow Ball. I mean, you're double buffed at this point, and it's non-stab as well from Grumpig, so I think Sai Rhino feeling very good about the Sableye's chances to sweep this rest of Dapper Discs' team.
Well, we're going to see the might of the bulkiness of Sableye plus Drain Punch put together, takes the Shadow Ball, no problem, has a bunch of health remaining. He's going to be able to get to the Foul Play. The tech of the Drain Punch for Sai Rhino, able to take out the Grumpig.
Oh, and what a great call from Sai Rhino. I like, we saw him earlier going for the Foul Play instead of the Drain Punch, but how about that in game number 3? It's coming through clutch. Sableye on the field. He didn't even need to use that Psy Wave Grumpig as Sai Rhino takes game 3 and the series.
A dominant game number 3 for Sai Rhino. Really important to his journey to Worlds. If he wants to have a shot at qualifying for the World Championships this season, he needs a good tournament in Los Angeles, and he is on his way advancing to winners round number 4.
Well, Sai Rhino may not compete very much, but he's definitely very consistent and solid. I don't think he's had any, breakout top 8, top 4 kind of performances, but I feel like he's always kind of in the mix, always maybe just 1 or 2 steps away from top cut. So here in Los Angeles, it could be his time.
Yeah, he was in the mix all series. I mean, he had that Sableye, which is a spice pick at this point. Pokemon that used to be on so many of the teams in Open Great League, to now the Sableye still has that great stat product, still has that amazing range of diversity in its charge attacks. The Drain Punch was awesome tech for Los Angeles so far.
And I think it's interesting that for both of Sai Rhino's wins in game 1 and game 3, it really felt like just one Pokemon was kind of just 1v3ing, right? We saw the Sableye in game 3 and the Grumpig in game number 1.
Yeah, Grumpig, a Pokemon I believe was at the very end of top usage here in day number 1. A Pokemon that has been good in previous North American tournaments, but also been okay in Europe as well. I thought maybe it'd be on the downward turn just because of the Bug Bite Fortress winning 5 straight tournaments. It's not as great in that matchup. I like Shadow Grumpig myself, but I'm a Grumpig enjoyer. I'm glad that it's doing so well, and if your name's Sai Rhino, you might as well use a Psy Wave Pokemon.
Right, I think Grumpig's a very fun Pokemon, and sometimes we see Pokemon do well in Europe or other regions, and it just seems like a little blip, right? No one's actually going to pick it up in North America, but it seems like in this case, several trainers were maybe inspired by the success there.
Yeah, it's hard because it's one of those Pokemon that seems like it does everything like just above average, and sometimes that's not enough. If you're a neutral Pokemon, but you have fast pacing and you do something above average in the meta, that might not be enough to be a mainstay in the meta. You might have to do something really strong. You might have to be really strong against certain aspects of the meta, and when you see the matchup against Licky, Stunfisk, it's not like it's doing anything dominant in that matchup, but if you can have those soft losses or you give up a ramp up of energy, you have a great shot to close with that Grumpig, so I hope we see it more in Los Angeles.
That's a great way to think about Grumpig because, it doesn't have the fastest pacing, it has good charge attacks, but it's not non-stop, so it's not really a sweeper, right? But I think you're right, it's just above average, and I will say to its credit though, it does wall the energy from Togekiss,
yes,
which could be a reason.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. I mean, it's able to, most of the Togekisses are going to be Psyshock and Aura Sphere, right? So you're going to be able to resist all of charge attack damage, completely soak that up in that matchup. So we might be seeing some Grumpigs make it to day number 2. A trainer up next that I know is very familiar with day number 2. We got Nighttime Clasher versus another SoCal native, Flying Pizza 1.
All right, well, Nighttime Clasher's got that signature Grumpig pick from, actually maybe it's not a signature pick since so many of these players have it, but let's hear from the trainer himself who just won that series, Sai Rhino with Will.
I'm here out on the floor with Sai Rhino, who just took a heated victory over his teammate. How did it feel to go up against somebody you know?
Yeah, I can't lie. It's definitely a common occurrence at these tournaments just because of how many Swablues there are. But yeah, it's never really easy to play against a teammate, and this was no exception. I've practiced and played with Dapper a lot, so it was really difficult, and I'm glad I managed to clinch out the win.
Well, I was a little disappointed to not see Dapper Disc play his Chestnut, but I was very hyped to see you play Sableye. You know what? When I walked out here, I heard a comment. I heard somebody say Sableye with Drain Punch is Aura. I want you to reply to that comment and tell us why Sableye has been so good for you.
I think I do agree with that comment that Sableye with Drain Punch is Aura. And I think that just getting that extra defense boost can really push through some matchups that would otherwise be pretty tricky. And yeah, I think it's a pretty fun safe swap, so.
Well, Soph made the comment that you were seeing a lot of Grumpig and Empoleon, and when you do have that fighting type coverage and the foul play, it just seemed like the perfect pick. Has Sableye been the standout Pokemon for you, or is there another Pokemon that's been more reliable?
I think Sableye and Grumpig, honestly, have been some standout picks for me. I've been practicing with Sableye for a bit, just because I think it's a fun Pokemon. I haven't got to use my XL one, but yeah, I think Sableye is definitely the standout pick.
Well, Rhino, is there anybody that you want to shout out or say thank you to for your progress so far? And I guess whoever's sending you encouragement along the way for the rest of your bracket run?
First of all, I would like to shout out my parents. I'm very glad that they support me as much as they do. And I would also like to shout out my teammates, especially Dapper Discs, Flying Pizza, and yeah, it's all of SoCal Swablu. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rhino. We're going to head back over to the casters in the booth. Here's Soph and Butters.
Speaking of SoCal Swablu, we got another on stage up next. We got Flying Pizza 1 versus the Latin American International Champion of this season, Nighttime Clasher.
Nighttime Clasher currently ranked #1 in North America in terms of championship points, and he's had a fantastic season, so definitely going to be a tough opponent for Flying Pizza. But, you know, we're in winners finals here, so at this point, whoever wins this match gets to rest for the rest of the day and then go on to day 2 tomorrow.
And Flying Pizza started off this season in Milwaukee, getting 17th, and then had a little bit of a drop-off in Seattle and Vegas, then came 33rd in Houston. Now, if he is able to beat Nighttime Clasher, that will bring him enough championship points to, I feel like, be in some better standing to qualify for the World Championship. So this is actually a very big battle. This is winners finals also. Actually, I just saw that now. This is the first winners finals of the day. So this is day #2 on the line of Nighttime Clasher versus Flying Pizza.
All right, well, let's see who can advance to day #2 here as we get into game #1. Beautiful lead for Nighttime Clasher as he is running that regular Quagsire, and it finds Unova Stunfisk.
One of the few trainers running that regular Quagsire, also running the Azumarill, a blast from the past, a Pokemon that we haven't seen that much in this current meta, and now actually gets the full rollout through against this Feraligatr. That is a huge pickup for Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, that's going to put him a little bit ahead on energy here as he was the one who made that counter swap. He's going to go for a Shadow Ball here. I'm not sure how much this does. You definitely need 2 charge attacks to take out the Feraligatr, but maybe with the rollout damage, just a Body Slam afterwards will suffice.
And this is just the normal Feraligatr, so you're going to be able to knock out with this next Body Slam. And the thing is, you're out of range of the double Hydro Cannon. Double Hydro Cannon from the Shadow Feraligatr can knock out the Licky Licky, but the normal one cannot. As you see, that Licky Licky does endure, and now you can bank up a little bit of more energy. So Nighttime Clasher is going to hang on to an extra Body Slam as he's going to be able to knock out the Feraligatr from Flying Pizza.
And that is a beautiful counter swap for Nighttime Clasher. Look at this. You're so low, so you give minimal farm, and you have a full charge attack to throw. Oh, wait, no, he actually goes down to the Fortress. And this is actually a little bit scary now for Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, this evens it up a bit. Instead of throwing that Shadow Ball or even a resisted Body Slam, just letting that Licky Licky go down, trying to get greedy with an extra rollout, and now suddenly you're going to get debuffed as well before you even throw out this Play Rough, which is going to be resisted by the Steel type of the Fortress. Flying Pizza is back in it a little bit, but the problem is Stunfisk is such a negative matchup against Quagsire.
this is a tricky situation definitely for Nighttime Clasher, but like you said, because that back matchup is so terrible for Flying Pizza, if you're Nighttime Clasher, you know, you don't have to necessarily win this matchup, but maybe just get this Fortress into, say, Aquatail range and let Quagsire take it from there.
Yeah, and actually used a Protect Shield on a resisted play rough from that Azumarill, throwing the Rock Tomb into Azumarill. Azumarill is just so bulky, able to take that, swapping into the Quagsire here, and now going to be able to get to a Stone Edge pretty much at the same time as Sandstorm, but instead throws the Aquatail. This Aquatail might not be enough to knock out the Fortress, so his Flying Pizza just let it go.
Well, it's a little scary to throw the Stone Edge there, right? If you're afraid of a potential catch on the Unova Stunfisk. But like you said, the punishment for that is now that that Fortress can hang on and get off the Sand Tomb.
The Sand Tomb, which will debuff this Quagsire, landing into the Quagsire. The defense has dropped, and now you're going to take more Bug Bite damage, but the problem is you're also not going to take very much damage at all from Thundershock here. You do have that water subtyping, so it is only single resisted from that Thundershock, but not doing much damage at all, as the super effective Aquatail does land into the Stunfisk, but you need 3 of them in this matchup.
I think the Azumarill has an Ice Beam, though, so, you know, Nighttime Clasher looks like he's not too worried about that defense drop. He's already at back-to-back Aquatails. I expect him to just throw both of them and then switch into Azumarill.
Back-to-back here, Aquatail, does he do it? Yep, back-to-back, you called it out. Do you get the last Protect Shield? Yes, there is the last Protect Shield, and he has the swap available into the Azumarill. There is energy on Flying Pizza's Stunfisk. Do we see a swap? And we see a Discharge coming in, maybe predicting that it would be the Azumarill, but instead throwing the resisted Discharge into the Quagsire, and the Quagsire actually Protect Shields.
All right, well, Nighttime Clasher looks to close out this game with the Quagsire, I guess, just one mudshot away to reach that last Aquatail. Flying Pizza is out of shields, out of options, and Nighttime Clasher are going to take game number 1.
Well, kind of close to actually being able to Thundershock down, but instead, the Aquatail is going to be able to land. If he was able to Thundershock down, he could have thrown that Discharge into the back line of the Azumarill, but it was just one Thundershock away, and that's all it takes for Nighttime Clasher to secure game number 1.
Well, it definitely wasn't as comfortable of a win as we thought it might have been based on the lead and back matchup. I have to say that the Azumarill felt like kind of a liability for Nighttime Clasher. Not sure if he's going to continue to bring it, but I mean, it didn't really have a great matchup against the Fortress there.
Yeah, it did get a Protect Shield down, and it was able to absorb a lot of attacks. That is one thing that Azumarill thrives in, is being the sponge of opposing Pokemon's energy. So it did well in that battle. I mean, how about able to run that double water? There's not really anything that punishes double water from Flying Pizza's team. I mean, water in general is just really strong right now, because even though Stunfisk is hard meta at number 2 in the meta, you have super effective water damage to fight back against. So unless you have a Gourgeist or a Chestnut or something like that, these water Pokemon are going to be thriving here in Los Angeles.
I do like the water Pokemon on both sides, actually. I feel like there's a lot of neutral play, so that definitely explains why we saw Flying Pizza, for example, bring that Feraligatr in game number 1, even if it didn't find the best matchup against Licky Licky. As we take a look at Nighttime Clasher's accomplishments here, he has been having a fantastic season so far. I mean, we saw before the season his only win was actually on European soil, but he's been doing so well here in 2026 across the world.
He's number 1 in North America for a region, and he has to be one of the favorites going into the World Championships, right? We're so close. I mean, there's still a lot to happen. We're having some playoffs and some regional playoffs in APAC regions as well. There's still more tournaments in Europe and LATAM, but we're in the final stretch here to the World Championships. This could be one of our stars at the World Championship. Nighttime Clasher, he is 1 game away from day number 2 here in Los Angeles.
Well, he's got an opponent in front of him, still needs a game to win in order to make day number 2. Corviknight versus Licky Licky here. Gonna take the first Shadow Ball. Both Pokemon very, very bulky. Not gonna be a problem for either of these Pokemon to take charge attacks.
A pretty unique team here from Nighttime Clasher. Has that Corviknight and has the Azumarill plus the Licky Licky. 3 flexible Pokemon, 2 that pace really quickly, and the Azumarill that paces a little slower but has a ton of bulk. Here comes the Shadow Ball from the Licky Licky. Gonna be able to land into the Corviknight. I don't expect to protect you from Nighttime Clasher, but will we see a pivot, or do you just go straight payback, just try to win the alignment here?
Looks like he's gonna stay in, and now reaching the payback. Oh, not gonna throw it though, actually going for maybe a catch on his own Licky Licky, but Flying Pizza actually gonna bank the energy by bringing the Shadow Quagsire. But this is where the Shadow is not quite as good as the regular Quagsire, because behind energy, actually threatened by double Shadow Ball.
I actually love that play from Nighttime Clasher to bank all that energy on the Corviknight that can be used at the end of the game. These matchups are so flexible, they are so dynamic. fact that you just want to have those lower energy charge attacks that might be able to finish off a battle. Throwing a payback early on in the game versus Licky just for alignment and then getting farmed down isn't that valuable. So Nighttime Clash are able to bank either double air cutter or a payback for the backline as he's landing a Shadow Ball into the Shadow Quagsire.
And Flying Pizza's Quagsire actually has Mud Bomb. He just threw that at the Licky. Does a little bit more damage than Aqua Tail, maybe a little bit less efficient, but in a matchup like this, it could be just the perfect amount of damage.
And can it knock out this Licky here? The Mud Bomb is going to be able to land its same type attack bonus. Is not enough to knock out the Licky. The Licky does throw the Body Slam, but there's a swap. Here comes Feraligatr out of the Pokeball to take the Body Slam and try to get a Shadow Claw down. I don't know if he got a Shadow Claw through, and it's going to be the Azumarill in the back. Yes, he did get that Shadow Claw through, but he is down a Protect Shield versus this Azumarill, and he's in range of Play Rough.
That Body Slam was perfect chip damage for Nighttime Clasher. Otherwise, this can be a pretty uncomfortable matchup for Azumarill, right? You're not doing a lot of damage with the bubbles, and typically Feraligatr can hang on to the Play Rough, but like you said, now it's in range, so it's actually a good matchup for Azumarill.
And you probably get the last Protect Shield of the battle here. There's not enough health on the Pokemon in the back for Flying Pizza. The good news for Flying Pizza is that Nighttime Clasher is also switch locked, and his timer, Flying Pizza's timer, is coming up quicker. So could he ever swap on a Play Rough? That could be game changing here. Here comes the Hydro Cannon. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining. Nighttime Clasher finally uses one.
Yeah, it is a resisted move, but you know, we're getting close to the end of the game. All of his Pokemon are pretty much at 1 HP besides this Azumarill, so might as well start using those shields. He is going to let the second one go, though. You know, maybe remembering that Flying Pizza does still have a little bit of health on the other Pokemon, and Hydro Cannon might not hit the hardest. Oh wait, it would have been a CMP catch, but Nighttime Clasher anticipated it, but he also has so much energy here.
A lot of things just happened there, and do you Protect Shield? Yes, you Protect Shield. Are you in range of getting knocked out by that Protect Shield? No, you still had 1 health remaining, and you threw your Air Cutter. This is going to land into the Licky, but is Feraligatr out of range of the next Air Cutter? Was this Protect Shield worth it? The simultaneous swaps maybe favors Flying Pizza here. There's 1 Air Cutter remaining. Where's it going to land? Which water type, Feraligatr or Quagsire?
Well, I think they can both take Air Cutter, but Flying Pizza's going to go with the sure bet. It is that Feraligatr. 1 Shadow Claw through. I think that might be enough to knock out the Corviknight. Now we're going to have to see what Nighttime Clasher decides to do. He has a lot of energy on this Azumarill. Oh, and it is going to be able to knock out the Feraligatr.
But now this Azumarill's energy dry, and the Quagsire has enough health. It can get to a Mud Bomb. It is also energy dry. The Ice Beam is going to be able to knock out. No, actually is closer to the energy here. Has the Mud Bomb available. It's just banking up energy. Here comes the desperate swap from Nighttime Clasher, and the Mud Bomb is secured. It's actually going to go through 1 more Mud Shot just to make sure it knocks out. This is going to be really close, but I think it knocks out. So
I think it does, and even if it doesn't, I think just, you know, 1 more Mud Shot might do it, but Flying Pizza going to win game 2. Very chaotic end to the game there, but like you said, I think that Simul Swap did work in Flying Pizza's favor.
Able to win that charge attack priority with the Shadow Ball, I believe, from the Licky of Flying Pizza into that Corviknight, and Nighttime Clasher banked all that energy. I thought it was a brilliant move, but it just didn't turn out to be as amazing in that backline because of Flying Pizza swapping out just right before to throw that charge attack.
And this is a game where actually I think the Mud Bomb did pay off for the Shadow Quagsire, right? We saw it throwing against the Azumarill. If that had been a Stone Edge Quagsire, I mean, I don't think you have the energy to get there.
No, yeah, that's true. You would probably get outpaced by that next Ice Beam there. And you mentioned how Azumarill just felt like it didn't really have a place. And there is that swap we were talking about, getting the last Protect Shield of the game and then the Air Cutter. The problem is, unless you got the boost there, you weren't going to do enough damage to knock out any of the Pokemon in the back for Flying Pizza. And then Flying Pizza was able to hold on with his double water to get to enough energy to knock out. He did get to a lot of energy, probably would have got to the Stone Edge, but still, it was better to have the Mud Bomb.
You know, you talk about Nighttime Clasher not being able to do enough damage to Flying Pizza's Pokemon, and looking at the team of 6 from Nighttime Clasher, I mean, it's a very bulky team, right? He even changed the Quagsire to be non-shadow, and outside of that, the Pokemon that are going to do the most damage for him are the Fortress and the Grumpig. We didn't see either of those Pokemon in game number 2.
And you mentioned how Azumarill maybe doesn't have the best position in this series, in this meta, and I think even though it felt like it was strong in that matchup where it was up a Protect Shield and sitting against the Feraligatr that was in range of Play Rough, its pacing is just so much slower than everything else on the battlefield right now that it just felt like a step behind in all these matchups, and in the end it was too slow. It got outpaced by everything and got knocked out.
I actually think its best case scenario was that Feraligatr matchup, right? It was up a shield, you know, you risk this Hydro Cannons, you have it in Play Rough range, but I think just that awkward turn timing is what really allowed Flying Pizza to make that swap happen.
Here we are, we got a mirror Fortress versus Fortress. look at the fast attacks here. They are going to be both on Bug Bite here, and it looks like one has a breakpoint. Look how much more damage that one of the Fortress is taking compared to the other, I believe.
I think they look pretty similar
I don't
to
know.
me.
I'm feeling breakpoint, so...
It could be an HP difference, but let's see. I think we just might have found out who won Charge Attack Priority as well. I believe it was Nighttime Clasher, as they're both now going to do less damage with their Bug Bites. So, you know, maybe the breakpoint won't even, or the potential breakpoint won't even come into play.
That potential breakpoint might be gone now. The evidence is out of here. I swear one is doing more damage than the other, but maybe I'm wrong. Chat, what do you guys think? Is one of these fortresses have a breakpoint versus the other? It's too early to tell.
Well, the Sand Tomb is going to come through. Both of these trainers are, well, actually, Flying Pizza just settled for the Sand Tomb. I believe just one Bug Bite before the Rock Tomb, but Nighttime Clasher going to go all the way for this Rock Tomb, try to win switch advantage here as Flying Pizza lets it go.
Yeah, just letting this Fortress go and just soft winning the matchup, and suddenly that's not as great because you're going to get Mudshot down, and now this Quagsire has an energy advantage against your backline. You know the backlines are going to be super flexible, so it's better just to have that soft loss there in the matchup to be able to farm up energy, and now you're at Mud Bomb. You're almost at double Mud Bomb. It's going to be landing into the Azumarill.
And this is, again, the matchup where maybe the Mud Bomb pays off a little bit more than the Stone Edge. I actually think this is the best possible positioning for the Azumarill, though. You're forcing Quagsire to use this less efficient move, but good thing for Nighttime Clasher, this is actually the neutral play rough as Flying Pizza catches on for Alligator.
He was hoping to catch on the Ice Beam. He does know it's the play rough. Here comes the swap into Licky Licky. This is brutal because, yes, you are up energy, but now you're in range of a charge attack as well. It's going to throw this Hydro Cannon, actually get the Protect Shield. Nighttime Clasher is thinking this will be my best Protect Shield left in the battle. Hydro Cannon will do more damage than an Aqua Tail or a Mud Bomb. So even though it feels clunky in that situation, he's just guaranteeing that his Protect Shield has more value.
And I like the recognition here that for Alligator would hang on to the Body Slam. So he's going to go straight for the Shadow Ball, either get the shield or the knockout. Flying Pizza also realizing he's in Shadow Ball range. Going to farm up just one more Shadow Claw before throwing the Hydro Cannon, but this Licky Licky is so healthy still.
Yeah, in double Hydro Cannon, it isn't even enough. Can you get back to your timer? Does Quagsire have an opportunity to get in the battlefield? Yes, swapping and trying to catch an attack here. Actually, instead, throwing the Mud Bomb first. Nighttime Clasher is thrown off a little bit by it, but this clearly isn't enough to knock out the Licky Licky. And now he has all the options. He has energy banked, and he can go into his Azumarill as well. He banks all that energy, now comes into the Azumarill. All he needs to do is get to an Ice Beam, but he cannot leave himself low enough to get Shadow Claw down by the Feraligatr.
That's a great point. Flying Pizza's win condition here is to throw this Mud Bomb, like you said, get it low enough to Shadow Claw down and not have to take another charge attack on the Feraligatr. So Nighttime Clasher, I mean, this is pretty healthy here. You're going to farm up a little bit more. This is just an Ice Beam. If you're really worried, maybe you could undercharge a little bit, but I don't think Nighttime Clasher is worried. He's just going to go for this full Ice Beam.
And it looks like you can bank an attack here, but you can't swap. So Flying Pizza doesn't throw a fast attack because you want to get as much energy as possible on the Feraligatr. The problem is the bulk of the Azumarill against this regular Feraligatr. Here comes the Hydro Cannon. It's going to be able to knock out the Azumarill, but remember, Nighttime Clasher did bank all that energy on his Licky Licky.
And really nice attempt by Flying Pizza at the end there, maybe recognizing the potential win condition, but it wasn't enough, as like you said, Nighttime Clasher going to come in with all this banked energy, going to close out game number 3 with his Licky Licky.
And Nighttime Clasher is the first trainer here in Los Angeles to advance to day number 2. Congratulations, Flying Pizza will still have an opportunity. He will drop down to the losers finals.
All right, well, Nighttime Clasher ranked number 1 in US and Canada right now, number 1 on the leaderboards, number 1 seed in this tournament, so no surprise that he's moving on to day number 2 on the winner's side.
And you mentioned it, a lot of Pokemon that are extremely bulky on Nighttime Clasher's team, and I feel like that's very favorable to these trainers that have performed so well this season. When the meta becomes more flexible, a lot of more bulky picks, you can really outmaneuver your opponent throughout a series, throughout a tournament. So Nighttime Clashers maybe is one of the best trainers on the planet, maybe one of the favorite for the World Championships, but can he get another regional championship under his belt here in Los Angeles?
Well, the tricky thing for his team as he heads into day 2, maybe thinking about some prep, is, you know, maybe he has a little bit too much bulk. We saw in game number 3, he did reach back for that Fortress to do just a little bit more energy, but that's going to be a very interesting balance to see him strike as he continues in this tournament.
Well, it seems like Azumarill was just barely enough or barely not enough in a lot of these matchups. It's not like he's running away with any of these. A lot of them are coming down to the absolute wire where Flying Pizza had a great chance to win. The Azumarill was kind of feast or famine, was really strong at absorbing all this energy, but just the pacing. I think that's the number 1 thing that stands out to me. The pacing is just so much slower than most of the meta Pokemon right now. How will it hold up against all of these talented trainers in day number 2?
And you mentioned that Azumarill is way slower than anything else on the battlefield. And I feel like we saw that happen a couple times, right? Versus the Quagsire, versus the Feraligatr. Even those are theoretically good matchups for Azumarill, because the opponent is just getting to their attack so quickly, they can just spam them out and then switch out.
It's even slower than Wigglytuff. You can get the double Swift on the Wigglytuff. It's just so slow compared to everything else that's stronger in the meta. Bastiodon started off the season strong in North America, but it has fallen off for sure. You're not going to run Bastiodon into this Stunfisk and possibly Diggersby meta as well. So yeah, Azumarill, slowest Pokemon, but also maybe the best Pokemon of all time in Pokemon Go, so you can't count it out at all.
Well, I'm not a believer, but Nighttime Clasher is a believer, as is one of his good friends and a trainer that we'll see coming up in just a second. That's going to be Out of Pocket. I believe he's actually running the same team as Nighttime Clasher, which we see it happen actually quite a bit. I'm curious what they're fighting for here as we see Pocket and Pyro Panda doing a little bit of rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, well, he lost. I think Pocket lost the rock, paper, scissors. He said, I knew I should have gone paper, but we're going to get locked in this matchup. I think you mentioned it already, the exact same team from Out of Pocket as Nighttime Clasher. Probably not a coincidence. Trainers that know each other very well versus Pyro Panda, a trainer that has been coming onto the scene within the last year, but still looking for that breakout performance. I know he's had a little bit of some performances that he wasn't as happy with, but now look at him right now. He's on the table at the winners finals. He can be Out of Pocket and be the second trainer to qualify for day number 2. So Pyro Panda is having an awesome day number 1 at the Los Angeles Regionals.
I think Pyro Panda might have like one lifetime top 8, so it definitely mean a lot to get that second one. I think he's also good friends with Rise, who I think was running the Alola Ninetales, right? So maybe a little bit of inspiration taken there between friends on both sides of the table. But, you know, this matchup is still a ways away. Let's take a look ahead at Twitch.tv. We've got a schedule here for the rest of the week. By the way, there's always a schedule every week if you want to tune in. You can catch some old Pokemon anime episodes. I know I always like to watch Diamond and Pearl, my favorite generation.
Yeah, and it's always a great place to catch up on what is going. Like, there are some reruns, but these are all the heroes of the season. It's all leading up to the World Championship. So this is the schedule for this week. It's an awesome schedule, as always, as you figure out who are going to be the heroes, who are the best players coming to the World Championships. And now these trainers in Los Angeles have their opportunity to put their name on the map. And one way to do that is to knock out a heavy favorite in Out of Pocket in this matchup. So let's actually look at Pyro Panda's team. You said he's friends with Rise, maybe did some team building, but there's a crucial difference. Rise decided to not run that Chilling Water, which is a community day attack that was recently available for the Alola Ninetales. It's a water type attack that debuffs your opponent. Rise doesn't have it, but Pyro Panda does. So that means he is hard-walled by the Feraligatr, and that also means he is hard-walled by a Pokemon like Azumarill.
Maybe Azumarill is the sauce, and you know, I'm just not a believer. This is also a Bug Bite Fortress, so you know, if it was Volt Switch, that would of course be a little bit worse for the Azumarill. So honestly, Azumarill looks very neutral, looks very safe into Pyro Panda's team. So maybe we'll see Out of Pocket bring the Azumarill as kind of that neutral sponge that we saw Nighttime Clasher kind of use it as.
I mean, Out of Pocket's team, Nighttime Clasher's team, the team is just incredibly neutral in general, and even having one of the most neutral closers in the Grumpig as well. You said it is that Bug Bite Fortress, so maybe we do see the Azumarill, because the Azumarill just has okay matchups to good matchups against a lot of things on Pyro Panda's team. You can handle the Togekiss with the Ice Beam, and obviously your Psyshocks plus Pex are not really adding up. So I feel like you have good play into the Alolan Ninetales, you have good play into Feraligatr, Togekiss, you're pretty decent into Licky Licky, and Fortress, you're resisting the Bug Bites, and you even have super effective damage for the Stunfisk. I think we're going to see Azumarill once again.
You're probably right. We'll have to see what these trainers decide to do. I actually think there's a lot of options on both sides though, right? We talked about the Azumarill, we talked about the Grumpig, although of course you do have to watch out for the Fortress. I'm actually kind of interested in Pocket's Fortress as well. I think it's pretty safe into everything except for maybe that Togekiss.
And I'm interested in Pyro Panda's Stunfisk, because Stunfisk is actually safe into a lot of things except for the Quagsire. Does that kind of force Quagsire out of Pocket here? Because you really want to have something that could hard beat that Stunfisk, or else Stunfisk is just kind of roaming free. Yes, the Bug Bite Shadow Fortress is just fine into that Stunfisk, and you could be just fine with an Azumarill or a Grumpig as well, so you're not desperately leaning on that Quagsire, but I feel like Stunfisk has a ton of play for Pyro Panda. So then how do you protect that Stunfisk if you are Pyro Panda? I mean, Licky Licky is never a bad choice for any trainer ever.
That's right, although then you would be kind of doubling up on the Quagsire weakness. Well, a lot of options for both of these trainers. Let's see what they've selected in game number 1. It looks like it is going to be a Licky Licky lead versus Togekiss.
Yeah, we have the Togekiss on Pyro Panda side versus the Licky Licky. Even though you have the super effective Aura Sphere, one Aura Sphere is not enough to knock out the Licky Licky. So in even scenarios, the Licky Licky will win this matchup. And actually getting a Protect Shield early on against a super effective Aura Sphere, and you usually want to go for the Shadow Ball in this matchup. And no, actually swapping into the Licky Licky, thinking it was a Shadow Ball, but instead, Pocket throws the Body Slam.
Right, good thing Pocket did not throw the Shadow Ball, as it is just an okay catch from Pyro Panda, but now Pocket has the opportunity to bring in his Shadow Fortress, and this is doing a lot of damage right here, but Pyro Panda, you know, a little bit of energy already at the Shadow Ball.
And we just had that TM, that Rocket Grunt event where heavily featured was the Pineco that you get from Arlo, so a lot of these trainers probably have brand new Shadow Fortresses that they are unveiling here at the Los Angeles Regional. Throwing that Rock Tomb, gonna be able to knock out the Licky Licky, so Pyro Panda just lets it go.
And now we'll have to see how Pyro Panda wants to take out the rest of this fortress. Does just bring the Togekiss back, and this is great. You're double resisting the bug bites. You can farm up even more energy. He doesn't want Pocket to reach a Sand Tomb, though. That would debuff the Togekiss, so he's just going to throw the Aura Sphere right here.
Yeah, could have gone for one more fast attack to ensure there's no Rock Tomb, but you don't want to take that debuff. So coming in against the Licky Licky, do you try to swap once again onto the Shadow Ball? And here comes the Aura Sphere, and using both of the Protect Shields of the battle versus this Aura Sphere from the Togekiss.
And I actually like that, because a super effective attack from Togekiss would probably do the most damage of anything. You see Pocket a little bit scared of another catch there. Just gonna go for the Body Slam. Pyro Panda gonna shield it up. There's actually a ton of energy on this Licky Licky. So, you know, does Pocket just go for the back-to-back? No, he goes for a rollout as Pyro Panda still doing Pecks, and Pocket finally throws the Body Slam.
And he paused to make sure there wasn't a swap, making sure that Peck was going through for out of pocket. Who gets to the charge attack first? The Aura Sphere is available. Tried to swap on it, banked it. So it's going to be a backline of Pyro Panda's Togekiss versus the Licky Licky. The Aura Sphere will be able to knock out. So if Pyro Panda can clean up this matchup, he can win this battle.
It's looking good for Pyro Panda. I think Pocket's going to have to get a little bit creative here. But, you know, like you said, if Pyro Panda just, you know, if he just wins this matchup and then doesn't do anything silly like lose a turn on a swap, I think he has this.
Yeah, and there is one trainer that has a slight edge on the timer. I believe Pocket got out just a little bit before, but we're talking about just seconds before Pyro Panda. So that means his timer will be available just seconds before Pyro Panda. Here comes the play rough. Is going to be not very effective, but it's going to be really close to knocking out this fortress. Is his timer back available after the play rough, or is still locked? It's available. Combo play. No, he didn't have the energy. Swap into the Aura Sphere now, knock out the Licky Licky.
Oh, but this is scary still for Pyro Panda. I actually thought he had it sewn up, but look, there's still a lot of health on Pocket's Azumarill. Licky Licky goes down, and now what do you do here? Okay, how much energy also is on the Fortress? Because maybe the Psy Shock plus the attacks from Fortress will be enough.
I think he did bank an attack. I think he has at least a Sand Tomb here, so the Psy Shock is going to be able to land, and you still have some more Pecks remaining as this bubble does go through. Do you have the Sand Tomb banked? Yes, the Sand Tomb was banked. The Rock Tomb wasn't available, but it doesn't matter. Pyro Panda able to take down the Azumarill out of pocket and taking game number 1 of this series.
Oh, and this is good for Pyro Panda. You know, this is Pyro Panda is a very good player, definitely, but when you're going up against the number 2 seed overall in the tournament, it's got to feel good to have that 1-0 lead.
Yeah, and it looks like Out of Pocket also showed his hand in that first game. He really emphasized that he's going to use both his Protect Shields against that Togekiss into his Licky Licky, because Togekiss is actually pretty strong against Out of Pocket's team, I would say. You're pretty neutral to strong against everything, and then if you're landing the super effective Aura Spheres into the Licky Licky, Togekiss is a real threat against Out of Pocket's team of 6.
And it's a tricky position as Out of Pocket because, you know, Grumpig would be the potential wall to Togekiss, but if you're also trying to bring, you know, your Azumarill, your Licky Licky, you don't want to be too weak to that Bug Bite Fortress on Pyro Panda's side. So it kind of feels like you have to pick one, right? Either Azumarill or Grumpig. And in game number 1, it looked like Pocket was favoring the Azumarill.
Yeah, and Grumpig would be that Pokemon that could hard dominate that matchup, but you're a little bit scared just because Pyro Panda does have that Bug Bite Fortress and has the Feraligatr, even though you can be okay versus the Feraligatr because you can take a Hydra Cannon plus some Shadow Claws on a Grumpig and still get to charge attack. So it's actually more neutral than you would expect in even shield scenarios, but looks like we're just locked into game number 2. Day number 2 is on the line. Shadow Fortress is gonna meet the Corviknight, steel on steel, but it's gonna be resisted. All this bug bites, you're probably getting out of here.
Yeah, this is definitely what you want as out-of-pocket. Pyro Panda, I think he did like 1 or 2 bug bites before switching into the Licky Licky. Pocket not going to panic quite yet. Going to farm up a ton of energy before bringing in his own Licky Licky to soak up this damage.
Well, he's over a body slam ahead now, so can he win this matchup against the Mirror, knowing that maybe he took a body slam worth of fast attack damage, so it's going to be really close in this Mirror, but Pyro Panda is also 1 rollout ahead, so Pyro Panda should be able to win the alignment here and match up that Stunfisk into the Corviknight in the back.
And traditionally, we thought these kind of chip and dips with fast attacks was really advantageous, but, you know, sand attacks don't do a lot of damage, and potentially Pyro Panda has, you know, too much of an energy advantage, as you mentioned, for Pocket to overcome this. But, you know, maybe Pocket will be okay if he doesn't get switch advantage. He has a ton of energy on the Corviknight.
Well, Pyro's going to get to this double body slam before out of pocket here. He's going to throw it, and that's going to take the alignment unless there is a protect shield, because it looks like out of pocket is just about in range of double body slam. We're going to confirm right here, but I think it is in range, as Pocket does take the first body slam. Yes, he is definitely in range of the second body slam. Swap on the second body slam in the Corviknight, but now you could just bring in your Stunfisk.
You can, but the Pocket might be okay with it. He might recognize that risk, but he's, I think, pretty close to a payback here, and the switch clocks are misaligned, so potentially if you're Pocket, maybe you can get to double payback and swap out.
Yeah, it's not over yet because you still have 3 remaining Pokemon. Of course, you still have a Pokemon in the back that can debuff, and you have that Licky Licky to probably take off the debuff of the opposing Shadow Fortress, so there's still a lot of action to be had, even though this is a great alignment for Pyro Panda as you get the first Protect Shield on this discharge.
All right, well, Pocket, again, the first trainer to use a shield in this matchup as he throws just before the discharge is reached. I think Unova and Stunfisk could hang on here, so Pyro Panda decides to let it go. But
the
now,
air cutter bait!
Yeah, but now your clock... Oh, wait, was that air cutter?
Yes!
Oh.
It went through into the Stunfisk there, not very effective. Here comes the discharge into the Shadow Fortress, and now it has a dent in it before it meets the opposing Shadow Fortress here. And all these CPs are looking real nice since the Rocket event of 1498 to 1497. Here comes the Sand Tomb to try to drop the defense of Pyro Panda. Does he use one of his shields?
No, he doesn't. He's just gonna hope that his bug bites are enough to carry this matchup for him. He's gonna debuff Pocket's Fortress as well, and both of these Pokemon, their health is going to be depleted quite quickly.
And remember, both these trainers have all their Pokemon remaining, but they need to get back to the timer. Out of pocket will have his timer available first. You will also have the Sand Tomb available second, but able to throw it before Pyro Panda. Pyro Panda's going to try to go for the farm down. Out of pocket's not out of it yet. He can get back to his timer. Does he swap anywhere? No, he's just going to let it go. Here comes the swap, trying to get to a body slam instead. Takes the Sand Tomb, or Rock Tomb, actually.
Oh, that's a lot of energy gone from the Fortress, but let's think about Pyro Panda's remaining Pokemon. He's still got that, you know, pretty healthy Stunfisk since he absorbed an air cutter nicely.
But he's in range of the payback, but there is a Protect Shield remaining. Does he just go for it? No, he's going to go for the bait here on the air cutter. Pyro Panda is going to try to call the bait here. He has to use his Protect Shield, but no! He calls the bait!
Another beautiful call from Pyro Panda, and he reaches a discharge before the next air cutter. I think this might barely be enough to knock out the Corviknight, and Pyro Panda on the cusp of a 2-0 victory here.
Super effective into the Corviknight, knocks it out. Can you bug bite down? No, you don't have enough health remaining. It looks like a 3-ball flex. No, actually, no. The bug bite does go through, but there's no health remaining on his Fortress, and Pyro Panda is able to advance to day number 2.
Only his second day number 2 so far in his young career, so huge congrats to him. Pocket, on the other hand, you know, a trainer we've seen tough through the losers bracket time and time again, gonna drop down to that lower half of the bracket.
Huge victory for Pyro Panda there. Coming in that winner side of the bracket gives you such a better opportunity to gain even more championship points into day number 2. So an epic win from a trainer that is trying to make a name for himself in Championship Series, and that is a great start for him. Out of pocket is not yet eliminated. He will drop down to the losers finals and still is 1 match victory away from day number 2 himself.
Well, let's take a look back at game number 2 here. We saw this Fortress Mirror. You know, this is a matchup where energy is not super critical, right? What you're really looking for is this bug bite damage as the main method to take out the opposing Pokemon. Pyro Panda does put up the shield there, but you know, at that point, Pocket's Fortress is just so low, it's not going to do much for the rest of the game.
So do you think either of these trainers swapped 5 times in that battle. I feel like just in general, I know it's a weird question, but in general, if you swap 5 times in a battle, that kind of means that it's a very flexible, fluid battle. So I don't know if it actually got to 5 times swapped in this matchup, but it seems like it was really close.
I don't know if it reached 5 times for either trainer. I mean, Pocket definitely looked like he was switching a lot. I would say at least 3 times, maybe 4,
Well,
but 5 would be really long.
Wait, sorry. Yeah, I meant to say 4. I meant to say 4.
I think 4
4 is the one where it's very flexible and fluid. Once you get to 4 swaps, it means that you swapped once in the lead, you got back to your timer, you swapped once again, and then you made a catch somewhere, and then somehow you had another opportunity to swap in the end game. If you get the 4 swaps, there's a lot of swaps in Pokemon Go PvP.
I think Pocket got to 4, but I'd have to check.
Fair enough. Well, I just said that to say it was an incredibly flexible battle. They had 6 Pokemon remaining until the end game. When you know there's 6 Pokemon remaining on the battlefield and the game's about to end, that is an epic Pokemon Go PvP battle.
Yeah, and not just the Pokemon, but also the shields, right? I feel like those were used quite late as well. So definitely a really good series between both of these trainers, really flexible gameplay, and a lot to keep track of for these trainers, right? If you see a Pokemon, it throws a charge attack, it has some residual energy, it swaps out. Like, you have to keep track of that all through those several minutes of the game. So super impressive.
Yeah, it's really hard, especially to be exactly pinpoint perfect in that end game to make sure you're throwing right before the opponent has the charge attack available and you're maximizing all the energy that you might have available. So well done to Pyro Panda, an incredible victory. And now I think we still have some more winners finals coming up.
Yeah, we're definitely getting through the bracket here, but let's hear from Pyro Panda on that incredible victory. Take it away, Henry.
Thank you so much. Home/Henry here on the floor with Pyro Panda, who just clinched his first day 2 of the season. I know that's got to be an amazing feeling. Pyro, talk me through your emotions right now.
Yeah, so it's been a tough season for me. I've been to a lot more regionals this season than I have than usual, and I hadn't gotten any points at any of them. I've only relied on locals, so this is pretty huge for me.
An incredible performance so far. You've made day 2 so early in the day, and I gotta say, it really felt like in that game number 2, the dramatic bait calls, no shielding, 2 air cutters. Man, you clearly do not like shielding Corviknight moves, and it paid off in a big way in that one.
Yeah, I really just was trusting my gut more than usual this time. That's been the biggest issue for me in my latest regionals, is not trusting myself. And in my heart of hearts, I was being told it's air cutter every time.
And hey, it paid off. Now, our game is a very collaborative one. There are always people cheering you on at home, people in the crowd, people help with team building, scrims. So any shout outs you want to give?
Yeah, shout out to my brother. He's in Texas now. He's a local judge there. He's a really huge support. Shout out to my girlfriend as well. I know she's at home watching. Shout out to DGen City. Y'all have been there as my day 1s. And shout out to my team, Legend Unite. You guys have really helped me as well.
So Pyro Panda, amazing performance on stage. 2 O's to make day number 2. His day is done, but the action is not. Now, a lot of these matchups in these games can come down to the nitty-gritty, running a certain attack stat or a certain defense stat to get a break point or bulk point. And the good news is we have Speedy as Chief sit down with some trainers to go through everything you need to know Pokemon stat-wise.
I'm here with Toasty Paw Rick to talk about some break points and bulk points. Rick, break it down for us.
All right, so we're in a Togekiss meta right now. So you might think that Furret is not really a relevant Pokemon, but there's actually some hidden tech that I found for Furret specifically into that Togekiss matchup that might turn things more into your favor. So if you run the 3-4-10 Furret, there's actually a break point on Sucker Punch that does 6 damage into Togekiss instead of the 5, I believe. I might have those numbers wrong, but essentially what happens is that it's enough damage so that your 2 Swifts will knock out if you have 1 turn advantage. So crazy, but you can save swap a Furret on a team that has Togekiss, and if they respond with that Togekiss, you will get a shield advantage out of that matchup.
So every fast attack would do 1 more damage. This doesn't sound like much, right? But this is one of the best parts about Pokemon Go PvP strategy, is that these small differences add up over the length of a battle. And a lot of players, I think you'll agree, don't notice it until the matchup has gone on too long. And then they're like, wait, my Togekiss is much lower than it should be, and I think I'm going to lose this matchup. So is that typically how it goes for you?
Yeah, I think most people don't expect a Furret to flip any shield scenario of a Togekiss. So this is something I've done in Grassroots before. So, it's pretty cool.
And this is for with Sucker Punch or with
Sucker Punch, yes. Yeah. So resisted damage, but it's doing a little bit enough to get you that advantage.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rick. I hope you got something from that. Let's see what other break and bulk points we can find.
I'm Robin Tillar, and I'm from Germany.
Stone Collection not acting nice anymore. He's playing rough. The mental fortitude, the tenacity.
That is the heart of a champion right there.
It's gotta be Licky Tongue. In German, it's called Schlurp. That one's pretty good. There was a friend that introduced me to Pokemon Go. So for like 3 years straight, like just every day in and out, grinding XP and catches. We had like a big community. I kind of swapped communities, got into the PvP scene. I was playing a lot of grassroots tournaments. I got to know a lot of new people. After the pandemic, we saw that there were tournaments for Pokemon Go, like actual official tournaments, and we kind of got excited. And suddenly everybody was going to every tournament, and yeah, now we're here. Me coming from Europe as the only European to beat up those Americans. Maybe not to beat up. I love traveling. It's always nice to see new places and see different cultures, like getting into the scene, and people were giving me tips how to get cheap hotels, cheap travel, and that I would just fly to NA to take part in a regional for a weekend and just go back on Monday like it was nothing. Yeah, it's kind of insane. I don't care about losing against somebody that I could have done nothing against, but losing because of my mistakes is something I want to work on. I would like to get a trophy for the internationals, or maybe even worlds, but like my goal is just to be consistent. It's not a placement. It's important to have friends, so you can't do this alone. It's important to get into a community. It's always about having fun, and this journey, like exploring a new game, getting better at it. If you have friends around you, they can always like talk to you and give you more dimensions to think about. I'm always like a kind of specialty Pokemon user. I might analyze the meta and get a pick that nobody is ready for. If nobody is ready for it, what are you gonna do? For this tournament, it was Shadow Scissor. People didn't have it on their radar anymore because everybody was switching to Empoleon.
And Stone Collection reaches for it, and he will be moving on to the Grand Finals.
I knew my opponent would bring Empoleon every game because it was like super solid against me. There was no reason not to run it. The thing is though, Empoleon has not a lot of fast move pressure into Scissor and Corviknight, and I kept these both alive. The last game I was bullet punching it down, and I knew that in the end, although Empoleon had a lot of energy, I had Azumarill in the back. Empoleon has kind of bad stats in comparison to Azumarill. Azumarill is super bulky, and I knew that my Azumarill was gonna do it.
He can just stay in. Oh, Stone Collection is no longer a contender. He's a regional champion.
I'm super excited. I actually can't believe it. It took me like 42 tournaments to finally win one.
So many tournaments. He has done it.
The main goal also from me is like to get people to know Go a bit better, and also to get my name out there.
You're gonna win Worlds this year?
No. If I was to win Worlds, I don't actually know what I would do. I would fall out of the sky, I don't know.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2026 Los Angeles Pokemon Go Regional Championships. My name is Homesize Henry, here on the desk with the one and only Speediest Chief. And we've had some amazing games so far, and several trainers already punching their ticket to day number 2.
It's always an exciting time as we reach the halfway point of day number 1. The dust starts to settle, but there's still a lot that's uncertain at this point. Cannot wait to see what other trainers join our top cutters, including Nighttime Clasher. It's going to be epic because this is a very stacked roster this weekend. Tons and tons of talented players. You might see some familiar names, but also some upsets.
And some of those top trainers have been working their way through the winner side of the bracket off stream. I got to take a look at the stream queue, the matches we have coming up next, and honestly, we are in for an absolute treat.
That's one of the best parts of casting, Henry. You'll probably agree. We can see all of the best matches and talk about all of them. So such an honor and a privilege to be here, especially with you. Great call, by the way, on that Stone Collection win.
Man, Stone Collection, unbelievable competitor, able to put it together and win the Seattle Regional Championships. And to me, that was honestly one of my favorite storylines that I've seen in the Championship Series. A trainer who I believe he had won the Last Chance qualifiers back in 2022.
Correct.
And then from there, proceeded to just build on those performances more and more and finally claim the crown.
Well, speaking of trainers that have been competing ever since the Championship Series added Pokemon GO, we've got Rise to Occasion returning to the stage. This time, he's going to face off against Phoenix Dark, a talented trainer that's got a little bit of an uphill battle, but maybe that Medicham can lend a hand, because that's a Pokemon I did not expect to see, but it could make an impact here.
Medicham is a great call-out. Medicham looks very, very neutral across the board. Medicham, you could argue, has play into absolutely everything that it could encounter on Rise's team. Now, it doesn't have a lot of hard wins per se, but I would argue that Medicham is bringable, and realistically, any alignment for Medicham is okay alignment for Medicham.
Exactly, and sometimes you don't need those big flashy wins. You just need to be reliable and deal damage consistently. Let's jump right into battle number 1, though. We're going to get a Fortress mirror match. Shadow Bugbite Fortress from Rise to Occasion. Meanwhile, Volt Switch regular Fortress from Phoenix Dark.
Volt Switch will allow Phoenix Dark to barely outpace here. It's 16 turns versus 17, but Rise opts out and gets a beautiful catch of the Rock Tomb onto Unova Stunfisk.
It's that finesse that we saw from Rise earlier on today, the 8 bug bites in the swap. That kind of play is going to allow trainers to stay a step ahead of their opponent. Even though you're switch locked and debuffed, you have energy now as a Stunfisk, and you can fight more evenly with this Furret.
Now, Phoenix Dark farmed back up to rebank some energy, but in doing so, that very heavily desyncs the timers. Rise is on the field with a debuff Stunfisk. He can't do a lot of damage, but after Phoenix Dark fires off the next charge attack, Rise's timer will be very close to up. Rise not throwing here because he wants to try and save this energy and not throw it while debuffed.
Exactly, he wants to go at 100%, but in the meanwhile, Furret gathers a bunch of energy. I notice this is not a Trailblaze Furret either. This is a Brick Break Furret, which has been a cool tech we've seen to help answer those steel types in the meta.
And Rise's timer, he just couldn't escape. He would have loved to catch out on the Fortress, but Fortress, the timer was not yet up. Stunfisk will bank all the energy, and back in comes the Fortress to immediately fire off the Rock Tomb and get those timers back misaligned.
That's the difference. When your engine is hot as the Fortress, you're able to come right in and throw the charge attack, lowering almost towards the KO and forcing out a counter swap back to the opposing Fortress.
Rock Tomb will do quite a lot of damage. Rise with an O-Shield. Rise confident that he will be able to survive. This is the non-Shadow Fortress from Phoenix Dark, which means it has better survivability, but it doesn't quite have the damage of the Shadow.
At this point, the question now becomes, can Rise pace to another Rock Tomb? Yes, he does. Phoenix Dark wants a full farm down. He allows the next charge attack to come through, but the undercharge by Rise as well.
Rise would love to try and get farm on Gourgeist, so he's going to very heavily undercharge. He wants to try and potentially get 2 Incinerates on the Gourgeist. In comes the Gourgeist, the Volt Switch is thrown. He will get 2 Incinerates, but that is a lot of damage taken onto the Fortress.
I don't know, Henry, that scared me, man. I saw that Incinerate come through, and I thought the Fortress might be KO, but it does land the charge stack. Oh, goes for the Volt Switch, can't get the swap, though, because that 5-turn Incinerate applies on the 5th turn.
In comes Altaria, but Rise is debuffed once again. He pivots into the Stunfisk. The Stunfisk has had its debuff reset from earlier, but this definitely looks like an uphill battle for Rise because Phoenix Dark doesn't really have to put up shields against Discharge because Phoenix knows that the Shadow Ball is going to do significantly more damage.
Yeah, and you're able to just Dragon Breath all the way down, which does make it tougher for Rise's Gourgeist in the end because only a single Sky Attack plus that Dragon Breath damage will pick up the KO. Rise able to get to another Discharge, though. This is actually really helpful.
Phoenix Dark again, back-to-back no shields. Phoenix Dark is saying, I don't think you can Incinerate me down. Incinerate is resisted. Rise gonna opt for the Seed Bomb because even though it's double resisted, this would still genuinely be valuable damage because the Altaria is so low.
Yeah, exactly. I think any damage is meaningful damage at this point, and the Incinerate is easier to time as well, so Phoenix Dark has the option. Does he stay in? Does he try to double shield and double Sky Attack, or does he try to catch on his weakened Furret?
That Furret is so low in the back. It looks like it could potentially feint to 1 Incinerate. Rise just going straight for the Seed Bomb. That Stunfisk making that 3rd Discharge flipped this game on its head because suddenly Seed Bombs actually matter. Phoenix Dark now down both shields. Phoenix Dark will be able to outpace, but Rise now has enough energy for the Seed Bomb, and this is the pivotal deciding moment of the match.
Yeah, this is key. I think that Rise is going to look very intently at the screen. He wants to see if the swap comes through, how the timing is from Phoenix Dark. Oh, comes out the Furret immediately. Rise is free to do the Incinerate down, and he's got the Shadow Ball.
Great patience from Rise. Phoenix Dark also turn waited there, trying to get the catch, but the patience of Rise, he waited until he saw an action there. A fast move, a switch, he sees that switch, he farms down, and that's a game 1 win.
It's so counterintuitive, right? But in that critical moment, I think another potential play would have been to let Rise do his incinerate damage, let him wait a turn, and then switch. When he thinks that you are not going to swap, that's when you pull out the rug underneath him. But it's so difficult to fool these top-level trainers, of course, Rise being one of the best.
Rise is so good at executing in those gotta-have-it moments. And an entire match, all the switches, all the dancing in and out of matchups, he was debuffed, he saved energy, but in that moment, when it came down to needing to get a play correct, Rise, so consistent at getting it right.
He really is, and it's all that experience and all those matches and all the scrims. Well, maybe not as many scrims, because apparently he doesn't do that, but it's all the experience on stage, and then Shadow Ball was exactly what he needed. I don't think a Seed Bomb would have been enough there.
It's double resisted, and Altaria is very, very bulky, but he's able to land that Shadow Ball. And I'll be honest, towards the middle of that game felt like it might have been slipping away from him, but the Stunfisk, it's so bulky, making 3 discharges completely flips the end game because suddenly Altaria was actually vulnerable.
Yeah, super reliable Pokemon, and especially Rises. I saw it hang on with just 1 HP after that Dragon Breath came through to get the 3rd discharge you pointed out, and it was so critical. Let's jump right into battle number 1. Our trainers are wasting no time here. Rise wants to make it to top cut. Phoenix Dark has to slow him down. And what a start is this?
Oh my goodness, what a lead for Rise. Alolan Ninetales into the Altaria. Safe switch into Feraligatr, going to be answered with Licky Licky. And this is one of the matchups where Licky Licky is at its most dominant.
Absolutely, that normal typing, double resisting every single Shadow Claw that comes through. Hydro Cannon from Feraligatr, obviously hitting hard against just about anything it comes up against. But the Licky Licky, it might be able to take 2 and not even blink.
Shadow Ball launched by Licky Licky. Instant no shield from Phoenix Dark. The Feraligatr can survive, but it's going to pay a very heavy price, as now Feraligatr, with 1 more rollout here, should be very close to red HP.
Definitely an interesting matchup. I almost wonder if you need 2 body slams or if you can body slam and Shadow Ball, and that's the correct combination. Second Hydro Cannon does connect. Rise shakes that one off as well, looking for a body slam again.
Now as Phoenix Dark, you already no-shielded a Shadow Ball. You've lost almost all your health. Now forced to shield a Body Slam. So Phoenix Dark really trying to make a play for switch advantage if possible.
If possible, but it's going to be difficult. He's going to need to shield probably a second time. Rise had a great lead. He does not want to give that up so easily, so he is going to invest in his Licky Licky. Go for another Body Slam here. Phoenix Dark, he's going to be forced to shield.
If he doesn't shield, he's losing switch advantage, and the Altaria is not going to get a lot of farm. Altaria does a Flamethrower for super effective coverage into the Alolan Ninetales, but the Altaria is barely going to get any energy, so instead, he sends in Tinkaton to try and win the game. Up energy with Tinkaton, but there's a Steel Resist in the back in Stunfisk.
Exactly. Rise had the perfect 3rd Pokemon to answer the team here for Phoenix Dark. Really no wiggle room for him in this situation. He sees it as well. Double super effective damage. Henry, close your eyes.
Oh, we're about to see Altaria disappear. Weather Ball lands. Altaria hangs on, but it's just too little, too late. Rise knows the alignment is too favorable. Ninetales crushing Altaria. Stunfisk crushing the Tinkaton. And this looks like Rise is going to another day 2.
Absolutely. Gigaton Hammer comes through. Rise might let this one connect just for good measure, and he does. Always patient, always calculated. He knows he doesn't need Ninetales anymore for this job.
And Stunfisk will be able to hit for big super effective damage with the Mud Bomb. And Mud Bomb is going to consistently chip away at this Tinkaton. It comes very close to picking up the 2-hit KO. Whereas Bulldoze, even though it's super effective, it's just not nearly as strong of a move. So 2 Bulldozes being survived for Stunfisk is very, very fine.
Absolutely doable for that Unovan Stunfisk. Bulky as ever, a reliable Pokemon, not only in the Championship Series, but also in grassroots formats quite a bit. I've seen it perform very well in draft formats in particular, but another Mud Bomb coming through. Phoenix Dark is going to shield and play it out, but it looks really, really difficult for him.
There's just so much health remaining on the Stunfisk. I believe didn't get the Bulldoze debuff either. Just going to try and farm up as much energy as possible. Wind Charge deck priority, but Rise knows the Mud Bomb is locked in. He can put up the shield, take a deep breath, because he knows this game is over.
Yeah, I think the only win condition there for Phoenix Dark is that Rise would be overconfident, maybe no shield, a Gigaton Hammer while debuff, but Rise just doesn't make those kinds of mistakes. That is a Game 2 victory and series win for Rise to occasion.
Man, Rise bringing out the Alolan Ninetales in game number 2, and boy did Alolan Ninetales find its target, shutting down that Altaria, and then the ever-powerful Stunfisk. Stunfisk proves to be a very nice core pairing for that Alolan Ninetales, because Stunfisk can kind of deal with some of the more pesky matchups, whether it's like an Azumarill, a Feraligatr, those ice resistances, or even a Licky Licky. That core pairing, very, very smart idea from Rise, and it paid off amazingly in game number 2.
I can't lie to you, Henry. I was thinking about that final Pokemon pick from Phoenix Dark being the Ticketon in that battle number 2. I'm just wondering what he was targeting. I think that maybe the Fortress would have been a target. I know that matchup is not overwhelmingly, I guess, easy for the Ticketon, but I do think that he has a ton of play there. But otherwise, you're looking at matchups like the Gourgeist, like the Quagsire, things that are very unfavorable. So very, very tough sledding in that game number 2 in particular, and I just think that the team composition was perfect from Rise.
Rise built a team where there's a lot of steel resist, and Gigaton Hammer is an incredibly overpowered move. Like, it's very strong, but steel is not typically considered to be a strong offensive typing because it's very easy to have a steel resist. So Rise has a team with 3 steel resists, and Gourgeist, which doesn't resist steel but has super effective Incinerate into you.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you're trying to run a Pokemon like Alolan Ninetales that's not going to have a lot of play there, I do really like the team construction.
Yeah, me too. I think it's a solid composition from Rise. Ever the talented team builder, and he shows that yet again here in Los Angeles. Phoenix Dark unable to win that series, but he does fall to that loser's side bracket, where I believe he falls directly to that loser's finals. So still a little bit of work ahead, but could make day 2 and maybe a rematch with Rise down the stretch.
And that's what I like to see is even in these group finals, if you're not able to get the win, you're still so close to day 2. All it takes is take a moment to rest, regroup, and then come back strong for that loser's finals, because the dream of becoming champion, it's not over yet. We've seen some amazing losers runs before. I believe it was EUIC this year where Pato dropped pretty early and then is never lost again.
Exactly. It can be done. And I also want to say nobody's going to fault you if you lose a series to Rise to Occasion, to Out of Pocket, to Nighttime Classic, right? If you're going to lose a series to any kind of trainer against a former international, regional, even world champion, no shame at all in that. But Henry, we've talked a lot about day 2. We're really gassing up this championship Sunday, but we all made some predictions about which trainer we thought was most likely to make it. So let's see how we're doing so far.
So it looks like Butters had Ashton Ash, who I believe is doing pretty well. We saw Out of Pocket on stage here a few sets ago from Soph. You have Bezo Boy, and I picked one of my good friends, Mr. Sceptile Ice 25.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Bezo Boy might be an obvious pick for some of you out there. You might roast me for it a little bit, but I will say that my first pick was unable to make it this weekend, so I had to pivot, and I said, oh, well, if I got to pick somebody, give me that world champion pick, everybody. Let's get it. But yeah, I think we're all still firmly within the race, which, I mean, to be honest, is rare for us casters. We get a lot right in the commentary booth, but not so much in the prediction market.
I believe all 4 of these trainers have advanced to the group finals. So we are actually doing shockingly well so far with our most likely to succeed, because if we're saying most likely to make day 2 and everyone's making it to group finals, then they're all just in a win and in scenario.
Exactly. So we're on the money. 4 for 4. You love to see it, everybody. I knew we had a special team this weekend, and my belief was proven right. I'm excited to see our next pair of trainers heading to the stage pretty soon. Oh my goodness. We're going to have 2 of our picks facing off.
We're going to have Ashton Ash versus Bezo Boy. What an incredible matchup. 2 of the best in our game. Ashton Ash, the consistency is there. So many top cuts. Previous, a runner-up at an international, has a 3rd place medal as well. The consistency is there, just looking for that breakout performance to get the win. And our current reigning world champion, Bezo Boy.
All right, Henry, I'm going to tell you a secret.
Okay.
Before I interviewed Ashton Ash off camera, we were talking, and he's always so happy. He's like, oh yeah, you know, I'm really happy to get my win on stage. I'm ready for my next round. He's like, wait, am I playing Bezo Boy next? Is that who I have on the bracket? Can you tell me? He was already looking ahead, and I interviewed him like, an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, and he was already thinking about that next round, and he said he wants this matchup. He wants to prove to himself that if he can win this matchup, he has everything he needs to win the entire weekend.
This feels like the ultimate proving ground. If you want to be the best, you're going to have to beat the best. And it's hard to get much better than our current reigning world champion, Bezo Boy, someone who's battle-tested, who grinded it through the World Championships against unbelievable opponents to take home that crown. And for Ashton Ash, this is the ultimate proving matchup.
Exactly. Ashton Ash and Bezo Boy. Bezo Boy, I'm sure, has brought his team sheet to the stage this time, and we're going to have a really fun series on our hands. My hope is that it goes all 3 games. I'd love to see these trainers clash as long as possible. You know what? Maybe they can even tie a game. If they tie a game, we get 4 battles out of them. I think I'd be happy with that, too.
Diggersby for Ashton Ash looks like it has so many targets onto Bezo Boy's team. There's the Fortress, there's the Corsola. Empoleon can fight back, but Empoleon still doesn't like Scorching Sands and the Licky Licky as well. I'm very curious about the moveset on the Diggersby, and it looks like it is Mudshot. So Mudshot will give better damage into the Empoleon, for example, but also means the Diggersby is going to be a lot more helpless against Togekiss.
Very, very good call-outs. I'm looking at that as well, and I'm thinking, well, if you know Diggersby is coming as Bezo Boy, what is your primary answer? I think the Shadow Quagsire is obviously #1, but I think that Togekiss also has a ton of play. This is a Mudshot Diggersby, not Quick Attack, on Ashton Ash's team. And as well, you look at the Quagsire here. This is a Mudshot Aqua Tail Mud Bomb Quagsire from Bezo Boy. So no Stone Edge tech here to take down opposing Togekiss. So a lot of interplay, but I think we can rely on both of the ground types coming out often and early in the series.
I really like that even though we see a lot of Pokemon in common in this meta, it feels like there's a lot of moveset variety that can honestly have a pretty big impact on how certain teams play. Diggersby, Quick Attack versus the Mudshot. We have Quagsire. Do you opt for Mud Bomb for more neutral consistency, or Stone Edge for the coverage? And Togekiss, I feel is pretty well settled on Aura Sphere and Psyshock, but we have seen a few people trade Psyshock for Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, we have seen that in the past. I think that's such a great one-hit KO tech in case you need to take out opposing dragons like a Guzzlord or an Altaria, but for the consistent damage, Psyshock tends to be the preferred second charge stack. But no more waiting. We're getting right into it, Henry. This is game #1 versus Ashton Ash, versus Bezo Boy.
We've got lock-ins, Group D winners finals, and that's the lead Ashton Ash was hoping to see as he leads Diggersby into Corsola.
Absolutely crushing lead. Bezo Boy reaches for that Empoleon you mentioned. It can fight back, but it does have a weakness to ground-type attacks as well, so Ashton Ash has got to be very careful. Is that actually going to shield this? I like this play a lot.
The Empoleon safe switch proves to be a little bit difficult for Ashton Ash to handle. Ashton Ash does not have a particularly strong check. Ashton Ash fires off Scorching Sands. Bezo Boy puts up the shield, but now the switch timers are very heavily misaligned.
Absolutely, and this swap does come through. We're going to see the Grumpig into the Empoleon. I like this pivot from Ashton Ash quite a bit. One Dynamic Punch will likely be enough to pick up the KO, but the overcharge and then the random charge tech priority tie, that was wild.
Now this Hydro Cannon, Grumpig can survive it, so Ashton Ash is going to be no shielding, but after this charge tech priority tie, the switch timer will be available. Bezo Boy will have the ability to pivot out. He's going to be shielding up, protecting the Empoleon, and if he wants to, he can send in the Corsola.
I was thinking catch a Dynamic Punch on the Corsola. Is that a play that's about to happen here? No, actually pivots into the Togekiss to try to catch a Dynamic Punch. Ashton Ash, though, great awareness.
Togekiss normally has a very poor matchup into the Grumpig. Grumpig at a massive health disadvantage. Shadow Ball is going to hit for big damage, but Bezo Boy just wants to try and get farm. Grumpig can't quite make the move, but in comes Corsola. Switch timer up for Ashton Ash, and this Corsola is going to be able to absorb these Psyshocks very, very comfortably.
Yeah, Ashton Ash is realizing, though, that he's kind of switch-locked his Corsola, and I think when the timer comes down, it is going to be a little bit of exposed, but, oh, can't quite get the full farm down. Not a big deal, though, right? Because the Galarian Corsola's got a ton of bulk.
This is why you have Corsola on your team. It is so oppressive neutrally. Psyshock after Psyshock connecting. Corsola fine. And Bezo Boy will send in his own Corsola, but it's going to be taking big damage from this super effective Nightshade.
Yeah, it really is, and I don't think Ashton Ash's Corsola is at risk of being astonished down at this point. Probably going to get to one more move. No, I take it back. He absolutely will, so he's going to go ahead and swap into the Empoleon, but that's going to bite Bezo Boy in the back because he's going to take another charge tech here.
He tried to get the farm down, but the Corsola survived. Corsola makes the Nightshade. That's going to be the end of Empoleon, and now Corsola just faces a brick wall named Diggersby.
Diggersby bearing down on the Ghost-type Pokemon, and Bezo Boy, no matter how hard he fights, knows he cannot win this match. Masterful team composition from Ashton Ash.
Bezo Boy really tried to find a way out of this matchup. He was able to misalign the switch timer, send in Empoleon, but Ashton Ash was able to do just enough, and Bezo Boy's plan of trying to get up energy on Togekiss. Togekiss energy is pretty universally strong, except if it's on Grumpig or Corsola. He had already seen that Grumpig, so he was thinking, okay, into most other things, my energy can be pretty useful, but it was the Corsola in the back. And unfortunately, 2 Psyshocks just really do not make a significant amount of damage into that Pokemon.
I appreciate the concentration from Ashton Ash so much as well. That swap out from Bezo Boy, trying to catch a dynamic punch on either the Galarian Corsola or the Togekiss, turned out to be the latter, but his patience and awareness to allow the swap to come through and then launch the Shadow Ball was so pivotal. I think that plays like that not only show how talented he is, but it also shows how he performs under pressure. When he's up against one of the best trainers in the world, I mean, this is a real litmus test for him competitively, and he's able to stay that calm and that composed that it shows leagues about a player's ability.
How many times have we seen Bezo Boy in matchups that look completely unwinnable just find a way to get a win, desync timers, like move the pieces around the board and be able to wiggle his way out and get the win? But great job by Ash, consistently answering move after move and just not letting Bezo Boy get any kind of advantage that could let that game slip away from him.
Exactly. For every question, there was a reply. And I think that Ashton Ash had the perfect response to every single question that Bezo Boy raised. So going into battle number 2, again, this is only a best of 3, which is kind of a shame between these 2 talented trainers, but only a best of 3. So 1 more win means that Ashton Ash has sent Bezo Boy to that loser side bracket.
One trainer has locked in the other, making last-second adjustments. They both know what's on the line for Ashton Ash. 1 more win, and he's on to day 2. Bezo Boy looking for the equalizer to try and build momentum towards potentially trying to win a game number 3.
Leading Galarian Corsola into a double normal team is a little bit risky, but that's what Bezo Boy did in that battle number 1. And you're right, Henry, ever since we saw Bezo Boy compete at the World Championships in Anaheim, I believe there was one lead where he led, I forget exactly, it's like he led a Galarian Moltres into a Tinkaton, if I recall correctly. That when he won that game, I think a lot of people's eyebrows went up, and they knew that that trainer was special and he could find the win conditions that nobody else could see.
I remember that game, if I remember correctly, it ended with Galarian Moltres brave birding its hardest counter in Tinkaton to end up securing that game. It was an incredible game from Bezo Boy, and we don't have to wait any longer. The battlers have locked in. Game number 2, Bezo Boy versus Ashton Ash. Bezo Boy runs back the Corsola lead, and this time finds a much better matchup, as Ashton Ash is also leading Corsola.
Yeah, Ashton Ash does not go back to that Diggersby lead, instead opting to switch things up. The question in my mind is we see a Best Buddy ribbon on the Galarian Corsola, I believe. Maybe is it on both sides?
I definitely see the Best Buddy ribbon for Ashton Ash. Bezo Boy is going to be no shielding. Bezo Boy has it as well. Now, if you do have a very high-ranked Galarian Corsola, you can actually survive the Astonishes to make a second Nightshade. So we'll have to see. Are these trainers going to make it? It looks like it's going to be very, very close.
Extremely close. It might even be simultaneous, and it will be. Both Galarian Corsola go down, and we are resetting the table. You have 7, 6, 5 seconds to pick your Pokemon, and you have to send it out as soon as you can.
When the timer hits 0, both trainers have to make a choice. It's going to be Grumpig into the Quagsire. Now, Grumpig's neutral Psywaves add up quite a bit here, but the pacing of Quagsire is incredibly oppressive.
Incredibly oppressive, and the Dynamic Punches are also devastating. Psywaves have chipped down the Quagsire. Dynamic Punch will do a lot more damage. No shield from Bezo Boy.
Very nice call, calling that it was not the Shadow Ball. Bezo Boy has now set up Empoleon to be a 2-shield menace in the endgame, which would favor Empoleon if it gets aligned onto that Togekiss.
That's a great call out. Even if it is a Pokemon like Diggersby in the back, which Bezo Boy doesn't know the third yet, even if it is, Empoleon with 2 shields is a formidable Pokemon. Gonna pivot now to the Empoleon a little bit early. What do you think about this play, Henry?
Empoleon will get outpaced. There's quite a lot of energy on the Grumpig. Bezo Boy, if he is reading Togekiss in the back, he shouldn't throw instantly. We should see a slight overfarm to ensure that he would be able to outpace, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He wants to ensure that with the Togekiss in that endgame, he has the pacing advantage, because there is a pacing equality there between Togekiss and Empoleon.
So now, Ashton Ash realizing that, he's going to try to steal away that final protection with the Dynamic Punch, and then immediately pivot over to the Togekiss, take a Hydro Cannon, and hang on as long as he can to get to the Aura Sphere. This is going to be very close.
This is the counterpunch that Ashton Ash needed. The zeros do favor Togekiss because this Hydro Cannon will not take the knockout. Ashton Ash now has to try and avoid a catch from Bezo Boy. This could be the moment that decides it all. Hydro Cannon lands, there's the switch, does not get the catch. Quagsire racing to the Aqua Tail. It gets there, but loses charge attack priority.
Absolutely insane poise from Ashton Ash in the final moments to count out the Quagsire, knowing it was energy dry. Lands on the charge attack priority tie. Empoleon flops back out, but it's got no energy.
My goodness, Ashton Ash, he said he wanted this matchup, and boy, did he deliver. Aurasphere knocks out Empoleon. What a win from Ashton Ash. He's moving on to day number 2.
Ashton Ash says, bring me my next opponent. Bring me the world champ. Bring me whoever you got. I'm going to take him down on my way to Top Cut in Los Angeles.
What a game from Ashton Ash. Bezo Boy overfarming to set himself up to win in the ones was a great play, but Ashton Ash realized, I need the zeros. I can win the zeros. I just can't let him catch. So he sets up the endgame shield scenario that he wants, and then he's just patient. He waits for Bezo Boy to try and go for the catch. He does not let the catch happen. A perfect display of energy management there from Ashton Ash. Ashton Ash, wow, what a series.
It's so harrowing, too, when you look at a situation like that and you see the Quagsire come out. If you are not 100% dialed in, if you don't know exactly how much energy your opponent has and the Quagsire comes out, it can be so nerve-wracking. You want to win so badly. You might throw a little bit early just to secure the knockout, but then you give up the game plan for the eventual victory, which you cannot afford to do either. So for Ashton Ash to know exactly how much energy the Quagsire had, which was 0, and then farm up the 4 additional pecks, that was absolute cinema.
I loved the simul KO on the lead, and it really made the trainers have to decide what do they want to do. Bezo Boy with a very nice overfarm to try and set himself up, but Ashton Ash playing to the zeros, knowing the damage ranges, knowing that the metal sounds in the Hydra Cannon would fail to take the knockout, and then as you called out there, partner, the perfect overfarm, because you can take mud shots for days. What you cannot afford to take is any additional metal sounds.
Yep, exactly right. I think knowing where your fast attack damage is going to come through, whether it's double resisted or super effective or just neutral, I think knowing that, budgeting your HP as you move through the matchup, and then of course the damage calcs. Both trainers knew exactly how much damage this Aurasphere would do before it even got fired off. That comes from the scrims, that comes from testing, and just looking over your matchups and knowing your Pokemon.
Oh my goodness.
I know, what a treat.
I'm just at a loss for words. Getting to watch 2 of the best in our game battle it out, and I've got to say, Ashton Ash, that's such a bold call to say, I want this matchup. Give me the world champion.
Yep.
And then he backs it up, and he 2-0s. My goodness, Ashton Ash, he's on a heater this weekend in Los Angeles.
Absolutely delivers. I really like what he said on that previous interview, too. He said, you know what? I'm just playing for fun. And I feel like a lot of trainers, if you force it too much, if you try to overexert yourself and try to be really harsh on yourself for making any kind of bad decision, it can kind of backfire, right? It can burn you out over time. So I think that somebody else who does this actually really well is Rise to Occasion. He's got a short memory for the bad stuff and a long-term memory for the good things like counts, matchup victories, those kind of topics. And I think that Ashton Ash is really kind of pivoting more towards that approach, right? He knows that he can win certain matchups. He knows his counts. He's not forcing it onto himself, but he's being very gradual, and he's in a flow state for sure.
That experience really helped build that composure. As you get more and more reps in at these tournaments, more streamed matches, and as you win more, you're playing against better and better players. You're going to have moments when you stumble, when you fall, but it's about being able to bounce back from that, not let it get to your head, and being able to compose yourself and say, I'm not out of this. Even if I drop the game, even if I drop the series, this is double elimination. My day is not yet done. And it really feels like Ashton Ash is putting it together here in Los Angeles, and that is an absolute treat to get to watch.
Exactly. One of my favorite quotes is, the person that says they can and the person that says they can't are both correct.
Very true. Very true.
You got to believe it's a lot of it is a mental game, and the best trainers are able to master that mental side, especially recovering from dips, right? Recovering from a low point, getting right back up to a running pace. It can be difficult. It can be a skill that's practiced, but it's a painful skill to learn over time. I think that some of our best trainers are able to do that flawlessly, right? Have a low point and say, you know what? That's not who I am. I'm back at it, back on the level, and Ashton Ash has proven that to us today. Thank you.
He absolutely has. What a performance so far by Ashton Ash. Now, his day is done. He's already in day number 2. And on the stage here coming up next, we have a couple trainers who are looking to punch their ticket into day number 2. Salty versus Sai Rhino. Sai Rhino, we got to see earlier on stream, running that Drain Punch Sableye.
Oh, yeah.
Now that's not a move I think we've ever seen used in the Championship Series before. Drain Punch, it does not do a lot of damage, but what it does do is increase increase your defense. So if you're able to successfully shield bait, because foul play hits quite hard, and then Drain Punch, you can boost up your you can boost up your defense, and then suddenly Sableye is very tough to remove from the field.
Yeah, it's already a Pokemon that, to reach its full potential, you can power it up to level 50. And I think that having those extra 10 levels of bulk, put it on par with Pokemon like Medicham, like Azumarill, like Lickitung. So having it with an extra defense buff on top of that makes it really difficult to remove from the field. And again, with the absence of Fairy-type Pokemon like Wigglytuff, Sableye might have a unique opening here in Los Angeles.
Salty is using a Pokemon that we really have not seen so far in Los Angeles, a Pokemon we had on our trending down, and it has been largely absent up until now, and that is the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff rocking Charm, Swift, and Icy Wind. What Wigglytuff does very well is not only does it outbulk opponents, but in a lot of neutral matchups, it relies very heavily on its typing. It is a Fairy normal type, so if you run into those Shadow Claw users, you have that Shadow Claw resistance. Now, Sai Rhino has Sableye, which even if Shadow Claw was neutral, Sableye would still be getting crushed there.
Yeah.
But it does offer coverage that no other Fairy can really replicate. And Sai Rhino actually has one as well.
Exactly. Sai Rhino also going to go ahead and bring that Grumpig, I assume. I think we'll see a lot of maybe Diggersby play. It's going to be a little bit tricky. Something you didn't mention, Henry, was that the Shadow Talonflame on Salty's team, I think, has a little bit of play here. What this Talonflame can do is it doesn't really need to rely on the typing, the hard-hitting, I guess, typing advantage in terms of fire and flying. It can just neutrally just pummel its way through a lot of matchups. So if that Pokemon does get a Protect Shield advantage or find itself in a farm down scenario, it could become a real threat down the stretch.
I really like Grumpig for Sai Rhino. Grumpig's energy, as it does in most matchups, to be fair, is very, very neutral. Grumpig also matches up pretty well into that Wigglytuff if it's broad, just because the Psy-Wave Dynamic Punch pressure, being able to outpace Wigglytuff, really helps Grumpig quite a bit. So I think in a matchup where there's a Grumpig that looks very neutral and a Shadow Talonflame that looks very neutral, it's going to be about positioning. How can each of these players get the most value out of that neutral Pokemon, and how can you try and limit the value that your opponent gets out of theirs?
Exactly. Kind of maximizing your strengths and minimizing your opponents.
Precisely.
Gotta do this at the same time, which is never easy, especially against talented players. But I'm really excited to get into it. It's our winners finals for Group F. Winner of this series does go on to Top Cut on the winner side bracket, which, as a lot of trainers will attest to, is a lot easier on Sunday than starting off on the loser side. A lot fewer games you have to play up there on the winners.
It also feels like you kind of have almost a mulligan intact there of if you're coming into day two on the winner side of the bracket, it's not win or go home. Granted, you normally do want to try and stay away from the losers bracket as long as possible because that'll limit the amount of games you have to play, the amount of matchups.
Sure.
But getting day two on the winner's side, it's also a big confidence booster, especially for these trainers who are trying to get there. And we don't have to wait any longer. The battlers have locked in. Game number one, it's going to be Guzzlord for Salty into Grumpig for Sai Rhino.
This is an interesting matchup because we do have a Brutal Swing Dragon Claw Guzzlord here from Salty, and the Brutal Swing just paces so quickly, it's going to tear through that Psychic typing of the Grumpig.
Grumpig can return fire for big, super effective damage with Dynamic Punch, but where this matchup can feel a little bit uncomfortable is if you're unable to land Dynamic Punch, then the Guzzlord is still basically at full HP.
Looks like we're going to see a Protect Shield here on the Guzzlord to shield up that first Dynamic Punch, and the pivot now into Empoleon. So taking that shield advantage and then swapping out, Sai Rhino is going to try to build a little bit of energy advantage as well.
But Salty, it feels like, can't really pivot out of this matchup because Credilli doesn't like Empoleon. The Talonflame doesn't like being down energy either. Yeah. So Salty is almost forced to stay in here, which could, in fact, benefit Sai Rhino quite a bit.
Yeah, I think so. Kind of neutralizing the Guzzlord in a big way. Empoleon might not have offensively any ways to hit, but it does defensively resist those Dragon Tails very effectively. Another Brutal Swing. This is probably not going to be enough either, but I think Sai Rhino wants to continue to apply the pressure.
The fact that Guzzlord has stayed in will be cluing Sai Rhino into the fact that this could be a problem, and it looks like that next Incinerate will not take the knockout. So Sai Rhino should be able to know here that he can survive the Incinerate and make the Hydro Cannon. It's going to be very close, but I think Empoleon does have enough health. He's actually going to save it and pivot into the Altaria.
Yeah, I feel like he needed 4 more Metal Sounds there. He definitely would have gotten it, but I think he wants to maintain a little HP on that Empoleon down the stretch. Going to go for the fly. This is not a Brave Bird Talonflame. Luckily for the Altaria, it's able to withstand that, and it'll close in on the Sky Attack any moment.
Talonflame racing to the fly, just not able to get there. Perfect charge tag timing from Sai Rhino. By Sai Rhino pivoting out and not letting the second Incinerate register onto that Empoleon, that means the Empoleon is now going to be very difficult for the Credilli to remove from the field of play. So Credilli is going to get a farm down, but Sai Rhino does have some energy on the Grumpig and that little bit of annoying HP left on that Empoleon.
Ooh, trying to catch the Hydro Cannon and does succeed. Here comes a swap into the Guzzlord to give that Credilli a little bit more breathing room, but as you said, Henry, it's still going to be very uphill for that Grass and Rock-type Pokemon.
Back in comes the Credilli. Empoleon reaching for a Hydro Cannon that it's not going to get. Rock Tomb comes out. Does Sai Rhino invest in the Empoleon? Yes, the shield does come up. Empoleon now going to be debuffed. Empoleon going to bank the move and pivot out. Sai Rhino knows he does not want to throw debuffed energy. Instead, he's just going to get the Psy Waves and then trust in the Metal Sounds and the full power Hydro Cannon to secure this game.
Yeah, he wasn't close to the Dynamic Punch, but he was close enough to avoid an extra overcharge there from Salty. Gonna see the Empoleon come back out. It's got one Hydro Cannon +2. It's gonna be a close race here, but with the Metal Sounds, I think Empoleon can get it done.
Empoleon launching Hydro Cannon. That's going to connect. Credilli survives. Can it make it to the Rock Tomb? It's going to be close. It does not get there. And Sai Rhino takes game number 1 with some magnificent Empoleon gameplay.
I gotta be honest, I mean, with no answer to Empoleon, it looked pretty dire for Salty, but he made it competitive. He made it close up until the very end. I've seen a lot of Credilli, Henry. I think you and I have casted at least 2 of them. I just feel like that Pokemon has just not found its niche in any of the matchups we've seen.
Credilli has really intriguing coverage. That Rock Tomb, Grass Knot, even with Rock Tomb getting a slight damage reduction, Credilli's coverage usually goes pretty far, but somehow it never feels like it goes far enough.
Yeah.
With a lot of the meta shifting in a way where Credilli isn't really like core breaking, let's say like a Quag Altaria core or something like that. Having Empoleon as the water type suddenly makes it feel a lot less safe for Credilli to be brought.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a big reason why Credilli started to get pushed out. I mean, primarily by the previous Bullet Punch Scizor, but also the Empoleon, right? There's just a lot of steel fast stack pressure, and in this matchup in particular, it looked really tough for Credilli to find any headway. But going into battle number 2, I'm also curious if Salty's going to answer that Empoleon a bit better in this next battle.
Salty does have Jellicent, and Jellicent would be a very convincing answer. Looking at any of the rest of the options, like, Empoleon's pretty fine into all of those, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Jellicent be brought by Salty just to try and have an answer for that Empoleon safe switch, because that Empoleon really took over the game.
Well, we're heading into battle number 2 here, and I can already tell you this one's going to be wild. We're going to take a look at Salty versus Sai Rhino, Game 2, Guzzlord, Empoleon.
This matchup is very, very neutral across the board. And oh my goodness, look at the back. That Wigglytuff looks incredibly strong. Sai Rhino doesn't know it yet, but the Empoleon has to be preserved to have a chance at this game, because otherwise, Wigglytuff is just going to charm down everything.
He's got 2 Pokemon in the back with a charm weakness. Does he play this ABB style? Send one of them out. Yes, he does. Out comes the Sableye, and the only question in my mind, Henry, is does Salty take the bait?
Brutal Swing will do some pretty nice damage onto the Sableye. Sableye, not a lot of energy to work with. Guzzlord gonna farm up. In comes that Wigglytuff, and that is what Sai Rhino was hoping for.
Exactly. Sai Rhino needed to see the Wigglytuff if it was lurking in the back. Sableye not gonna be able to fight back that hard, especially not with Drain Punch and Foul Play in this matchup, but pulling out this Pokemon and giving Empoleon a chance to fight back was the key.
In a weird way, it feels like Drain Punch is actually helping Salty here, because Salty is getting substantially more farm than he normally would have due to the defense boost from Drain Punch. So Salty exits with quite a lot of energy. The energy is walled off by the Empoleon, but Swift will still add up. Empoleon, it really relies on its incredible defensive typing. Its stats, honestly, are not the strongest.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think buffing your defense, giving your opponent another 1 or 2 charms is definitely not ideal, but a pivot back into the Guzzlord now to soak this Hydro Cannon. They might be able to hang on, actually.
Guzzlord should be able to survive this. It's not going to be by much, but Guzzlord is able to hang on. There's the pivot out, and in comes the Shadow Altaria. But now the Shadow Altaria is in quite a lot of trouble because it's been baited out, and the Wigglytuff is still around.
Exactly, and Sai Rhino just realizes, I just switch-locked myself against a Wigglytuff with enough HP to farm down. And instead, Salty comes in with the Jellicent, maybe realizing that was a misclick. But we'll see if he can make something of it here.
Oh, I'm salty. You can see there the moment he realized he meant to bring in the Wigglytuff. Jellison is switch locked. Jellison is unable to get off the field quite yet. Sai Rhino would love to try and throw the Sky Attack just to burn the switch timer, so the moment Salty's able to switch, he's able to switch as well. But this Jellison is very well positioned in this endgame.
Yeah, it's not over. It's not over, everybody. Let's see how it progresses. Jellison does have the hard-hitting Shadow Ball, and I think if he shields soon, there is still enough jelly to go around, maybe enough to bring down the Empoleon too.
The Wigglytuff is very close to a charge attack. I believe it's one charm away from a Swift, and that Empoleon has taken a lot of damage throughout the course of this game. Shadow Ball is going to be launched. This is approaching Surf range, but not quite here. Not quite there yet. Shield will come up, so all shields now down. Oh, the Swift is available, but Sai Rhino gets the prediction and sends in Empoleon.
Absolutely lightning fast reactions here. Does not want to allow his opponent to land in a charge attack anywhere he doesn't want to. Empoleon able to get to the Hydro Cannon here. Also, was it allowing another charm through just to weaken it a bit more? Is that what I saw?
Sai Rhino did end up waiting the turn to let the charm land. Goes for an undercharge on the Hydro Cannon. It still takes the knockout, but this is going to allow Jellison to get a 1-hex head start. Jellison just needs to be able to outpace the Altaria, and it will be able to. Sai Rhino shaking his head. He knows Altaria cannot get there. Shadow Ball is reached. Salty will be able to take the knockout, and Salty gets a much-needed equalizer in game number 2.
It's not over until it's over, everybody. And Salty, in spite of the misclick in the mid-game, honestly, if you would have sent the Wigglytuff out into that Altaria, I think it would have been his game to lose, right? There's really nothing that could go wrong. But in spite of that mistake, is still able to come back and win that battle. You know what? I think the issue is having two bulky pink Pokemon on your Switch tray, and you kind of get confused, like, oh, well, I guess this is the chubby pink one I want. No, it's the other chubby pink Pokemon. And maybe he just clicked the wrong one there.
I think for Sai Rhino, an adjustment in strategy will be needed, because relying on that significant of an ABB team of trying to bait out the Wigglytuff, Sableye really wasn't able to damage that Wigglytuff over time. Yeah. Switch timers were burned, the Wigglytuff was preserved, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Sableye hit the bench in this game number 3. I think Altaria was a decent choice, but I do think the Sableye is unfortunately more of a hindrance in this matchup.
Yeah, I think so too. Sableye seems like a very targeted Pokemon. You typically see it brought into Grumpig matchups or where there are other psychic types around, and with few targets, maybe outside of the Jellison, Sableye doesn't seem that, I guess, useful in this series. Going to game number 3, though, we have not seen Wigglytuff from Sai Rhino. I don't know if there's a huge reason to bring that Pokemon. There's probably more reason for Salty to bring their Wigglytuff. But is there anything else that we haven't seen that you want to see yet?
I think Wigglytuff is a very good call-out because Wigglytuff could help deal with that Jellison Guzzlord duo that Salty was relying on.
That's
now,
true.
Wigglytuff into Jellison, it's not the most convincing matchup because your charge attacks don't really do a lot, but it would at least have pretty neutral play into what was brought there, considering that Talonflame was benched in game number 2.
Yeah, I think seeing the Jellison as well, you have to kind of put respect on it. You can't lead that Empoleon, or maybe you switch lock the Empoleon and then have the Jellison pounce on it. That would be absolutely disastrous. So we'll see if Sai Rhino moves that Pokemon around a bit, because he's leaned on that Empoleon quite a bit in the first 2 games of this series.
These battlers making last-second adjustments. There's so much on the line here. They're 1 win away from day number 2. They can taste it. It's so close. But first, they both need 1 more win. First battler has locked in. Second battler has locked in as well. We're ready. Game number 3, Group E Winners Finals.
Let's check out our leads. We're going to get Empoleon this time into Jellison. This is a tough place to be, but Sai Rhino can pivot out, move the pieces around. Goes right into Wigglytuff, actually. Like you called out, Henry, a great core breaker, but now he's caught in a mirror match.
He's down energy in the mirror match as well. Sai Rhino's going to get the Icy Wind before the Swift. Icy Wind is more expensive, but it will reduce the charm damage. Salty is going to let this go, and now Sai Rhino will have an ability to make a play for switch advantage.
That would be huge. Swift going to come through here from Salty. Do we see the shield after the debuff from Sai Rhino? He wants to be sure to win this matchup and try to control switch advantage. Allows the first Swift to connect.
Can he get the charm down before the second Swift is available? He doesn't think so. He thinks there would have been a 1 HP survive, so he will fire off the Swift. And now if Salty wants to make the move, Salty will have to put up the shield, but no. Salty just going to fully sacrifice that Wigglytuff.
Oh, this would be a monstrous hex down. I don't think that's what's going to happen, but I do think that Salty can get the KO with just a Surf here.
With switch advantage 1, this is pretty solid for Sai Rhino. Empoleon into Guzzlord is neutral enough, and Sableye is going to be on that Jellicent. Jellicent does have a little bit of residual energy, but Sableye really loves to be up energy as well, and I love saving the Sableye energy for the end game, and instead just pivoting into the Empoleon right away.
Yeah, me too. That's an inspired play. First brutal swing of this matchup going to come through here. This is the real pivot point because we're going to see Guzzlord in 9 turns reach these brutal swings, and Empoleon in 10 turns with the Dropex. It's going to be back and forth. I think we're going to see most of our shields, if not all of them, deployed in this matchup.
Immediate no shield as Dropeck is going to land, and for both of these Pokemon, the first charge attack is survivable, but it's where that second charge attack can connect that things can get a little bit scary. Sai Rhino knows he can hang on here. He could get Dragon Tail down after, but it looks like he's saving all shields for the Drain Punch Sableye.
I think that's the game plan. Dropeck coming through here. Salty has a choice to make as well. Still has 2 protections, uses the first one here, and as Henry said, this might be a Dragon Tail down situation, so Sai Rhino avoids that, pivots right into Sableye.
Sableye, I assume, will be putting up a shield here, or could consider putting up the shield and going for a Drain Punch maybe. No, going to let this go. Yeah. Taking the damage before the boost, but this would do less damage than a charge attack from the Jellicent.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was the right call, and now you're going to get that defense buff kicking in. The shield comes up, though, from Salty to try to keep his Guzzlord in this game, and he's going to rely on that fast attack damage.
Oh, he tries to overfarm, but the Drain Punch is reached, and Sai Rhino knows it. This Drain Punch is super effective damage. It's going to be taking down the Guzzlord, and Jellicent has to deal with the Sableye. Its defense is double boosted. It has 2 shields to hide behind, and there's just no stopping it.
I saw Sai Rhino tapping over that Drain Punch. Let's hope he clicks the foul play, because I think that is the right play to make in this situation. But my goodness, what a dominant closeout here for Sai Rhino, breathing a sigh of relief after a tough series versus his opponent, Salty.
What brilliant win con identification for Sai Rhino. Letting the Empoleon go, trusting in the Sableye. You can hear the roars from the crowd here. He's got a lot of supporters in the crowd. Sai Rhino, the Drain Punch Sableye, putting in so much work. That was just a beautifully played endgame by Sai Rhino.
Yeah, I really like how he did that there. And a great mid-game as well with that Wigglytuff mirror matchup. I thought things could go off the rails, but Sai Rhino was able to steady the ship and find his win conditions. I also want to give credit to Salty as well, because that game number 2, I mean, it felt like we were on rocky territory with that pivot into the Jellicent instead of the Wigglytuff, but they were able to win that battle number 2 and keep the series tight.
A very nice adjustment by Sai Rhino is Sai Rhino recognized that Sableye as a bait out for Wigglytuff didn't end up working out very well, but realizing that based on what his opponent is running, Wigglytuff is actually a pretty safe swap, and being able to utilize that to force switch advantage and then put Sableye in a significantly more favorable position. But that Sableye just boosting up its defense, the only hope was Jellicent hexing down, and you're just simply not hexing down a +2 defense Sableye. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. Sableye's too bulky, too sturdy for that, but Sai Rhino right here, this is a pivotal moment as well. Salty for you, trying to throw out good timing, overcharge just a little bit, and in the process, gives up that second Drain Punch, making the Sableye stronger and his Pokemon weaker.
Man, what a series from Sai Rhino. You could see on his face when he realized that he had won that game, like the emotion there. I believe this may be his first day 2, so big congratulations to Sai Rhino. That was a very well played game, using a Pokemon and a moveset that not a lot of people believed in. If you had gone around the convention center and said, all right, who thinks Drain Punch Sableye is making day 2? I don't think there would have been a lot of hands raised.
It would have been crickets.
Yeah, crickets, dead quiet.
Absolutely crickets. But
except for Sai Rhino. He knew, he said, wait, Drain Punch is actually pretty sick on Sableye. I can boost up my defense, and Foul Play in a lot of matchups is typically very good at picking up a 2-hit KO with the Shadow Claws. Yeah. So there's a lot of mind games there of like, do you want to shield the first? Do you let it go and then get Foul Played? Do you end up shielding and then shield a Drain Punch, and then all of a sudden the Sableye just can't be removed from the field? Very, very cool tech, and it's day 2 winner side.
I think it's so funny too, right? Because Sableye used to be like the dominant ghost type in Pokemon Go PvP. You go up against Kofagrigus or Dusknoir or Dusclops or whatever other ghost type you could encounter, and Sableye was just bulkier. It was just spammier. It could just hang in the matchups long enough, and people largely forgot about it until you have targets like the Galarian Corsa, like Psychics as well, I the Grumpig, which I think the Sableye is making quick work of in this format. So maybe there is something to it, and I'm excited that in spite of nobody else, I guess literally anywhere here, playing Drain Punch Sableye, Sai Rhino stuck to his guns and is still picking that Pokemon time and time again. Dude, Henry, I'm looking at the board here. You and I'm telling you, we've got some awesome pairs we've got to cast today, and it doesn't slow down anytime soon.
Oh my goodness, this next matchup looks incredible. We have Sceptile Ice versus Dre Flames, and we've got some very interesting picks here. Dre Flames, again, rocking that Diggersby. Diggersby has been a very consistent standout so far today. Dre Flames bringing the Tinkaton, and for Sceptile Ice, running a different fairy type here. Two of them actually with Togekiss and Alolan Ninetales.
Wait, Henry, oh man, I'm so sorry. We're actually 2 OP as casters, and we've already done 3 pairs.
We have?
So we can't do a 4th pair, unfortunately, as much as we would love to. Instead, we have to look at this interview, but we'll be back right after this, everybody. I got a chance to make a new friend in the venue yesterday. Meet Brando. Welcome in, everybody. I just bumped into a newer trainer in the Championship Series, but I can't wait to hear more about his journey. Brando, this is your 3rd, maybe 4th event. Can you tell me how it's felt to go from your first one to this event and why you keep coming back?
I mean, it's been amazing. The whole community, I think, is the main reason that I've been so, pulled in. Everybody's so welcoming, so nice. It's like, even if I lose, they want to help me learn how to be better and learn from my mistakes. So the community is by far the highlight for me.
I think that's one of the best parts of it as well. This is also not your first time on camera. You're very well spoken.
Thank you. I might have spent a few days surviving on an island at some point. I don't know.
That's honestly really, really cool. So I wanted to ask you what you've learned, maybe in more detail. Team building, community. Is there anything that you really want to speak to? Have you learned to, because that's the one thing, right? Team building is always tough in Pokemon. Right. Have you gotten better at that over your experiences?
Team building has been something I've worked on a lot, especially with, coaches and things like that. I think the main skill that has helped me get better as a trainer is learning how to count. Counting moves, knowing when to throw your charge moves, and also learning charge move priority has been huge.
I feel like sometimes I think even making a chart and having the high attack Pokemon at the top and the lower attack Pokemon lower down, for me visually it helps. Do you use any tools or note taking or anything like that?
So when I'm practicing, out of the tournament cycle, I nickname all of my Pokemon based on what their attack stat is. So when I scroll through by name order, I can see them sorted by attack stat.
That's actually really smart. I've not heard that yet. Are there any other tips or tricks you want to share with anybody? Because a lot of people come in and they're nervous. Maybe they feel like it's too much to learn. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
Everyone's willing to teach. My biggest advice would be talk to every opponent, get to know them, learn where they're from, learn why they chose the Pokemon that they did, what you could have done differently. Because again, like I said earlier, everyone's so welcoming. So the number one skill that I've been working on at these tournaments is learning how to read and talk to my opponents.
Well said. Brando, is there anybody that you want to shout out to? Anybody you want to thank that's helped you get inspired and start your journey?
Shout out to SoCal Swablu. I'm a local to LA, and they've really helped me a lot at local tournaments, the Challenges, Cups, getting off the ground running. Specifically, OG Blairtoys was the first person who reached out to me on Discord. It was like, hey, if you're interested, here's some tools to learn. Also, Arrow has been great. He beat me in Seattle, but immediately was like, okay, here's what you can do, here's what you can learn from. And Nighttime Clasher. He's been super nice to me, helped me learn a lot.
One more question. I heard you might be attending even more events next season. Can we look forward to seeing you at those Championship Series events?
Absolutely. I've been using this season as my way to learn. And so hopefully next season I can hit the ground running and earn some championship points.
Brando, thank you so much. Best of luck this weekend. Let's get back over to the stream.
My name is Elam Rojas, and I am from Costa Rica, but I live in Florida.
Elam, a tenured veteran, 2-time regional champion.
These are the battles that make or break your destiny.
If I had to pick a starter Pokemon, I would probably say Piplup. It's very cute, and then it becomes pretty strong looking. When I was playing Pokemon GO in Colombia, I had a group of friends that I used to hang out with, and I would hear them talk about Silph tournaments at the time. The very first time that I played a tournament that had a prize, it was, I think, $250 for first place. That was the biggest thing for me at the time. I was like playing in my room, and then I went running to tell my brother. I was like, dude, I just won this tournament. It showed me that I had the skill, and at the same time was having a lot of fun. The Go Battle League got introduced into the game. At the time, there was a kilometer requirement to unlock your sets. I just didn't want to walk the whole way, so I only get to play for like 3 sets per day. Play Pokemon started, and I just loved it. Something that I've learned through competing is that the way you carry yourself, the way you handle yourself in moments of stress are going to heavily affect the way things happen, your life goes, and that kind of stuff. Even just being on stage, it could be very stressful, but if you do your best to calm yourself down, you're going to be putting in your best version of yourself. The very first match that I had streamed on day 1, I was very shaky. I was doing a lot of mistakes, but throughout day 2, I felt way more comfortable. And towards the end, like the grand finals, I feel like I was probably as comfortable as I felt in a while. Because I knew at the end of the day, it's a long series. I have to call lines, I have to stay resilient, I have to make the right decisions. So it was just much more consistent and up to the level that I want to display. It's always a good time playing Doombug. I believe the score is like 4-2 maybe. He recently beat me in Toronto, but I'm happy that I was able to beat him today, not only once, but twice.
But Fortress shakes it off. Doombug falls. It looks like Elam is going to be your Houston regional champion.
The very first season where I qualified for Worlds, it was 2023 season. I think I got like a 2nd place in Baltimore and then a 2nd place in Hartford. It was Worlds in Yokohama. It was like the dream trip for me, but I wasn't able to make it because of visa issues. I was like preparing the whole time, and then it was like pretty heartbreaking news, the fact that I couldn't make it. So because of that, I took like a long break. But at the end of the day, stuff happens, and with my level and my consistency, I knew that I would be able to qualify again and just show the world what I'm made of. I'm gonna win Worlds this year. Getting that final achievement would solidify me as, I mean, I don't want to say it like this, but as one of the GOATs.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot. Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me. 뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mischievous, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself. It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Sira.
Arcanine.
Gengar. Jigglypuff. Psyduck.
So, what's your favorite?
If your favorite Pokemon is Lechonk, I hope you're playing Community Day right now. This is a Pokemon that could be viable at the North American International Championships. It's a limited meta that has a ground-type fast attack that could be quite good in that meta. So if you're in the Pacific time zone, make sure to catch some of those Lechonks.
And if you're not in the Pacific time zone, you might still be able to evolve it to get that exclusive Mud Slap, which, as you just mentioned, could be very good for NIC, although you also do have the option of Tackle. So this is definitely a community day you don't want to miss.
Yeah, and make sure to get that shiny. That shiny looks awesome. And if you didn't get the shiny, sometimes they do spawn around raids, right? Like after the community day as well, so you still have an opportunity, just like these trainers up next have an opportunity to make it to day number 2. We have our next matchup, another SoCal Swablu, Dre Flames. You've seen him on stage before, versus Sceptile Ice, who had 2 awesome 5th place places this season. In Las Vegas, he got 5th. And then, even more impressive, he was 5th place at the Latin American International Championships this season.
And Subtile Ice had an amazing 2025 season as well. You know, a 2nd place, another top cut, actually at multiple tournaments, I think. But like you mentioned, you know, had those amazing finishes at the start of the season, maybe has lost a little bit of momentum. So this could be his opportunity to get that first top cut in quite a few months for Subtile Ice.
Yeah, and on that North American leaderboard, he's always doing pretty well, and it helped because of those awesome performances at the international championships. Last season, he actually got 7th place at 2025 NAIC. So if he's competing this year, which I believe he is at NAIC, he is one to be dealt with. But Dre Flames will have to deal with him right now if he wants to make it to day number 2. A Poliwrath user for Subtile Ice, and we're going to see Stunfisk versus the Altaria meet the battlefield first.
And this is a matchup we've seen several times throughout the day. It's fairly neutral, and neither Pokemon is particularly threatened by any attacks on either side, so usually just kind of ends up being who wants to switch advantage, who wants to use shields.
And the Poliwrath in the back for Subtile Ice is not a counter, it is a mud shot Poliwrath, so it's going to be pacing a lot quicker. It's going to have a backline versus Feraligatr and Tinkaton, and Tinkaton is not a terrible matchup because you do resist the Gigaton Hammer, and you're able to get to those neutral dynamic punches plus the super effective mud shot as this Flamethrower goes through. I feel like Poliwrath does have a great opportunity in the backline for Subtile Ice.
And not just the Poliwrath, but also the Togekiss is pretty neutral into the backline as well. So I think if you're Subtile Ice in this matchup, you don't care too much about switch necessarily, but maybe you just want to go for an energy advantage or even better, a shield advantage for your backline.
And here comes the Flamethrower into the Stunfisk, and now this Altaria is going to be energy dry. Do we see a swap out into something like a Togekiss to try to, there it is, to get an energy advantage here? That's really smart. It is met by the Feraligatr, but I think it got a 2-peck advantage there. At least a 1.5 or 3 turns of advantage into this Feraligatr.
And that's huge because, like you said, I mean, it was 1.5 pecks kind of, but that effectively means you're 2 pecks ahead and you win charge attack priority. So this Togekiss is going to have no problem outpacing the Feraligatr.
And this Feraligatr is not Shadow, so it can endure an Aura Sphere, but the more pecks you take, the more dangerous it gets. So using that protection onto the Hydro Cannon because you're up energy, why not? But it is a little bit risky to have no protection for that Poliwrath in the back, but it doesn't have to worry about super effective damage. Whoa,
hang on!
Wait.
This Feraligatr wins charge attack priority! And Subtile Ice didn't think that would happen, so he threw on losing charge attack priority, and all of a sudden, this is a great position for Dre Flames.
Wow! Yeah, the Togekiss lost the charge attack priority to the Feraligatr there. The Aura Sphere does land, and it knocks out. There is a Protect Shield advantage for Dre Flames and his Tinkaton. There is a Poliwrath in the back. You could try, there's a Poliwrath in the back you could try to swap on, but first you do have the Aura Sphere.
And this is nice for Togekiss because you can't get farms down, and you do force Tinkaton to throw that heavier hitting Gigaton Hammer. So even though Subtile Ice did have to go down a shield because of that unexpected charge attack priority, he's still in an okay position. Dre Flames, you know, he does have to throw the Gigaton Hammer, a little nice catch by Subtile Ice, but it's not the end of the world as he would have had to throw energy anyways.
He had to throw something. He knew he did, and he was already near the Gigaton Hammer, so might as well throw it. We do see the backlines of the Poliwrath and the Altaria. The Altaria does have the advantage of Mud Shot is never going to be able to farm it down, so it can get some attacks off here, but actually swapping out, trying to soak an attack effectively does so. Taking this Psyshock and just letting it go is going to be the Tinkaton versus the world here for Dre Flames.
Well, there's only 2 Pokemon, so it's not quite the world, but could be a difficult position. Aura Sphere almost already being reached by the Togekiss, and now for Dre Flames, actually this is pretty difficult because you're getting pretty low on health. I think, you know, at this point you have to use the shields, and now you're kind of vulnerable to a dynamic punch from Poliwrath.
Yeah, he's maybe hoping there's an Alolan Ninetales in the back so he can one-shot it with the Gigaton Hammer, but we can see it is the Poliwrath in the back. Undercharging this, it's not going to matter. It's super effective, going to be able to knock out the Togekiss. The Poliwrath does come in, and you're going to be able to take one Gigaton Hammer regardless because it's going to be not very effective. There comes the Dynamic Punch from Subtile Ice. He's going to be able to clean this up quite comfortably in game number 1.
And this is a great victory for Subtile Ice, very clean. I mean, it is nice for Dre Flames that he at least got to see all 3 Pokemon, but, you know, great play for Subtile Ice, even though he got a little bit, I mean, not unlucky, but maybe had an unexpected fright when the Feraligatr won charge attack priority. You know, he kept his cool and was able to lock in for the rest of the game.
Yeah, just the fact that he was able to get those extra pecks on his Togekiss, that probably just won him the battle because Save Swap Togekiss in general is really strong against Dre Flames' team. I mean, yes, you have the Tinkaton, but I think you've even mentioned it before. It's not a terrible matchup versus the Togekiss because you can still do neutral damage, and you have to go all the way for that Gigaton damage to be able to knock out that Togekiss. So Safe Swap Togekiss, or Togekiss in general, is looking really strong for Sceptile Ice.
And I really like the play that Sceptile did at the beginning of the game that you mentioned, right? Once the Altaria is dry, you just bring in your Togekiss, you get an energy advantage against anything that Dre Flames brings in, and it's really hard to recover, as we just saw.
Yeah, and it didn't bring in the Tinkaton, actually brought in the Feraligatr in that game number 1. Maybe he could have brought in that Tinkaton and it would have had a better time. He still would have had to deal with that Poliwrath in the back with the Feraligatr, which wouldn't have been great because you have no energy that's going to be super effective or not resisted even into that Poliwrath. That Poliwrath has that neutral dynamic punch. An interesting choice, running the Mudshot instead of the counter here. Sceptile Ice is up 1-0 and has an opportunity right now with one more game victory to move on to day number 2.
And this could be his first day number 2 in a while, so he definitely wants this. He's going to lead Fortress into Feraligatr. Let's see the fast attack on this Fortress. Looks like it is going to be that Bug Bite.
And once again, it's the Poliwrath in the back, it's the Togekiss in the back, and Dre Flames this time brought in the Malamar, which Malamar, you would think that it is really, really bad against Togekiss, but you do a decent amount of damage with the Psywave. Kind of reminds me of the High Dragon matchup. You can still hang in there somehow, some way versus the Togekiss, and here comes the Protect Shield, here comes the Rock Tomb into the Protect Shield from the Feraligatr.
All right, Dre Flames wants to preserve this. He definitely wants to get this Fortress out of the way so that his Malamar has a little bit more play in the back. But now Dre Flames going to throw this Hydro Cannon. He is debuffed at this point, so I'm not sure if Fortress actually faints to this or maybe just needs 1 or 2 more Shadow Claws.
And the swap...
A lot of Shadow Claws.
The swap would be risky here, though, because if you swapped in the Togekiss, probably a Hydro Cannon would be reached, and trying to go for the Bug Bite down does secure the Bug Bite down. Does he have a Sand Tomb or a Rock Tomb to throw? He has a bunch of energy. No, he can't. He does bank the Sand Tomb, but he's going to switch lock himself into a Tinkaton matchup with only 1 Protect Shield remaining. This is not great for Sceptile Ice.
Yeah, this is the best possible case scenario for Dre Flames, but it's also not comfortable for him either, as we've discussed. This is not a bad matchup at all for the Togekiss, but maybe in this one shield situation, I think you can just go straight Gigaton Hammer. You can probably take another Aura Sphere, and then you have your Malamar to close things out versus the Poliwrath.
Can you get back to your timer before the next Gigaton Hammer? There is the Protect Shield here. You need to get the double Aura Sphere to get back to your timer. I don't know if one Aura Sphere will do it. It looks like he doesn't go on charge attack priority. Sceptile Ice lost track a little bit lost here, and it's going to be a Gigaton Hammer into the Togekiss, knocking it out.
A little bit lost in the sauce, and that is pretty much going to crush Sceptile Ice's dreams of getting a 2-0 victory here. Tons of health still on this Tinkaton. Now Dre Flame's going to show that third Pokemon. It is the Malamar. It's not like a hard answer for the Poliwrath, but it's definitely an advantage, and he does still have a shield advantage as well.
Well, it's a great backline adjustment to expect that Poliwrath in the back and have that super effective Psywave damage, and you met that Shadow Fortress in the lead, which is exactly where you want to see it if you're Dre Flames and the Malamar. Going to be able to throw the superpower here. That Shadow Fortress has no health. We're going to have a tie series going into a game number 3.
And Sceptile Ice, I think just losing count there put him in a really difficult position that he couldn't come back from in the mid-game with the Tinkaton versus the Togekiss. So definitely going to try to keep a little bit closer track of energy there. But I mean, even regardless, we're saying that that was the best case scenario for Dre Flames to have the Tinkaton on the Togekiss. So it's not clear if that was like game-changing necessarily.
Yeah, and he needed to get back to his timer. Maybe if there was a way, if he threw the Aura Sphere before the Tinkaton was at that Gigaton Hammer, maybe you could have swapped out and thrown the Sand Tomb, and that would have given you some opportunity. But I mean, clearly Sceptile Ice didn't think he was at the Hammer quite yet, and he got a little bit mixed up there, and that was his mistake in that battle. And now it is 1-1. Dre Flames with that Malamar that is so weak to the Bug Bite Fortress that we've seen on a lot of teams. It's so risky to have that Pokemon in your line of 3 when you're facing a Shadow Fortress, because double super effective Bug Bites just absolutely shreds through your Malamar.
But like you said, it was a nice adjustment to bring in the back, which is where Sceptile Ice has been bringing that Poliwrath, and it did find its target there in game number 2. So we might see Dre Flames continue to bring the Malamar as the series progresses.
And how do you deal with this Togekiss and Poliwrath core? I feel like that Togekiss and Poliwrath core, I mean, you can't bring Diggersby into that at all. So that's a Pokemon that's just out of it for you. I mean, Feraligatr is going to be okay, but it's not amazing into that either. So what do you actually bring into that core? How do you deal with it?
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, I think you still bring Tinkaton because it is pretty safe into Sceptile Ice's whole team. Yes, it's a little bit slow and awkward in some places, but I think you kind of have to. Like, what else do you really have that's like even remotely favorable versus Togekiss.
I mean, at least you got super effective Fairy Wind fast attacks for something against that Poliwrath. But yeah, I think it is probably your best bet. I mean, Feraligatr is going to be kind of neutral into both of them, but I mean, a Poliwrath is going to be able to beat it with dynamic punches, and then if you get behind on energy against the Togekiss as well, that's dangerous. So you really are forced into a lot of Tinkaton if you are Dre Flames. That core in particular, a core that we haven't really seen that much in North America, is pretty hard to deal with in this current meta.
I actually think the Feraligatr is viable for Dre Flames as well, potentially as a safe swap, because, you know, we've seen that it wins CMP versus Togekiss, and that could be crucial in that matchup as they pace two moves at the same time. But forget about that. We're going into game number 3, and now the Malamar is in the lead for Dre Flames, facing off against Unove and Stunfisk.
And there's that core in the back of Togekiss and the Poliwrath, and Dre Flames is shaking his head thinking this is exactly where he wants to be in this matchup. You kind of do want to win this opening lead matchup so you can put your Corviknight in a proper position in the backline as this Mud Bomb is going to be landing. The good thing about Malamar not being the Shadow Malamar is you can take the double Mud Bomb in the Zero Shields.
Right, and with this foul play damage buff that happened just a little bit ago, I think that makes this matchup just that much better for Malamar. You can see the Unove and Stunfisk is below half health. Aggressive swap into Togekiss. Dre Flame's gonna bank up a bit of energy. Now brings in the Corviknight. This is not a great matchup for Corviknight, but it is a decent way to absorb the energy.
Yeah, you can soak up the energy and maybe even get back to your timer after double Air Cutter and double Aura Sphere. You can bank that energy that you had on the Malamar having either a foul play or a superpower here. So there's a lot of opportunity for Dre Flames, but it's gonna be tough to deal with this Togekiss, and Sceptile Ice has the opportunity to try to bank up extra energy and actually gets the attack boost on that Air Cutter, and now suddenly this next Air Cutter needs to get Protect Shielded.
Right, and I think Togekiss could have hung on, but it definitely would have been in fast attack range. So, you know, this is actually not terrible for Dre Flames. I like what he's thinking here with the Corviknight. Aura Sphere going to come through. I don't think this is enough to take out the Corviknight, but I'm not sure it's going to have enough health to get to another Air Cutter.
Corviknight sometimes hard to see the health bar when it's coming through, and does not knock out. Here comes the swap to try to go for the Thundershock down. Doesn't get there in time, and now the foul play is going to be coming through. You are just slightly out of range of the Mud Bomb, but it's getting closer and closer to being in range. Can you maybe get actually going for a discharge here, thinking that there's going to be a Protect Shield and farm down from Dre Flames, but there is no Protect Shield. So this is going to leave this Malamar with maybe enough health to get to an attack.
Yeah, these Psy Waves are really adding up. Oh, I don't know if you can get to an attack, but you do quite a bit of damage with those Psy Waves. And now Dre Flames probably have to reveal.
Can one Sand Attack come through and knock out?
I think that lives one Sand Attack.
There is priority of, and he tries to go for it. The Sand Attack, I'm not sure if it went through, but he tried to go for that play to try to knock out with one Sand Attack that's super effective because it does take priority over a charge attack.
Well, it is still nice that he absorbs the energy on the Corviknight regardless, as the Unove and Stunfisk goes down, and now it is once again Tinkaton versus the world. And look at this health range on the Togekiss. This is so awkward. You can't Bulldoze. Maybe Bulldoze plus a bunch of Fairy Winds could be enough, but Dre Flames, he hasn't seen the Poliwrath yet, so he's going to save his shields.
I think you actually have to Bulldoze because, I mean, the thing is, I agree with you. It is super awkward, but you don't have much opportunity here. Now you're going straight for the Bulldoze into Poliwrath. Poliwrath has a decision. Does he try to go for the Protect Shield? No, letting this go. This is 50% chance to drop the defense of the Poliwrath. Does he get the coin flip? Yes, he gets the coin flip, so the defense does drop. And now, more importantly, the Fairy Wind is doing more damage. But here comes an Icy Wind bait to get the protection from Dre Flames.
And this is going to permanently debuff the Tinkaton. And I think this Poliwrath is going to have a great time in the rest of this matchup because I'm pretty sure, well, actually, there is the defense fall. I think he can still hang on barely to a Tinkaton hammer, but this is actually just another Bulldoze bait.
And if he thinks it's a bait, he's going to let it go. And he does let it go. The Bulldoze does go through, and it doesn't do enough damage. He gets another debuff, but there's just not enough time. You're using the next Protect Shield on this Dynamic Punch, but you can maybe swap into your Togekiss and get to a charge attack, and there it comes. The Togekiss is coming out. There's a one Protect Shield advantage, and there's the Aura Sphere. Sceptile Ice is moving on to day number 2.
Sceptile Ice, great plays this series. Brought the Poliwrath, kind of an unconventional pick. Actually, the Mudshot Poliwrath brought it in all 3 games, and it paid off so well for him as he knocks Dre Flames down to the loser side of the bracket.
Tough loss for Dre Flames there, really relying on that Tinkaton because it was the best answer for that Togekiss in the back, but just didn't have enough to be able to knock out that core of the Poliwrath and Togekiss. And what an innovative core that Sceptile Ice has brought to Los Angeles Regional. I think that core is extremely tough to deal with. with right now.
And I love how aggressively he played with those Pokemon, right? Togekiss and Poliwrath, definitely the centerpiece of the matchup for Sceptile Ice, but we saw how aggressive he was, you know, bringing in that Togekiss at crucial times.
Yeah, I mean, getting just a slight energy advantage with Togekiss is good against any Pokemon, right? And especially in a team that is a little bit weaker to that Togekiss. So really well done. There's a reason that he has already advanced to day number 2. Sceptile Ice, a trainer who has gone so close to having a title, gotten multiple top 5s. Now, will he have his opportunity to get that first ever coveted title? We know he's already on track for the World Championships, but that regional title will mean so much. And then also put him in a different category when you're talking about who are some of the favorites coming into the World Championships.
Right, you know, we talked about Ashton Ash, who also has made day 2 as one of the best trainers who hasn't yet won a regional, but I think Sceptile Ice is right in there in that conversation. He's been runner-up before. He has multiple IC top 8s at this point. And here, you know, another opportunity for him to have a great performance in Los Angeles.
Congratulations, and that does mean that Dre Flames gets knocked down to the losers finals. All of these trainers that are in the winners finals will have one more opportunity for day number 2 in the losers finals. It's going to be win and make it to day number 2 or go home for those trainers. But first, we still have some more winners finals coming up. Actually, no, I do see we are dropping to the loser side, and Dunebug is on the loser side of the bracket right now. Obviously, one of the best trainers in the world, has won from the loser side of the bracket before. I believe this is losers round number 4.
Right, so we just saw Sceptile Ice. I believe he won Group F. There's 8 groups in total, I think. So there's 6 spots at least, definitely. Yeah, I think 6 spots filled on the winner side of the bracket for day 2. We'll have to wait to get winners finals for G and H, but for now, we're going to drop down to see some of these loser side matches.
Absolutely right, and usually they stagger the games throughout the day, so some of those other groups are still battling out, trying to get to their winners finals. So if you haven't seen one of your favorite trainers that thought you had a chance to be on the winners finals, they might be in those last 2 groups, but Dunebug is going to be facing Puffle Guy in this losers round number 4. And wow, what a pick from Dunebug. He is actually running the Regidrago in his team of 6. I'm shocked by that. That's a crazy pick.
It's definitely an interesting choice of dragon. You know, we've seen a lot of players bring the Altaria throughout this tournament, but not many people bringing the Regidrago, as you mentioned. So definitely, you know, Dunebug is known to be an innovator. We talked about the Pidgeot, as well as numerous other Pokemon he's brought. So he, I'm sure, has studied these matchups. He's looking to get a little bit of an advantage when he plays with Spice.
Well, a lot of water types out there, so dragon versus water is not too bad. In the pacing now with the Dragon Breath, you get to that Dragon Energy, which is a really hard-hitting attack, actually. You get to that pretty quickly, so you're going to be able to do a lot of charge attack pressure into your opponent, which is Puffle Guy, and Puffle Guy is running more of the hard meta team. I believe a very similar team than some of that we've seen from like Nighttime Clasher and Out of Pocket, but running the Galarian Corsola, Licky Licky, Grumpig, Diggersby, Shadow Fortress, and the Togekiss.
Right, so if I think about Regidrago's matchups into that team of 6, honestly, I think if you have a neutral matchup for that Pokemon, it's probably favorable just because of how efficient and heavy-hitting Dragon Energy is. But of course, you do want to watch out for the Bug-Bite Fortress that you just mentioned, as well as the Togekiss.
I can't wait to see that on the stage. I mean, it's a Pokemon that we see sometimes more in the Ultra League, right? I believe we are in the Ultra League rotation in Go Battle League right now. It's a Pokemon you see all the time. It does do better with a little bit of more bulk to its name, but in Great League, it's something that really has not made any impact on the scene. And so I'm absolutely fascinated to see it in Dunebug's hand. We might not see it straight away, but it's a very fascinating pick. Of course, it has Vice Grip, excuse me, as well. Something that it got access to recently, a quicker charge attack that it can bait with instead of the Dragon Energy.
Yeah, it's definitely really good coverage for something like that Togekiss. Not going to help a ton against something like the Shadow Fortress, but you know, maybe in some situations where you need to save a little bit of energy, or yeah, against these fairy types.
And double Grumpig Mirror here. A Pokemon that did make it 12th in usage, and it feels like it is succeeding a lot here at the Los Angeles Regional Championships. Grumpig has been on a lot of top teams here in this winner's final, and once again, we have a mirror match with it. It's really safe into both matchups. I mean, if you're Dune, you have to be a little bit more scared of that Fortress, because that Fortress does run Bug Bite. I think the Grumpig is feeling pretty safe against Dunebug's team. Of course, Dunebug does have that Corviknight as well.
Oh, I 100% agree. I think Puffle Guy should be bringing that Grumpig. We saw how potent it was in Sai Rhino's hands, right? Even just up one Psy Wave. So I think the same thing could be true for Puffle Guy, right? You wall the Togekiss, you know, you kind of have a bait-dependent matchup versus the opposing Grumpig, of course, but I think that's going to be a great pick for Puffle Guy. Looks to me like there's something going on with that Diggersby. Let me just make sure to see. No, it does not have return, but it is a purified Diggersby.
Yes.
But it's just going to be running Mudshot, Fire Punch, Scorching Sands.
Yeah, I mean, that is a Pokemon that often needs to get to level 50, so if you do purify it, it does help you get a little bit higher level and help reduce the cost to actually get it to level 50 as well. And Puffle Guy, who made his debut this season, he got 9th place in his first tournament ever in the Las Vegas regional, and then since then he was 65th in Seattle and then bounced back to get 25th in Orlando. But this is his first season ever. What an accomplishment it would be to make it to the World Championships. If he's able to beat Dunebug and progress into day number 2, he definitely has a shot with a 9th place appearance, and plus another day 2, he has an opportunity for the World Championships. So Puffle Guy, his debut season, his opportunity is on the line against one of the best in the world in Dunebug.
And you mentioned that Puffle Guy's first tournament ever was a top cut in Las Vegas, and that's actually a tournament that Dunebug won. So Puffle Guy has definitely seen Dunebug, you know, up close and personal, potentially on the stage. I'm actually not sure if they played in Las Vegas, but he definitely knows what he's up against here.
Yeah, I actually looked at that. He went down to Out of Pocket and Sceptile Ice, which are two trainers obviously still in the tournament right now, and there's that Grumpig met against the best buddy Galarian Corsola. This is not a great matchup. Say swap Regidrago. This is insane. Has that Vice Grip, is the normal type attack, has the Dragon Energy, and it's fully walled off by this Fortress. But let me tell you something. This is gonna chunk into a Shadow Fortress. It's gonna do a lot of damage.
And that is a chunk. Takes the Fortress almost to half health, but these Bug Bites are also chunking away at the Regidrago. Puffle Guy reaching for the Rock Tomb. Looks like Regidrago might have not hit the Vice Grip quite there. And so now Dunebug has to decide whether he wants this Regidrago to go down or preserve it. No, he just lets it go down. He's happy having baited out the Fortress, and now I think you have to come in with the Corviknight.
Yeah, this is super awkward here because you're not going to be able to Sand Attack down this Fortress. I think that Dunebug was thinking he'd get enough Dragon Breaths ahead to get to double Dragon Energy before the Rock Tomb was available. He almost was able to do it, but Puffle Guy was able to swap out the Fortress quick enough, actually going for a bait with the Sand Tomb instead of the Rock Tomb here, just trying to, and actually pivoting out into Licky Licky here, just holding on to that Fortress versus the back line of this Grumpig.
And I like Puffle Guy's recognition there. He's seen Dunebug's full line at this point. He knows that he has two Pokemon that are quite decent against Grumpig, especially because now this Licky Licky, remember, is up energy. That's a nice shield from Dunebug, though.
Yeah, and now do you use your Protect Shields against this Grumpig here? It might be your best use. It's kind of similar to the Aura Sphere of that Togekiss. You just kind of want to use this Protect Shield. You can barely endure one Dynamic Punch, but then you'll be so low that you could get Side Wave down. So I love that Protect Shield from Puffle Guy. Trying to get to the next Shadow Ball, it's going to be outpace and maybe get the next Protect Shield from Dunebug as well.
And I like that he's going straight for Shadow Ball, not messing around with any base. Remember, he swapped in first, and that's going to mean that he's going to be able to outpace this Grumpig to these Shadow Balls.
And now swapping into the Corsola, trying to catch a Dynamic Punch, but instead it's going to be able to catch a Shadow Ball, which is going to be super effective. But you maybe want to keep your Protect Shield, knowing that Galarian Corsola can endure this. It's super effective, but still leaves the Corsola with enough health. And now actually going to either banked either a Shadow Ball or a Dynamic Punch, swapping and not going for the payback. I don't think this is enough, actually going for the Air Cutter.
I think Corsola can definitely hang on here. Oh, and a great no shield from Puffle Guy. I was about to say that he's kind of in a tough position now, but you know, that no shield kind of helped him out as Dunebug is forced to throw a second Air Cutter, but now Puffle Guy realizes he has a lot of energy on this Corsola and is going to shield.
He actually does get the Protect Shield here. There is no boost here. Now double Nightshade is available. The first Nightshade is coming through. This is not enough to knock out the Corviknight here. Do you try to make a swap? Can you get back to your timer? Yes, you are back to your timer. Do you try to make a swap here, or do you just double Nightshade? Yes, double Nightshade is going to be able to knock out this Corviknight. Suddenly, Dunebug is really low, but he has that energy on the Grumpig.
And this is just going to be a race. No, actually, Puffle Guy is reaching for the Fortress. Doesn't get out very quickly. Dunebug going to go for a Dynamic Punch. He's worried about these super effective Bug Bites, but he has tons of energy. How much energy was left on that Licky Licky, and can it get to a Charge Attack versus Grumpig?
Can it get to the Body Slam after one rollout here? How much energy does it have? Puffle Guy is taking a deep breath here, gonna wait down his timer. Gonna keep the suspense going. Licky Licky, how much energy do you have? You're one rollout away from the body slam, and he gets there first, and he outpaces the double dynamic punch, and Doombug is gonna be sitting there to take the body slam, which will probably knock out.
And it does knock out. Grumpig goes down. A valiant effort from Doombug from frankly a terrible position in that middle matchup, but Puffle Guy maintains that advantage throughout the game.
And the underdog, Puffle Guy, able to take down Doombug in that first game, and now suddenly Puffle Guy is one game away from moving on to this losers round number 4. He still has some more match victories to get to day number 2. We're picking up on this loser side of the bracket. Doombug is kind of shaking his head a bit. The only thing is he definitely had an opportunity there when he was faced against the Shadow Fortress. He could have banked up more energy onto his Grumpig before he got knocked out by Bug Bite.
Right, I think he might have just panicked a little bit thinking the Fortress came in. Maybe also potentially lost track of energy, as it had been quite a bit of time since the Fortress had been on the field. But yeah, maybe Doombug, you know, frankly, after the Regidrago went down so quickly, he was in a very difficult position, really trying to just 2v3 with the Grumpig and the Corviknight. Didn't quite get it at the end.
Yeah, and able to outpace just barely to knock out, and Doombug's looking back, oh yeah, if I maybe banked up the almost double dynamic punch, I would have been able to get there against the Licky Licky. And you know Doombug is amazing at learning from his mistakes, which are few and far between, to be honest. So he's going to be able to bounce back in this game. Also, talk about the save swap, right? He save swapped that Regidrago, but Puffle Guy with the counter swap was able to get to that Rock Tomb before the double dragon energy. So Doombug was kind of thrown, maybe not thrown off by it, but his strategy of maybe getting the double dragon energy on the save swap, beating the Fortress, didn't quite pan out for him.
Right, maybe hoping that Puffle Guy would bring the Fortress, or maybe just kind of overestimating how decent that matchup was as the Regidrago, but I don't expect him to safe swap the Regidrago again in game number 2. As we're getting set up here, we see Togekiss on the field for Doombug, matched up with Corsola for Puffle Guy.
Fantastic lead for Puffle Guy here, able to match it up against the Togekiss, and Togekiss is going to be able to do neutral damage, but it just can't keep up with the bulk. And trying to actually swap on a Nightshade into the Licky Licky, and now is met by that Bug Bite Fortress. So alignment could be won by this Licky Licky, but I'm not sure how much alignment is even going to matter in this battle.
Right, I'm actually thinking this is a pretty neutral matchup where, you know, both trainers can decide how much they want switch advantage. Again, they've both only seen the lead matchup, but you're right that it's pretty neutral on both sides, right? And maybe shield advantage is going to come into play even more as we take a look at, for example, the Licky Licky potentially matching up against the Togekiss.
Or even soft losing a matchup here and getting a farm down could be quite helpful. Here comes the Shadow Ball, and this is actually going to put Licky Licky kind of low enough to get farmed down. This should be able to knock out the Fortress, but Puffle Guy could take an opportunity to try to fast attack down. But the problem is you can't really do that with Rollout, and you can't really do that with Astonish. So you don't really get that farm down that you would love to get right now. Here comes the swap, and they try to be a counter swap to catch it, but just a little quicker from Doombug to throw off the Aura Sphere. I think you need to protect shield this.
I think so too. You know, we saw trainers earlier in the day just using both shields with Licky Licky versus Togekiss, and I love that aggressive play for Doombug. He knows that's the best case scenario for the energy of that Togekiss. He saw it coming, and he went for it as Puffle Guy bringing back in the Corsola. Now, yes, the Togekiss has less energy because it threw at the Licky Licky, but this is still not a terrible position for Doombug's Togekiss.
And he threw a little early. He could have banked a bit more of energy, but if this Nightshade doesn't knock out, maybe you do get the Astonish down anyway. And yes, you do get that Astonish down anyway, so it's no harm, no foul, and able to have some energy. The Licky Licky does have some energy as well. The Corviknight is at full health here, and you have your own Licky Licky, but you are down a Protect Shield right now if you're Puffle Guy.
Wow, and Doombug actually brings in the brings in the Corviknight. I thought he might bring in the Licky Licky to absorb this energy since Puffle Guy is locked in, but maybe gonna save it for later as Corviknight comes in. Still 2 shields up for Doombug's side. He is going to want to shield something, maybe saving it for a Shadow Ball here. But no, now quick swap from Doombug into his own Licky Licky and getting to this body slam very quickly.
That's tough though. Yes, you get to a body slam, but how impactful is this body slam, right? You get a little bit of chip damage, but you're getting a full rollout down to your opponent now. So yes, you got that little bit of chip damage, but here comes the rollout that knocks you out. Now Puffle Guy's Licky Licky is absolutely loaded, going for the body slam bait. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining. Doombug, is he going to try to let it through? Yes, he lets through the bait on the body slam. That's going to be not very effective.
And Dunebug pretty much has no choice in this matchup but to hope that his opponent gives him a window like that. Puffle Guy now going straight for the Shadow Ball, but this is still going to be an uphill battle for Dune. He does shield out the Shadow Ball correctly. Remember, still a lot of health on this Licky Licky. I think it's even out of payback range. Dunebug desperately reaching for a boost maybe on this Air Cutter.
He was probably trying to get a Protect Shield on this bait. He doesn't get it. If he gets the boost, maybe the next one will knock out. There is no boost. Here comes the Corsola. The Corsola is at the Nightshade, and this is the last Protect Shield of the battle for Dunebug here. He's going to have to clean up 2 of these incredibly bulky Pokemon. An Air Cutter's not enough to knock out this Corsola. You have to even commit to the payback.
Oh my goodness, I think he needs a boost here. If he gets a boost on the Air Cutter, maybe he can Sand Attack down and then maybe get to 2 charge attacks versus Licky Licky, but oh, it's not looking good. The Corsola is very, very healthy. No boost for Dunebug, and this Corsola is almost at the Nightshade. Yes, it reaches it. Dunebug doesn't have any shields yet, and Puffle Guy gonna take a 2-0 victory versus Dunebug.
Wow, congratulations to Puffle Guy in his debut season in the Championship Series, able to take down Dunebug and eliminate him from the LA Regionals. What an underdog victory. I mean, continuing what has been an awesome first season for Puffle Guy. Congratulations.
Yeah, like you said, debut season for Puffle Guy, and this is just so impressive. It's really tough to put yourself out there, you know, play on stage in these high-stress situations, but Puffle Guy played really, really well throughout that series and, you know, is rewarded with a great win as he advances to Losers Round 5.
And a pretty, I wouldn't say dominant win, but it felt like he had control of both of those battles from start to finish. So really well done from Puffle Guy. This is still Losers Round number 4. There's still a ways he has to go to get to day number 2, but he's well on his way. And Dunebug, unfortunately, is eliminated here in LA, but you know, he's had so much success in Championship Series. Obviously, like you said, was the Las Vegas Regional Champion, so he's had a great season so far.
And Dunebug definitely wasn't making it easy for Puffle Guy, right? I mean, he had probably a not great lead for Togekiss leading into the Corsola, but you know, he tried to make plays. He tried to bring in Togekiss quickly onto the Licky Licky, get that Aura Sphere, use the energy in the most efficient way possible. But Puffle Guy able to make the most of his situation, you know, not falling for baits, etc.
Yeah, and always seemed to be just a little bit ahead on energy and able to really utilize the Corsola here. Corsola with Licky Licky being the top usage Pokemon, it always seems like it can be hard to position that Pokemon, but if you can position it properly, it's such a force in this meta. Puffle Guy is able to take it, and looks like we're up next, bouncing back to winners round number 5. So I think it might be Group G, one of those 2 groups they were talking about. We're picking up on that side, and I believe we finally have an Aegislash up next, a Pokemon that won the Prague Regional Championships from Tauntaun Battus. Just a really hard Pokemon to play, and how about Tauntaun Battus running it in every single battle in that reset to become your Prague champion? That was amazing to watch.
And I think, you know, maybe you or maybe some of our colleagues were saying that Aegislash is probably the highest skill cap Pokemon being played right now. And it's because it's really tricky to figure out, you know, when do you want to be in shield form and just going to 100 and going back to back versus when you want to be doing some of those additional Psycho Cuts, baking up energy a little bit more quickly. And it affects the switch clock a little bit differently for most Pokemon as well.
Right, because when you throw a charge attack when you're in the defense form, you change forms. And when you change forms, that does delay the switch timer a bit. Also, when you protect shield, you change back forms as well. So it is a way to stall your timer, which is incredibly useful. It is a Pokemon that I think we need to mention as well, has different mechanics for different forms, right? When you're in your defense form, you're doing less energy. You're actually doing 6 energy for every Psycho Cuts, and those Psycho Cuts are doing no damage. It's like a 2-turn lock-on from Registeel. It just does absolutely nothing. It's so hard to ever farm anything down, which makes this Pokemon incredibly hard to play as well. And then when you are in the charge form, of course, you have that 9 energy that you get per Psycho Cut. So you're actually able to bank up energy quicker, but when you're in that charge form, you do so much damage, an incredible amount of attack from either a Shadow Ball or a Gyro Ball is just gonna chunk any Pokemon.
Definitely a very complicated Pokemon that takes a lot of finesse. But speaking of players with a lot of finesse, let's hear from Puffle Guy after his victory versus Dunebug.
Thank you so much. My name is Homesize Henry, live here on the floor with Puffle Guy after a big win live on stage. Now, it seemed like Corsola was kind of the MVP there in game number 2. You got the Corsola plushie as well. So talk to me about that MVP Pokemon for you.
I mean, honestly, Corsola has been my #1 since Vegas. You know, like almost every single team I've run here at the championships, like it's always had a Corsola, and I think I have 3 or 4 built because, you know, I just want to get a Corsola and make him better. So every time. And then after this event, the sustainability event, he had really nice sunglasses, and I told myself, you know what, even if my legs break down and I can't get up the next morning, I'm going to get one. And I found a really strong one, and I'm glad that he showed up in a good way today because I think that mattered.
Yeah, having the high-ranked Corsola ended up being clutch against that Togekiss. Now, we have seen the team that you're using a couple times. I believe it was Ashton Ash running a very similar team as well. So talk to me about how the team's worked for you so far today.
Honestly, I think the team just has a lot of coverage, like no matter where you go. Grumpig, for example, he has coverage into pretty much anything because, you know, fighting and ghost coverage is pretty hard to resist. And just overall, it just feels really nice to go through and as long as you're prepared for a lot of scenarios, then you should be okay.
Now, every time we get battlers getting big wins on stage, we know there's going to be people to thank, people who help with scrims, team building, friends, family, people cheering you on in the crowd. So what do you got?
I got my Bay Area locals with me. You know, I was feeling a little bit nervous because Dunebug is a pretty tough opponent, but after I got a lot of support from them, and I think that helped me, you know, keep my nerves under check. And well, here I am.
A big win for Puffle Guy on stage, 2-0 against one of our game's best. And the Pokemon action only getting better from here. So we'll send it back to the casters.
Thanks, Henry. So great to hear from Puffle Guy. He's having a fantastic season so far, and so great to hear how much support he's getting from some of his friends. But, you know, taking a look at the next match, we also have a trainer who definitely has a lot of friends in the community, and that's going to be Andy going against Arrow. We've spotlighted the SoCal Swablues a lot throughout this weekend, and I believe Andy is one of those players from that incredible community.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming off a 5th place performance in the Houston Regional Championships this season, trying to continue that great run here in Los Angeles, but first has to face Arrow of running that Aegislash, also running the Dartrix, running the, I believe actually this isn't a Alolan Ninetales. I'm pretty sure this is a Shadow Kanto Ninetales that is on the side of Arrow as well, running that Ember Weather Ball in Overheat. And of course, Ember generates energy very quickly. Overheat is a really hard damaging charge attack, and then you do have that Weather Ball bait as well. A fire type in what seems to be like a heavily water meta seems kind of risky, but how does it face versus the team of Andy? It seems like it's okay against a lot of things besides that Quagsire.
Yeah, I mean, it's really looking to target those Forretress, and there is one on Andy's team. The funny thing is for Arrow that this is not the first time he's run the Aegislash Dartrix Kanto Ninetales core, if you want to call it a core. He also ran this back in Orlando, so he's gotten some reps in between now and then. He switched up the rest of the teams as he finds himself here in the winners finals.
Yeah, and Dartrix is going to be grass and flying type, kind of like Jumpluff in a way, but has less bulk than Jumpluff did, has that hard-hitting Brave Bird, has the Seed Bomb as well, and I believe the fast attack, yes, it is Peck. So a really wild team from Arrow. We are in the winners finals here, so can Arrow bring this crazy team into day number 2? Shadow Feraligatr in the Licky Licky. The better thing for Shadow Feraligatr here is double Hydro Cannon actually does knock out a Licky Licky.
Right, and that is because Shadows, of course, do 20% more damage than their non-Shadow variants. So you're going to see this Hydro Cannon land, you're going to see the Licky Licky, already, you know, a yellow Pokemon in its shiny form, but you see its health bar now also in the yellow. And a great catch from Arrow bringing in the Diggersby now.
Maybe hoping to get a Shadow Ball that's going to be double resisted. Instead, it is the Body Slam, but doesn't really matter. It's not going to do that much damage. And now do you bait out that Quagsire? And actually, the Quagsire does not come in. Going to bank up a bunch more energy, and then finally unleashing the Shadow Quagsire here. But now this Diggersby has a huge huge energy advantage, and double Scorching Sand will get close to knocking out a Shadow Quagsire.
And this is really not a dominant matchup for Quagsire. You see that Scorching Sands land, and with a couple more mud shots, like you said, 2 Scorching Sands is going to be enough to threaten to knock out the Quagsire. I think he can still hang on to this one, so if you're Andy and you just want to get off your 2 Aqua Tails, you can probably let it go. That is what he's going to go for here as the Quagsire hangs on. He is at the back-to-back Aqua Tail now, so this is not terrible.
You can swap, though. The timer is back up. Do you try to swap into your Shadow Feraligatr, take the back-to-back Aqua Tail? Do you see that swap happen here? No, instead, actually bringing in the Dartrix, and it's going to be a Mud Bomb in Aqua Tail Quagsire. There is no Stone Edge, so going to be able to take a resisted damage no matter what to this Dartrix.
And Arrow going for this peck down as the Quagsire goes down. Andy, though, did bank up a lot of energy on the Licky Licky, could potentially bring that back in, but no, chooses to bring in the Corsola.
And Seed Bomb Brave Bird. Seed Bomb is not the strongest attack. Brave Bird obviously does a ton of damage here, but when you're Switch Lock, you probably know that your opponent is probably not going to go for that big Brave Bird. Do you get a protection regardless? Yes, gets a Protect Shield. I love that animation from the Dartrix as well.
And Nightshade is going to come through. Arrow's going to shield it up. He's seen all the Pokemon. He knows how great the energy on the Startrix could be, as he is going to continue to farm up. Monster probably builds up to the Brave Bird every time, even if he's just going to Seed Bomb. Yeah, he does just go for another Seed Bomb. Maybe at this point thinking that double Seed Bomb is going to be able to knock out the Corsola.
And Arrow doing an awesome job of putting his spicy Pokemon in favorable positions where he's completely outpacing and then swapping onto Nightshade as well. He's dancing around the battlefield. It is double resisted into this Diggersby, and Diggersby is going to be able to get a fast attack through. Here comes the Licky Licky that is loaded with energy. This should be enough to knock out this Diggersby. Is going to be incredibly close, though.
Diggersby, a very bulky Pokemon. Let's see if it can hang on. No, it cannot. Diggersby is going to go down. And honestly, that Diggersby would have had a great time versus the remainder of Andy's team. But for now, Dartrix is going to come back in. Going to throw this Seed Bomb. I think Licky Licky could hang on, but Andy really needs to prioritize health at this point. And he has so much energy on this Licky Licky. Just one rollout before throwing the next Body Slam.
Yeah, he went for that rollout before throwing the attack. So the Seed Bomb did get the last Protect Shield. You kind of wanted to get this Dartrix out of the battlefield because now you have to deal with this Feraligatr that has a lot of health. You're almost at double Body Slam, but the problem is the Feraligatr is at the Hydro Cannon right now. Andy does have a swap available. He could go into Galarian Corsola and try to absorb that energy onto the Corsola. There it is, trying to go for it, but now Arrow sniffed it out. Is just going to be able to overfarm the double Hydro Cannon.
And I think this is exactly Arrow's win condition here. He has the double Hydro Cannon, one to knock out the Corsola, one to knock out the Licky Licky, and Feraligatr wins charge attack, priority against everything on Andy's team, so this is a great position to be in as Arrow is going to take the one-game lead.
Arrow looks locked in here in LA, going to be able to knock out the Licky Licky. How about the Shadow Feraligatr, Dartrix, and Diggersby able to take that game number 1, is now 1 game victory away from day number 2.
And this could be Arrow's first day 2 in quite a while as well. I know he'd be looking forward to that, especially with this incredibly spicy team. You know, Arrow is known for having a little bit of an unconventional play style, both in terms of the team of 6 that he brings to the tournament, as well as the teams of 3 that he plays with. So I know a lot of players waiting in day 2 probably don't want to see Arrow.
And as you mentioned, in Orlando, he was 1 victory away from making the day 2. He lost in the losers finals of day number 1 with that trio of the Aegislash, Dartrix, and Shadow Kanto Ninetales. But in that tournament, he was also running the Florges, Guzzlord, and the Shadow Quagsire. Now switching it up, running the Shadow Feraligatr, the Diggersby, and Tinkaton. So he saw that team of 6 in Orlando that didn't quite get it done. He said, okay, the spicy Pokemon were not the issue. Let's switch out the meta Pokemon, and I think I can do a lot better.
Well, Feraligatr, I would say, is quickly becoming top meta, right? Maybe at the time of Orlando, it was all about the Quagsire as that primary water type, maybe even some Jellicent, I don't know. But now this Feraligatr for Arrow is really paying off here. He mentioned that he has the Shadow one, even though we've seen a lot of players just bringing the regular Feraligatr. So Arrow, you know, maybe making some meta reads that the rest of us just cannot see.
Well, a lot of upside. I think also Rise to Occasion is running that Shadow Feraligatr as well, able to double Hydro Cannon through a Licky Licky and then do some more chunk damage to Stunfisk. Those are 1 and 2 in usage. That's a great lead with the Diggersby into the Fortress, swap into Licky Licky, and met by the Tinkaton.
And this is looking like a great start for Arrow. You do get that fairy wind through, and you're resisting the rollouts. Shadow Ball is going to come through, but I think if you're Arrow's Tinkaton, you can hang on to 2 Shadow Balls, and we're going to see just how much damage this Gigaton Hammer does.
And once you land the Gigaton Hammer, which is not enough to knock out, but you probably want to go for it instead of the Bulldoze, because the Bulldoze is just not impactful. Going for the full charge here, actually, it's being a little risky with this bubble swiping, stressing us out, Arrow, and lands the hammer, and the hammer puts the Licky into the red, and suddenly, once the Shadow Ball lands, the Tinkaton will also be in the red.
Yeah, Shadow Ball is going to do quite a bit of damage. Both of these Pokemon pretty low health, but Tinkaton is the one with a little bit of energy remaining. I don't think Bulldoze is quite enough. Arrow doesn't think so either, doesn't want to risk anything, so he is going to go for a second Gigaton Hammer, and looks like Andy's going to let it go down. So now the question is, does this Tinkaton have enough health to do anything versus this backline? Grumpig coming and going for a very aggressive Psy Wave down. This is actually pretty scary for Arrow because, as we've seen, Grumpig's energy just goes everywhere.
Yeah, it's so neutral, so strong. Dartrix has some bulk to it, but it's nowhere near the jump pluff. It's going to be able to take, it's going to take a lot of damage to a Shadow Ball. So you kind of have the Protect Shield here. You don't need your Protect Shields at all with your Diggersby. Your Diggersby can soak up everything that the Fortress has in the back. So it looks like you're going to try to use the Protect Shields here, and this comes down to the pacing. How about the pacing here of this Dartrix between the Peck and Seed Bomb? It's incredibly quick.
And this was a big bait for Arrow. He does save 2 Pecks there. Andy maybe realizing that, he goes for the bait, but Arrow calls it.
Andy thought that he's definitely shielding this because he's not going to shield the Diggersby in the back. Going for the bait, it's not very effective. Doesn't do barely anything to this Dartrix, and now this Dartrix is at Brave Bird energy, and you need to keep the Grumpig alive, so double shield in the Seed Bombs.
Oh, and Arrow is pulling ahead in this game. Great energy advantage, has a shield advantage as well. And remember, Andy has that Shadow Fortress in the back. It's not going to appreciate an attack from Diggersby. And now the Fortress doesn't have any shields. Arrow is going to shield this dynamic punch on his Dartrix because, like you said, he knows that the Diggersby doesn't need shields. Brave Bird is going to knock out this Grumpig. And now I think Arrow's Diggersby is just going to feast on the Fortress.
He just instantly threw it, not afraid of the swap, knowing I just want to get this Grumpig out of here. Here comes the Fortress, and the Fire Punch is already almost loaded. It's going to be double super effective into the Shadow Fortress. You need 2 of them, though, so Arrow is trying to bank up the double.
And here comes the first one. Like you said, not going to knock out, but I don't think there's any way Arrow can lose the game from here. He just needs to top this last Fire Punch, and he gets it as Arrow is going to take a 2-0. Lot of fist pumps there as he advances to day number 2.
You know, he is an animated trainer. He is always enthusiastic. He has a ton of positive energy. He looked locked in and focused. You said he hadn't made day 2 in a while, and I felt like that was weighing on him, and what an achievement now to make this day number 2 with this amazing team and comfortably won this winners finals matchup with those spicy Pokemon with the Dartrix. Well done to Arrow. Congratulations on your day number 2.
And I'll tell you what, I need to look at the numbers, but I think there's some stat where conditional on Arrow making day 2, there's like a super high chance he actually makes it to the grand finals. At least historically, you know, I'm not trying to make a prediction about tomorrow or anything, but Arrow is known as a trainer who, you know, he picks these unconventional Pokemon sometimes in part because he thinks they're really good against the day 2 meta, not necessarily the day 1 meta, and he's cleared that barrier here.
Right, and if it clicks, it clicks. So if he's able to make it through day number 1, that means there's something good going with this team. So he made it through day number 1, so now he's going to be a force going into day number 2. A lot of Pokemon that are not familiar to the general player base. Yes, the first round opponent will be very familiar with the matchups because they have a night to look at it, but once he starts progressing through the tournaments and trainers don't have as much time to prepare, that Dartrix, that Shadow Kanto Ninetales, that could be a real advantage for him in day number 2, and not even to speak of the Pokemon we didn't see, the only trainer so far with the Aegislash, also with that opportunity for day number 2.
Arrow has had an amazing journey throughout his career. So many day 2, so many grand finals appearances, I believe 3 in his lifetime, but we'll have to wait for day 2 to see how his story continues to unfold. But let's take a look back at another trainer's story, and that is Dunebug as he won the Las Vegas Regional.
My name is Dunebug97, and I'm originally from Boston, Massachusetts. The Pokemon type I would be Steel type because I'm very resilient, like Steel.
Dunebug was the first trainer to be able to get 3 regional competitions in 1 season. He's so good at this game.
When I was working a summer job after graduating high school, some coworkers were just playing Pokemon GO, and I was like, what is this game that they're playing? Oh, you can find Pokemon in the real world. And I was hooked. I think my favorite early memory from the game is the first Go Fest I ever attended, where there was just such a fun community. it was just a great time overall. I would say the best advice I had for new Pokemon trainers, be the best person you can, because that will help you in life in general and also at the tournaments you go to. My biggest mentor in my life has been my father, who is sadly no longer with me. He always told me, keep putting in the effort and the results will follow. I think the underdog mentality really pushes me further and helps me succeed when I really need it. I think the biggest development for me personally throughout the years has been concentration and in-game discipline, not making rash decisions that could potentially cost me games. There's absolutely a balance between being aggressive and being more reserved with your playstyle. When it comes to attending tournaments, I would say it's 70% I'm focused on winning, doing as best as I can, then 30% is having fun with everyone and all my friends. My most difficult match in day 2 was against Rockhaven. That Bastion, Goodra, Azumarill combo, and the Shadow Scizor was just a lot to deal with, and I had to just make some really risky calls, and it ended up working out in the end. I feel like Rise to Occasion is the most fierce competitor I can face at any tournament. My first finals was in Arlington. I was able to dig myself out of a 0-2 hole in the losers finals against Rounds. This match, compared to the other ones, it shows how much I was able to adjust to a difficult matchup. In the first winners finals, I was just not realizing how strong my Shadow Primeape would be. But once we got to that rematch, I was starting to realize this is a really good pick against his team. Once I made the correct adjustments, I was able to just steamroll through the rest of the games. When I reset the bracket, I knew I was in a very good spot.
Dunebug bumps his fist. Give it up for your Las Vegas Regional Champion.
Right now, I'm feeling really in awe of everything that's happened. It's been a crazy weekend.
Dunebug came down to Vegas, and he set the stage on fire this weekend.
This event qualified me for Worlds and put me in a very good position to get that travel award for EUIC in London. My #1 goal this season would probably be make day 2 at Worlds. Every World Championships I've attended, I've never made day 2. I just finally want to break through that wall. My favorite Worlds moment has to be when I got to spend that whole time with my amazing boyfriend, Dylan. I don't know if I'm going to win Worlds this year. You'll have to tune in and find out. Twitch.tv/Pokemon Go. I think people should look out for me at Worlds because I'm just a sneaky player, very sneaky. Sometimes I can fly under the radar and people might not expect me to come out from underground. If I won Worlds, I think my life would be complete.
The toughest opponent I've ever faced, that's a difficult question because there's so many, but I would have to lean towards Dunebug 97. They say we're rivals. We've played each other 12 times, and it's always a really tough battle with him, so I'd say Dunebug. My current record against Dunebug is 6-6, or it's all tied up. My favorite Pokemon kind of changes over time, but I would say Mew because it's been one of my favorite throughout the Go Battle League, and it has so many different move sets. We kind of coined the term Mew sets, so I like Mew. I would say the most underrated Pokemon right now in Pokemon Go has to be Shadow Malamar. I got the idea from Itzaxon for this tournament, and I don't know if I've seen any other in usage, so I might be the only person running it, and we'll see how it goes. The funniest competitor I've played against has to be Lurgan Rocket. I remember playing him at Worlds London back in 2022, and he was literally complimenting my plays mid-game. He's like, man, that was a nice catch. And he's like making jokes mid-battle, and he still ended up beating me, so I was a little salty after that. If there was one piece of advice that I could give to everybody, it would just be to go out there and try your best. Sometimes you can get discouraged in this game. Sometimes maybe it's out of your control and doesn't quite go your way, but if you go out there and try your best, you know, you're never really gonna be a failure in that regard. Any secret hobbies or talents? I can dunk a basketball, which is pretty cool. I like to play basketball in my free time. So that's something I like to do outside of Pokemon Go. If I could create a Pokemon for Pokemon Go, I would make it a normal ghost type. I think it's an incredible typing combination. I'd give it Lock-On as well as Shadow Ball and Swift with incredible pacing. It would dominate everybody. In terms of my favorite Pokemon event I've gone to, I am guilty where sometimes the events I do better at lean towards the happier memories. So maybe like Milwaukee the first season in my hometown that I won. But overall, honestly, I would say Japan. Yokohama Worlds was an incredible experience. I spent 3 weeks over there, and it's something I never really thought I would get the chance to do. But thanks to Pokemon, it was an incredible experience. It's funny you ask my favorite type of food right now. Normally, I would always say sushi. That's kind of been a go-to as a treat. But I've been going through a pho phase. It's like a Vietnamese cuisine, if anyone's unfamiliar, and it's pretty healthy, also tasty. So I'm gonna have to go with pizza because I feel like there's more variety of pizza. And no matter where you go in the world, you see pizza stores. It's one of the most popular foods in the world for a reason. You gotta go pizza there.
The beautiful Hollywood Hills, downtown Los Angeles is where our action resumes as we make our way through day number 1. I'm Speedy's Chief 2, joined by the one, the only, the hype man himself, Home Slice Henry. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. We've seen so many incredible battles so far today, and we still have so many to go. We are almost through the winner's side of the bracket, so a lot of trainers punching their ticket to day number 2. There's been a lot of action off stream, a lot of trainers working their way through the loser's side of the bracket, still alive, still fighting for that chance to make day 2. I believe we have one more winner's side match, and then we get to move to the action on the loser side of the bracket.
Yeah, and those are always super high stakes matches. It's very fun to watch, but very stressful to participate in. And to your point, Henry, I think our mods are sending out, I guess periodically, that bracket link so people can follow along and look at how other trainers are doing. It can be a real knee-jerker when you look and you see how many players are so talented, but they don't make it onto our primary stream. So if you're following anyone in particular, make sure to stay up to date on that bracket. Use that Control-F search function once you're on Challenge, and then get down to those trainers' names and follow along with them. But I'm really excited. We're going to take a look at the Pixel Cheetah versus K-Pine 28.
Wow, the Pixel Cheetah going anti-meta. We have a Pokemon that I haven't seen in probably a couple years there, Speedy. We have a Whiscash, and we also have an Umbreon as well on Pixel Cheetah's side.
Yeah, I think the Whiscash is a bit of a throwback. Meanwhile, the Umbreon is something that has seen a little bit of success, not only in the North America region, but also in the TPC region. So let's see what K-Pine decides to do with these two spicy picks. And as always, the movesets are important. Whiscash with the Mudshot, Scald, and Mud Bomb. This is no Blizzcash, no Blizzard Whiscash.
The battlers are locked in. The stage is set. Game number 1. We've got a very neutral lead. Stunfisk for Pixel Cheetah into Malamar for K-Pine.
We saw this earlier with Dre Flames. He didn't really ask too much of his Malamar in his own matchups. Let's see if K-Pine needs to demand a bit more of his Dark and Psychic type Pokemon here.
This matchup used to be pretty cut and dry, but with the rework to Mud Bomb, the matchup suddenly becomes a lot more neutral across the board, because Stunfisk suddenly has an ability to hit for significantly more damage than it did previously, whereas before, regular Malamar could always survive 2 Mud Bombs very comfortably and never get farmed down. But with the extra damage on Mud Bomb this season, suddenly Malamar starts to get very low after that second Mud Bomb connects.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to come right down to the wire as the second Mud Bomb does come through here onto the Malamar. Going to look for some Psy-Wave damage leading up to the foul play, but overcharging quite a bit as well. K-Pine realizes that if he does take too much more damage, he will lose the Malamar here.
Very nice overfarm by K-Pine. He's very low, but there's not a lot of fast attack pressure from Pixel Cheetah. So K-Pine looks like he's looking to pivot out and try and save this energy. In comes the Umbreon, answered with the Licky Licky, and we might be here a while. These are two very bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. If the pieces stay in play the way that they currently are, we're going to see a lot of snarls, a lot of foul plays, a lot of rollouts, and a lot of body slams as two of the highest stat products Pokemon in the entire championship series just duke it out back and forth. Meanwhile, the switch timers are resetting. K-Pine looking over at the team sheet, trying to figure out what else could be the third Pokemon in the back. And Pixel Cheetah has the option to switch out at any moment.
There is energy stored on the Malamar for K-Pine. He's very close to a Superpower, and Superpower would do some pretty sizable damage onto either the Whiscash or the Umbreon. So even though K-Pine did concede switch advantage, and Licky Licky doesn't have the strongest matchup here ever, Umbreon just typically outbulks it in the long run. Saving that energy could be critical for the endgame.
And I wonder if you say, oh, actually, you don't have to wonder, because here's the answer. In the midst of the Snarl, sends out the Malamar to connect with the Superpower. I think, oh, I'm shocked to see the no-shield too, Henry.
Umbreon survives. It is incredibly bulky. In comes Whiscash. Whiscash snipes down with mud shots. Pixel Cheetah putting it all on the Whiscash.
Wigglytuff pressure. I think K-Pine might put it all on the Wigglytuff with the 2 Protect Shields here. This first Scald is going to be a neutral, but it has the chance to lower the opponent's attack. So K-Pine is going to go ahead and shield up this first one, and that early debuff is going to help him quite a bit.
That is a big swing of momentum for Pixel Cheetah. Whiscash already a very, very bulky Pokemon, and it's now going to feel even bulkier with that Scald debuff. But K-Pine can debuff as well. He goes for the Icy Wind, gets the shield, and now both Pokemon in this matchup are not doing the same damage that they normally would.
Yeah, both at -1 here, but we'll continue to duke it out back and forth. Again, meanwhile, the switch timers have refreshed. We see a swap here into the Licky met by the Umbreon. It's going to be a KO if it connects.
Umbreon has tanked so many charge attacks throughout the course of this battle. Pixel Cheetah wants it to tank one more, and it cannot. Umbreon gets knocked out, and its energy is lost.
This is still very uphill for that Whiscash from Pixel Cheetah because there's a lot of bulk on the opposing side. I don't think that the Scald will be quite enough. It's going to be really close, if I'm being honest, and then you still have to get past that Wigglytuff.
The Wigglytuff still has a Protect Shield as well. K-Pine's going to trust in the Wigglytuff. That's his best fast attack pressure into this Pokemon. Mud Bomb lands. Licky survives. 1 HP remaining, and that is going to seal it.
Absolute backbreaker there as the final shield comes up versus the Licky. That's the last place Pixel Cheetah wanted to use that Protect Shield. Wigglytuff comes in, and as you said, Henry, these charms are going to bear down.
The one thing you can't shield is the fast attack pressure. K-Pine puts up the shield. He only needs one more charm to land. Scald would knock out, but K-Pine gets the shield call right. He's going to go for the Swift. He doesn't even need the charm. Swift will knock out the Whiscash and take game 1 for K-Pine.
Yeah, I like that play. There's still a bit of wiggle room there, still a bit of breathing space. Probably could have went for the charm, but locking it down with the Swift was the sure way to win that game number 1.
I'm very surprised in the mid-game, the decision to no shield on the Umbreon. Pixel Cheetah must have been correctly reading that it was the Wigglytuff in the back and that the health on the Umbreon wouldn't be particularly valuable. So ended up letting that go and tried to make it as close as he possibly could. But unfortunately, there were a couple big swings in favor of K-Pine. There was the Umbreon barely getting knocked out by the Body Slam and the Licky surviving that Mud Bomb to make a last-second charge attack.
Yeah, exactly. This superpower connecting to Umbreon, it made both of us sit up in our seats. That was absolutely devastating, but Umbreon still endured it. Meanwhile, the Whiscash worked away at the Wigglytuff, luckily getting the debuff here. It was matched later by the Icy Wind, but I still think that slowing down the Wigglytuff a bit more allowed the Whiscash to hang in this series and survive as well as it did up until the very end.
Whiscash is so bulky. It really relies on trying to get those debuffs and they're just being bulkier than its opponent here.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it just didn't quite have enough in the tank in this one as Scald missed the knockout. But we've already got lock-ins, and it's going to be Malamar into Umbreon.
Fascinating matchup here. We might finally see a superpower and bounce from K-Pine. He actually is running the same trio of Pokemon, and I believe that Pixel Cheetah is too, just in a different order. This is going to be interesting.
Foul Play will hit for neutral damage, but Umbreon, it's known for its bulk. It does not deal a lot of damage. K-Pine's going to be no shielding. K-Pine now very close to the back-to-back superpowers, but superpower, oh, he actually goes for the charge attack priority tie.
It's either that or maybe a slight overtap, right? Looking for the double Sai Waves, firing off the charge attack here, and I like the double up before throwing any energy at all, but he can't get out, and he's going to be forced to shield up a Foul Play if he wants to keep his Malamar healthy.
Malamar will take a lot of damage. It's a -1 defense. That is going to hurt. That's some serious damage. Now he's going to farm back up. Does he throw the energy? He does throw the energy. He's at 2 more superpowers, but he's already at -1 attack, which means Umbreon will tank this very, very comfortably.
Exactly. I almost feel like K-Pine has to switch no matter what. Even though he has the energy, he just wants a full strength charge attack to come out next. But the Whiscash counter swap from Pixel Cheetah.
And Whiscash, it was put on the team for this exact matchup. Whereas a Shadow Quagsire does actually get 2-shot by Shadow Balls. Look at the Whiscash. It tanks the Shadow Ball very, very comfortably. It is never getting 2-hit KO'd. That's going to force K-Pine to fire off 3 charge attacks, and Pixel Cheetah can try and fish for Scald debuffs in the meantime.
I did not think in 2026 we'd be casting Scald Whiscash, but here we are as the first Scald in this game number 2 does not trigger the debuff. Let's see if the second one does the trick.
K-Pine's hoping that he can survive. Licky Licky is very bulky. It had a 1 HP survive in game number 1. It's going to survive again in game number 2, and he's going to make a Shadow Ball.
No debuff either, but as you pointed out, Henry, those rollouts not doing a lot of damage. Shadow Ball also not as hard hitting as it is against opposing water ground types like Quagsire. Whiscash endures no problem. Another pivot, this time into Stunfisk.
Malamar and Stunfisk simultaneous switch. Pixel Cheetah would love if he could Thundershock down before K-Pine is able to make a second charge attack. This Malamar is very low. Thundershocks are adding up. He's reaching for it. He's going to get there. And Malamar refuses to be removed from the field of play.
Yeah, this is insult to injury. The Stunfisk needed to escape with HP. It's going to force that final shield away from the Pixel Cheetah. Now K-Pine is up 2 shields with a Wigglytuff. 2-shield charm. This is bad news.
If there's any silver lining for Pixel Cheetah, it would be the energy head start on the Stunfisk. Failing that farm down and having to give up the final shield is very tough because that means there is nothing stopping the Wigglytuff from being able to take a knockout with a charge attack here.
Mud Bomb from the Pixel Cheetah. Does K-Pine decide to use that second shield already? Yes, he does. We're now at 0 shield parity. The Wigglytuff is closing in on the Icy Wind. Actually holds his energy, waits even longer. This is going to pay off huge.
Oh, catch attempt from Pixel Cheetah, unable to get it, but the threat of a Mud Bomb will actually force out energy from that Wigglytuff. So Wigglytuff takes the knockout, but a lot of energy was used.
Exactly. I think that threat alone was enough because this Wigglytuff needs to remain healthy as long as possible for K-Pine. His Switch Timer is also up. He could reach for that Licky Licky if he wants to soak a charge attack, but it's going to come down to the moment.
K-Pine not firing off energy just yet because this will not take the knockout. He wants to try and either charm it down or farm it to a range where he can actually secure the KO. Last Resort will come very close to 2-shotting here.
Exactly. Last Resort ready to go on charge attack priority. Finds it versus the Umbreon, and not many Pokemon not many Pokemon lose charge attack priority to Umbreon, and Wigglytuff is not one of them.
Wigglytuff able to take the knockout. He's reaching for the Icy Wind. And he's able to get there, and that should be knocking out the Stunfisk and securing the game for K-Pine.
Yeah, it looked like a 1-turn bring in, a 2-turn Thundershock, maybe another charge attack priority tie, and that's going to be all she wrote for the Pixel Cheetah here in this winners finals.
So a Pokemon that we had as trending down, Wigglytuff putting in work for K-Pine. K-Pine quick 2-0 victory on stage. He's on to day 2 on the winner side of the bracket.
That is impressive. K-Pine, a content creator himself. I know he studies a lot of matchups, goes through a lot of battles every single day in the Go Battle League, and that is translating into Championship Series success. So he's got to be really proud of himself.
What a series from K-Pine. Kind of an unorthodox team from his opponent, and that can sometimes throw you off. Like, how many seasons has it been since you played against a Whiscash? Are you very sure you know how many mud shots it is to a Scald?
Exactly.
Especially with mud shot getting fixed. But very, very nice plays there from K-Pine.
Yeah, exactly. One of those unconventional matchups. And also the Umbreon is such a cool shout out. I don't know how you feel about this, Henry, but if you're an Umbreon trainer, you have to be exceptionally patient in order to stay in those matchups, throw off the foul plays, bank the energy, wait the timer. It is a patience Pokemon. I've never had the bandwidth for that.
I felt it earlier in the season, especially when Corviknight was very popular. There was a pretty strong opening for Umbreon, just because Umbreon, when Corviknight was everywhere, does such a nice job at shutting down that Pokemon. But now that Flyers have switched and there's a lot more Pokemon like Togekiss, Umbreon can still be very bulky and very strong in neutral matchups, but it feels like it doesn't have as many positive matchups as it once did.
Yeah, I agree. Also, a couple of these Pokemon survives have just been absolutely insane. You can tell that the Pixel Cheetah powered up a very specific Umbreon. K-Pine's Malamar surviving on just 1 HP versus that Unova Stunfisk. My advice, everybody, is to build these Pokemon, battle with them, and see if you like how they play. And then if you catch a better one down the stretch, one with more defense and HP, power that one up instead. Constantly upgrade your roster. It's always a work in progress. Don't just wait for the perfect Pokemon spawn and catch it and say, oh, well, now I'm going to build Malamar. Now I'm going to try Umbreon. Make sure to try these Pokemon out and learn what they can do.
I think that's a very wise observation there. A lot of the times, the biggest barrier can be just actually having the Pokemon. Even if you don't have the best stat spread, build it, learn the matchups with the IVs that you have, and then it might be an event spawn, like we just had the sustainability event where a lot of trainers were able to get the Corsola with the costume sunglasses that Puffle guy shouted out.
Very cool.
So Pokemon tend to come and go in the wild, and a lot of the times, even if you don't have the best one, like you can trade for one for a friend, learn those matchups, and then build a more optimized one down the road in the future.
I was really inspired by what you said about Boom and his Grand Finals appearance versus Tauntaun. Not the best Shadow Empoleon. You know, he would like a one that's a little bit better stats, but he worked with what he had. I feel like other trainers in EU, especially Colin comes to name. I heard that his Spiritomb was actually max attack, and he was in the Grand Finals of EUIC. So you don't always have to hunt for the perfect Pokemon. Sometimes it's more about the trainer. Let's check out our next pair up on stage. We're going to see Toasty Paw Rick, a trainer I've been very fascinated and I've been very much looking forward to seeing, taking on Uzzler. You have to pronounce it that way every time, Henry.
All right. I'm going to just go with Uzz and hope that works. All right, Toasty Paw Rick versus Uzz. And we have, to my surprise, a second Chestnut. We have now seen 2 Chestnuts on stream today. Chestnut is running Low Kick. Low Kick does give Chestnut, well, the idea behind Low Kick Chestnut is there's very high usage of Pokemon like Licky Licky, Quagsire, Feraligatr, the Bug Bite Fortresses of the world. So the hope would be if you have Low Kick for super effective fast attack pressure into the Licky Licky and for neutral pressure into the Fortress, then you can take advantage of the fact that you have the grass typing into the waters, and then you can kind of core break a lot of teams. But where it can get a little bit tricky is the fact that most of those teams will also have 1 or 2 matchups where it's pretty catastrophically bad, like the Togekiss. But taking a look at Rick's team, there's 5 of 6 matchups here where I would argue Chestnut is favored. So it's basically just going to be keep Chestnut as far away from the Togekiss's pecs as humanly possible.
Yeah, double super effective 2-turn fast attacks is not where you want to be as a Chestnut player, but if you are Chestnut gaming, you might find an opening. You're right. I think there are a lot of targets here. Also, the second charge attack, or third move overall, is also a question of debate. The first time we saw Chestnut, Henry, I noticed it had Thunder Punch and Frenzy Plant. This one actually with Superpower and Frenzy Plant, which is very fascinating.
So Superpower will give it massive, massive damage into Licky Licky, but if it's shielded, then it obviously comes at a cost. -1 attack, -1 defense. Well, we've got lock-ins. Game number 1. The stage is set, and what a lead for us! Talonflame into the Shadow Fortress.
Toasty Paw gives us a look at the camera. He says, this is not what I want to see. Goes into that Licky Licky, and he's met by the Wigglytuff.
So he has actually not brought the Chestnut. We talked it up all before the game. Chestnut nowhere to be found. And that is very good news for Toasty Paw Rick, who actually did not bring the Togekiss either.
Yeah, exactly. Both of these trainers leaving the obvious picks behind, instead of opting for some more neutral play, and trying to figure out if their other 5 Pokemon can accomplish something.
That's safe switching a Licky Licky into a Chestnut team. That is a risk from Toasty Paw Rick, but it ends up paying off. Now, Wigglytuff makes the decision to go for Icy Wind. This gives a guaranteed debuff, but it's less damage than Swift, and Toasty Paw Rick will be able to hang on here and still threaten a knockout with a -1 Body Slam.
Yeah, I think a 1 Body Slam is likely all that it gets. Remember, everybody, when you throw a charge attack, an opponent's fast attack always comes through as well. So another charm will come through at the price of that Body Slam, but it does pick up the KO regardless. Toasty Paw Rick takes control of Switch Advantage.
Now, what do you farm down with as Uzz? Do you go for a Diabolical Hex down? Do you go for the Incinerate down? Gonna try for the Incinerate down. Shadow Ball is reached, and this will do a lot of damage onto that Talonflame.
It absolutely will. Very wildly uncomfortable HP range for that Licky Licky to hang on to. And now with Feraligatr on the field, Toasty Paw Rick has effectively reset the board.
And I actually like the decision by Uzzler to basically throw away the Wigglytuff and just say, I'm ABA strong into that Fortress. I should be in a very good position because Jellicent is going to do pretty strong here as well. He's going to bank a move and send in the Jellicent.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it all makes sense. Hex does slip through there in the midst of Toasty Paw Rick's Hydro Cannon, but he does have that option to pivot. I know the Shadow Claws are doing a bit of damage, but Feraligatr just doesn't look very potent, and Fortress won't do a lot better, if I'm being honest.
Fortress is going to get shredded by Shadow Ball. Toasty Paw Rick, no shields. He knows he's going to have to take 1. That Shadow Ball hits for huge damage onto the Fortress. Fortress racing to even try and get a Sand Tomb, but before it can get there, the Surf is available.
I think you have to shield if you're Toasty Paw Rick here. You just have nothing left in the tank on that Feraligatr. The Hexes are just going to add up too quickly. Got to try to make something work. And keep an eye on the switch timer there. Heavily displaced. If that Talonflame were to come back in, it would have a feast on that Fortress.
Ooh, he actually goes for the charge attack priority tie. Bit of an interesting play as this does mean that Uzzler can't shield, bank the move, and then snipe down with the Incinerate. He's got a no shield, he gets knocked out. Talonflame is gonna get a farm down here. No Sand Tomb is reached, but can Feraligatr try and Shadow Claw down?
You need 4 or 5 Shadow Claws here. Gets to the first fly, and I think this is all it's gonna take, because this breaks the shield, and the second fly will bring down the roof.
Oh, Feraligatr got so close to getting that farm down. Fly is gonna be shielded. Feraligatr just needed one more, and it cannot get there. Talonflame knocks out one of its hardest counters, and that's gonna be a game 1 win for Uz.
Very well done by Uz there. Had a powerful lead, gave away switch advantage at the mid game, and still found his way back to a victory versus Toasty Paul Rick in battle number 1.
I loved how Uz played that game. Sometimes I feel like trainers can get a little bit lost in terms of, I had a good lead, I have to win switch.
Yeah.
But recognizing that my lead Pokemon and my back Pokemon are so strong into this fortress, I don't need switch. Instead, I can just go for energy on Talonflame. I've already seen the Licky Licky. The worst it could be is like a Feraligatr or a Stunfisk, and my energy would still have value there.
Exactly. That's very, very well said. Looking at the rest of the team there, it's going to be difficult to bring some of these picks. I mean, I want to see the chest not so bad. I'm trying to find a rationale for it, but sometimes leaving your obvious pick on the bench can also be the secret to success. This Talonflame, though, looking pretty solid.
Talonflame put in so much work in that game, banking the move, sending in the Jellicent, and Jellicent, it was just up too much energy. Bug Bite Fortress, so oppressive when it's up energy, but unfortunately it was down energy here, and we kind of saw the limitations of the Pokemon when that happened.
Yeah, we really did. Jellicent, a Pokemon that is famously known for countering Empoleon, can find neutral play across the board. But let's get out of the replays and into the action, because this is game number 2. Togekiss into Unova Stunfisk.
That's a dominant lead win for Uz. Immediate pivot out into the Licky Licky, and he's going to be responding with that Shadow Bug Bite Fortress.
Yeah, another difficult lead for Toasty Paul Rick in game number 2. He's going to try to make something of it. Shadow Ball from that Licky Licky. If it does connect, will deal a ton of damage, but it won't.
Shield comes up, so Uz very much valuing preserving switch advantage no matter the cost. Is ABA strong into that Togekiss? He's gonna farm up, and Toasty Paul Rick actually over-farmed there ever so slightly. Could have fired off the Shadow Ball before that Rock Tomb was available, and now Toasty Paul Rick will actually put up the shield.
Yeah, I like the shield call as well. I mean, could have easily been a Sand Tomb bait, and it would have been Field's bad man to shield, but I do like that he respects the Rock Tomb there. Gonna throw the Shadow Ball. That is meaningful damage as well, and the switch timers are up, although I think taking back control of switch advantage is still Toasty Paul Rick's #1 objective.
Uzzler could have fired off the Sand Tomb, but instead chose not to. Instead, just going to try and go for massive farm. Getting a Thunder Shock down here could effectively end the game on the spot because the energy is too valuable. Does Uzzler end up going for it?
I think you have to, right? I think you have to. He is looking for it. If he's counting, he knows this is just a body slam. Let's see. Yes, he knows immediately it's not the Shadow Ball.
Oh, this is such a brilliant play from Uz. He ended up not throwing the energy because he just wants to farm. And now what do you do as Toasty Paul Rick? You're forced to bring in the Stunfisk, but you're down so many Thunder Shocks. You are 8 Thunder Shocks behind in a mirror match.
Absolutely deflating for Toasty Paul Rick here. Like you said, Henry, the lead that has been built by this Unova Stunfisk on Uzzler's side is just so insurmountable. It's just going to rain these Mud Bombs and fire those discharges up into the sky against Togekiss.
And just Mud Bomb after Mud Bomb. There's nothing Toasty Paw Rick can do, and Togekiss is not going to have a winning matchup in the back either, and he catches the Mud Bomb on the Jellicent. Uz cannot be stopped.
Absolutely villainous play to catch the Mud Bomb on the Jellicent, and he's going to look for some Hex damage. No, actually going to swap right into Togekiss, and this is not a great matchup for Togekiss whatsoever. The Pecs are neutral, the Psyshocks are neutral. There's not a lot it can do to fight back.
Psyshock does not do much here. It is pretty survivable, and Uz knows it. Pretty immediate no shield. Psyshock is going to land, and now Uz can look to fire off the back-to-back Shadow Balls because 3 more Pecs will not take the knockout, meaning that a Shadow Ball will always be reached.
I mean, Jellicent is a powerful Pokemon, but with that Unova Stunfisk still in the back, it's the same as a sandwich. It's just filler. It needs to do a little bit of damage here against the Togekiss, but there's not much more that needs to be done besides that.
And this takes the knockout or pressures away the final shield. Toasty Paw Rick just going to let this go, but the timer is up for Uzzler, so Uzzler can just get the Stunfisk back on the field, and Stunfisk is up energy. So Uzzler can just farm up to the back-to-back.
No.
He's going for the triple resisted discharge, and it's no shielded.
No. Absolute bad manners on stage as Uzzler connects a triple resisted discharge into Toasty Paw Rick's Unova Stunfisk. How cruel.
Oh my goodness, the discharge. We saw that's triple resisted. 1, 2, 3 times resisted. That does absolutely nothing. Uzler with a flare in dramatic fashion takes the series 2-0.
It's a, the stuff is with the defibs, but it's just not enough to bring it back to life in this series. 2-0 domination from Uzler versus Toasty Paul Rick. And I gotta say, it came off the heels of 2 dominant leads. Talonflame into the Fortress and that Togekiss into the Unova Stunfisk. Really not a lot that Toasty Paul Rick could have done, but Uzler didn't let the game slip away either. I think that's a real testament to his skill.
Very well played by Uzler, and Speedy, maybe the real Chestnut was the friends that we made along the way. The Chestnut missing in action. We hyped it up. We were so excited. The Chestnut never showed up, but I really liked how Uz crafted that game 2 line, running ABA strong with the lead Pokemon and the back Pokemon strong into the Togekiss. Yeah. So that way, if Togekiss was brought trying to hunt down that Chestnut, it was basically just going to meet a brick wall.
Exactly. Just building those insurance policies around your team and being prepared basically for all eventualities. I think Uzler did that extremely well. And even if Toasty Paul Rick would have gotten a favorable lead here or there, it felt like he was up against an opponent that had all the answers outside of that. Also, what fascinated me was both games winning lead that hard and then just giving up switch advantage and being able to gather enough energy to make it just a non-factor.
It was a really nice showcase of very strong energy management, and then at the end going for the triple resisted discharge. The players having some fun on stage because they know the game's over. The Stunfisk is just simply too healthy. Yeah. And in Pokemon Go, immunities aren't a thing, so it will do some damage, but at 3 times resistance, it's gonna do basically nothing.
It's like sludge waving a Bastiodon, right? It's one of those things that can happen, and sometimes it does, and it's very funny when it occurs on stream, but yeah, it's not gonna do any damage. You're not gonna win a lot of games that way unless the game is already done.
Now, I bet our good friend Mr. Marto Galde was a big fan of that discharge into the Stunfisk there.
Oh, yeah. I want to see a clip. I want to see a reaction from Marto on his own socials. That'd be awesome to witness after the event's over.
Oh, what a series. I loved the demonstration where alignment isn't everything, and you can kind of play to energy, especially if you end up crafting your lines well, because even though there were those dominating leads, that doesn't dictate the game. Surrendering switch advantage, getting that farm, and then reading that Stunfisk energy was just going to be so strong. The Quagsire was never going to be brought out of fear of the Chestnut. Chestnut didn't do anything. Chestnut sat on the bench over there. Chestnut was just drinking a bottle of water, hanging out. Chestnut didn't have to do anything.
We call it the intimidation factor,
True.
all right? That's what it is. Chestnut was so scary that it kept entire Pokemon away from the field completely. I think it did have an impact, just wasn't obvious on screen, but that was a great series to watch and a very dominant set of plays by Uzler. We have 2 trainers here that are going to take the field shortly. One of them a LA local, and another one a Canadian local. So I'm really excited to see these 2 trainers face off.
Ooh, we have Flying Pizza versus J-Jan. Taking a look at the teams, I believe we have seen Flying Pizza on stream before, whereas J-Jan has been working his way through the losers bracket.
This is going to be a fun showcase. Flying Pizza has been known to take down very talented trainers. He's not somebody that's always on these championship boards. He's not always on the after tournament recaps, but he's a trainer that is very talented in his own right and can make waves. So you've got to respect him quite a bit. This is going to be our Group A losers round 8. So we are deep into the woods here, everybody, as we work towards our conclusion of day 1 in LA.
Man, and what a matchup it's going to be. Togekiss, Stunfisk, Fortress, Shadow Quagsire running Mud Bomb over Stone Edge, Licky Licky, and Feraligatr. And for J-Jan, the Shadow Bug Bite Fortress, ever scary. Feraligatr, Togekiss, Licky Licky, Shadow Quagsire again on Mud Bomb. So both Quagsires on Mud Bomb. And then the standard, the ever scary, the ever bulky Galarian Corsola.
Wow. Actually, it's so much neutral play here with these teams. They're very similar, if I might say. I do think it's going to be a tussle to see which one of these trainers can come out with the victory. But I wanted to ask you this, Henry. So we have seen a lot of trainers pivot away from Stone Edge Quagsire more towards the Mud Bomb variant. I think you give up that flying type coverage when you lose Stone Edge, but with the Mud Bomb, you get a much better Feraligatr matchup. Is that true?
Mud Bomb helps you a lot against so many of these waters that are rising in the meta, but it also improves your neutral play because Mud Bomb is a more efficient charge attack than Aqua Tail. So in a lot of matchups, like let's say the Licky Licky matchup, going up against a Bug Bite Shadow Fortress, a lot of the times 2 Aqua Tails can't quite take the knockout, but Mud Bomb can. So Mud Bomb getting reworked actually opens the door for Quagsire quite a bit and improves a lot of those neutral matchups.
Well, you're very nice to talking around the topic. I don't think it helps the Feraligatr matchup that much because you didn't mention it. But anyways, we're going to see what happens between these two players. We're going to look at Flying Pizza on the left and JJan on the right. Leads on the field. This is game 1.
The stage is set. Losers finals, Group A. It's going to be that Shadow Bug Bite Fortress into that Feraligatr.
Feraligatr is going to pace up to those Hydro Cannons every 10 turns. It's going to deal a walloping amount of damage when it does connect. We see a lot of Fortress trainers shield the first move and then throw a debuffing Rock Tomb. Flying Pizza flips the script and says, nah, give me the Hydro Cannon.
That does do a lot of damage. Suddenly, Fortress very, very low. Flying Pizza, he didn't go for the Rock Tomb. He went for the Sand Tomb. He's looking for the defense drop.
If he does get it, it does mean a Bug Bite through. That Sand Tomb connects. Oh, Feraligatr gets weakened, but it still does get to that second Hydro Cannon.
That bait call paying dividends for JJan. JJan goes for an undercharge. This will still take the knockout. JJan could look to pivot and try and deny the farm. And he's actually going to decide to stay in and let the Quagsire farm him down. He does have a pretty strong answer available with the Togekiss.
Now, in lieu of that Stone Edge, you have to rely on a ton of Aqua Tail spam. A lot of trainers just fire these off as quickly as possible, but you have to respect that Aura Sphere as well. I think the Togekiss can connect one and look to peck down, especially in the 2 shields.
There is a little bit of tech in this matchup. If you run a high attack Shadow Quagsire, you can actually deal 2 damage per Mudshot instead of 1, and it can actually flip the matchup. However, it does look like in this matchup, the Mudshots are only hitting for 1, so that means this will be a very commanding matchup, and JJan recognizes it. You can no-shield a second Aqua Tail and basically never be farmed down.
Wow, great recognition by JJan. Ever the calculated trainer. In comes Licky looking for the snipe with those rollouts, but doesn't quite get it done. Aura Sphere gets queued up.
Flying Pizza committing everything, trying to keep this Licky Licky as healthy as possible, but JJan now gets to send in the Quagsire. Quagsire will take quite a lot of damage from Shadow Ball. Flying Pizza gonna opt for a Body Slam bait.
Big bait, up 2 shields. This is an obvious bait scenario. Does JJan call it? He does!
Oh, what a call by JJan. JJan gonna farm up, this time going for an Aqua Tail, just trying to lock in damage onto this Licky Licky. The switch timers are slightly misaligned here.
This is our losers finals, everybody. Remember, loser goes home. Winner of this series goes on to day number 2. Body Slam number 2 does take that first shield.
So Flying Pizza did not get the first bait, doubles down, gets the second bait. Mud Bomb will barely miss the knockout here. JJan could opt for the triple Aqua Tail, and it looks like that's the route that he's gonna go for.
And it's such a tough position to be in as a Licky Licky with the 3-turn rollouts. You cannot really swap on good timing because JJan just won't fall for it. Actually going on charge attack priority, JJan taking the knockout here. That is devastating for Flying Pizza.
Very nice recognition by JJan that Mud Bomb would barely miss the knockout, going for the triple Aqua Tail. And now Quagsire, it's up a shield, it's up energy, and now he can just commit to the Mud Bomb, and that should secure the game.
This looks very clean for JJan and his Shadow Quagsire. Put himself in a great position, up the Protect Shield and up a bit of energy, and it pays off massively.
Now, to answer your question from earlier, Speedy, about the Feraligatr Quagsire matchup, I think having Mud Bomb actually makes Quagsire a lot more realistic as a safe switch into a Feraligatr team. The head-to-head matchup on even energy, it's still pretty rough, but it does mean that Quagsire is a little more easily safe switched. However, with the threat of Togekiss on the team, I think it kind of becomes a bit of a moot point because we saw in that game with JJan having the Togekiss on a Quagsire how dominant that matchup is with Mudshot only dealing 1 damage.
You're right. Thank you, Henry. I needed to hear it. But I'm excited to see what happens in game number 2 here as well. Great gameplay by JJan. A couple of really good bait calls. And Flying Pizza might need to bait a little bit less and just look to be a bit more aggressive, taking Protect Shields early and trying to put JJan on the back foot.
That Body Slam no shield was so nice from JJan, even with shielding the second Body Slam bait, calling the first, put him so far ahead, and then going for the triple Aqua Tail, shutting down Licky Licky, which had just made it to a Shadow Ball. That energy loss was too much for Flying Pizza to recover from.
Exactly. It can be really tough to keep count after all the switches and all the fast attacks, but JJan knew exactly when that Shadow Ball was going to be queued up, and he found that charge attack priority to silence Licky Licky and effectively put that game number 1 in the books.
Now, JJan, this is familiar territory for him. He has been in top cuts before, and he's looking to get back. We've got lock-ins. Game number 2, it's going to be a very neutral matchup for Alligator staring down Togekiss.
This one can have a little bit of variety to it if that Feraligatr is able to win the charge attack priority over the Togekiss. You have to be a little attack weighted there. JJan going right for the Hydro Cannon after 5 Shadow Claws. Maybe he's confident his Feraligatr is aggressive enough to do it.
He would love to try and get that information, but Flying Pizza going to overfarm and deny him that information. Aura Sphere here will barely miss the knockout as long as the Feraligatr does have pretty good PvP IVs, but JJan, he's not going to risk it. He's going to put up the shield, and now this could be a charge attack priority tie.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what JJan wants, and that's what JJan gets. Feraligatr ripping another Hydro Cannon here on the cap tie.
So JJan running a very high attack Feraligatr to win that charge attack priority tie. Normally, Togekiss is favored there, so JJan, you identified it instantly. The fact that he's throwing on 5, he's confident he's winning that charge attack priority tie.
Exactly. Feraligatr does hang on to the Aura Sphere. Both trainers pivoting immediately, and this is one of the big impact factors of that Shadow Bug Bite Fortress. It chews through Pokemon like Quagsire.
These Bug Bite shred, but Fortress is so slow to get to these charge attacks. Fortress not down on any energy this time, but Fortress desperately reaching for the Sand Tomb. But Sand Tomb is pretty survivable here for Flying Pizza.
Definitely survivable, and I think that the Bug Bite damage afterwards is basically the question. How much do you want to take if you're Flying Pizza? And he took quite a bit before you reach for the Mud Bomb.
Mud Bomb will guarantee the knockout, but JJan puts up the shield. He says no. He wants to apply a debuff onto whatever's in the back, so he's going to shield up. He will get this Bug Bite farm down and exit with a decent amount of energy. Quagsire nowhere close to the Aqua Tail as it's going to fall.
I do like that play quite a bit. In comes the Licky Licky. Going to look for a body slam, which might actually not even be enough at this range. JJan going to fire the Rock Tomb first.
One difficult aspect of this endgame is JJan would love to be able to pivot into the Quagsire, but if JJan ever switch locks the Quagsire, then there's no fast attack pressure available into the Togekiss.
Exactly. He leaves himself wide open to take an extra bonus charge attack that he doesn't want to take. Shadow Ball does pick up the KO. That's going to be enough to do it. In comes the Quagsire. Do we see a pivot into the Feraligatr? No. We're going to outpace, win the race. Shadow Quagsire, Aqua Tail to the face.
Togekiss reaching for the Aura Sphere, couldn't quite get there, but JJan keeping his ability to switch alive as back in comes the Licky Licky. Licky Licky, it needs to make it to 2 Shadow Balls, and it just simply does not have the pacing.
Aqua Tail connecting into the Licky Licky here. This is going to be a chip back and forth situation. I almost said chip and dip, but we're just going to chip back and forth, taking scoops of the salsa here, and we're going to see if Licky Licky can make any impact. It needs 2 charge attacks, but Quagsire is already closing in on the second charge attack of its own.
Flying Pizza was trying to wait the turn there, but Flying Pizza, he needs a body slam into a Shadow Ball, and he just cannot get there. The Shadow Quagsire's pacing is too good, and that is going to secure game number 2 for JJan.
I really appreciate in this series how JJan recognized his position. He knew exactly what he needed to do to execute on the win conditions and also keep Flying Pizza from his own. Very well played, very calculated by a very cerebral trainer in JJan. And also, congratulations, JJan, for making it to Top Cut.
Now, if I remember, I was watching a segment that you had filmed with some qualified trainers giving advice to trainers who hadn't qualified yet. And I believe JJan was actually mentioned in that segment, Mr. Speedy.
That's correct. Dunebug gave some advice to JJan, said it's okay to study the matchups, that's great, but focus more on real-life gameplay. Focus on counts, focus on knowing what your Pokemon in particular can absorb, what they can tank, and what they can dish back out. And I think that he took that extra time, maybe some extra scrims, maybe a bit of extra practice, and it really shows here in LA.
He played that matchup. There wasn't really any flashy plays, but it was just consistently good decisions. Yeah, like consistency again and again, making the right call, and that all kind of added up, almost like an avalanche running down a mountain. Is getting enough right decisions together, and then the lead slowly starts to grow throughout the course of the match.
It almost feels like in competitive Pokemon Go, both trainers are kind of marching side by side right through the matchup, and there are moments where you can take 2 steps ahead instead of just 1, and you can start to build on that lead over and over and over until you have such a gap between you and your opponent I think that's exactly what JJM was doing. Like you said, nothing flashy, no incredible bait calls, no incredible switch scenarios or catches, but he was just able to recognize, okay, well now, if my opponent does this, I'm going to be behind, so I need to switch at this moment. I need to throw this charge attack now. Just incredible awareness positionally and pacing himself through the matchup extremely well.
I loved the end game of that game number 2, not switch locking the Quagsire, recognizing that if Pizza had not used that final Protect shield, if Togekiss has a shield to hide behind, Togekiss is going to get massive, massive value out of the Quagsire. So he stayed in, he forced the shield, he let himself get farmed down, confident in the knowledge that once that shield was out of play, then he could just throw the Aqua Tail, Togekiss is gone, and then there's nothing stopping the Quagsire.
Exactly right. Recognize that win condition and playing towards it. Congratulations again to JJ. Unfortunately for Flying Pizza, his tournament run in LA will be over, but I do think he's got to be very proud of that accomplishment. Round 8, playing 8 rounds in that lower side bracket is something that is very difficult to do, and he fell to a worthy opponent. But Henry, we're late in the season. We only have this event and Indianapolis and then the North America International. So that's in terms of NA, right? So let's take a look back for a moment at our previous champion. This is Milwaukee and Meteor Fallian.
My name is Bob Zhang. I'm originally from China, but now I live in California. My favorite Pokemon is Metagross. I like Steel because it feels calm, matches my character. I originally played in the competitive Pokemon as a TCG player, but when Go came out, I became very fascinated by it. I played GBL from the beginning, and I found their tournaments. So I started both TCG and Go by just going to tournaments and learn from people I look up to. So I started playing about the 2nd season ever, and I actually did moderately well in that season. I got a couple of top 8 finishes, but I never got into the finals. I remember one season I got 0 points, so that was a very tough time. I learned the only way out of it is to actually drop those feelings and then just competing, and it will go away. Life has been good and bad. There are good times, there are bad times. You just have to live with it. So I like the feeling of coming to tournaments. It makes me escape my daily routine. These tournaments are so well organized and a lot of fun. The commentators are very entertaining. You can see from the stream easily a lot of high-level strategies that you can try to learn from. So if you're someone who wants to be a champion, then the first step would definitely be going to tournaments. I have been on stream even before today's tournament. I had a big win on stream one time in Vancouver, but that was basically it. It has never gone this well. I have to thank my wife about it. She plays a different kind of game, but she taught me a few tricks that you can do on the stage to make you less nervous. I'm really grateful to her and her little tricks. They really worked. Don't pay too much attention to anyone else, just be yourself. In the beginning of day 2, I know my opponent's team is going to give me trouble, so I studied for that matchup and it paid off. I never played best of 5 before, and today I had to play 3 best of 5s. My most difficult matchup was in the finals. Pranav is absolutely an elite player. He's eliminated many good players in this tournament, and also his team is kind of unique. He has 2 flyers, which constantly gave me trouble. I don't have anything that's hard counter to the Corv Knight, and I just have to do teamwork to overcome that. Pranav reset the bracket 3-0. That was a big challenge. I'm going to tell you a secret. My team comp for Game 5 is my GBL team. I was just like, hey, it's just another GBL battle, let's do it. People have been telling me for this tournament, what if this is your tournament?
Oh, the Simon KO! This is going to be so close! Wait, is that no, it's not!
And then I came out with 1 HP and Dream, so everything connects perfectly.
Meteor Fallian wins its first ever tournament here in Milwaukee!
I feel super excited. When I won, my whole body was shaking. It's pretty cool. This is one of the best ways the finals can happen among all the finals I've been to. Now I won this regional. One goal I want to achieve is to do better at Worlds next season. This year's Worlds, I didn't do that well, but I lost to Sergeant Park, so it was a lot of fun. My favorite memory from the past Worlds is when I can meet everybody from different countries. It's nice to know someone who you don't normally see and talk to, and by talking to them, I feel that I always learn something. If I can choose anyone I would like to face in the grand final of Worlds, I think I would choose Petalman, because he's a player that inspired me so much. Now I am a regional champion. I don't think anything is impossible. My primary overall goal is to be happy with Pokemon. As long as I feel happy, I'll continue to play.
Tell me if we had to start from the beginning once again, would it be worth it? Retraced every single step that led us to this very moment, would you do it? Every high and every low, knowing just where the path would go. Every sacrifice we made, would you do it all again so we could stand up here and say, it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our heads high, come stand with me. It's our time. It's our time.
Look, let me take you all back to the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. So when I got a starter, no, I really started a team. From the first loss till the first badge, up unarticulated what the words lacked. On the journey, pushing forward to evolve with my friends. I look back at every battle and I do it again.
Every high and every low,
And again and again.
knowing just where the path would go.
All the way up to victory road.
Every sacrifice we made,
No regrets, so I live for the game.
traitors, let me hear you say, it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our heads high, come stand with me. It's our time. It's our time. It's our time. Every step and every scar, every wish upon a star, built the strength to chase the sun. We faced our fears, refused to run, from humble stars to dreams of glory high. Now our names echo across the sky. It's our It's our time, yeah. It's our time, and we're living it up. You know we came so far, never gave it up. Now take a look at us. Finally, it's our time, and we're living it up. You know we came so far, never gave it up. Now take a look at us. Finally, it's our time.
So fun to look at Anaheim 2025 World Championships. Of course, we've got the winner of that tournament here in Los Angeles as well, Bezo Boy, but we'll have to wait a little bit to see him in the losers finals. We've still got losers B finals to watch, and that is going to be Out of Pocket versus Gerald.
But I think we got that matchup coming real soon, just after this epic clash between Out of Pocket and XGerald X. This is the losers finals. It is win and make day number 2, or go home for these talented trainers. Of course, Out of Pocket, he said at the beginning of the season, I just really want to win a regional championship. He is focused, he is determined. He needs to come through on the loser side of the bracket to do so, facing XGerald X, the double flyer master with the Altaria and the Corviknight.
And you know what, though? I think Pocket also said that he's not going to stop playing Pokemon Go until he wins the World Championships. So it's going to be a long road for him ahead. But, you know, we're still here. It's day 1 of the Los Angeles Regional, just one game, one match at a time. And, you know, we saw him earlier kind of struggling against Pyro Pandas, Togekiss, and Feraligatr. There is a Feraligatr here on Gerald's side as well. So we'll have to see if he's come up with any new strategies in the meantime.
And see if he uses that weak link, as you called it, the Azumarill. Azumarill felt a lot slower in those matchups. It has so much bulk, it has so much place in this meta. Maybe even against this double Flyers team, I think it could be quite strong just because you're going to be pretty good against the Corviknight and the Altaria, but you have to worry about that other fairy type in that Tinkaton as well. So maybe you try to go keep up with the pacing with some other Pokemon. Nighttime Clasher, obviously with the same exact team, has already moved on. This is going to be Group B losers finals. Out of Pocket versus XGerald X. There it is. It's the Azumarill, and it's a fairy lead for XGerald X as well with the Tinkaton.
This is definitely the worst matchup for Azumarill, but Pocket's going to stay in here, maybe thinking that the bubble damage is going to add up. Maybe bank up some energy before swapping out into something, because I don't think you want to play out the entire lead matchup here. Gerald, pretty close to 100 energy there, is going to throw the first charge attack of the game in that Gigaton Hammer.
It is so hard, though, because you don't have that water type or any of your steel types to take the not very effective Gigaton Hammer in the back. You have all Pokemon that are going to take neutral to this hammer, so no matter what you bring in, it's going to get chunked, and this Grumpig doesn't really want to take that much damage, so you have to give up the Protect Shield early on here, and here comes the Corviknight to face this Grumpig, and this Grumpig is down a Protect Shield, and Corviknight is going to be able to at the payback already.
Right, yeah, gonna be more prone to the payback. So I like how Gerald played that, right? Pulling a shield now, he can bring in something that does super effective damage. He also had that Feraligatr in the back, but he's going to save that for the backline. It's actually going to be matched up against Licky Licky, which will be interesting. Gerald's actually going for a bait here and pulls Pocket's second shield.
Devastating here for Out of Pocket, out of shields, and he's gonna be able to get to that payback, but first there is the Dynamic Punch, which will probably pick up the first Protect Shield from XGerald X, thinking that he has to use it here. Yes, he has to use it, but there is a timer available. Can you try to swap on the payback? You have Psywave that is a one-turn fast attack. Instead, swapping into the Licky Licky, just trying to take the bulk into this payback, and yes, you're gonna be able to take the payback. At least that payback is gone for that Grumpig later on.
And Pocket here trying to take advantage of these misaligned switch timers. Gerald's going to bring back in the Tinkaton. Pocket's already out of Shadow Ball, but Tinkaton very bulky. Going to be able to take this Shadow Ball, no problem. Pocket is going to need a second charge attack in order to take it down.
And the problem is, even on Grumpig, you're going to have to commit in energy to this Tinkaton. As soon as this Tinkaton knocks out the Licky Licky, there's no Protect Shields remaining. This is enough to knock out. And suddenly, you're going to have to throw one of those resisted Ice Beams or Play Roughs, I believe, to try to knock out this Tinkaton. Do try to get some energy first on the Grumpig, and he actually is going to try to get some energy first because the Tinkaton is energy dry, but it's going to get to an attack if you don't swap or throw a charge attack.
Oh, and that was really nice counting from Pocket. That actually might have been a charge attack priority, though. So Gerald is thinking that if he puts up this shield, he can guarantee a knockout of this Grumpig, and that's exactly what happens as this Gigaton Hammer is coming through. Pocket still got the Azumarill, but there's still so many Pokemon to get through on Gerald's side. Still a full health Feraligatr as well, and I don't even know if Gerald wants to show it. No, he's going to have to show it, as Ice Beam is going to knock out the Corviknight. Actually, is there any universe in which Azumarill can get to 2 Play Roughs versus Feraligatr?
Yeah, it needs to get the double charge attack, goes for the slight undercharge to get one more bubble, but now there is no universe because the Air Cutter is going to be coming through, and now you're in range of the Hydro Cannon there. You're going to get outpaced to the double charge attack. The last Pokemon will be revealed soon by XGerald X, unless you have double super effects. Even against an Altaria, it wouldn't matter. You're going to be having that Feraligatr as the last Pokemon. There it's revealed. There's just no shot for Out of Pocket here.
All right, I found the universe, Butters. Gerald needs to randomly switch into Tinkaton, but he doesn't fall for it. Of course not. But he does throw the Hydro Cannon at the Azumarill. That's going to knock it out as Gerald takes the 1-game lead in this ever-important losers finals.
That was a pretty dominant game number 1. The Tinkaton and Corviknight double steel core was kind of running circles around Out of Pocket's team. Didn't run any of the 3 Pokemon that could have resistance to the Gigaton Hammer. Facing that Tinkaton in the lead, there was just nowhere to go. The Azumarill couldn't throw the resisted charge attacks into it, and even the Grumpig instantly had to give up a Protect Shield. That was a fantastic line of 3 for XGerald X.
And I like how he countered Pocket's Grumpig, right? Pocket's Grumpig is probably the most flexible Pokemon against Gerald's team. Gerald maybe didn't feel like he had an answer straight away that he could just bring in to counter swap against the Grumpig, but he said, you know what, I'm going to take a shield advantage or to chip this substantially with the Gigaton Hammer, and we saw him really easily able to handle it with the Corviknight.
And do we see the Quagsire maybe from Out of Pocket? But remember, this is not a Mud Bomb Quagsire either, if I remember. Yes, it's Aqua Tail and Stone Edge, so there's no real threat for that Tinkaton. That Tinkaton is super safe against almost everything on Out of Pocket's team. I know the Corviknight matchup is a bit clunky because of the sand attack that's super effective, but still, Tinkaton has a lot of play, a lot of value for XGerald X, and Out of Pocket ran that Azumarill like he's been doing in that winners finals and like he did in that first game of the losers finals, and I don't know, it just feels like it just doesn't have a place against XGerald X's team.
Yeah, because it looks like on paper it looks quite decent, but then when it actually comes into play, it's faced up against the Tinkaton or the Feraligatr, and it's not great. Pocket's going to change it up. He's putting the Azumarill in the back this time. This is a nice lead for him. He's got the Licky Licky into the Feraligatr.
And if he can take the alignment and match up his Corviknight into the Tinkaton in the back, his Azumarill into the Corviknight, I mean, it's going to be pretty neutral in the back line as well. A lot of opportunity for swaps, catches, and banking extra energy. You will be able to win this lead matchup if you would like to. And here's the swap, and actually waited on it, and it's going to be a Shadow Ball that's going to be neutral into this Corviknight.
This is the move you would want to throw, but now, you know, Pocket is going to be able to put his Azumarill probably where he wants to. Maybe you want to bank up a little bit more energy before swapping out. Actually, no, he's just going to throw the Shadow Ball. Really wants to chip down this Corviknight, thinking that this is going to be a great destination for the Licky Licky's energy.
And maybe you just come in Azumarill and get full bubble down now. Oh no, actually comes in with your own Corviknight here. That is much more difficult to get the sand attack down. In the meantime, you'll have to take a payback. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining, but I don't think you want to use a crucial Protect Shield with your tournament life on the line. Yes, on a payback. You're going to try to go for the sand attack down, but these sand attacks are not doing much damage, so.
Really tricky position for Out of Pocket. Maybe thinking if he brought in the Azumarill, the switch timers were just so desynced that Gerald could chip his Azumarill and then wall it with Tinkaton. So I'm thinking that is potentially the reason that he brought in this Corviknight, because like you said, it's a really tough sand attack down. He has a lot of energy now as he brings in the, well, Gerald brings in the Feraligatr to take Pocket's energy.
He gets a huge bait though with the Air Cutter. Can he get a boost as well? No boost, and actually add another Air Cutter, not quite at the payback. XGerald X might have known that. Let the Air Cutter through. It's not going to do that much damage in the Feraligatr. You have your timer back available, swapping into the Azumarill to try to soak up all of this not very effective damage from the Feraligatr.
All right, let's see what this Azumarill can do. We haven't been saying it's finding the best matchups throughout the day, but this could be a good position for it. It's known to just be able to soak up a lot of energy. First Hydro Cannon absorbed, no problem. Here comes the second. Now the switch clocks are going to come up at some point, but the question is, can Pocket get off a play rough on this Feraligatr before it switches out?
Yeah, you need to do something here, and here comes the Tinkaton, and it's just too slow. It just doesn't get to its attacks fast enough, and now you have all this resisted damage coming into Tinkaton and counter-absorbing all this energy just like the Azumarill did on the Feraligatr, except this is just doing absolutely nothing into this Tinkaton. This Tinkaton can just sit and farm up energy, but the timer's almost up. Now swapping the Corviknight, and these timers are so misaligned. Out of Pocket does have an opportunity here.
He's grasping for any straw he can. This is a great position. He's absorbing energy in all the right places. First, resisted Gigaton Hammer coming through. He's thinking he's not going to be able to reach the payback potentially, or maybe fishing for a boost here as he throws Air Cutter onto the Tinkaton.
And the Air Cutter, it does some crucial chip damage to maybe put it in range of Shadow Ball or resisted Play Rough plus Bubbles. And here comes the Bulldoze bait. 1 protection remaining. Does Out of Pocket uses last Protect Shield of the battle?
No.
He does!
Huge bait by Gerald. That is
and the
not
defense
something
drop.
you want to shield as he brings in his own Corviknight now. Pocket trying to farm up a bunch of energy. This is just an Air Cutter. He does have that defense drop. I think you can hang on here, but it's not going to be pretty.
And you still have the sand attack down. You do hang on. You have to get the sand attack down to bank all this energy. Here comes the sand attacks. It does go through. You have all the energy. 1 Protect Shield remaining for Gerald. There's 3 Pokemon remaining for Out of Pocket. The payback is available. Tinkaton can come in and soak up all this energy once again for Gerald. I expect that's what's going to happen. There it is. Here comes one Fairy Wind. That's not enough to knock out. The resisted payback is going to land on the Tinkaton.
And how do you finish off this Tinkaton as Pocket? Do you go for the bubble damage? He's going to stand, try to get off the sand attack, and he actually reaches an air cutter at the last second.
That low health Corviknight being the MVP for Pocket, getting a Protect Shield. That Tinkaton has no health, but has to give up the Protect Shield swap into Feraligatr. Gerald is trying to get out of there. Licky, how much energy does it have left? It doesn't have energy. Here comes the Azumarill. Azumarill has the player up. Is he gonna throw it before the Hydro Cannon? No!
Oh my goodness, Pocket maybe lost count. He's trying to farm up a lot of energy here. He's gonna need to farm up even more energy if he wants to have something in the tank for that Tinkaton at the end. But no, he's just gonna do one bubble and throw this Ice Beam. I'm actually not sure if this Ice Beam knocks out the Feraligatr, but that might even be to Pocket's advantage as he could get another bubble.
He needs to get another Ice Beam out in this battle before here comes the Bulldoze that will knock out. But crucially for Out of Pocket, this will waste all of the energy on the Tinkaton. The Tinkaton needed that energy to land the Gigaton Hammer on the Licky. Now Licky should be able to outpace, no problem. 4, 3, 2, 1 at the buzzer. The rollout down for Out of Pocket.
And Pocket hangs on by the skin of his teeth in this series, in this tournament, as he's going to even up the series 1-1.
Don't count out Azumarill and don't count out Pocket. He felt like he was down and out that entire game and able to misalign the timers enough to bounce around the matchup, use the entire allotted time on the battlefield to finally knock out Gerald. Two of these trainers are talking it out about something, but who even knows what it would be? There were so many interactions in that game, it went to a timeout pretty much.
And I'll tell you what, Butters, earlier today you told me that a game with 4 swaps on one side is what you call a flexible matchup. I mean, that game went all the way to the timer, so it has to have had at least 4 swaps.
Yeah, that means you are in a dynamic and fluid meta, which is so fun to watch. Once again, these trainers are talking about something. I see some action on the iPad for the judges, so we'll tell you what happened when we know. We have no idea what happened, but I do know that was an epic game, and back against the wall for Pocket. His tournament dreams on the line, his dream of becoming a regional champion this season on the line. He's on the loser side. There's no room for error, and it just feels like Azumarill hasn't quite been there for him this series, so it's nice to finally pick up a decisive win with that Azumarill.
And I'll tell you what, it did barely its job in the last game, right? It landed the Ice Beam.
Give it credit, so give Azumarill credit.
I am. I said it barely got the job done. It landed the Ice Beam on the Feraligatr, and we are getting confirmation that the match is under review. We'll have to see exactly what the details of that match are, but I would imagine, given that Pocket looks like he had won the game, Gerald might be thinking that he lost a turn somewhere, or maybe the game didn't update.
Yeah, I sometimes or oftentimes I feel like I saw something, or I know exactly when a player had a reaction, so you could think that's when it happened. I have no idea where this infraction might have happened, so we'll let you know as soon as we know. But at this point, these are just maybe this is actually where it happened.
Oh.
We are slow mowing on that Hydro Cannon. XGerald X. I didn't see anything that happened, but maybe I missed it because I wasn't fully paying attention. I was just kind of talking.
Wait, hang on, right here, 4, 5. Yeah, I mean, everything, okay. I'd have to see it. If that was the moment that's being reviewed, then I'd have to see it again because, like you, I didn't see anything. Let me see.
Well, luckily
here.
that's not our job. Our job.
Luckily, there's no rematch, so we don't have to worry about that. You can see the standing there is 1-1. So it looks like that game number 2, epic game number 2 is going to stand, and we're going to go to a decisive game number 3 to decide who goes home and who goes to day 2.
And Gerald trying to keep his good season alive. I mean, he's had multiple top 5 finishes in the past. He wants to be another world competitor this season. He's on good pace to do that. So a lot on the line for these trainers, a lot of momentum as the final stretch of the season is coming up right now. And we got a decisive game number 3. Will we see the Azumarill once again? We got the Tinkaton into that Bug Bite Fortress. It's kind of a weird matchup, but you have super effective damage with that sand attack. So this Fortress does okay into this matchup.
It's really not bad at all, actually. The Sand Tomb, like you said, super effective, and I think 2 Sand Tombs are enough to take it out. You also resist the Gigaton Hammer and Bulldoze, as we've seen throughout the day. Doesn't do much damage at all. So you'll see when this Gigaton Hammer lands, yes, it does do quite a bit of damage, but Fortress can definitely hang in there for this matchup.
Yeah, and you're able to, I mean, your Bug Bites are double resisted, but it's still going to lead to damage nonetheless, especially after Sand Attack. Once you get to the next Sand Attack in XGerald X, didn't want to let that happen. Swapping in the Corviknight here, banking up a Sand Tomb, and then swapping into the Azumarill. There we go. There is a good moment for the Azumarill here, because now you can just soak up all of this energy and kind of thwart the safe swap of the Corviknight.
And I like where this is going for Pocket. This is what I thought he was actually going to do in the game number 2, but as we remember, he actually brought in the Corviknight instead. And this is a great place to soak up the energy. This is what Azumarill thrives at, is letting your lead Pokemon farm up a bunch of energy, save that for later, and let Azumarill take the consequences of it.
Yeah, no boost so far, and remember now, Air Cutter is a 30% chance to raise your attack by 1 stage. Here comes the Ice Beam into the Corviknight here. Not going to do a ton of damage, but the next Ice Beam plus Bubbles will be enough. So here comes the swap. The misalignment of the timers is still going on, but Out of Pocket is almost at his own timer. But first, the Gigaton Hammer is definitely going to get the Protect Shield here. And now, what do you do if you're out of pocket here? This Tinkaton's energy dry. You actually have multiple opportunities. Going in with the Fortress.
Right, and this Tinkaton is pretty much in Sand Tomb range right now. Maybe you could have done a couple more Bug Bites, but just going to settle for it right here. You definitely don't want to take a Gigaton Hammer at this point in the game. As Gerald's Tinkaton finally goes down, Corviknight comes in, throws the Air Cutter right away. Maybe doesn't want to take any Bug Bite damage or risk anything happening, as I think both of these trainers are going to be down to 2 Pokemon apiece.
With their tournament on the line, they just want to get these Pokemon out of there. Both of the trainers throwing early, not over farming at all. Just trying to maybe even get the timers back and then swap back into the Feraligatr and absorb this damage from the Azumarill. But no, actually throwing up the Protect Shield, and we got a backline here of the Feraligatr into the Azumarill. But remember, Licky Licky is on its way out. It can almost be unleashed in the battlefield, but you would like to take a Hydro Cannon first or throw this Play Rough.
Right, and I think whatever happens with this Play Rough, Pocket is going to be happy. He pulls the shield here, and that means that he knows Licky Licky is going to need 2 charge attacks to take out the Feraligatr. If he had landed it, he probably would have just gone straight Body Slam. Like you said, I think Pocket wants to absorb a Hydro Cannon first. He's happy with the job that the Azumarill did this game, and if this Hydro Cannon doesn't knock out, I definitely expect Pocket to reach right away for that Licky Licky.
I know this is a bulk point Feraligatr, and maybe it has some higher attack, but it's not going to have enough damage, enough reach for this Licky Licky. There is a Protect Shield remaining from Out of Pocket as well, and does he just give it up right here? Yes, gives it up early. This Feraligatr is going to need to get the triple Hydro Cannon, or you're going to need the double Hydro Cannon to come in with Corviknight to finish off this Licky Licky. There's opportunity here for Gerald, because you will be able to get to this double Hydro Cannon before you're knocked out, I believe.
Well, first Hydro Cannon comes through, like you said, needs a couple more Hydro Cannons to knock this out, or maybe you just land 1 more Hydro Cannon and then Corviknight can finish things off. Let's see what happens. This Hydro Cannon is going to come through. How do you take out this Feraligatr? Is that 1 Shadow Ball or 2 Body Slams? I feel like it's 2 Body Slams.
But if you get swapped on, that's the risk.
And here's the swap, like you mentioned, Corviknight catching the Body Slam. Now if you're Pocket, you have to go to as much energy as you can.
But you don't have time.
Oh, okay, if you go to 100, maybe, no, you don't have time. He's going to throw the Body Slam here.
It's not over, though, because you double resist the Shadow Claws. You need double Body Slam. Are you 2 rollouts or 3 rollouts away? Is there a chance that Out of Pocket is 2 rollouts away? Can he get there in 2? I don't think he can get there in 2. He needed to get there in 2.
Right, and Feraligatr is just 1 Shadow Claw away from the next Hydro Cannon. Gerald is just 1 Shadow Claw away from making day number 2 here. Let's see. Yes, there it is as the Hydro Cannon comes off.
So close for Pocket, but Gerald is able to secure the battle with his Feraligatr and move on to day number 2.
Fantastic series from both of these players. All of those games, especially games 2 and 3, were so close. Both trainers were swapping in and out, banking energy here and there, had to keep track of a lot of things, so gotta give a lot of credit to both of them. But Gerald is the hero of this match as he takes the 2-1 victory.
That's a hard-earned series right there. That was really tough. He deserves that victory because both these trainers were playing awesome. They swapped so many times, they banked so much energy, and in that in-game, he was just able to get enough damage off with that Feraligatr and then force the Body Slam from Pocket, swap on it, and just Pocket really just had no shot except for maybe calling the swap on the Corviknight, but was so close for Pocket. He was almost able to pull it off in that game number 3 after he pulled it off in game number 2.
And gotta give a lot of credit to Pocket. This was a tough matchup for him, right? Didn't have a great answer for the Tinkaton in particular. The Feraligatr as well was pretty annoying, and Pocket did his best, but I think it's the Azumarill butters. I don't think it was pulling its weight given how much Pocket was investing in it and bringing it. But, I mean, Gerald handled that series extremely well. I think that's one of the best series we've seen all day.
Absolutely. It's just such a hard position in this in-game because you're just waiting and waiting and waiting for your opponent to swap because you know it's coming. So you're over-farming and over-farming, not wanting to get swapped on. But then at one point, you just, there's no other opportunity but to throw. Like, you have no other option but throw. So you were patient, waiting for your opponent to make a move to blink, and then suddenly like, oh wow, I actually have 100 energy, I have to throw everything, and then the opponent is able to swap out there, catch the attack. So Pocket, I feel like, did that awesome thing that you see so many trainers do of being extra patient, waiting for the swap, but the swap just never came, and unfortunately it was to his demise there in the end.
And there does come a point where you can be as patient as you want, but some games it really just comes down to a call. Like, you're not going to have time to react to what your opponent brings in, and so you just kind of have to be like, okay, I think they're going to swap here. I'm going to throw the charge attack that I wouldn't throw at this Pokemon, but I would want to throw at the incoming Pokemon.
Yeah, but what a series. You said it. One of the best that we've seen so far in LA. Unfortunately, that means that Pocket is eliminated, but Gerald, well-deserved victory to make it to day number 2 on that loser side. It's tough out there on that loser side, but Gerald always has an opportunity to keep advancing. Congratulations. I believe we got another losers. Actually, no. Is this a losers finals? We'll double check for you. I think we got Elite versus Phoenix Dark up next, and it does look to be a losers finals.
Right, and Elite of local of Southern California, as is Gerald, by the way. I'm sure all of those SoCal Saw Blues are happy to see him advance, cheering him on. We get confirmation it is losers finals for Group C. I believe Phoenix Dark dropped to rise to occasion earlier in the day in those winners finals, facing off against Elite, who has made his path here in the losers side of the bracket.
And we see a Furret on the side of Phoenix Dark. I know we saw that earlier, but does have that Brick Break as well. And then Elite running the Galarian, the Shadow Galarian Weezing at that. A really fast-pacing Pokemon with that Fairy Wind and Brutal Swing and Sludge. You can get a lot of charge attacks off with it. Is not as strong against the Tinkaton as the Fairy type, though, and on Phoenix Dark's side, there is that Tinkaton.
Right, I think the Weezing is a really interesting pick, has a lot of play against Phoenix Dark's team, but does have to watch out for the 2 steel types, right? The Tinkaton that you mentioned, as well as the Fortress, which I think is actually a Volt Switch Fortress. So Weezing is not going to benefit from like double resisting the bug bites, for example.
It absolutely is a Volt Switch Fortress, and that's going to be tough for the Weezing, but otherwise you're going to be resisting the fast attacks from the Furret. You're going to be able to actually you can outpace at times the Feraligatr, especially if you get a Brutal Swing bait into a Sludge. You're really good against the Medicham, and you're amazing versus the Altaria. So you actually do have a lot of play, but it is going to be tough to be able to align it on the proper matchups here for Elite. This is the losers finals, same situation as last matchup. This is the tournament on the line. Elite, one of the best trainers, especially in the West Coast. He mostly only competes in those West Coast tournaments, besides, I guess, Baltimore and San Antonio, but really does dominate on this West Coast.
Elite is a 3-time regional champion, San Antonio, and then I believe Fresno, Sacramento as well. You mentioned the West Coast dominance. Most recently, right, top 16 in Seattle, didn't quite make it to that top 8, and here he is. I believe he's top 24, but if he wins here, he will advance to that top 16, which I know he wants to do. He was telling everyone in earshot on the floor that he wants to do better than Out of Pocket this tournament. Pocket did just drop and the losers finals, so if Elite wins here, he will have achieved his goal.
Well, he technically can't lose. He's either going to tie, or actually, if he loses 2-0, he technically did maybe a little worse because Pocket picked up 1 game in the losers finals, but Elite does have that opportunity, and with another Fairy type. Fairy types are out in full force in Los Angeles. You have the Wigglytuff, the Togekiss, the Tinkaton. You have the Galarian Weezing, sorry, the Shadow Galarian Weezing on the side for Elite. We're going to see if it does have play into this matchup. It's going to be feast or famine for that Pokemon. Otherwise, a pretty meta team from Elite, a lot of the strongest picks. And let's see if the Quagsire has the Mud Bomb. Yes, does not have the Stone Edge, does have the Mud Bomb. That makes it much stronger against the Tinkaton. So that's a great pickup in that matchup. And here it is, the Shadow Quagsire versus the Volt Switch Fortress. That's a terrible lead for Phoenix Dark.
And he's going to get right out of there, coming straight into the Feraligatr. Elite actually had the option to potentially throw the Mud Bomb before dipping, but no, going to come straight in with the Licky Licky. He knows that if he isn't too behind on energy, he can easily win this matchup.
And he's going for the Body Slam here, and it actually gets Protect Shield because Phoenix Dark really wants to get alignment. Alignment's going to matter a lot because if you take a peek at the back lines, there is also a Togekiss that could face an Altaria. So if Elite is able to hang on to the alignment here, he should be able to dominate this matchup with Quagsire into Fortress and the Togekiss into that Altaria.
All right, well, Elite's going to play it slow and steady here, going for the good timing, going for the rollout. He knows that he can hang on to 2 Hydro Cannons. Let's see if he throws right away here after one more rollout. Actually goes for the Shadow Ball here. He knows he needs to get 2 charge attacks off on this Feraligatr.
Double shield from Phoenix Dark, just trying to shield through this matchup and try to at all costs keep the alignment here, but you still have to throw energy, I think, because another Shadow Ball is available. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining. Elite's probably going to give up 1 to throw the Shadow Ball here. Yes, he does, but is the Shadow Ball enough to knock out the Feraligatr at this range? I don't think so.
I don't think it is, and honestly, at this point, I'm thinking that Phoenix Dark's double shield is going to pay off for him. Let's see how much this Shadow Ball does. Elite to throw right away. And he is going to need quite a few more rollouts to take out this Feraligatr, and he doesn't get off that last Body Slam, so Phoenix Dark all of a sudden has reclaimed switch advantage.
And that's so tough because in this matchup, especially with Shadow Quagsire missing the Stone Edge, you just have nothing for the Altaria. All of your energy is going to be walled, and that's why he is sacrificing the Altaria. It's going to be Togekiss versus the back 2 Pokemon of Phoenix Dark. Here comes the Altaria, here comes the Togekiss. Togekiss needs to get the double Aura Sphere before it takes too much damage from this Fortress.
Oh, and this is a tricky position for Elite. He's going to make sure to get off the Aura Sphere before that first Rock Tomb comes through, but you are getting chunked by these Volt Switches. I think the critical thing if you're Elite here, you got to watch out. You don't want to take enough Volt Switches that you're going to end up in, say, Sky Attack range from the Altaria, and you do have to show this Rock Tomb.
But it's kind of unavoidable. This is not the Shadow Fortress. As soon as the debuff from this Rock Tomb happens, I don't believe this Aura Sphere is going to be enough. You're going to be able to land it, but now, can you throw it on Charge Attack priority? You have the double attack here. Now it's definitely going to be enough, but you are in range of Sky Attack. So how are you going to finish off this Altaria? You have a Psy Shock, but you need to remove these debuffs as well. Not swapping yet, going to try to bank the double Psy Shock.
Oh my goodness, but these Pecs are also debuffed, and was that a Charge Attack priority, Butters?
I think it registered. I'm not positive, but I believe it did register. If it did register, that might be over for Elite in this game. It is! It was a Charge Attack priority, and that means that Togekiss could not slip away. The Altaria is able to land the Sky Attack.
And those double shields are going to pay off for Phoenix Dark, as this Altaria is going to absolutely wall all the energy from Quagsire. Over 2 Aqua Tails here, but I think you're going to need 4 Aqua Tails to take out this Altaria, as Elite trying his best here in the desperate final moments of game number 1.
So close to be able to get that double Psy Shock, but you're right. These Aqua Tails just do absolutely nothing into the bulk of Altaria. Just lost the alignment and lost the battle here for Elite. There's no opportunity. The Sky Attack is already there for Phoenix Dark as he takes game number 1 of this series.
Wow, risky strategy there in the mid-game, double shielding a Feraligatr in what many would consider quite a bad matchup, but he must have known somehow that if you double shield Feraligatr after landing 2 Hydro Cannons, you can eventually Shadow Claw down.
And now Elite has to make adjustments. I'm looking at maybe the Corsola. The thing is, maybe Corsola is kind of scary against this matchup, but the thing is, Furret even doesn't have the charge attacks to do anything against the Corsola. I feel like you have to, if Phoenix Dark is going to hard go for alignment, you may want to have to break up that core between Steel and Altaria, and a great place to do that, just imagine if that was Corsola up a Protect Shield in the back for Elite instead of the Togekiss, maybe he would have had an opportunity there.
Yeah, the Togekiss really just struggled way too much against the Fortress, gets too low, and also carries the debuff into that next matchup. I'm not sure if the game was winnable for Elite at that point where the camera just stopped, but maybe earlier in the matchup, like you said, maybe bringing a different Pokemon. I wonder if you can actually guarantee that switch in matchup if you Mud Bomb the Feraligatr before going into Licky Licky as well.
Yeah, that's a great point. Just get a little bit of chip damage there and then soak all the energy onto Licky Licky. But I don't know if Elite thought that he would just fight so hard for the alignment and how much the alignment would matter against that Shadow Quagsire and the Altaria. But if that's ever the matchup, that Shadow Altaria could probably win that matchup down 2 shields versus the Shadow Quagsire. So you don't really have to worry about your Protect shields in the back if you're going to face that Quagsire. So it was a great strategy for Phoenix Stark, kind of hard to deal with if you're elite. So now you have to make a huge adjustment. You said he wants to do better than Pocket. He hasn't won a game yet. He needs to get a game on the board to at least win that battle. But we are kidding, because the real goal is to make it to day number 2. Elite wants to reverse sweep this series and have an opportunity to keep going at day number 2, but he wants to do that. He has to get a game victory on the board. It's going to be the Weezing versus the Fortress. That is a bad lead for Elite. I mean, it's not absolutely terrible, devastating, but it's not good.
Right, and this Weezing doesn't even have Overheat to potentially threaten a shield. Meanwhile, the Fortress paces so quickly. Oh, but that was actually a nice swap by Elite. Also gets the full rollout through as he catches a Sand Tomb.
Great timing there, and now gets the extra rollout, takes the Sand Tomb, which would have been super effective, into the Weezing, and now looks like Phoenix Stark wants to get that Sand Tomb back before he swaps. We're actually just staying in this matchup now. Now finally swapping into the Altaria, and there is that Corsola in the back. He decided to sit that Shadow Quagsire, and he has the Corsola instead. But in the back, there is a Feraligatr for Phoenix Stark as well.
Well, let's keep in mind that these switch clocks are pretty misaligned here. That could open up an opportunity for Elite. After the Sky Attack lands, his clock is almost going to be up, so I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to switch into the Weezing. Just a couple more seconds, maybe one more rollout. You see him tapping for it. And no, actually going to bring in the Corsola instead.
I like that, because you had a ton of energy on that Weezing already. So if you just swapped out the Weezing, you're not really going to gain an advantage by this misaligned timer, because you'll just have to throw energy where you would rather have that energy for the back line. And now the timer is back up for Phoenix Stark. Here comes the Feraligatr to meet this Corsola. The Corsola is going to get to the double Nightshade shortly, but here comes the Hydro Cannon up next for that Feraligatr. Probably not going to Protect shield on a Nightshade.
Right, Feraligatr can definitely take this Nightshade. I think Corsola can also take this Hydro Cannon and maybe barely get off the Nightshade. That would be the best case scenario for Elite. You definitely want as much utility out of this Corsola as possible, but also give up as little farm as possible. And it looks like he is going to be able to get off this Nightshade.
And 2 shields left for Phoenix Stark. You probably invest one of them right here. There it is, the Protect shield from Phoenix Stark. And you have all that energy on that Weezing banked. You're going to be able to throw it right here. Just going to bank up some more energy, go for the Brutal Swing before the Hydro Cannon is even available here. I believe that the Weezing would have won charge attack priority, and the Feraligatr just goes down.
And that is great counting for Elite there, making sure to throw just before the Feraligatr got to a Hydro Cannon. But now here comes back in the Fortress. This is that bad lead matchup, but Sand Tomb doesn't hit that hard, so Elite's actually going to let it go, thinking he can hang on, and he does. And now how is he going to get rid of the rest of this Fortress? He has so much energy here. He has so much energy on the Licky Licky, so it's going to be a tag team effort.
Yeah, and there's almost no health. Oh, actually, Altaria does have enough health to get some damage off. Oh, wait, Licky Licky is just loaded with energy at double Shadow Ball right now. Can throw the first one and can throw the second one. That Shadow Ball will knock out either Pokemon. Is there a swap from Phoenix Stark? No, there's no swap. It's the double Shadow Ball. Now you can do that. That Shadow Ball is 50 energy. Elite with the combo play, able to knock out the Fortress. No, barely holds on. The Fortress holds on with that charge attack and swaps out with double Sand Tomb.
Oh my goodness, 2 charge attacks on the Fortress, and Elite, he's not going to panic here. He's just going to knock out this Altaria. The Fortress is incredibly low. Elite still has a shield as well, so he's hoping that he can fast attack down this Fortress. And the Sand Tomb is going to come through. Could knock out the Licky Licky, but Elite wants that rollout. That just went through.
He needed to get through that Licky Licky with the Altaria and then double Sand Tomb on the Weezing, but couldn't do it. Elite ties up the series at 1-1. Now we got a decisive game number 3. Also ties up Pocket for the tournament run as well.
And I love that play from Elite at the end there. We saw him do 1 Fairy Wind and swap the Licky Licky into the Fortress to throw that Shadow Ball. That was impeccable timing. Kind of caught Phoenix Stark by surprise, taking advantage of the long-term duration of Volt Switch, and that really allowed him to flip the momentum at the end.
And how about Licky Licky with 100 energy taking advantage of the Altaria Fortress core, one of the few cores that is going to lose charge attack priority to Licky Licky. So able to hold on to that 100 energy, knowing that you're going to win charge attack priority in the backline. That was really well played from Elite. Even though he had that negative matchup in the lead matchup, he was able to misalign the timers, bank up all the energy, and just subtly over time just able to outmaneuver his opponent to be able to win that game number 2.
And I'll tell you what, Butters, gamers. It's been a while since we've seen Elite make a top 8 or win a championship, but this is looking like prime Elite right here in Los Angeles on his home turf. That was a beautiful game too, and I'm so glad that we get the replay of that Shadow Ball combo as well.
Yeah, and smart plays to hold on to that energy first off, but then to make the proper swap outs on that misaligned timer to finally get it done. We're locked in. It's decisive game number 3. This is a great lead for Elite. We saw this happen before, though. It is the Quagsire to the Fortress. Safe swap for Alligator. Maybe he's learning from it. He's going to throw a charge attack first, going to throw that Mud Bomb.
And this is the adjustment. He's not going to make the same mistake twice. This is where it all went bad in game number 1, remember? And now I definitely expect Elite to bring in the Licky Licky. Look at this. Now the Feraligatr is perfectly in body slam range, and you're going to outpace to that double Hydro Cannon.
It's so hard to give these talented trainers the same look twice. Once you see your mistake, they know exactly how they're going to adapt the next time that they see it. He saw that happen. He knows all I got to do is chip it with Mud Bomb, get it in range of body slam, and there's no way that he can take the alignment from me. But the alignment doesn't matter as much because there's actually no Altaria in the back for Phoenix Stark.
And Elite farming up a ton of energy here. You're right, that alignment might not matter as much. Phoenix Stark might be thinking the same thing because he's not going to go for the double shields this time as Licky Licky knocks out the Feraligatr. Still tons of energy though, so expect to see him be able to land a Shadow Ball. Actually a little scary there, I was wondering.
Well,
yeah,
the alignment will matter because there is a Furret versus Togekiss, but at least if you get up energy against a Togekiss, you can threaten with Swifts, but it's going to be tough. And there's the opportunity to get up energy. Got up 2 Sucker Punch advantage versus this Togekiss, and now suddenly you're going to maybe be able to get back to your timer later as the Swift does go through. So it's not over for Phoenix Stark, but this is the bad alignment that he wanted to try to avoid.
It's not over, but I would say it's going to definitely be an uphill battle. These Sucker Punches are not doing a lot of damage to Togekiss. This Aura Sphere would, I don't know if it would knock out, but it would do a ton of damage. Phoenix Stark is going to be forced to shield, but remember, the alignment is bad and the clocks are not that desynced that Phoenix Stark could really take advantage.
How many Protect Shields has Aura Sphere from Togekiss gotten in this tournament so far? So many. It's just such a valuable Protect Shield. You're probably going to see it again because the timer is not quite available for Phoenix Stark. Maybe going to try to swap in the Fortress, but right before the timer was available, the next Aura Sphere is going to come out, takes the last Protect Shield of the battle for Phoenix Stark.
And this is Prime Elite. He knew exactly where those switch clocks were. Phoenix Stark continuing to farm up energy. This Swift actually would threaten to knock out the Togekiss, so Elite is going to shield it up, but I don't think the Fortress had enough energy in order to do anything serious right here. No, I don't think there's a combo play available and a quick reaction from Elite to bring in the Quagsire.
And we know that Togekiss will win the charge attack priority against the back of the Furret, so somehow this Fortress has to get through the Quagsire, which I'm not sure this Fortress can do. Elite, with his back against the wall, is able to bounce back here, gonna be able to get to double Aquatail, actually instead throwing the Mud Bomb.
I think it does a little bit more damage than the Aqua Tail, and Elite's potentially thinking that the Aqua Tail wouldn't be enough. I'm actually not sure if Mud Bomb is enough either. No, it's not. Maybe gonna try to go for a Mud Shot down after this because you can definitely hang on to the Sand Tomb.
Yeah, and you still have that attack banked in the back. Elite is looking elite right now as he knocks out the Fortress, has the attack already banked, getting to the Mud Bomb here. And if this Mud Bomb is not enough, which it might not be, he has the combo move as well into the Aura Sphere. That's going to be a 3-ball flex, I believe, for Elite. Yes, the 3-ball flex is secured, and so is day number 2.
And Elite is going to advance to the top 16 here in Los Angeles. Remember, he got very far in Los Angeles 2 years ago as well, I believe 4th place, and he's looking to repeat that performance in 2026.
Well done by Elite. I mean, once he lost that game number 1, maybe it was a fluke, but it just looked really devastating once he lost that alignment versus Licky Licky versus the Feraligatr, and then he lost that game. He looked a little defeated, but like you said, he looked like he was in prime Elite form. He bounced back. He was able to secure game number 2 with awesome play, and then game number 3, he made all the right calls, had the alignment, and just didn't have any errors for Phoenix Stark to take advantage of.
Right, I think that game number 1 maybe just wasn't familiar with the matchup. Maybe it didn't even occur, I mean, it didn't occur to me that Feraligatr could actually flip that matchup. I mean, he was going for the Shadow Ball as well in game number 1, so a couple little things to adjust, and he definitely made the right adjustments, right? We saw actually the same scenario in game number 3, and it all worked out there.
And the key adjustment you mentioned earlier that you would like to see it was throwing that Mud Bomb before the Feraligatr gets to a charge attack, because the pacing to the Mud Bomb is the same pacing as Feraligatr, but since the Feraligatr is switching, that takes a turn, and so you're able to outpace to that first charge attack, get the Mud Bomb off. Once you took the Mud Bomb, you're at less than half health. That Licky Licky was able to clean up no problem, and so was Elite, and now he's going to be in day number 2.
And those are the kinds of little mechanics that we know for sure Elite is familiar with. I think this is one of the areas of the game that he's always been very strong in, right? He was one of the first trainers to be able to consistently wait turns, for example. And we saw in game number 2 that beautiful combo play where he brought the Licky Licky into the fortress.
Yeah, able to hold on to 100 energy to misalign the clocks. An extremely talented trainer, and another extremely talented trainer is on the stage here because we have our reigning world champion, Bezo Boy, with his tournament dreams on the line. He's in the losers finals versus OG Blairtoys, I believe.
Right, and Bezo Boy had a very long journey to get here to Los Angeles, all the way from India, so I know he doesn't want to go home on day number 1. He wants to make the most of his time here. And, you know, if you watched EUIC, you probably saw Bezo Boy get, I believe, to the top 8. Well, he had a crazy long losers run to get there, so he could do it again here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, and remember, even when he was the world champion, the season before at the World Championships, he was awesome as well. So going from beating some of the best in the world, then becoming the best in the world, you can never count out a trainer of this status in Bezo Boy. If he comes in on the loser side of the bracket, those trainers on the opposing loser side need to watch out. But first, he has to get through OG. And if OG is able to pull this off, that would be a great underdog story as well.
Right, and that would definitely be, I would say, a David versus Goliath situation here. Taking a look at these teams, they look very, very similar to me. I see a difference in Bezo Boy having a Fortress and OG Blairtoys having a Feraligatr, but I think other than that, these teams look pretty identical to me.
Yeah, great call out there. I mean, one thing that I haven't had a chance to talk about, but has seemed pretty prevalent, I feel like Sayswap and Empoleon has been a really strong Pokemon all tournament long, because it seems like it was matched up against a lot of teams without maybe a Shadow Quagsire with the Mud Bomb, or just when you get ahead on energy with that Empoleon, it's really strong. So let's take a look and see what that Quagsire has. It does have the Mud Bomb, so that's going to be much stronger against the Empoleon in general, and it's going to be a lot weaker, obviously, against the flying types and against an Altaria or even a Togekiss. But still, against Togekiss, you kind of still have a lot of reach, because double Aqua Tail adds up against Togekiss, where it doesn't do anything against an Altaria.
Right, and both of these Quagsire are actually running Mud Bomb, so potentially something to keep in mind for both of these trainers when they're deciding whether they want to bring Empoleon. But another Pokemon that's caught my eye as a potentially really good safe swap for both of them is the Togekiss. You know, we've seen Togekiss safe swap time and time again here in Los Angeles, as well as in Prague and in recent tournaments. But I think as the Togekiss, I mean, if an Empoleon comes into you, you outpace to the Aura Sphere, which is just devastating. And so really the only thing you have to watch out for is the Corsola.
Wow, that's a great point. And one other thing about OG Blairtoys, if you don't know his name, he's actually competed in other regions as well. I believe his best performances ever were in San Juan 2 different times. Last season, in the 2025 season, he got 5th place in San Juan. And then this season, his last tournament that he played in, he got 9th place in San Juan. Otherwise, he has some tournament experiences that were almost at top cut. I believe 2025 Sacramento, in 2024 Portland, he was in this exact position right now, and he went down in those 2 tournaments. So can he bring that San Juan magic here to LA and take out the world champion?
Definitely looking to improve on what would be his all-time best regional performances on the continental US soil. So let's see what OG Blairtoys has for us today. He's made it very far. Remember, this is losers final, so everyone who you're seeing on the stage has already accrued quite a few championship points. But of course, going up against arguably, right, the best player in the world is Bezo Boy. So going to be a tough challenge for OG Blairtoys.
Yeah, and this is a great proving ground for Bezo Boy as well. Obviously, it works a little bit differently how some trainers compete in different regions in APAC, or in Bezo Boy's case, he is from the India region. So they don't have as many opportunities, as many regionals to show off what they can do as maybe someone in North America, Europe, and LATAM. So it's been awesome to see Bezo Boy travel to Las Vegas, where I believe he ran a medal, and then obviously you talked about the international championship, and now he is here in LA just trying to get back in form, coming up to what will be probably the biggest world championship ever, right? It's going to be the 30th anniversary of Pokemon, the 10th anniversary of Pokemon GO, and if Bezo Boy could defend his title, that might be something that would never be beaten in Pokemon GO. So a lot on the line for Bezo Boy's legacy, even though he is a world champion.
Well, I'll tell you what, even though he might not have as many opportunities to play on stream as he is coming to us from India, he is not rusty, right? He was 4th place in Honolulu. You know, a year later, we didn't see him in between. Wins Worlds, the best Worlds record, I think, of anyone ever. And then almost a year later, again, top 8 at EUIC. So I think he has the best record of anyone at these huge international tournaments. And of course, looking to, like you said, prove himself once again here at the LA Regional.
I'll give a quick shout out. I bet Bezo Boy would want me to do this. Master Mahir was actually the India Regional Playoff Champion for 2 straight seasons. So I believe we will hopefully see him at the World Championship as well, representing the India region. And here we are with a devastating lead of the Corsola into the Licky Licky. Safe swap into that Togekiss, and no direct answer for OG, but you could easily go into your own Corsola, right?
I think he will go into the Corsola.
Oh, but let's just go.
Yeah, that's huge damage for Bezo Boy. Even at that point, maybe his own Corsola could take that Licky Licky out. OG Blairtoys actually brings in the Empoleon, but you lose charge attack priority to the Togekiss, and this is exactly what the Togekiss safe swap is meant for, is to outpace Pokemon like Empoleon.
And OG is shaking his head a little bit, because also now this is going to be charge attack priority. You also know that the backline, OG has a Corsola, and there's a Licky Licky in the backline for Bezo Boy, so it went from bad to worst here, as the Hydro Cannon is going to be going through, get a little bit extra Metal Sound and energy there, and now you're going to face the Corsola. Now it's going to be this Licky Licky versus the backline, and Bezo Boy suddenly flipped the script. I feel like he has such a huge advantage in this game.
Well, OG Blairtoys does still have switch advantage, but at this point, I'm not sure how crucial that's going to be, given how low health that Licky Licky on OG Blairtoys' side is, right? He does make a big catch here. This is a Nightshade. That's a fantastic play by OG Blairtoys to get back in the game.
Double resisted into the Licky Licky, but will this bait out his own Licky Licky here? No, actually trying to make his own counter swap into a Shadow Ball, but OG Blairtoys didn't throw it all, and now is throwing the Body Slam, but now this Licky Licky is in range of 1 Body Slam, so you just gotta unleash all this energy that you have. You gotta throw it right away before a Body Slam is available and hope to get back your timer, but I don't think you get back.
This is an awkward health range for Bezo Boy, though, because like you mentioned, OG Blairtoys' Licky Licky is in Body Slam range, but I don't know, it's kind of sad to use energy on such a low health Pokemon. And Bezo Boy is super confident that he wins charge attack priority there with his Licky Licky.
Yeah, and now the attack goes through, Body Slam knocks out, and you have the Empoleon, but you don't want to bring it in right now. OG Blairtoys is thinking that because you don't want to take the Shadow Ball here. Bezo Boy has a Protect Shield advantage, and here comes the Empoleon, and here comes the Hydro Cannon. It's going to take the first Protect Shield of the battle for Bezo Boy, but as soon as he lands a Shadow Ball, he's going to be in an amazing position.
Right, because OG Blairtoys is going to have a tough time taking out the Licky Licky with his Corsola. Bezo Boy farming up a lot of energy. OG Blairtoys looks like he was maybe reaching for the Corsola. I'm not sure if you want to take a Shadow Ball there, but it's pretty awkward as OG Blairtoys shields this up, hoping he can land a Hydro Cannon onto this Licky Licky, and he does get it off before Bezo Boy can reach for his own charge attack, but I think another rollout just went through.
And OG Blairtoys was making a weird face because I think his Metal Sounds were a little bit slow, and even there he threw 1 Metal Sound, and somehow it threw on turn alignment against a rollout. So I think something a little bit off happened with the Metal Sounds and then Empoleon, but he was in such a devastating position against this backline of this Licky Licky. Now it's a double Shadow Ball. Also, there's a Corsola in the back. This Corsola is going to have to get through this Licky Licky and somehow knock out the opposing Corsola in the back for Bezo Boy.
Well, this Shadow Ball is going to come through and knock out the Corsola, so not going to have an opportunity to do that. And I think this game is Bezo Boy's, but like you mentioned, I have to wonder if that Empoleon's long Metal Sounds might come into play here as Bezo Boy takes out the Empoleon.
Yeah, that was weird. So we'll see what happens there. OG definitely was making some faces, and I think maybe they're talking about it now. It was such a devastating position, but you would love to get as many metal sounds off to try to have an opportunity to make some good swaps or maybe try to win the battle in the back there. But Bezo Boy was able to bring in that Togekiss and then just get that Aura Sphere damage into the Licky Licky and then bait out the Empoleon, where the Corsola would have been a much better counter swap from OG Blairtoys.
Right, I think OG Blairtoys may have mismanaged the beginning of that game for sure. Kind of in that end game, we're getting confirmation that it is about that situation with the Empoleon versus the Licky Licky. I mean, I think you mentioned that it looks like the metal sounds were long, right? And I think that OG Blairtoys should have been able to throw a Hydro Cannon before one of Licky Licky's charge attacks.
Right.
And maybe it was even starting before that, I'm not super sure.
Yeah, I think I saw it happen before that, and then another opportunity where it happened was when he threw one metal sound, and I believe there was one rollout, and then it threw on turn alignment, which shouldn't happen because the metal sound is a 2-turn fast attack and rollout is a 3-turn fast attack. So unless OG Blairtoys paused first before he threw that metal sound, that just usually does not happen. So it looks like we probably, and this actually might have been where it happened right here.
Well, that's a little bit after what I'm thinking of, but even so, I think you pointed this out, right? Like, if that's a 3-turn metal sound, or okay, if it was a 2-turn metal sound, he should have gotten an extra Astonish right there when the Shadow Ball was thrown, right? But he didn't, and that kind of tells you that he lost a turn somewhere. And so I think this is a long metal sound situation.
Yeah, that's a great point because it should have been on. When he caught that attack, it should have been on turn alignment because you do the 2-turn metal sound and then it takes 1 turn to swap in Pokemon Go PvP. So that equals 3 turns, and then you would be on turn alignment with the Licky Licky that's throwing a 3-turn rollout. And then what happens when you throw a charge attack on turn alignment? A fast attack is able to go through. So there should have been that Astonish like you mentioned. So yeah, it's a tough situation there from OG Blairtoys, but I mean, he definitely put him, dug a little bit of a hole there in that battle, so it was hard to get out of it. But once he was in that hole, you would like the metal sounds to work properly.
Right. I think you always want your metal sounds to work properly, whether or not you dug yourself a little bit of a hole.
Yeah.
And I don't know if, oh, actually we're going back a little bit in the matchup here. Let's see how wait.
See the.
Okay, that one looks fine.
Yeah,
But I think after this is maybe where things go wrong because, right, we saw the replay way down the line, but there's another moment here where I think OG Blairtoys should have been able to okay, so do those look aligned to you?
Yeah.
Because that rollout looks like the same duration as a rollout.
Yeah,
sorry, metal sound and rollout. Yeah.
It's hard to always tell in slow motion, but I think it did look like it was on turn alignment, and it should not be on turn alignment. So that's the situation here. The awesome judges will take care of it, and we'll figure out what we're gonna do in that game number 1, which Bezo Boy had a terrible lead situation, but was able to get such an advantage with that Togekiss. OG Blairtoys probably wish he could have brought in the Corsola to counter swap against that Togekiss. So if he sees that same situation again, I expect an adaptation.
Right, it's kind of a weird situation because Bezo Boy, obviously he had a terrible lead. He kind of got the best case scenario coming out of it, but I mean, he probably wishes he didn't have that terrible lead to begin with. So if they do end up rematching this, both players are going to be able to clear away something that they may not have wanted.
Yeah, and you know, this is your tournament on the line. Both these trainers are in the losers finals here. If you didn't know, losers finals is losers round 8 in day number 1. So it's really a journey to get here unless you drop down on that winner side of the bracket. So if you make a loser side run, you know, you worked really hard to get to this position and you want to try to gain that huge advantage of making it to day number 2. You know, you're able to get that top 16. It's extremely coveted. Also, you have opportunity for more championships, better prizing. There's a lot on the line for these trainers. You know, Bezo Boy is the world champion, but if he can get further in the tournament, get some extra prizing, maybe he'll go to another international championship or another regional and try to test his might again before the world championships this season in San Francisco.
Right, I mean, I don't think anyone would ever say no to being able to advance to day 2 in the tournament. Definitely a lot to enjoy there. As you mentioned, the prizing, as well as just, you know, the honor of saying that you made day 2. If you get top 8, you get a nice mat as well. I mean, who doesn't want that?
I think I'm just going to take this time to give some shout outs to some of the trainers in different regions that will hopefully be participating at the World Championships. I got this information from social media postings, so I'm pretty sure they're completely accurate, but take it with a grain of salt a little bit. We're going to talk first, of course, the India Regional Playoff Champion, Master Meteor, did it 2 times in a row, incredibly impressive. Hopefully we see him at the World Championships. The Indonesia playoffs was won by Rifki Aditya, 23. So congratulations. Then we got the Thailand playoffs. We got Teddiness. He was running an Umbreon. That is really cool. Oh yeah, go ahead, Soph.
And I think Teddiness, either he won Thailand last year or he was like top 2, because this is definitely not the first time Teddiness has come out of those Thailand playoffs to qualify for Worlds.
And let me take a step back actually, just to talk, just to clarify what I'm talking about. These trainers that I'm mentioning are trainers that competed in their own separate region in playoffs or regional qualifier playoffs to try to get their invite for Worlds. So if they're able to win this said competition that I've been listing off, they did qualify for the World Championships this season, and we hope to see them there. So I just wanted to give these huge shout outs to these trainers that we maybe don't hear from as much, because we focus more, of course, over here in North America, Europe, and LATAM as well. But I want to shout out the APAC Regional Qualifier Champion, a trainer you all might know. Yakai was the winner of that tournament, and actually was with the same exact team that Ashton Ash copied in this LA Regional that Ashton Ash made to day number 2. So shout out to the former world champion Yakai. And I got one more on the list. We got the Taiwan Regional Qualifiers Champion. I believe it's pronounced Hingi IC 1106 with that Sable Eye. So congratulations to all those trainers. I really hope we get to see them at the World Championships this year in San Francisco.
Right, and just as a reminder for that World Championship qualification system that you alluded to, right? We here on the broadcast, we often cover North America, Latin America, EU, and that's because those regions are all governed under this system that uses championship points, that uses these regionals, special championships, ICs as well. But for all of these places...
And we can't forget Oceania as well.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Oceania, we love you. We don't forget about you too.
Right, we need the broadcast though. But then for the other regions, I think we also have championship points for Middle East and South Africa, actually. Anyways. These Asian regions have a completely different system. Their world qualifications usually come down to just 1 or 2 tournaments where, I mean, if you do all those tournaments, you know, top 8, top 16, or whatever it is for that tournament, you get to go to Worlds. And if you don't get that at that one tournament, you don't have an opportunity like you do here in North America to just keep going to different tournaments, keep trying to earn championship points that builds towards something. But let's get back to this world champion, Bezo Boy, in his match versus OG Blairtoys right here. Yeah, those rollouts and those, I mean, those metal sounds honestly look even longer. I don't know.
I think the thing is, it's so hard to decide, especially because, like, in this in-game scenario, Bezo Boy definitely had an advantage, right? At that point, at that juncture where this started happening, Bezo Boy, you would say, was up in the battle. So yeah. How do you put that into perspective for how you adjudicate the matchup, knowing that one trainer probably had an advantage, but then you have to figure out, like, okay, how many turns did he actually lose? What would have been the outcome if he didn't lose those? So it's a lot of things to adjudicate here. So we don't know exactly what will happen, but I'm glad we got this opportunity to shout out the other regions that we'll be seeing at the World Championships, because let's be honest, a lot of these regions that we don't see all season are often world champions. We have Yakai, we have Bezo Boy, trainers that you don't know as much about, able to come from those regions and with limited experience in terms compared to some of the other regions, and just be able to show what they really have and win it all. So some of these names that I just pointed out here could very well be the 2026 world champion. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at Master Meteor, right? Winning the India tournament last year and getting all the way to top 8. So let me just like put that in perspective. India sent 2 trainers to the World Championships last year. One of them won, and the other was top 8. You know what happened to North America? We sent like 80 people, and I think we also had 2 in the top 8.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. We had in North America, we had Lyle and Firestar. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, a lot of opportunity for all the trainers across all the regions all around the globe. That's what really makes it the World Championships, right? It's not the North American Championships, it's not the European Championships, it is the World Championships. And we have the world champion on stage right now. I think the review or the adjudication is going to come shortly, but Bezo Boy, as it stands right now, is up 1-0 in this matchup. Again, if you're just joining us, this is the losers finals. These trainers with their tournament on the line here, trying to make it to day number 2.
And I definitely don't envy the judges right now, because from what I saw, there's at least 2 turns lost on OG Blairtoys' side, possibly more. I would say the most impactful one, it's actually just after the clip that we watched recently. OG Blairtoys is like 1 metal sound away from a Hydro Cannon, which would knock out the Licky Licky. But then the Licky Licky is 1 rollout away from its Body Slam or Shadow Ball. I don't quite remember. But, you know, if OG Blairtoys can get that Hydro Cannon off first, that could make a difference.
Right, right. No, absolutely. I mean, there was opportunity, especially, I don't know if because Bezo Boy was noticing what was going on, he was really over farming against that Empoleon as well. So it's not like he was like, I just need to get this Empoleon out of here. The Empoleon was doing a lot of fast attacks. And how many fast attacks where it was a 3-turn metal sound instead of 2, I'm not quite sure. It's hard to tell exactly from the replay. But yeah, it's a tough situation to adjudicate, and we trust everyone involved. And soon we're going to get back to the tournament with these 2 trainers, their tournament dreams on the line. And one thing that you know that probably OG Blairtoys is thinking about is he probably made a crucial mistake earlier in that battle where he saw that Say-Swap Togekiss where he had a really awesome option in the back of the Galarian Corsola, but he brought in the Empoleon instead after taking the super effective damage of the Aura Sphere on his Licky Licky. So I bet he's probably thinking exactly what he's going to do differently against Bezo Boy if he's given that opportunity.
Right, and if he had brought the Corsola into the Togekiss, then he wouldn't have had the Corsola for the Licky Licky, right? He would have had the Empoleon for the Licky Licky, which also would have been a huge plus. So, you know, a very frustrating game in a couple of ways, potentially, for OG Blairtoys.
Well, if there's any screen to be stuck on, I'm kind of glad I'm just looking at Bezo Boy's world champion pose as we're waiting for this decision, because if you haven't seen it, it's a really awesome animation holding up the championship trophy with a Pikachu on top of the Pokeball. It's super cool to look at, so it's very obviously a unique pose.
Yeah, unfortunately pretty exclusive. Most people will never get it, but if you're interested in seeing how that pose looks, Bezo Boy, as well as I think the other 2 world champions, the most recent world champions at least, Yakai and Itzaxon, they all stream themselves quite often, creating content. So if you want to watch some of their battles, definitely look them up.
Yeah, I feel a little jealousy when you're like, oh, well, that's probably the coolest pose in the entire Pokemon Go, but they earned it, because it's what an achievement to be able to be a world champion. It's so hard, and that's why the road to Worlds is so exciting, because really in Pokemon Go PvP, there's probably going into a World Championships and like what you think the realistic shot for like 50 trainers to win it all, or even more. I mean, if you're at the World Championships, you do have a chance to win it all. So it's so hard to beat the best of the best so many times to become the world champion. It's an amazing achievement, not in just Pokemon Go, but in all the Pokemon titles. I mean, I talk about the regionals with thousands of people, hundreds of people, like just trying to get there is tough. And then once you're there, to beat all the best of the best, I mean, being a Pokemon champion is epic.
And that's what makes it even more impressive to be so consistent at these high-level tournaments, right? We talked about Bezo Boy winning the World Championships, but also probably having one of the probably the best, right, World Championships records of anyone. 1st place in Anaheim, 4th place in Honolulu. So that means he's caught lightning in a bottle, as some people might say, like twice.
Yeah.
And most players are, you know, even happy to just make top 32 once in their career would be an incredible highlight.
Yeah, and I don't know if it is this thing, but they do say there's a world champion curse for the trainer who does.
That's regression to the mean, Butters.
Oh, regression to the mean. Okay.
In my humble opinion.
Fair. Fair. Well, that's not very human. Regression to the mean doesn't make sense in the human mind, so they think it's a curse.
Well, to explain what I mean, okay, looks like we are going to get a rematch. You can see the scoreboard has reset to 0-0. Definitely, you know, a long decision, but I think that was probably one of the tougher disputes that I've seen, just because there were several moments where those extra turns could have made a difference. So Bezo Boy, you know, victory is wiped off the scoreboard for him, but he's just gonna take a sip of water, calm down. One game at a time, right?
Yeah, he looks calm. I mean, it's a trainer obviously with so much experience and so much experience with long days, right? When you win a World Championships, you're going through a top cut through the entire day. It's a real marathon to get through it. And now we're in the losers finals here. We're at losers round number 8. It's 5 o'clock local time here in Los Angeles. So these trainers possibly been battling for a long time. This is Group D, right? They started on the earlier side. So these trainers need to put everything they know and lock it all in together to try to make it to day number 2. I think we do have the matchup, the rematch of this game number 1. Oh, I got excited a little too soon.
Well, so a little behind the scenes for you all at home. We are able to see the progress that the trainers have made in locking in their team. So Butters got a little excited, but now for real, oh no, we're not.
Yeah, we both got a little.
Okay, I got baited.
Yeah. It was the challenge was open for so long that it expired. So they're gonna re-challenge each other, and they're gonna be locked in any moment here. And this is a real test to probably your mental fortitude as well, because it's not easy being in that position, being on the main stage in front of the bright lights, and also you're waiting for a while. Now you have to refocus, relock in. It is 0-0, and your tournament is on the line, so the bright lights are back on. They're about to lock in.
Well, they've had plenty of time to think about what they're going to run in this next game, right? I'm sure they were thinking to some extent about game number 1, but they had a lot of time, and I see one trainer locked in, 2 trainers locked in, as we now are for real getting into game number 1 of this losers finals.
We did it, we're here, game number 1. This is a rematch of that game number 1 that went to Bezo Boy. This is gonna be the Shadow Quagsire. This is the Mud Bomb Aquatail Shadow Quagsire into the Glaring Corsola. And the back line for OG Blairtoys is that Togekiss and the Licky Licky. In the back, there's a Licky Licky and Empoleon for Bezo Boy.
Right, and that Empoleon up energy could do a lot of damage in the back, so let's see how they decide to play out this relatively neutral matchup. And Bezo Boy actually making a hard stop, maybe trying to go for a catch, but also maybe realizing that Licky Licky safe stop is really great as OG Blairtoys comes in with the Aura Sphere Togekiss, gets pecked through, but still not a fantastic matchup for the Togekiss.
And probably all the Protect Shields are going to come from these Aura Spheres once again that we've seen all tournament. The Body Slam bait, OG Blairtoys is kind of looking back there, because you would actually want to go for the Shadow Ball in this matchup to secure a knockout against the Togekiss, but here comes the Aura Sphere, here comes the Protect Shield, you're up energy, so you're already at another charge attack, but went for the better timing, and now you have to give up both Protect Shields.
Right, Aura Sphere gonna come through. Bezo Boy still has a lot of energy though, and so I think you do have the option of throwing. He's over back-to-back Body Slam at this point. This definitely actually does not knock out the Togekiss, so OG Blairtoys is gonna let it go. And the question is, can you roll out down this Togekiss? Oh, absolutely not. But Bezo Boy thinks so as well, so he's gonna make a quick swap into Empoleon.
That was a smart swap from Bezo Boy, because knowing that the Togekiss was not gonna get the 2 more pecks before it gets knocked out by 2 Metal Sounds, that ensures he was gonna get an energy advantage and that there could not be an Aura Sphere in the battle for that Empoleon. So able to get that energy advantage. Now it's going to get the double charge attack before the double Shadow Ball, but there is a Protect Shield disadvantage. So if OG Blairtoys wants a Protect Shield on this Hydro Cannon, can get to that double Shadow Ball.
Right, if he wants to, he can shield up this next Hydro Cannon incoming. Oh, actually going to settle for the Body Slam here. I think Bezo Boy is keeping track. He knows
expecting the swap, maybe? Because the timer was just back up. That is not very effective. The timer wasn't back up yet. Did not go for the Shadow Ball there, and instead went for the Body Slam, maybe trying to get a farm down against Empoleon. But the bad news for OG Blairtoys is that Empoleon has a back-to-back.
Right, so there goes one Hydro Cannon. Here comes another from Bezo Boy. Maybe gonna wait to see if it comes in actually, because if it's the Togekiss, you probably just want to continue doing Metal Sounds. It is the Corsola. Wow, tons of energy on this Corsola. I think you have to shield if you're OG Blairs. Oh no, but there's still a Licky Licky, so you can't shield.
And the damage is neutral, and it's not strong enough to get close to farm down range, but there's a Licky Licky in the back that can soak all this energy, and Togekiss is almost knocked out. There's no Protect Shields remaining. Here comes the swap in the Togekiss, counter swap into the Quagsire. The Aura Sphere is reached. There's no Protect Shields remaining. This is almost gonna knock out the Quagsire, but I think Quagsire holds on. Can you ever Mud Shot down?
All right, let's see it. Double resisted Mud Shots versus Pex. Oh, I think it's gonna be a Simul KO. Okay, OG Blairtoys is up a shield here. Tons of energy on this Corsola. 2 power jumps is probably enough to take out the Licky Licky.
Hold on a second, OG Blairtoys is back. The first power gem is almost enough to, wait, hold on. There's a protection remaining though. There's a body slam. This is gonna be so close. So I don't know if this is enough to knock out the Licky Licky. If this Licky Licky endures, it's gonna have almost 1 health.
I don't think it's gonna be enough. You also need to get off, I think, another rollout to reach that Shadow Ball. I don't think you hang on to the Power Gem and a rollout. Oh, it does hang on. Oh, wait, no,
with
he has
one
the Shadow
health.
Ball banked.
Oh my goodness! 1 HP in a dream for the world champion, able to endure to get to the Shadow Ball and win game number 1.
Oh my goodness, what a crazy end game. I hear the cheers in the crowd, but it's only game 1, folks. There's gonna be plenty of action to come. Bezo Boy looking as calm as ever. Looks exactly the same as he did before that game.
Have you ever seen a 1 health Pokemon look less than 1? Like, it had nothing. I know that Pokemon Licky Licky is a high stamina Pokemon, meaning it has a high health pool. It had nothing left. Literally 1 health left for the world champion.
And I did not think that Licky Licky was gonna hang on, but you know what? Bezo Boy proves me wrong. His Licky Licky proved me wrong. It has been trained exceptionally well to be able to hang on to both of those Power Gems there.
Oh, a funky mid to end game there where both the trainers, the simultaneous knockout happened. Suddenly you thought OG Blairtoys was gonna win. Bezo Boy went for a greedy farm down, and then you thought the double Power Gem would be enough to knock out, but it wasn't. Take a look. Look, try to zoom in. Look, it has nothing. Look at the health of that Licky Licky.
I see no pixels there on the Licky Licky. I do wonder if Bezo Boy got a little greedy trying to farm down the Togekiss. Like, if he just threw an Aqua Tail and then threw another Aqua Tail and got the shield, I feel like he would have been okay, but you know what? All's well that ends well.
Yeah, and also OG Blairtoys got a little greedy by throwing a body slam into Empoleon, where I was thinking maybe OG Blairtoys was thinking the switch timer was up and that Bezo Boy was gonna swap into Licky Licky and double resist the Shadow Ball. So he was expecting that through the body slam. It didn't happen, and then that left Bezo Boy with double Hydro Cannon, and that's probably a huge reason that Bezo Boy is up 1-0 right now.
This has just been a pretty crazy series. I think the original game 1 was already a crazy comeback from Bezo Boy, and game 2, of course, the crazy end game. And you know, we're getting a treat here. We're gonna get at least 1 more game in this series.
Yeah, this will be game number 3 for us, but game number 2 for these trainers that count, and Bezo Boy is up 1-0. Can he make it to day number 2 right here against OG Blairtoys? We are locked in. Let's see the leads. It's gonna be the Togekiss into the Empoleon. You don't want to see this in a neutral matchup just because you're taking too much damage from the Metal Sound, in my opinion. But OG Blairtoys decides to stay in.
Yeah, he doesn't have a great answer in the back. I guess he could come into the Corsola, but maybe he just wants to pull a shield here. Maybe gonna switch out after this, take advantage of that 0-turn swap. Bezo Boy knows he would lose charge attack priority, so he's gonna continue banking up energy. Oh, and here comes a Licky Licky. Licky Licky safe swap could be fertile ground for Bezo Boy to do a nice chip and dip here.
Yeah, gonna throw the Hydro Cannon. Now, does he try to get out of this matchup? He could get into his own Licky Licky and try to catch on a Shadow Ball. The Shadow Ball is available. There's a swap. He went for it. It didn't succeed. OG Blairtoys was patient there, knowing the swap was probably gonna happen, and now lands the body slam that's neutral. But now OG Blairtoys has his Licky Licky pretty low, almost in range of double body slam.
Yeah, even without the catch, this is still a great place for Bezo Boy to be in. He's able to absorb all of this energy. Look at these 2 body slams, right? They're not even going to put the Licky Licky below half health. And like you said, I think at this point, OG Blairtoys' Licky Licky is definitely within double body slam range. And we've seen this before. Bezo Boy is so confident that his Licky Licky wins charge attack priority.
It feels like a pretty big advantage when Licky Licky is the most used Pokemon to have that charge attack priority in the mirror matchup. And maybe you don't even want to throw another charge attack into this Licky Licky of OG Blairtoys. Can you swap out? Do you swap back into your Empoleon here? Bezo Boy has the opportunity to do something, but here comes the swap into the Togekiss, and this is not going to be on a Shadow Ball. Does OG Blairtoys let this go and try to go for a farm down? He might have an opportunity, but it's going to get really close.
Well, I think he almost have another body slam loaded. Yeah, just 1 rollout away. So OG Blairtoys, if he wants this farm down, he's going to have to use a shield on this super low health Togekiss. Bezo Boy going for a little bit of an undercharger and maybe wants to get another Metal Sound, but the Togekiss goes down, and now OG Blairtoys pretty much down to 1 Pokemon in that Galarian Corsola.
Well, that 1 Pokemon is really bulky. You have a Protect Shield advantage. Maybe you have a shot, but you have to deal with all this energy from the Empoleon as well. You do have your Licky Licky in the back to try to make a swap, and actually maybe has a little energy on it as well. Gonna let this first Hydro Cannon through. Eventually eventually you're going to need to start protect shielding these Hydro Cannons because that's going to be more valuable than a Psyshock from the Togekiss.
Right, but OG Blairtoys hasn't seen the Togekiss. I think you're right, though. He's realizing that he has to shield something as he does shield up this Hydro Cannon. Corsola now only has one shield to protect it. Also has a potential Licky Licky, but nice timing here, nice counting by OG Blairtoys to throw this Nightshade before the next Hydro Cannon.
And does get protect shielded by Bezo Boy, wanting to keep this Empoleon around. He doesn't have his timer yet, knowing he can get to a lot of energy. OG Blairtoys tries to catch, try to swap onto it. Can he get to a body slam to force? Oh no, actually a Hydro Cannon is going to be coming through. OG Blairtoys is thinking, I'm just going to let that go, but still a huge uphill battle to finish off this against the Togekiss that's full health, but you do have that protect shield advantage. How much does the super effective power gem do?
I think the Togekiss might be able to hang on, but Bezo Boy is looking a little bit nervous. Let's see the super effective power gem. Oh, Togekiss comfortably hangs on, gets to this Psyshock, and I think with the peck damage, you are going to threaten this Corsola enough to force the shield, and you do have a Hydro Cannon banked on that Empoleon as well, so as soon as this shield goes up, I think Bezo Boy has this game.
Yeah, if you have that Hydro Cannon already available, you definitely win the charge attack priority. There is a Night Slade, and you could maybe even come in with the Licky Licky, but probably just going to come in with the Empoleon and secure your day number 2 with the Hydro Cannon or the Drill Peck. The Hydro Cannon comes out from the World Champion, and the World Champion is still standing here in Los Angeles as he advances to day number 2.
In a crazy 2 to 3 game series between Bezo Boy and OG Blairtoys, but really masterful play and mechanics from Bezo Boy throughout the entire very, very long series. Like you said, advancing to the top 16, you know, keeping up his incredible streak of performances in 2026.
Well, Bezo Boy is used to those long matchups, those best of 5s. He's very familiar with them, so this was a longer matchup, but he was able to overcome it, move on. But congrats to OG Blairtoys. I mean, it's tough getting to this position, the losers finals. It's tough beating a world champion, so it's no shame getting 17th place at a tournament. You get championship points to add on to the other ones that he's already gotten, I see, from San Juan. So there's a good chance we will see him at the World Championships this season.
Right, and OG Blairtoys, I think you were looking at his placements earlier. This was his best ever regional championship placement, I believe. So congratulations to OG Blairtoys. You know, every trainer is on a little bit different of a journey, right? Bezo Boy's already got his title. OG Blairtoys, you know, one of those players who's really looking to get championship points to secure that world spot. But if you're at home and you're looking to get into the game, take a look at this video to learn about typing effectiveness.
Hey trainers, Inadequance here. Have you ever heard your friends or the commentators say they trained their Pokemon well, or that must be a very good ranked Pokemon, and you have no idea what that means? Then listen up, I'm going to explain this all for you. It all starts with understanding how the CP of Pokemon works. CP stands for combat power, and this is unique for every Pokemon. To simplify things, let's compare two Pokemon in the Master League. In this league, trainers usually battle with fully powered up Pokemon. For example, Mewtwo can reach around 4700 CP, while Lugia tops out at about 4100 CP. Does that mean Lugia is much weaker? Not exactly. Offensively, yes, but defensively, Lugia is an absolute powerhouse. It can hold its own against, and sometimes even defeat Mewtwo. The reason Mewtwo has a much higher CP is because of its stronger attack stat. This shows that Pokemon with higher offensive stats tend to reach higher CP values than those that are more defensively oriented. Attack has a much greater influence on CP than defense or HP. The same principle applies in the Great and Ultra Leagues, where CP caps limit which Pokemon you can use. The key to maximizing a Pokemon's potential in these leagues is getting as many power-ups as possible without exceeding the CP limit. Because defensive Pokemon gain CP more slowly than offensive ones, they can often be powered up more times. For example, in the Great League, you can typically power up Umbreon more times than Flareon before hitting the 1500 CP cap. Now that you understand the value of defensive Pokemon, let's look at what kind of appraisal you're aiming for. The idea is similar. A Pokemon with higher defense and HP and lower attack can usually fit in more power-ups before reaching the CP limit. By combining the maximum number of power-ups with a CP as close as possible to the league cap, you get the bulkiest stats of that Pokemon. This is what trainers often refer to as a well-ranked Pokemon. One important side note, when a Pokemon is very common in the meta, some trainers intentionally choose one with slightly higher attack. This is to win the charge stack priority ties, situations where both players use a charge stack on the same turn. In these cases, the Pokemon with a higher attack stat goes first. That small advantage can often decide the outcome of a battle, especially in mirror matches. I hope this helps you sort out which Pokemon you want to bring to the competition. Get involved and let us know what you caught for a battle, or even better, come show them off in the championships here. Visit pokemon.com/compete for more information. We can't wait to see what you got.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the 2026 Pokemon GO Los Angeles Regional Championships. My name is Homeslice Henry. I have the absolute privilege to be joined here on the desk by the one and only Speediest Chief. We've had some amazing games so far today, Speedy, haven't we?
We've had some incredible sets, and we are wrapping up our coverage of day number 1. Pretty soon, we're going to do 2 sets ourselves and then swing it back to our co-casters for the final remaining 2. So if you've enjoyed the stream so far, make sure to follow before you forget, and also stay tuned for tomorrow in Championship Sunday.
I believe we already have 12 trainers into day number 2, but there's still 4 spots up for grabs. There's still trainers alive fighting in the losers bracket, and that's what we get to take a look at here.
I'm really excited to check out these losers bracket matches. Again, it's lose and go home because we are in a double elimination format. We don't play Swiss like the other competitions here this weekend, but it means that the stakes are high and these trainers have to do their absolute best with their backs against the wall, and we expect them to succeed because that's just what they do.
And we've got a Pokemon that we've seen a few times already, and it's making a return in this upcoming series, and that is going to be the Chestnut. Chestnut running the newly buffed move Low Kick, this time running Thunder Punch over Superpower. So a rare Chestnut that can actually hit back a little bit against those pesky flying types.
No, I like that a lot. You know, the Frenzy Plant's great. I'm waiting to see a Superpower Thunder Punch Chestnut. I think that would be extra spicy.
The all coverage Chestnut right there.
Yeah, gotta rely on some of those places to get your fast stack damage, charge stack damage through. But let's take a look at these teams. Salty is returning to the stream. I believe that Soph and Butters casted Dapper Discs earlier as well, so this is gonna be really exciting to watch. It's gonna be Battle of the Grasses, Henry. We got Cradilly up against that Chestnut. The C's, the grasses that start with C.
And this Cradilly is running Acid, so even though the charge stacks are going to be walled by the Chestnut, it will have the ability to at least fight back with the super effective Acids. The Diggersby is opting for Mud Shot over Quick Attack. Standard Wigglytuff, the Shadow Talonflame opting for Flame Charge and Fly, and the Guzzlord has opted for Dragon Claw. So Dragon Claw gives it a lot better neutral play, but if it gets stuck on a Fairy type, it's going to be in for a pretty rough time.
And there's good news, though, for Salty, because there are no Fairy types on the opposing side. That Guzzlord looks very, very free, maybe a little bit at risk to the Dynamic Punch from the Grumpig there, or the Fortress, because it is spinning up some Bug Bite damage, so that could be a little bit tricky. I wanted to ask you, though, Henry, is there a place for the Pidgeot from Dapper Disc in this series?
I believe the Pidgeot moveset is very interesting. It's Heat Wave and Brave Bird. So Heat Wave does give it very interesting coverage into, let's say, Fortress, for example. Unfortunately, no Fortress to be seen here. Pidgeot, Brave Bird is always going to hit hard onto everything. Yeah. But it feels like it is a bit of a feast or famine pick, where if it's able to get up energy, nothing on Salty's team wants to take Brave Birds, but if it's down energy, then that's a very long road to try and get to that flying type damage.
Exactly. We also don't have any Mud Slap users, so there aren't any easy targets for those flying Pokemon to swoop down on and overcharge and deal out the damage as they may. So there's a lot of question marks in my mind about how this series is going to go. Guzzlord seems like the only sure thing that we've identified so far, and Dapper Disc and Salty are going to have to tell us the rest.
We got lock-ins. Let's go, Speedy. Game number 1, Group E Losers Finals. We've got Guzzlord for Salty, and there it is. It finally showed up. The Chestnut for Dapper Discs.
This is going to be awesome. It does have Thunder Punch and Frenzy Plant, so no superpower asset for this particular matchup. I wonder if we do see the swap out into the Empoleon at any time. No, Dragon Claw first.
This Dragon Claw is only neutral damage, but it's going to do quite a lot. Dapper is going to be no shielding. He knows he will survive it. Chestnut, however, does pay a very heavy price.
Chestnut firing back with the Frenzy Plant here. Resisted by the Dragon typing, but a Community Day charge tech like Frenzy Plant is going to hit hard no matter who you are, and Guzzlord takes a big thump.
Aggressive pivot out into the Talonflame. Oh, able to land that Incinerate onto the Grumpig instead of the Chestnut. Very well-timed switch out there from Dapper Discs.
Incredible reaction time. Honestly, the Chestnut was at risk of being knocked out. Going to use that first Protect Shield of the game. Dapper Discs protecting against the Flame Charge and looking for a Shadow Ball here.
What I like about what Dapper Discs did was he put himself where he is one off the Thunder Punch. So if a 2-shield matchup plays out here and 4 charge stacks are thrown, Dapper could have the ability to actually combination play with that Thunder Punch since he's only 1 low kick away.
Going for another charge stack. Talonflame raining down a boosted fly. Dapper Disc wants these shields down. It might be exactly what you said, Henry, because after all these charge stacks, the switch timers are going to be up as well. So that Chestnut could come in and deliver a devastating blow.
Shadow Ball would take the knockout. Will Salty put up the final Protect Shield? It could set up a combination play. If so, no. Going to let the Talonflame go and hold on to that final Protect Shield.
I do like the patience quite a bit, but one of Chestnut's best targets is lurking in the back for Salty. That's going to be the Diggersby. Unfortunately, though, the Chestnut is very weak. Coming with the Guzzlord, met by Empoleon, and then another counter swap.
Diggersby is able to hit for big, super effective damage onto Empoleon. Empoleon has very strong defensive typing, but its stats are not the greatest. This Scorching Sands is going to hurt.
It's going to sting, definitely. Let's see how this Pokemon does it. We're going to see a Scorching Sands from the Diggersby, excuse me, connecting into the Empoleon. Going to try to bring it down into the red and maybe look for a mud shot down. We know the Diggersby can take at least one Hydro Cannon. Oh, excuse me, my gosh.
Oh my goodness, Diggersby just taking the KO. Empoleon tried to hang on, unable to do so. And now in comes the Chestnut, making the Frenzy Plant and winning charge stack priority.
That is huge, but I don't think the Frenzy Plant is big enough to pick up the KO here. Let's see if Diggersby can withstand it, and it does quite easily, actually. Fire Punch connects.
Now that's a Pokemon with some stats, Speedy. Look at that Frenzy Plant survive. Diggersby takes it like it's nothing. Fire Punch takes the knockout, just quick pivot into Guzzlord, 1 off the Brutal Swing, and that's going to be a Game 1 win for Salty.
And tying this up with an interdimensional bow, Guzzlord, Brutal Swing, down goes Grumpig, and that is a Game 1 win for Salty.
And you can see there how much it means to Salty. He's popping off a little bit after the Game 1 win.
Yeah.
And that Diggersby able to take the knockout onto Empoleon. Had Empoleon held on, that's a very different game. That Hydro Cannon damage would have been everything, but Empoleon got knocked out. And that Diggersby, the bulk. I see why so many trainers are putting it on their team, because it's hard to find Pokemon that have that level of bulk.
Exactly. Diggersby so versatile, so reliable, and it can tank so much damage. It can be your second shield. It can be that Pokemon that goes out and just sponges charge stacks to let you get back to your timer. It's one of the best parts about playing it. So going into game number 2, I think that you got to expect to see more Diggersby from Salty. If you're Dapper Disc, you only have a few options, if I'm being honest.
It'll be a little bit tough here.
Yeah, right?
Oh my goodness. Safe switching a Talonflame into a Chestnut lead is very bold, because I feel the Chestnut plus Stunfisk makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But it didn't end up being that Stunfisk in the back, so you have to wonder, does Dapper risk that Stunfisk? There's so many anti-Stunfisk Pokemon on this team. There's the Diggersby, there's the Guzzlord, there's the Credilli. Does he decide to make that risk, or does he think that Salty's trying to bait him into bringing the Stunfisk?
Exactly. It looks really tough for Dapper. A lot of the time, when we see these matches, they go into it so fast that it's hard to really identify who has a team combat advantage. But the more that I look at this, I don't know about you, Henry, the more I look at it, I think Dapper Disc is at a tough, steep disadvantage against this combination of the Diggersby and Guzzlord as well.
Trainers playing against Salty have consistently tried to rely on Empoleon, because if Empoleon is able to dodge the Jellicent, Empoleon does look pretty neutral here. So I would like to see Dapper try and rely on that Empoleon, and that's not the lead Dapper was hoping to see, leading Chestnut into Wigglytuff.
My goodness, this is not a great spot to be if you're a fighting type Pokemon. This is one of the few targets that Wigglytuff loves to see. Gonna go for the Frenzy Plant here on good timing, but you gotta anticipate a swap pretty soon, right?
Dapper probably does not want to concede a full farm down. Salty will put up the shield, investing in the Wigglytuff. Dapper with shield advantage now sends in that Empoleon.
Okay, I do like this quite a bit. I'm a little bit interested to see the Guzzlord come out, but I guess if you want to sponge damage, the Guzzlord's a Pokemon to do it, especially versus Empoleon.
Now, Speedy, the Pidgeot that you called out at the start is in the back, and with Guzzlord being baited out, Mudshot Diggersby presumably not going to be a big fan of that Pidgeot, so maybe there could be an opportunity for Pidgeot to shine here.
Ooh, I can start to see the vision, especially if you keep that chest onto the back as Dapper Discs, you can switch out and reset that Brave Bird debuff. So let's see how he decides to play it out. Meanwhile, Empoleon is just getting chewed up by the Guzzlord.
Empoleon going for an overfarm, just putting up the shield, just trying to keep itself as healthy as possible. Empoleon can now look to try and double up and will fire off as soon as he gets to the back-to-back drill pegs. This ensures that it's not like a charge attack priority tie where Salty could then put up a shield and still get the move. This guarantees that the energy is lost.
Yeah, incredibly well played by Dapper Discs there. Coming out with the Diggersby, and I mean, he's getting so much value out of this Empoleon. He's outside of Fire Punch range, so he safely farms up to double Hydro Cannons, and Salty might be in trouble here.
This guarantees a Hydro Cannon will land. Salty does have a catch available, but Wigglytuff has so much energy, and that is going to be a charge stack priority tie. Hydro Cannon, it's not going to knock out. If a Frenzy Plant didn't knock out, Hydro Cannon will be survivable, but this just does quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hardest hitting charge stack, I think, left in the game. Maybe outside of what you said, the Frenzy Plant there. Another Scorching Sands coming through. This time, Empoleon is going to get KO'd, and that's the first piece of good news for Salty in quite a while.
In comes Wigglytuff, getting the Icy Wind. Pidgeot not going to be a big fan of this damage whatsoever, and now needs to make a Brave Bird if it wants to secure a KO here.
Exactly, and that minimizes this Pidgeot in a huge way, because after the Brave Bird debuff, it's not going to be very useful to Dapper Discs, but luckily he can switch it out.
And this Brave Bird, even at -1 attack, is going to hurt. This is one of the most efficient charge attacks in the game. Brave Bird is going to land. Wigglytuff gets cleared from the field. Back in comes the Diggersby, but Diggersby has no fast attack pressure here.
Dapper Discs maybe trying to force some energy? No, catching Fire Punch. He wants to wrap up this game one way and one way only, and that's going to be on his Pidgeot's wings.
Salty going for the undercharge on the Fire Punch, but it's too much. Now he cannot get a farm down. Chestnut will make a Frenzy Plant, and Dapper Discs gets the equalizer. He stayed with the Chestnut, but Pidgeot ended up being the MVP of that one, as that Brave Bird knocking out Wigglytuff opened the door for Chestnut to win this matchup.
Yeah, definitely a curious swap. I thought we were going to see an instant pivot into the Chestnut, but because of the pacing, the Diggersby was always going to get to the Fire Punch first. So a little bit tricky. I thought it was going to be Pidgeot that closed it out, but Dapper Discs proved he can do it either way. And also, Henry, it's so tough to know all the matchups. I mean, who knows how much to undercharge a Fire Punch from Diggersby into a Chestnut? I mean, come on.
You have to imagine there's not a lot of scrims being done against Chestnuts. Like, people are looking at teams from a lot of the Asian qualifiers, teams from Prague. And I didn't see a Chestnut on any of those, Speedy.
Nowhere to be seen. Not since, I guess, Wadaj won in Baltimore like 2 years ago. So Chestnut definitely out of the toy box and onto the field here. But we're going to see in battle number 3 if it does make its third appearance.
That was some good trivia, Speedy. Chestnut, I've been a lot of viewers at home don't remember that Chestnut has won a Pokemon GO regional.
Yeah.
I mean, this man's full of information.
That's when he beat Elite, right? He had the Clodsire, the Chestnut. I still don't know how he did it, but we're going to go into game number 3 here shortly. Pidgeot didn't do the kind of, I guess, Brave Bird and Dip strategy that we're used to seeing, but it was just good enough. And I really like the discipline of Dapper Discs to let his Pokemon get KO'd and not switch lock the Pidgeot and make things worse for him.
After Empoleon was so strong in game number 2, I have to imagine Salty looks to try and pivot to the Jellicent. In Salty's previous streamed matchup, I was doing a little bit of film study here prior to this matchup, but Salty did end up bringing that Jellicent to try and shut down the Empoleon, so it feels like the logical adjustment here from Salty.
Yeah, it does. I think there's definitely some room for the Jellicent. I think that seeing the Chestnut is kind of, you know, it kind of dissuades you a little bit, but also the Chestnut's double kick are double resisted, so you really only have to worry about shielding the second Frenzy Plant if you are playing Jellicent. So I could see that Pokemon. It looks like Dapper Discs is almost ready to go. Salty is already locked in. This could be the final match for one of these trainers.
We've got lock-ins. This is the win or go home. It's going to be Guzzlord staring down Grumpig. Grumpig has super effective damage with Dynamic Punch, but Guzzlord has a significant pacing advantage.
And Henry with the call. The Jellicent in the back for Salty and the Talonflame in the back for Dapper Discs. Going to go here for the Brutal Swing after only 9 turns. It's blazing fast and it's crushing damage.
What makes this matchup feel so bad as the Grumpig is if Guzzlord just invests shields, you basically have done no damage to the Guzzlord. These high waves are double resistance, you really can't do much, but this could be the swing that Dapper needs. Landing this dynamic punch, suddenly it feels like Grumpig was very valuable. Oh no, in comes the Empoleon, but Empoleon is walled. The adjustment from Salty instantly pays dividends.
No need to even throw Surf here. You can go straight Shadow Ball, but I like Salty's patience. He knew he switched in, displaced the turns quite a bit, and needed to get back to his clean cycles of 1 Hex and 1 Shadow Ball.
That adjustment from Salty is exactly what he needed. Empoleon throws Drill Peck after Drill Peck, but the bulk of Jellicent means it simply does not care. And Jellicent is already at his Shadow Ball and a half. and if we learned anything about Empoleon this weekend, is that Empoleon does not like taking neutral damage.
No, it does not appreciate it very much. It relies on its typing for its defense primarily. Shield comes up on the Shadow Ball, which is a little bit interesting because another Shadow Ball is already queued. Dapper Discs might need to double down. He doesn't even think about it.
It doesn't look like he can get a Metal Sound down, which is unfortunate for Dapper. So not only is he forced to go down 2 shields, but he would have to throw energy. Oh, there's a snipe attempt. In comes the Guzzlord, but he's able to catch that onto Stunfisk.
Yeah, sends out the Stunfisk, revealing his 3rd Pokemon. We still have not seen the Shadow Talonflame from Salty. So Stunfisk at this point likely cannot Thundershock down. It's got to throw energy if it doesn't want to eat a Dragon Claw.
Salty does end up overfarming, and that lets Dapper make it to a discharge. The first shield does come up from Salty. Salty knows with the Talonflame in the back, Stunfisk is a very big problem, so getting damage on this Stunfisk is going to be key, and this is where the Dragon Claw attack will be very clutch, as this is big damage onto the bulky Stunfisk.
You absolutely nailed it. Revealing that 3rd Pokemon, giving that information away means that Salty can start to plan for the outcome much more clearly than Dapper Discs is able to.
And there's just no HP remaining on this Stunfisk. Brutal Swing should just about take the knockout here. Dapper's hoping to survive. He survives on 1 HP. He switches in Empoleon, answered with the Talonflame, and suddenly the energy on the Empoleon is very, very valuable.
This is massive for Dapper Discs. Salty threw out the Talonflame. It might be to his detriment because now his final Protect Shield is gone. Empoleon already has the Hydro Cannon.
And Talonflame is just going to get 1 hit KO'd here. It basically got no damage in this entire battle. Hydro Cannon takes the knockout. The Jellicent is still around, but I believe the Jellicent is completely energy dry and will get outpaced by the Empoleon.
Yeah, this is so tough for Jellicent. It was the hope, but Salty's hope has run out. Dapper Disc Empoleon topples its counter, and that's going to be a Game 3 victory for Dapper Discs.
Normally, Jellicent onto Empoleon is like the worst matchup anyone has ever seen, but Dapper double shielded. He pivoted out. He found a way, and he's moving on to day number 2.
Very well played by Salty there. I really appreciate the Guzzlord gaming. I think he did really well to get to this point. This is losers round 8, so he was just 1 win away from top cut. But Dapper Discs was the stronger trainer. At the end of the day, we're approaching twilight, right? People are getting a little bit tired. They've been battling all day, but Dapper Discs proves he still has the fortitude to fight his way through it.
Speedy, are you prepared to live in a world where a low kick Chestnut and a heat wave Pidgeot just made day 2?
I don't know. After seeing some of the top cuts in Europe, I might be okay. But that's definitely fascinating to watch. A Chestnut, a Pokemon that was definitely on my radar for about 2 seconds before I moved on. But some of these other trainers never got past it.
And hey, bringing the Chestnut ended up working out so well. Chestnut was able to take KOs left and right. The Pidgeot was clutch in game number 2, and in game number 3, running a more traditional line, relying on Empoleon, Stunfisk, and Grumpig, and they absolutely popped off.
Yeah, great response there from Dapper to bring double coverage for the Talonflame in the Empoleon and the Nova Stunfisk. I really feel like if that Talonflame did any more than 2 Incinerates, and that was its total impact, I think there's a different Pokemon in the back there. I think that it would have been a lot closer, but hey, that's team compositions, and a lot of competitive Pokemon Go is about that, reading your opponent, anticipating what's coming, and finding openings for your specific Pokemon. Talonflame with no shields is not an opening. That is danger, red alert.
Talonflame, those Incinerates hit so hard, but unfortunately only getting 2 Incinerates worth of damage in that entire battle was tragic. Even down 2 shields to 0, it felt so bleak in the mid game, but by saving the energy on Empoleon, it was honestly a very brave call to go down 2 shields and then anticipate the combination play. He tried to snipe down the energy, and Dapper said no. It was just such a well-played series.
Yeah, that was absolutely instrumental in his victory there. Very well done by Dapper Disc, and you'll see him in Top Cut tomorrow, so I'm really excited to check out his battles as he progresses through that bracket. We've settled most of our bracket at this point. There's maybe only 2 or 3 spots left, maybe 3.
And taking a look at losers finals for Group F that we have coming up here, it's Dre Flames, who we saw on stream earlier, and Swakini, who is running a team with Gourgeist. Gourgeist, I believe we last saw on stream with Rise.
Correct.
So Gourgeist making a return. We saw a couple interesting grass types, Cordelia Chestnut. We have a more traditional one this time in the Gourgeist.
Well, I'll tell you what, I have backstage, privately in conversation with Henry, I've not been the biggest fan of the Corviknight in this meta, but the Corviknight for Dre Flames might have a decent target in the Gourgeist. It sounds counterintuitive, because you are taking a lot of Incinerate damage, but the air cutters hit so hard, and the pacing on the Corviknight is so good, that is a competitive matchup.
Corviknight into Gourgeist teams that don't have Stunfisk can actually be a decently effective save switch, just because the threat of a payback is very, very threatening. But as with most Gourgeist teams, there is a Stunfisk, and that Stunfisk really limiting Corviknight as being such an effective save switch really feels like that's why it is used a lot less, is in those previous metas like Houston, for example, there wasn't really a lot of Stunfisk, and so Corviknight was just so safe. You could almost always send it in to tank hits, but with Stunfisk is such a hard answer, it just really limits its neutral play.
Yeah, just when I was trying to give Corviknight a little bit of credit, Henry's like, reality check. There's the Stunfisk there, and that is a disaster if you switch into that. I agree with you. We saw that matchup earlier on stream as well. I believe it was Pocket battling with his Corviknight versus a Stunfisk. That was tough to watch.
Oh, that was air cutter bait after air cutter bait, getting no-shielded, savage no-shields by Pyro Panda.
Yeah.
But we do actually see another Wigglytuff. So Wigglytuff, a Pokemon that we had on trending down, we haven't seen a lot of it, but we are seeing probably maybe a bit more than I expected. Wigglytuff still hanging on. Tinkaton was billed as the fairy type to end all fairy types.
Yeah.
But it almost feels like I'm seeing a greater diversity of fairy types, which is very cool. A lot more Togekiss.
Yeah.
We've seen some Alolan Ninetales as well. I do like when it's not just one Pokemon dominating a niche.
Me too, or Florges, right? There was a large chunk of the season where Florges was literally everywhere. But Tinkaton, like you said, looked to be the fairy type to beat, but it almost just becomes the fairy that beats fairies. And I feel like a lot of trainers don't need that on their team. They already have tons of steel types, tons of other Pokemon that can do that. They need a fairy type that does fairy things. So Wigglytuff still holds that bill, probably as close as just about any other Pokemon available. Let's take a look here at our trainer, Dre Flames. He's getting ready to throw down and battle it out. And I know that he has a lot of pride, right? He's a local here, wants to do well, got really close to top cut on the winner's side bracket, but just wasn't able to pull it off. So now this is the final chance he's got to make it into day 2.
I think a Pokemon that could be an X factor here is that Malamar. Taking a look across the non-Wigglytuff Pokemon on Swakini's team, there's so much neutral play for Malamar. But knowing that, it feels like Swakini is almost forced into bringing that Wigglytuff every single game. So as Dre Flames, you try and run a strong anti-Wigglytuff line game 1, and then potentially, if you can scare it off, then try and bring in that Malamar. Because if Malamar dodges that Wigglytuff, there is play into everything. It is winning into the Licky Licky, it's winning into the Empoleon, it's winning into the Gourgeist, it's surprisingly very fine into Corviknight and neutral into the Stunfisk, so it just offers so much play.
Exactly. Dre Flames will be winning so much, he might get sick of winning, but I don't think so. Let's find out. This is game number 1 of our losers finals. Swakini, Dre Flames, and the fairies are in town.
Oh, Tinkaton into Wigglytuff. That is exactly what Dre Flames was hoping to see. And Swakini ran a line that is so weak to that Tinkaton. Save switches the Licky Licky, hoping Tinkaton will stay in, but it doesn't. And in comes the brick wall that is Diggersby.
And like you said, finding out where that Wigglytuff is will free up that Malamar. And I think that when that information comes out and Dre Flames can position his Pokemon, he's going to do really well. Here comes the first Protect Shield from that Licky Licky.
So Swakini really looking to invest in this matchup. The one-shield matchup does actually get surprisingly close just because of how spammy Licky Licky is. Licky Licky can actually make life a bit uncomfortable for the Diggersby, especially if the shield is used on a Scorching Sands, which it was.
Exactly. Body Slam connecting. Not much more Licky Licky can do. Definitely don't want to throw the Shadow Ball here. And Licky Licky has to just be patient and try to get its trainer back to the switch timer, maybe to move some pieces around.
Another Body Slam, another no shield, but the Licky Licky still being at basically full HP is where this matchup could end up getting a little bit spooky for Dre Flames, as Dre Flames has high incentive to try and win switch advantage, but Scorching Sands won't even two-shot. Licky Licky's a monster. Speedy, it lives everything.
It lives literally everything, and it's so difficult to get off the field. We thought this was a hard counter situation, but my goodness, Licky Licky is stubborn as get out.
It looks like the next body slam should miss the knockout. So Diggersby will be able to hang on, but I'm honestly a little bit gobsmacked. Oh, the double shield. Swakini selling out for switch advantage. He knows if that Wigglytuff is aligned on a Tinkaton, there is no chance to win the game.
Absolute devious gameplay here from Swakini, drawing that final shield from Dre Flames. He's got to be saying, man, just give already.
And I don't think this is quite Scorching Sands range either. No protect shields for Licky Licky to hide behind. But if Licky Licky flips this, that would change everything.
Absolutely rewriting the entire script. Licky Licky's got the bicep. Oh, a swap into Malamar. Just struggling, trying to get out of it. Dre Flames tosses out the Malamar, but is this a bad play?
This is going to bait out the Wigglytuff. Oh, Swakini actually stays in, gets the 1 HP body slam. So Swakini not wanting to switch lock that Wigglytuff, recognizing Wigglytuff is going to do quite well here, but not wanting to have that switch locked, because a Wigglytuff switch lock is an opportunity for the Tinkaton to just set up and farm so much energy.
Superpower, a parting gift packaged nicely from the Malamar. Gonna slam into that Wigglytuff and take about 35% of its HP before getting charmed down. And now Dre Flames has a little bit more room to breathe.
Oh, Dre Flames didn't wait his timer. Oh no! Had he waited his timer, his switch clock would have been up and he could have sent in the Diggersby, but he doesn't wait the timer. Now he can't send in the Diggersby and outpace, and he's forced to stay on the field with Tinkaton and fire off Bulldoze.
And all Stunfisk needs to do is gather a bit of energy and hold it if he wants to prevent that Diggersby from coming out and landing any charge attacks of its own.
I believe Stunfisk through instantly is the opening the Dre Flames needs to pivot out here.
Yes.
He is going to be getting the one-turn switch. Oh, but with the one-turn switch, he is, he's going to get there. He does. Swakini didn't overfarm and then reopens the door. Dre Flames takes advantage, gets the Scorching Sands, and this damage will be devastating.
Absolutely massive as the pendulum swings back over to the left side of the stage. Dre Flames desperately needed a hand, and his Diggersby offered up an ear. We're going to see a Mud Bomb get connected from the Stunfisk into the Diggersby. Final Pokemon remaining is the Tinkaton. Dre Flames, this is his moment.
Oh, there's the pivot. Oh, the Bulldoze catch. Oh my goodness. Can Tinkaton ever Fairy Wind down and try and exit with a charge stack loaded? I believe that's what Dre Flames is going to need. Or if he can't get that farm down, can he get the double up? He's shaking his head. He doesn't think it's possible. That catch from Swakini just keeps flipping the pendulum back and forth. There's so much at stake here.
Yeah, exactly. Getting the double up is the only way, or he's got to get at least close to it, maybe throw it at good timing to, I guess, make that second charm not connect, but he doesn't do it. Swift coming through, and this is going to be all for Dre Flames in game one.
Swakini able to fight back, completing the 25 super effective charge text research as time hits 0, and he's taking the game 1 win.
My goodness, how tough, how close was that series? Like you said, an opening when the Unova Stunfisk fired and emptied its energy stores down to 0. A breath of fresh air for Dre Flames when that Scorching Sands was able to connect, but then right back to Swakini's side, flew the momentum when he was able to connect that final charge stack.
That game was a roller coaster, Speedy. So many win cons, potential win cons, the battlers giving it their all. But Swakini able to survive, leading the Wigglytuff into Tinkaton. I think we're seeing why Licky Licky is so high up there in usage. My goodness. Licky Licky being able to flip Diggersby 2s is incredible.
Yeah, I'm looking at the team here from Dre Flames, and I'm going to be honest, if you face off against Licky Licky in the 2s, what do you have that beats it? I mean, a Tinkaton seems like the best answer just on the face value of it, but it's tough, man.
I think potentially Dre Flames could have opted for just staying Tinkaton into the Licky Licky, winning the matchup, and then putting Diggersby on the Wigglytuff. Because even though Icy Wind hits for super effective, I mean, we've seen Diggersby, it just tanks super effective hits for days. That may have worked out a little bit better because, man, Licky Licky, I guess it is not walled nearly as significantly as we thought.
Yeah.
That was brutal.
Yeah, that was an absolute slog through the swamp. Both traders just duking it out back and forth, and eventually Licky Licky, I guess it's just, it's round and buoyant. Maybe it's just able to float up above those matchups. But we're heading into game number 2. Again, this could be the last game that Dre Flames plays in LA.
And we've got lock-ins. It's win or go home for Dre Flames, and that is a lead he's hoping to see as he leads Tinkaton into Wigglytuff for a second game in a row.
Let's see if he changes the strategy. Exact same counter swap from Swakini going into the Licky Licky, actually opting for the Malamar. Thoughts?
Ooh, Malamar will take some significant damage from Shadow Ball. Dre Flames could put up the shield here, and this will mean that the Licky is forced to go for another Shadow Ball, but it also de-incentivizes Dre Flames from throwing Superpower before damage lands.
Exactly. Building up to the double there. I think a lot of Malamar trainers do that just on instinct. Maybe going over the cap, though, wasting a Psy Wave or two, and a shield from Swakini.
Swakini does actually respect the superpower. Now that is what Dre Flames was hoping to see, but giving the free energy is really tough. Another bait. Does Swakini call it? Swakini double shields, doubling down, but now Dre Flames should be in a position to preserve switch advantage, and that would be game winning.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be critical on the charge tech priority, and this is going from good to great for Dre Flames.
Dre Flames has switch advantage, Dre Flames has shield advantage, and as long as Dre Flames just stays in and preserves that switch advantage, which he's going to do, Dre Flames is going to be able to take this win.
How about a superpower as well? A parting gift from the Malamar. It hates this matchup, so it loves to send a sweet little gift like this over to Wigglytuff. Superpower connects, and Dre Flames did the most important things you mentioned, maintaining switch advantage.
Swakini going to stay on the field, go for the Icy Wind, but unfortunately, this just doesn't really do anything to Tinkaton. Tinkaton, for those who haven't played it, has very similar stats to Medicham. It is a very bulky Pokemon. He's going to stay in. Dre Flame's just going to look to overfarm. There's the pivot out into the Stunfisk, answered with the Diggersby. So 2 games, 2 identical lines, but 2 very different outcomes.
Well, Henry, as they say in checkers, checkmate.
There's no way out here. Stunfisk could throw 7 Mud Bombs, and I don't know if Diggersby would care.
I don't think so. Those triple resistant thunder, or yeah, triple resistant, double resistant thunder shocks, excuse me, coming out from the Nova Stunfisk are not going to add up either. Swakini not even bothering to throw the next charge tech. He just wants this game to be over. Already taking notes on this next matchup.
Man, with how little damage they're doing, it honestly feels triple resistant.
It does.
It feels like, I mean, I know Obstagoon isn't played a lot anymore, but the good old Shadow Claw into Obstagoon, where it just felt like it was healing the Obstagoon the whole time.
Yeah, that was brutal. Also, if you ever got a Lickitung versus an Obstagoon and you're just licking away, oh, it basically did nothing.
Oh, that matchup was a rough one. But man, Dre Flames getting the equalizer. He was in a back against the wall scenario. If he lost, he was out of the tournament, but he dug deep. He was able to make the adjustments that he didn't make in game number 1. And even though it was identical lines, he brought in the Malamar, and Malamar proved to be the better answer to the Licky save switch, and that just set him up for success.
Yeah, absolutely. Dre Flames made the correction. To me, that game 2 felt like a rewrite of game 1. He says, this is actually how I wanted it to go, and he did execute perfectly. Now, I want everybody to put yourself in Dre Flames and Swakini's shoes. If you've been Swakini, you've led that Pokemon 2 times in a row, the Wigglytuff, do you finally change things up? Do you finally make a switch in the most important game of your LA run? And if you're Dre Flames, do you continue to hammer away with that Tinkaton, or do you think it's too obvious and make a switch?
Oh, the mind games here are endless, Speedy. It's been the same teams twice in a row. Who is going to blink? Are they going to run it back a 3rd time? Are they going to make the adjustments? Dre Flames has had perfect alignment in both games, but only won one of them. Does Swakini run it back? Does Dre Flames run it back? One trainer has locked in, the other trainer making some last-second adjustments.
I mean, if you play Tinkaton again, you might be in a good position, but then you might run into something like, oh, I don't know, a Gourgeist, or maybe an Empoleon or something else, or, you know, a Stunfisk perhaps. There's so many obstacles. And then if you're Swakini and you lead that Wigglytuff, you could get a great target. You get a Malamar, you get an Altaria. That's what this series comes down to. And as you were saying, line sequencing matters so much in the championship series, and we don't talk about it enough. A lot of trainers just play Go Battle League. They play one game and they move on. In the Show 6 format, you are paired against your opponent for at least 3 battles, and you need to make your best of each one.
Well, it all comes down to this. We've got lock-ins. Game number 3, Group F Losers Finals. Swakini triples down on Wigglytuff, but Dre Flames adjusts and brings Diggersby.
Not the worst position to be in. Pivoting now into the Feraligatr. Double resisted Shadow Claws, but the Hydro Cannons will add up. And he's got a ton of energy, actually, before the swap into Licky.
This is not what Dre Flames was hoping to bait out. Dre Flames would have loved to be answered with the Stunfisk, but instead it's answered with Licky. Part of what makes this matchup so dominant for Licky is Licky can survive 2 Hydro Cannons, and the Shadow Claws are double resisted, so unless you're running a very high attack Feraligatr, you're never going to be able to farm down in the 2s.
Yeah, it's really tough. Scratch and claw as it may, the Feraligatr just cannot chew through that blubbery Licky on the opposing side. Going after 2 rollouts, but it doesn't really matter because I do think the Shadow Ball will be enough if it connects.
Dre Flames would love if his Feraligatr could hold on here, but it can't. Shadow Ball lands, Feraligatr gets knocked out. In comes the Diggersby, and it's instantly going to be chipped down by the Body Slam.
Exactly, Body Slam. We've seen this matchup before. It's a little bit scarier the first time because the Licky Licky is now very weakened. I do think Diggersby will probably get a full fast attack down, if I'm being honest.
Diggersby would love to get this energy because this energy will slowly chip away at the Wigglytuff, but the Wigglytuff also has residual energy. It stayed in versus the Feraligatr and threw 3 charms before switching, so it is not far away from an Icy Wind whatsoever. Oh my goodness,
oh, no.
Licky Licky.
An absolute barrage of body slams. The third one getting fired off here right when we thought the mud shots would do it. Licky Licky says, oh, I got one more in my back pocket.
I guess now I know. I'm just never farming anything down ever with Mudshot. And the end game is set up. It's Tinkaton into Stunfisk. This is a matchup that heavily favors the Stunfisk, but there's close to 100 Diggersby energy stored.
And the thing is, too, both trainers have both of their Protect Shields. This matchup could go the distance, and we could see a pivot out into the Diggersby, like you said, probably trying to catch Unova Stunfisk lacking.
Dre Flames looking to invest in the health of this Tinkaton. Did get the Bulldoze debuff. It's a 50-50 chance. He can now threaten significantly more damage. This would do a lot less than a Scorching Sands. Where does Swakini use the shields?
Bulldoze number 2 coming through. Unova Stunfisk takes another hit of super effective damage. Another defense drop, too. This is getting a little bit hairy.
Dre Flames doubling down. He needs the health on the Tinkaton. This is the Pokemon that can actually survive the barrage of charge attacks from the Wigglytuff that's lurking in the back. He will outpace. He's going to pivot out. He banks the move and fires off the Fire Punch. But Swakini still has 2 Protect Shields, so this is a very easy shield.
Yeah, if Swakini stays in, though, he's going to take another Fire Punch for his trouble. Oh, he does stay in, and now the Scorching Sands is going to force the second shield away.
This very heavily misaligns the switch timers as well. Swakini puts up both Protect Shields. Swakini finally pivots out. There's the switch into the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff farming up, trying to get to the Icy Wind. Gets to the Swift, and Dre Flames unable to make the Scorching Sands.
That does a couple of things, though. It does take down the Diggersby, but it also empties the energy stores of the Wigglytuff, and it means this Tinkaton can over-farm maybe a few more extra Fairy Winds, and then if it banks a Bulldoze, I think it's got this game.
The tricky thing about Tinkaton is Gigaton Hammer and Bulldoze do not have terrific synergy. You cannot throw a Gigaton Hammer and bank a Bulldoze. You will always be 1 Fairy Wind short. So he farms up here. He fires it off, but he should be 1 off the Bulldoze. He's undercharging. He knows he can't exit with the move unless this misses the knockout.
Oh, but too much health on the Wigglytuff. It's likely going to get to another charge attack here. Oh, this is so unfortunate. Another Swift raining down.
Clock's up for Swakini. Does Swakini go for the combination play? Does Dre Flames try to predict it? Dre Flames does have the Bulldoze. Swakini, oh, he doesn't go for it. Dre Flames tried to predict the combination play, but Swakini stays on the field. Dre Flames undercharges, but now does not have the charge attack loaded. Swakini looking to pivot. There's the combination play. What a mind game there. The end game was incredible, but it's Swakini winning game number 3.
Absolute high wire antics in the end game here for our 2 trainers. Dre Flames, Swakini. Swakini is able to get the better of Dre Flames there in a very harrowing series, but both games 2 and 3 were like right down to the wire.
You can't ask for a closer series than that. My goodness, the mind games trying to undercharge a Gigaton Hammer while at -1 attack to set up a farm down and then having to predict. Is he going to go for the combination play? He made the hard read. He tried to predict, but he got the prediction wrong. There was no Stunfisk switch in. And from there, Swakini got the snipe, recognizing there was no longer the Bulldoze loaded, and took the win. What a game.
Well said, Henry. Absolutely perfectly executed by Swakini. And like you said, knowing these damage calculations, the undercharges in a very harrowing positions can make the difference between day 2 and being knocked out of the event. So, Dre Flames, congratulations on a great run in LA, but Swakini will move on to Top Cut. Henry, that's all from you and I. We're going to take a quick look at Elam in a trainer spotlight, and we'll be right back after that.
My name is Elam Rojas, and I'm from Costa Rica. If I were a Pokemon, I think I would be Steel type because it's the best defensive typing. I started with grassroots tournaments and meeting up with some of my friends. That was back in 2019. I just kept playing Go Battle League, a lot of tournaments, grassroots. So my first ever tournament was NAIC 2022, but I was very stressed at the time, couldn't really find the team. Baltimore 2022. I found the team. I managed to prep with it, and I did really well. I ended up getting second place to my friend House Stark. My next finals was in Hartford 2023, and that was against a friend of mine, Wudosh, which at the time he hadn't won his regional either. I've learned a lot after being on stream so many times. The first time that I competed on stream, I noticed that I got really tired as the day went by. I'm so used to it that I found a way to stay locked in, if that makes any sense.
We're about to get locked into these grand finals.
I used to think that there was a very clear skill ceiling. The more I play, I notice that that's not as clear as it used to be for me. You definitely need to put a lot of time and practice into it to be at the top. For this tournament, my team was a very similar team to what I brought in both LAIC and Louisville. I changed a couple picks with the new season. I added Annihilate and Corsola. I felt like they worked better in the current meta. My most difficult matchup has to be the finals against Septalives. He beat me on the winners finals, and then I came back. I don't even know what happened in those games. I was just locked in. He had a very difficult team comp. His Shadow for Alligator was very strong against my team, and he knew that. He played fantastically. I just had to find ways around it. I didn't think I was going to win until like literally the end. It was just way too close.
And Elam claims his prize. He will be the Toronto Regional Grand Champion.
I'm feeling out of this world. It's been a long time, many tries, a lot of practice. I just feel fantastic right now. If I didn't win this regional, I would need to take a long break. I love competing. I'm a very competitive person. I know how good I am at the game, but my friends, meeting them at the events, hanging out with them, that's most of the reason why I keep going to these regionals. For this season, my initial goal was, of course, winning a regional. Now that I'm qualified for Worlds, I guess I need to win an IC. Other players should consider me a threat because I'm on the top of my game. I'm just a very well-rounded player. If I ever were to win Worlds, I would probably seriously consider retiring.
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2026 Los Angeles Regional Championships. We are at our final two-match series of the evening. We are looking at two more trainers that have the opportunity to make it into coveted day number 2. This is the losers side. It's the last two groups that we have. Win or go home.
Yeah, 8 trainers on the winner's side, 8 trainers on the loser side. We've got 14 of those spots sealed up, but we still have losers finals for Group G and Group H.
And in those losers finals, we have Andy versus the CTU up next. Of course, I believe we did see Andy on that winner's side of the bracket drop down. So let's get on over to the matchups here. We have CTU, of course, who made that awesome run in, I believe, was the 2024 World Championships, making that loser side run that he's so famous for. He's, of course, on that loser side once again, but had a little bit of trouble so far in this season. It did get 17th in Seattle.
But we've got a lucky trade.
Oh, yeah, we got the lucky trade. What is the lucky trade here?
Shiny Eveltal. I think these are both Southern California locals. CTU. Oh no!
I was going to say, one CP is way higher than the other, so the other one did not do great.
Right, well,
that's
anyways.
just a silver bottle cap away from a hundo, right? You just get a silver bottle cap, just train that up a little bit. That's a 15, 15, 15 shundo.
That's pretty exciting. Anyways, Butters, you can go back to what you were saying about CTU's journey up to this point in the season.
No, it was good. The trade was the priority there. We had that on the top. I knew about it too. I just have forgotten it. But yeah, the CTU obviously was famous with that loser side run. He hasn't had, to his standards, the best season as of late, but just coming off his best performance yet, was on the same exact position that he is right now at the losers finals in Seattle with an opportunity to make it to day number 2. Can he now improve on that performance, and make it to day number 2 here in LA?
Well, he's due for at least one top cut per season, so this could be his time. I believe his last top cut was in Milwaukee 2025, pretty much the end of last season. And like you mentioned, C2 is so famous for that losers run in Honolulu. I believe shortly after that, incredible losers run at an LAIC. You know, he's in the losers finals here, so maybe he's feeling right at home there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you don't want to just say that's all he can do is be on that loser side of the bracket, but it's just a story about a trainer of persistence, and now he's on that loser side again. Can he persist? Can he improve from his last tournament? He has the Grumpig mirror to start us off, and this is a matchup we haven't seen yet today, the mirror match. You really want to win the charge attack priority in this matchup.
And on even energy, this is pretty scary. Like you said, it could come down to charge attack priority. It could also come down to a potential bait. And you see right here, CT going for that resisted dynamic punch, trying to save as much energy as he can. Does pull a shield, so now he's probably going to win this matchup unless Andy can pull off a bait of his own, as he's also going for a dynamic punch. Does CTU call it?
Such a risky call, and he lets it through. It's not very effective. A brutal swing there from Andy to protect shield the bait, and his dynamic pinch went through. Does he double down and protect shield? If he loses this matchup that devastatingly, he does protect shield. That would have been terrible for Andy.
Well, it was already pretty terrible, honestly. Just, 30 seconds or so into this game, C2U is already so far ahead, and Andy going for a second bait here at the dynamic punch.
You could maybe get a double shield, though, if you go for back-to-back dynamic punches here. And no, actually, yeah, you come to the dynamic punch. The C2U, he gives up both his protect shield. Somehow now Andy seems okay in this matchup, but remember, the C2U is almost at the Shadow Ball, so you are going to be able to land that Shadow Ball. There's 2 normal types in the back. Do you try to swap out onto that Shadow Ball? No, does not make that swap, and instead the super effective Shadow Ball lands into Andy. But this is terrible because I think this Grumpig will get to a dynamic punch against either the Licky Licky or the Diggersby.
A ton of extra energy that CTU just overfarmed on the Grumpig. Just a couple of side waves away from a super effective dynamic punch. No shields, nowhere to catch on, and this Licky Licky is just going to have to eat all of this damage. But the good news for Andy is that the Corsola on CTU side has nowhere to go.
Absolutely, against the double normal types. And here comes the swap into the Diggersby, going to try to farm down. Does finally take out that Grumpig, and now you're going to probably come in with your Licky Licky, but that Corsola is going to be pretty useless in the back. But at least now Andy's Licky Licky is pretty close to Power Gem range. So the Diggersby is able to hardwall everything that the Corsola does, but at least you can throw a Power Gem into a Licky Licky.
All right, Diggersby has a lot of work to do here. First body slam coming through for the C2. Let's see how much damage this does. I think it does very, very little. But yeah, it does very, very little. I'm not sure how many body slams you need, but C2 actually now going to bring in the Corsola.
Yeah.
Maybe thinking that the Corsola has no use, so he might as well use it as an energy sponge.
Yeah, I mean, you have that one use of maybe trying to get to a Power Gem in the back line versus that Licky Licky, but you're already in a negative situation with your own Licky Licky. Now here comes the swap, here comes the Shadow Ball. This isn't enough to knock out, so actually you can get to that Power Gem to finish off this Licky Licky, which was probably the main goal of the Corsola.
All right, well, C2 is going to do his best, going to farm up some more energy here. First, just before the body slam is reached, going to take out the Licky Licky with this Power Gem. And now, Andy just has the Diggersby left. It has a lot of work to do, but Diggersby is very, very bulky. I think you can get to this Fire Punch before the Power Gem.
Yeah, you did throw the Fire Punch. I mean, it's not like the Power Gem is going to threaten that much. Maybe you would try to farm down, but the problem with farming down is the C2 is at its switch timer. So if you just went for the farm down, you could have swapped into the Licky Licky. But how many body slams does this Licky Licky need to be able to win this matchup?
Too many, Butters, too many. I don't think Licky Licky has what it takes to take out this Diggersby. You need a huge health and or energy advantage to win this matchup as the Licky Licky. Andy already at a Scorching Sands here. I think one more Scorching Sands is going to be reached very, very quickly after this.
Yeah, the Scorching Sand is not going to knock out the Licky Licky, but the next one will. And you did get the attack drop, and that, it just pretty much cements it. There is no shot. Maybe you had a chance of double body slam, which I don't think would have knocked out anyway, but definitely not with a -1 attack on the Licky Licky. Andy is able to secure that game number 1.
And that was a catastrophic lead for Andy with that Grumpig mirror, but luckily for him, he had the perfect back Pokemon in that Diggersby to completely wall both of CTU's back Pokemon. So now if you're CTU, if you want to run that team back, you definitely have to think about whether you can maybe switch out earlier, maybe try to bait out the Diggersby or change it up. I mean, what does CTU have realistically for the Diggersby? He has the Grumpig and the Togekiss.
Right, yeah, it has those fighting type coverage for both of those Pokemon that you might need to use in this matchup. And like you said, the awful start at the very beginning as you see that bait goes through, and he had just shielded a bait from the CTU as well, and then had the double shield here. He did get both of the Protect Shields back, which was to his advantage, but the Grumpig was able to get enough damage off the Licky to make it close, but those double normal backline was just too much for the Corsola. So now it's really hard to even bring the Corsola if you are the CTU.
I definitely think that C2 needs to make an adjustment to the team. Either maybe drop the Corsola, maybe you look for the Togekiss. He also has his own Diggersby as a way to potentially neutralize the opposing Diggersby, so that's another option that he could reach for.
Yeah, these teams are incredibly similar, something that we've seen before. I think this archetype of a team has been quite common, but I believe 5 out of these 6 Pokemon are identical. The only difference is on one side, Andy has that Shadow Fortress, and then on, oh no, they both have the Shadow Fortress.
It's Quagsire and Togekiss, but it is 5 out of 6.
It's Quagsire and Togekiss, yes, exactly. 5 out of 6, but I picked the wrong one. The Shadow Quagsire, which does have the Aqua Tail and Mud Bomb, so it doesn't have the coverage for that Togekiss in the back. And here we see a terrible lead for Andy. The super effective bug bites are going to be coming through, so here comes the Licky.
Oh, and now it's the opposite situation. CTU gets to bring his Diggersby onto Andy's Licky. Looks like this might be a quick attack Diggersby, actually, in contrast to the Mudshot that we've seen opted for more often.
And it looks like a double normal line this time for the CTU, and Andy was the one that brought the Galarian Corsola into this battle, and if the CTU is able to maintain alignment, there's going to be nowhere for that Corsola to go as well. Corsola has been pretty strong as long as it has avoided the normal type so far in this tournament, but in this situation where both these trainers have double normal types, it's a really tough bring.
And this is a funny situation where both of these trainers are, after this game, going to have been on each side of the equation here. Andy reaching desperately for these body slams, but C2U's Diggersby can take them no problem. This is also a position where I think Quick Attack helps out the Diggersby a little bit more. It's going to be more helpful in terms of getting the Licky into double Scorching Sands range. And C2 actually doesn't throw before this next body slam comes through.
Right, just trying to bank up as much energy as possible, but the timer is back available for both of these trainers. Do we see a swap out onto the Scorching Sand? No, the Scorching Sand is going to be able to land into this Licky. It doesn't do a ton of damage into Licky, but this should be just enough to knock it out, and it does knock out that Licky, and now you get to one more charge attack for this Grumpig as well. He's gonna have to take the whole Scorching Sands.
Right, but that Bug Bite Fortress is going to come in, so I think Andy knows that this Grumpig isn't going to have much value, but he's also not going to be very happy when he sees that final Licky come in. Looks like Andy is going to maybe try to pull a shield or at least do some damage to the Fortress, but I think this team composition is going to be very tough to overcome.
Yes, it definitely will be. Here comes the swap into the Corsola, and here comes the counter swap into the Licky, and Andy knows it. Oh, that is just so tough. There are 4 Protect Shields remaining, so you can get back to your switch timer, but the CTU is throwing Shadow Balls regardless, so even if you try to swap back in with the Grumpig, it's just going to knock out your Grumpig.
Right, this Licky's coverage is going to come in very, very handy for C2U. Let's see, gonna go a little over 100 energy. That's okay. He knows it, but he's in such a good position that he can afford to have these things happen.
He wanted to have the back-to-back Shadow Ball. Here comes the first one. It does get Protect Shielded, and here comes the second one. It's probably going to get Protect Shielded once again. That was on Charge Attack priority with the Power Gem, and there comes the last Protect Shield of the battle for Andy. He's going to throw the Power Gem, which is going to do some damage into this Licky, and no Protect Shield. Doesn't even need to use a single Protect Shield yet.
Well, I don't know what he's saving them for, but I'm sure they'll be used eventually as Licky is continuing to do rollouts, continuing to gain energy. Remember, like you said, these Shadow Balls are going to be all that matters. Quick swap into the Grumpig met by the Fortress, and C2 not going to take any chances, quickly going to throw the Sand Tomb.
Yeah, just going to get that Grumpig out of there. The Sand Tomb does not knock out, but a couple more Bug Bites will knock it out before he's able to get to the Dynamic Punch. There's still 2 Protect Shields remaining for the CTU. Gonna get farmed down almost though, and a Sand Tomb is gonna come through. There are no Protect Shields remaining. Actually, it's gonna be the Rock Tomb to try to make sure those Power Gems do less damage into the Licky Licky, but this one's over, so.
Well, maybe CTU is thinking that if he drops the damage, he might only have to use 1 shield, but no, he already has the Shadow Ball loaded and ready to go. So CTU comfortably taking game number 2 here with the 2 shield flex over Andy.
Comfortable is right when you don't need to use a single Protect Shield in a battle and you can win it. That is a great sign. And the CTU is able to tie up this series. Now we're going into decisive game number 3. Whoever ran double normal won the game. So in Andy's case, in game number 1, won that double normal. Now the CTU busted out his own double normal, the Licky and the Diggersby. I don't think there's going to be a single Corsola in that game number 3.
I sure hope not. The data definitely points to a 100% loss rate in this matchup for whoever brings that Galarian Corsola, but who knows? I mean, that also kind of depends on whether the other person brings that double normal, but Diggersby really has kind of been the shining star of this matchup for both players, so I would be interested to see whether these players continue to bring Diggersby, maybe try to think about what Pokemon they can bring to counter the Diggersby. Maybe that Grumpig, maybe it's the Togekiss.
Yeah, and I think that's why you do see some Corsola though, because that Grumpig is going to be the counter for those double normals. You might want to have something that can counter the Grumpig. So Shadow Fortress was definitely a great option there in that game number 2. So maybe bring the Shadow Fortress instead of the Galarian Corsola, because even if you somehow match it up against the Diggersby, there's a lot more play with that Shadow Fortress against the normal types than there is with the Corsola. Here we are, locked in to game number 3, a matchup we haven't seen so far. It is devastatingly bad for the Togekiss because the Grumpig just resists all of the energy, but actually the CTU is going to stay into this lead matchup.
Yeah, the energy is all resisted, but the Pecks luckily aren't, and oh my goodness, maybe trying to catch a Shadow Ball on the Licky Licky, but no, Andy gonna just bank all that energy on the Grumpig and come in with a Diggersby to hard wall the Licky Licky.
Yeah, and we don't see any Galarian Corsola in this game number 3, which completely makes sense. And this backline is just gonna be the double Grumpig, and then on one side the Togekiss, and the other side the Licky Licky here. But this is a great matchup for the Diggersby once again, but you can get back to your timer, and in this situation, it's not as devastating to give up the alignment. So I think the CTU can maybe throw a Body Slam and just kind of get out of this matchup. Maybe you come into your own Grumpig, maybe you come into your your Togekiss, but maybe you just get out of this matchup.
Yeah, the saving grace here is that he banked up a lot of energy, so if he can land an Aura Sphere onto the Diggersby, that's going to help out a lot. Looks like he reached for the Grumpig there, didn't quite get there in time, so he is going to have to take the Scorching Sands, but that option is still there if he wants to try to switch out, and he does. He brings in the Grumpig, but remember, Andy's own Grumpig is so ahead on energy. Yeah, it's almost at 100 there. Oh, yeah, barely exactly at 100 now.
And if he tries to call a bait and misses it, he loses the battle. So there's no way that you can try to no-shield a Dynamic Punch. It was Shadow Ball regardless. Another Shadow Ball is available, so both the Protect Shields are probably going down for the CTU. If he lets this go, he probably loses the battle, and he does let it go. It's super effective into the Grumpig, doing a ton of damage.
But he does hang on, and now the question is whether Andy can actually fast attack down this Grumpig without having to take another charge attack. He's gonna go for it as he does correct his shields up the Shadow Ball. C2's clock is just a little bit closer, but look at this Grumpig. It's hanging on, it's fighting to get to this last charge attack, but Andy not gonna let it happen and throws a Dynamic Punch.
Making sure that there's no more Shadow Balls or not even a Dynamic Punch that you can get out of this matchup with, because the timers could have been back up. Throwing the Dynamic Punch, the Togekiss is going to come in, and this matchup is terrible, but at this point, you could just throw the resisted energy and still probably get the knockout into the Grumpig, so the CTU is back in it with all this energy on Togekiss.
Oh my goodness, and if you look at Andy's back line, it's the double normal line, and both of these Pokemon are going to take super effective damage from Aura Sphere.
And the pacing from this Peck here, the CTU and his Togekiss has an opportunity to make it to day number 2. He just needs to get to another Aura Sphere. He doesn't have much health left on the Licky Licky. He needs to use his last Protect Shield of the battle on this Body Slam. It's going to be so close in this end game.
All right, Body Slam gets shielded up. What does CTU decide to do here? How much can he overfarm? Because these rollouts are really starting to add up. He's going to throw right here at 4 pecks. He's just 1 peck away from a second Aura Sphere. And now, Andy, do you shield this up? Do you go for that rollout damage?
But
no.
Diggersby is on Mudshot, so it's not going to be able to farm down. You have to come in with Grumpig. You can't farm down with 1 Mudshot. Does he come in with Grumpig here? And is there a swap by the CTU? Does the CTU try to get out there? What comes in? The Grumpig comes in, the Sidewave lands, and that's probably over for the CTU.
Oh, and Andy's got to be feeling good at this point. He's got Diggersby. CTU only has a very low health, shieldsless Licky.
Was that charge attack priority?
I have no idea.
Did it register? That was a protect shield, but it doesn't matter. Yes, it was charge attack priority. And because of that Sidewave damage, knocking out the Togekiss, Andy is going to be moving on to day number 2.
And an incredible series from both of these players. Andy finally breaking the curse of the double normal trainer. Oh no, he won, as the double normal trainer always wins in this matchup against CTU, and that's happened for the 3rd time in a row. Andy, little celebration to all of his friends, all of his potential fans in the audience as that SoCal native.
Oh, that was so close in the end game. Maybe the CTU had an opportunity to swap on that Sidewave, but just that really low health Grumpig was the key factor for Andy, able to take out those 4 pecks worth of energy on that Togekiss, because you wouldn't be able to do that with your Diggersby. There's no way you would knock out with 1 Mudshot. A Aura Sphere would come up and suddenly you might just lose the battle, but instead Andy is able to play well with this Grumpig, even though in game number 2 he kind of got outmatched by the opposing Grumpig. A little bit of redemption in that game number 3.
And definitely a valiant effort for C2. He was so behind in that lead matchup. You see here, he knows that his Grumpig can hang on through 1 shot of all. He's able to force quite a bit of energy out of the opposing Grumpig. And this Togekiss really made things uncomfortable for Andy in that end game.
And back-to-back 17th place for the CTU. Maybe unfortunate to him, but the thing is he's still getting championship points. The 17th place here, the 17th place in Seattle, and I believe some others on his resume in the 2026 season will reward championship points. So there's a really good chance we'll see him at the World Championships, and we know he can make an awesome run at the World Championships. So even though this might not be his favorite moment in Championship Series, there's still so much to work towards it, and that is the World Championships, where we know he can be at his best.
And you're completely right. We know that CTU has what it takes to hang in there with the best of the best, right? Not only at the World Championships, also just generally on the international stage, such as at LAIC and other regionals, of course. So CTU, I definitely expect to see you at the World Championships. And as for Andy, his journey is going to continue into tomorrow here in LA.
Yes, on that loser side of the bracket, we have, I believe, 15 trainers locked into day number 2. Just 1 remains, and that's going to be our last matchup here at day number 1 at the LA Regionals. I believe it is going to be Pixel Cheetah versus Josh Lee.
I think so too, and we've seen so many trainers from all around California doing so well in their home regional here in Los Angeles, and we're not wasting any time at all. Both of these trainers are already on the stage. They're eager to go. This is going to be the last match of the day for anybody.
Well, I know that Just Me, Josh Lee is wearing a SoCal Swablu jersey, but I know this is a NorCal trainer because he was a former local of mine, a trainer that's been around not just in Pokemon Go, before Pokemon Go PvP, back when we were all raiding Kyogres or different legendary birds together. This trainer has been around for a long time, and he has played a lot this season in particular, and so it's awesome to see all the hard work, all the dedication pay off to make it to this Losers Finals with, again, an opportunity to make it to day number 2.
And I think for Pixel Cheetah's side, Pixel Cheetah has had several tournaments where he's come very, very close to making day 2. Actually, I think for both of these trainers, if they made day 2, it might be their top 16. But I'd have to fact check that. At the very least, I don't think either of them has ever made a top 8. So definitely a crucial point for both of these trainers in their broader journeys. And taking a quick look at the teams, I mean, Pixel Cheetah's got the most unique pick on there in that Shadow Whiscash. Usually we see trainers opting for the Quagsire.
I think you're right. I think this would be Just Me, Josh Lee's first day number 2. He has placed 9th in Sacramento in the past, but it was in 2024. So I believe probably the top cut was top 8. So this means even though he could place better in that tournament, this might be his first ever top cut, his first ever day 2. So a lot on the line for both these trainers. I mean, it means one of these trainers will make day number 2. So that's awesome to see.
Absolutely, and it's been a long day for both of these trainers. They fought hard, they fought through the losers side of the bracket, and they're now fighting for the very last spot in day number 2. And we're getting locked in for game number 1 of the last series of the day.
All right, we got the Umbreon, which we really haven't seen much at all in the championship series, besides some trainers from the other regions, especially Teddiness was able to win the Thailand playoffs with that Umbreon. So Pixel Cheetah maybe taking a page out of Teddiness's book here.
All right, well, this is a great matchup for Umbreon. You force the Corviknight to use that very inefficient air cutter. No boost on that Corviknight, so really not going to be able to do very much damage on Just Me's Josh Lee's side, but he is choosing to play at this matchup for the moment.
And it's a best buddy Umbreon as well. It just has so much bulk, and this Corviknight is just forced into such inefficient actions between all these air cutters and sand attacks. If he's not getting a boost, it's just a dominant lead win for that Umbreon. And that Umbreon has a really bad matchup in the back against that Tinkaton. So as long as you can avoid that matchup, this Umbreon is doing really well.
And Corviknight getting quite low here. You do have another air color loaded, but you can see that the Umbreon is still above half health, even after taking a couple of air cutters already, as this foul play is going to come through and land on the Corviknight. Corviknight does hang on. Do you want to bank this energy? Yes, Just Me, Josh Lee switches out into his own Licky Licky, met by the Whiscash.
And one of the Mud Boys that we've seen for so long, but we really haven't seen it in a long time, that is the Whiscash. I believe it is on Scald and the Mud Bomb, and of course, Mud Shot as well, that recently got buffed. So going straight for the Scald here, gonna land it into the Licky Licky. Let's get to see. I don't think double Scald is enough to knock out the bulk of the Licky Licky. It might actually be with the Mud Shot damage as well.
It's definitely close. As you can see, the Licky Licky is getting down into the yellow health now, but you can definitely hang on to this Body Slam as the Whiscash. Just Me, Josh Lee is definitely going to need another charge attack, possibly even another Shadow Ball to knock out the Whiscash, as Whiscash is going to go for this Scald. I think if this doesn't knock out, maybe the next couple of Mud Shots are, but Just Me, Josh Lee doesn't want to take that chance, and he puts up the shield.
Well, it's a great team composition from, and actually gets the debuff there, the -1 on the attack for the Licky Licky. Now is this Body Slam even enough to knock out the Whiscash? I don't think it's going to knock out. Whiscash is so bulky, able to hang on, but can it get to another charge attack? Yes, these rollouts are doing no damage, so able to get to that Mud Bomb, was actually even able to get to a Scald if he wanted to.
I think Pixel Cheetah might not have known exactly whether the energy for the Scald was going to be available, and that might actually come back to bite him, as the Licky Licky is now able to hang on and keep all of that energy. But Pixel Cheetah has a great backline here. He's got Feraligatr for the Tinkaton.
And he has a Protect Shield advantage as well. Had that double water backline to protect the Dark type in the front, so that you know you have good options versus Tinkaton, which would hard counter that Umbreon. And you're up a Protect Shield. Here comes the Bulldoze. You don't even need the Protect Shield on this Bulldoze, but you probably will. Let's see if he does give it that Protect Shield. Yes, he does.
He does. Probably the worst case scenario is shielding up that first Bulldoze and getting that defense drop. But I think Feraligator's still okay here. Looks like another charge attack priority, as Just Me, Josh Lee just went for the Bulldoze bait yet again. And Pixel Cheetah is going to force the last shield out of Just Me, Josh Lee.
Well, if somehow you get the second bait on this Bulldoze and you get the Protect Shield, if he thinks this is a Gigaton Hammer, he might Protect Shield it. If he gets the Protect Shield and there's another debuff, you can combo play. You can combo play in the Licky Licky and throw an attack. Is he going to go for it? He's not going for it. No, he's swapping instead, trying to go for a payback, but he gets the air cutter, and there's a swap into the Umbreon.
And now this is great reaction and great anticipation from the Pixel Cheetah. Maybe you can even go for a super aggressive Snarl down if you want to, as another air cutter is going to come through. But, you know, we've seen Umbreon's bulk, and it's going to be able to take this air cutter.
Yeah, I think you can go for that Snarl down. It's going to be no problem. Can you finally get a boost at the very end? No boost here. Now this Umbreon is going to be at 100 energy pretty much, has all these charge attacks banked, can throw it into the Tinkaton. Do you go for the Body Slam on charge attack priority? I mean, you're pretty much at a lost position no matter what.
And the great news for Pixel Cheetah again is that he's now cleared those defense drops. So even if that Feraligator has to take a charge attack, it's going to be able to hang on to anything, whether that's Gigaton Hammer or whether that's Shadow Ball.
Hangs on and banks the Bulldoze. This Bulldoze is not enough to knock out the Umbreon. You would still need to somehow get enough damage onto the Feraligatr, a double body slam. Can he somehow get rollouts down and get a double? No, there's just all that energy.
And the timer actually came up there. This game took quite a bit of time with all these bulky Pokemon. Umbreon, Corviknight, Licky, Tinkaton, Whiscash, but Pixel Cheetah able to take that one pretty cleanly.
The game ends as the seconds come off the clock, and it was because of all that interaction in the lead matchup between the Umbreon and the Corviknight. There was just so many charge attacks thrown in that neutral matchup, and I feel like Josh Lee's maybe his only chance there was to swap into the Licky and try to somehow land that damage onto the Feraligatr after it was double debuff, but I think the Pixel Cheetah saw that coming, was going to swap to Umbreon regardless.
It was a really tough position for Josh Lee. I think you mentioned that it looked like it was a lost position regardless, but I think you're right that the best window of opportunity would have been somewhere in there when that Feraligatr was double debuffed, right? At the point where now here Pixel Cheetah is able to clear that debuff, I mean, there's pretty much no way to take out the Feraligatr.
Did that Licky have a body slam banked? I think we'll see it right in a second if that Licky did have a body slam. Yes, had a body slam banked, so you could have technically gone for a combo play, landed that body slam before the Feraligatr had an opportunity to swap out into the Umbreon, and maybe that double defense drop body slam would have done enough damage that you could air cutter and knock out, but it still would have been so tough. It was really the team composition from the Pixel Cheetah, having that Umbreon in the lead matchup versus Corviknight, and then having the double water in the back, the hard counter, the Tinkaton, was just a dominant positioning from the start.
And that Umbreon looks really, really good for Pixel Cheetah. The worst matchup is the Tinkaton, but other than that, it's favorable to neutral across the board, right? Favorable into Corsola, favorable into Feraligatr and Corviknight, and then pretty neutral into both Diggersby and Licky. So I expect to see Josh Lee continue to bring the Tinkaton and Pixel Cheetah continue to bring the Umbreon.
The Umbreon and probably double water, or maybe even bring a Stunfisk, and let's see what the lead matchups are. There is one of the water types, and in the back there is a Stunfisk as well, and actually sits this Umbreon for this game number 2, just trying to ensure that he has a good matchup for the Tinkaton, and he has a good matchup in the lead with the Whiscash, so I think he's going to be able to align that Stunfisk into that Tinkaton as well, unless just me, Josh Lee, makes some maneuvers here.
And that would be fantastic, because that would also mean for Pixel Cheetah that he's going to get the Licky onto the Corsola. So switch advantage is going to be crucial in this matchup. We've seen how much damage this Scalds does. It does quite a bit to Licky, puts it pretty much in the yellow. So I think that 2 Scalds is pretty much going to be enough. But now, oh my goodness, Pixel Cheetah is going to give up switch advantage. He tried to make a catch, but now Just Me Josh Lee is going to be able to align his Tinkaton onto the Licky.
Oh, that is tough for the Pixel Cheetah. I was just going to compliment him on how I love that Whiscash pick, because Licky's #1 in usage, and if you can just neutrally defeat that Licky, you're in such great position, and especially in this matchup. But he gave up the alignment, and he baited out the Tinkaton here, but this is the worst case alignment for his entire team.
Right, he brought 2 ground types, maybe trying to catch the Tinkaton, but all of a sudden he finds the worst matchup. It's definitely not over though, as Licky, very bulky, gonna be able to hang on to this Gigaton Hammer, and then you still have your 2 ground types, which can probably farm down or maybe come out with a little bit of energy after dealing with the Tinkaton.
Do we see a pivot? The Shadow Ball does land, and there's a pivot into the Stunfisk, and the Stunfisk is going to have a harder time farming down with the Thundershock, so now you're going to take the Bulldoze. That's super effective. Do you also get a defense drop here? It is a coin flip. It's a 50-50. Can Josh Lee secure it? No.
All right, here comes the Corsola for Just Me Josh Lee. Corsola, I think advantageous in this matchup. You have much more efficient charge attacks than Unova and Stunfisk. You've also got a little bit of a health advantage here. So I think, this is going all the way of Just Me, Josh Lee, but that Whiscash is still going to be a problem.
And here comes the Nightshade. No, actually first, here comes the Mud Bomb. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining for Josh Lee, but it's just not an efficient use of the Protect Shields into a Corsola that's so bulky, and this Mud Bomb just doesn't do nearly enough. A great opportunity for this Corsola to finally find an opportunity here. The Nightshade is going to be coming through. Once again, it's not going to be enough to knock out, but the Pixel Cheetah does give up a Protect Shield.
All right, first shield of the game used right there, as Pixel Cheetah now going to go for a Mud Bomb, and Just Me Josh Lee starting to worry about the health advantage, also going to start using his own shields as he protects up his Corsola. I think this Unova and Stunfisk is getting towards, it's getting towards Nightshade range, but Pixel Cheetah trying to make a catch. Just Me Josh Lee sniffs it out and brings in his own Licky for the rollout down.
Oh, that was risky, and I think Josh Lee was in a tough position here against those double ground types in the back, but now that you got that rollout down and you got got a sacrificial swap out of the way, you're in better position here. Here comes the Mud Bomb that gets Protect shielded, and I believe you're trying to land either a Body Slam plus a Shadow Ball. There are no, or actually there is one Protect shield remaining. There's just so much health left on this Whiscash.
And I think you're right. It's going to need 2 charge attacks to land here. He does pull a shield with that Body Slam, so that's definitely step 1 for Just Me Josh Lee, and still quite a bit of health on that Corsola. And I think the critical thing here for the Corsola is, does it have enough health to live one of these charge attacks, as Just Me Josh Lee throwing the Shadow Ball on the Whiscash, trying to put it into range of a single charge attack. Oh wait, and the catch by Pixel Cheetah.
Wow, what a call from Pixel Cheetah to anticipate that swap, to bring in his own Stun Fist, no undercharge there, and now can you hang on to a Scald? Corsola is so bulky. Oh wait, could this be the opportunity for Josh Lee? Is this Mud Bomb gonna be enough? It's same type attack bonus, but Corsola is so bulky.
And it's not enough. Just Me Josh Lee is going to hang on. He's got the Nightshade loaded, and Just Me Josh Lee's tournament dreams are still alive here in the losers finals as he ties up the series.
Oh my goodness, just barely hanging on. There were 3 Pokemon remaining for Josh Lee, but if the Pixel Cheetah was able to land that Scald instead, the Scald probably would have been enough damage to knock out, and he might have been able to clean up that back line.
I think he would have had to outpace the Licky Licky, and I don't totally know what the energy situation was, but I think you're right that the Whiscash had a chance to sweep in that end game. And yet this is actually the second time now we've seen Pixel Cheetah reach for the Mud Bomb instead of the Scald, so he's got to be really careful in understanding when that energy is on each side.
Yeah, it's so close, because I think we saw that against the Licky Licky as well, right? Was reaching for that Mud Bomb instead of the Scald that would have knocked out the Licky Licky. I love the team composition from the Pixel Cheetah. I really like this Whiscash pick. I mean, it seems kind of silly, a Pokemon we haven't seen in forever, and it's not like a Shadow Pokemon that could be so dynamic, but I feel like its pinpoint purpose is to take out Licky Lickies, and he had that opportunity in the lead matchup, but he swapped out of it. If he didn't swap out of it, he probably would have guaranteed a ground type on Tinkaton, and he might have already secured day number 2.
And I agree, I really like that Whiscash pick, not just for the Licky Licky, but also for the Tinkaton. And when you think about how many Quagsire are now shifting towards Mud Bomb, then you start to wonder, well, why wouldn't I just use something that has Mud Bomb by default, right, in that Whiscash? So Pixel Cheetah definitely picked up on that.
It's just a bulkier version of Quagsire. Obviously, you have slower pacing compared to the double Aqua Tail that you could get on a Quagsire or Shadow Quagsire, but you just have all that bulk. And I love the dimensions of it. The fact that double Scald plus Mud Shots is probably enough to knock out a Licky Licky. I feel like the regular Whiscash just fits perfectly into a Licky Licky meta. So I bet we're going to see that in this game number 3. It's a decisive game number 3. It's going to be our last battle here in day number 1 in LA.
All right, well, let's hope it's a good one. From what I've seen from these 2 trainers, I think that will be the case as we're waiting for them to make their last couple adjustments for the last game.
Yeah, it's a tough situation here because you kind of feel like you really want to bring the Tinkaton to counter the Umbreon, but you've seen the double ground in these battles. I don't know if you want to bring the Tinkaton. You might just live with Umbreon being neutrally strong and just not bring the Tinkaton that would have a negative matchup. Here we are. There is a Tinkaton in the back. There is no Umbreon from the Pixel Cheetah. It's going to be Feraligatr versus Corviknight. Swap in the Licky Licky.
Yeah, switching out straight away from Just Me Josh Lee. Doesn't care about switch advantage. Now Pixel Cheetah has a decision to make. Does he want to stay in here? Does he want to farm up more energy? Or does he want to switch out now that he's chipped the Licky Licky? He is going to bring in his own Licky Licky now that he's chipped it.
And now you guarantee that you're going to get a water type into the Tinkaton. There is Tinkaton in the back for Just Me Josh Lee, anticipating there might be an Umbreon from the Pixel Cheetah, but there is no Umbreon. There is just Tinkaton counters, and now that Tinkaton's going to have a really hard time in that backline versus the Feraligatr and Whiscash.
Well, just looking on paper at the teams of 3, I have to give the advantage to Pixel Cheetah here. He's got the opposing Licky Licky quite low. He's going to be able to come out of this with quite a bit of health on his own Licky Licky, and like you mentioned, has kind of trapped the Tinkaton from Josh Lee.
And the switch timer is up for Josh Lee. It's not quite up for the Pixel Cheetah yet, and now it will be after this body slam that is going to be coming through to try to knock out Josh Lee's Licky Licky, and it does knock out the Licky Licky here, and the Pixel Cheetah's Licky Licky just has so much health remaining, and you can always pivot because you know you're safe with double water type. against the Tinkaton, you can just always come into a water type now.
I think, yeah, coming into either of the water types, potentially the Feraligatr or the Whiscash, would have been a perfectly fine play for Pixel Cheetah. But, I mean, at this point, he has such a big health advantage over Just Me, Josh Lee, right? 3 Pokemon versus 2, and he's getting off another Shadow Ball here. I think he has a lot of options in terms of how he wants to win this game.
And Josh Lee is investing into the Tinkaton. He doesn't know that it's double water in the back. He does have has a Gigaton hammer in at 100 energy that he's able to bank to maybe use in the in-game as well. There's only 1 Protect Shield remaining. Here comes a Hydro Cannon.
All right, Hydro Cannon gonna do quite a bit of damage. So now there's asymmetric information, right? Pixel Cheetah has seen the entire team. Just Me, Josh Lee has not seen the Whiscash yet. Maybe hoping, like you said, maybe hoping it's the Umbreon, maybe hoping it's the Togekiss. But unfortunately for Josh Lee, he's gonna have a nasty surprise once this matchup is over. He's going to get off this Air Cutter for now. I think Feraligatr could hang on if it really wanted to. And yeah, if Pixel Cheetah wants to, he can close out the game with Whiscash, but no, he wants to keep a secret for just a little bit longer as he goes for the Hydro Cannon.
And poor Corviknight has gone a long time without a boost here in Los Angeles. Just feels like it's never grabbing those boosts with the Air Cutters, and it's going to get knocked out by that Hydro Cannon. There is that Whiscash in the back, going for the Bulldoze here, trying to go for Bulldoze, and there's no Protect Shield. Now you need to somehow Fairy Wind down. Once you Fairy Wind down, then you need to take out an entire Whiscash. Here comes the Whiscash. It is 1 Protect Shield versus 1 Protect Shield. Josh Lee's knows that is not an Umbreon. I was hoping for an Umbreon, but it's not.
All right, well, Just Me, Josh Lee scraping for his only possible win condition. Maybe a shielded Bulldoze that also gets the defense drop. And he does get the defense drop, but Pixel Cheetah did not shield it up. He's just going to go for the double Mud Bomb. Just Me, Josh Lee going to throw some more Bulldozes, but I think the writing is on the wall here.
It is. The Pixel Cheetah is just a back-to-back Mud Bomb away from 3-ball flexing and securing top cut. I believe the first ever top cut for the Pixel Cheetah. So congratulations. He is going to be moving on to day number 2 here in LA.
And Mudbomb is going to land on the opposing Tinkaton to take it out, confirming that victory for Pixel Cheetah. What a fantastic series of 3 as he celebrates the news on stage. A little bit of applause from the opponent as well.
Oh, you see him a little bit emotional there as these 2 trainers embraced. I mean, either one of them would have been making their first ever day number 2 in Championship Series. Both of them have had some pretty good performances on their resume, but this is a new best for Pixel Cheetah, a guaranteed top 16.
And these losers finals are some of my favorite parts of these regionals because yes, every match is so high stakes, but you almost always see at least 1 or 2 trainers every single tournament for whom it's their first day 2 ever, and it just means so much to them to have their best performance.
Well, that was our 16th trainer moving on to day number 2. If you missed the earlier trainers, let's take a look at our bracket going into day number 2. On that winner's side, we have Nighttime Clasher versus Arrow, Rise to Occasion versus Sai Rhino, Pyro Panda versus K-Pine, and Ashton Ash versus Septile Ice. That's a pretty stacked winner's side of bracket.
Definitely. We've got a lot of big names there, right? Nighttime Clasher, Rise to Occasion, and then Ashton Ash versus Septile Ice going to clash in round number 1, as well as, of course, Arrow making his return to day 2, and then Sai Rhino and K-Pine. I think K-Pine doesn't compete very often, but he's gotten some pretty high finishes as well.
I think another West Coast trainer as well, competing more on the West Coast. That makes sense. He's doing quite well, obviously, on that winner side. Let's take a look at the roadmap. We're on our final sprint, and this is what it is for North America. Of course, there's other things going on in other regions, but for us, we just have the Indianapolis regional, and then it's all leading to NAIC, where we have a limited meta. But I said it's all leading to. Where it's all really leading to is San Francisco in August. Gonna be the biggest world championship yet.
A lot to look forward to in the next couple of months, but still a lot of action here in Los Angeles to look forward to. So make sure you come back to this stream tomorrow bright and early to catch all the incredible matches. We're going to start at 9:45 a.m. Pacific time, so make sure to set those alarms.
Yeah, you're not going to want to miss it too, because maybe some of your favorite trainers are on that winner's side of the bracket. So you got to get there early because we start off with the winner's side. Make sure to visit Pokemon.com/broadcast for all the information you're going to need for Pokemon Go, but for all of the titles here in Pokemon as well.
Right, we also love to hear from you. That's also, you know, sometimes where we post about updates to the tournament, so make sure you follow all our socials, interact with them. We love to hear from you, but that's going to be it for us on day number 1 here in Los Angeles, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Jeez.
GG's, man.
GG's, dude.
I think I had it, yeah.
Good games.
Good games.
Good games.
Good game.
I was so afraid of one turn bring in.
Oh my gosh, yeah.